What is happening? What is happening here on a Friday, a non-payday Friday, Bay Area Friday / Frisco Friday / Hey Everybody Friday. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line, and shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Like that hesitation, get my man Sam Lubman on board here. Let's go. Lubman, no Spinoni day. He's out. He's handling some business. He'll be back on Monday. We got our new rookie. We got to break him in at some point during the show.
Yeah, it's Takada.
It's Takada. And no, he doesn't remind anybody of Lil Wayne. He's a big boy. He's a big boy, but he's getting it in at the Olympic Club. I see him.
So does that mean that Sam Lubman's Nino and he's taking back to Carter?
No, I don't know what Sam Lubman. He has a great shirt on. The camera needs to see the shirt Sam Lubman's rocking right now.
Shovel more oatmeal into your gullet.
I can't. I'm already done.
All right.
I shoveled it all in there.
I know today there's a lot of Warriors stuff that we want to break down. But yesterday, I just want to start here. Yesterday, Steiny, who casually pays attention to the San Francisco Giants, and you and him were having this conversation. Jung-Hoo Lee is overrated. No, he's properly rated. Jung-Hoo Lee is an excellent player. He made a couple of plays defensively last night. I don't know if you know this. Leads the team in hits, hard hit balls. I said I'm coming around to
him. I said I was coming around to him.
Jung-Hoo Lee in year one as a KBO guy is making the transition faster than I thought he would. Kim took a minute to make the adjustment. I'm telling you right now, Jung-Hoo Lee's a player.
He's a player. But the big story about yesterday's Giants game is Logan Webb.
Yes.
That's the story. Forget, Yaz, seeing him come around, hitting the 2-out knock there in the bottom of the eighth inning against our boy Kyle Nelson.
I know.
Galileo guy.
Unfortunately, it was against him.
Yeah, he was getting rocked. But Logan Webb.
I know.
3 starts of 7 innings plus.
You know what's interesting? I went down the rabbit hole before the season started regarding Logan Webb. Sam and I talked a lot about him last year, and I said to him, and I'm not like an advanced data guy. I don't look at like spin rates and how much the ball dips and this and that. But there are people that do those studies. And I just said to Sam, like, my eyeballs are telling me, like, God, he's throwing the changeup a lot. He throws the changeup 40% of the time. That's a lot. It's a lot. He lost a ton of dip in the slider and the sinker and stuff like that last year. But the guy is a throwback player. He led all of baseball in innings pitched last year, over 200. He goes beyond the 7 inning. Twice as more than anyone else who was even in the top 5 in baseball last year.
He's got 4 quality starts already.
He's an old school Hawk. Now, he's not Greg Maddux, but his style.
He reminds me of that.
Yes.
He reminds me of that. He's not going to throw 95, 96, 97, 98. He paints. But he paints. Yesterday, 13 ground ball outs. Yesterday, he retired 19 straight batters. You talk about the starts, 4 to 5 starts. He's got at least 6.
Exactly.
3 to 5. He's got at least 7. And I just think back to Logan Webb. Pitching those 2 games against the LA Dodgers. We don't talk about that enough.
Well, that whole second half was
the performances that he had in that NLDS against the Dodgers. The first game, you're going 7. It's like, damn, he shuts down the Dodgers. And even in game 5, I know he gave up to knock the Mookie Betts, but he lost 2-1 in that baseball game. That showed me that this guy is ready for the bright lights.
I agree with you.
And now you fast forward to 2024, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, the Giants got a bargain with this guy. 5 years, $90 million, and he doesn't seem like he's injury prone, and he is locked in. When you give him the ball, you're going to have a chance to win a game. So you're playing a scrappy Diamondbacks team that's trying to find their way, and you shut it down, and all of a sudden you're 2 games under 500. You're 4-3 at home. You take the first game of a 4-game series, but it all starts with Logan Webb to me. Last night was the Logan Webb game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's been awesome. And in terms of bargains, I'm glad you brought that. I was gonna you look at all these pitcher deals. You get 5 years for under $90 million.
That's insane.
That's a great deal for a guy who's going to lead the league in innings again probably this year. Knock on wood. Quietly, I don't know do you hear that? It's Thairo Estrada coming around. He's hitting the ball significantly better.
For 4 yesterday.
No, but I'm just saying in general, the at-bats look better. He hit 3 down the line that obviously didn't come up fair. He's playing better baseball, and they need him to be a catalyst in this lineup. Patrick Bailey is continuing to show things behind the plate and offensively.
283 now. Well, no, the guy we're not talking about enough is Lamont Wade Jr.
I was going to say Nick Ahmed.
Lamont Wade Jr. has been underrated, batting 370.
Well,
now you get him in a 2-hole.
Yeah.
Now you get him in 2-hole right behind Jung-Hoo Lee, and he's drawing walks. He had 2 walks yesterday, so all of a sudden, the top of the lineup, You got Jung Hoo Lee. You got Lamar Wade Jr. Now, if you could get Soler going, who's batting 240, which ain't bad for him, but you got to get Conforto back re-energized. He's in a bit of a slump, but it's April, man. We can't be freaking out over these batting averages left and right. Look at Yaz. All of a sudden, he's batting 135. He had a big knock yesterday. Yaz is coming around.
His
defense is solid. So, look, man, the Giants, let's give it some time here, and let's give it this homestand. You get off to a start where you got to play the Padres, Dodgers, Padres. It's going to look a bit rocky, but you win the series in Miami, which you historically don't do. You play Tampa Bay tough, and all of a sudden you're rolling here. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens with this lineup.
You brought up that Miami thing, and I know we'll get into basketball, and there's actually an NFL draft a week from now, which is crazy. Yeah, but I was shocked to see that they had not won a series in Miami in 8 years.
That's what I'm saying. They never went down there.
Bonte, that was insane.
They never win that game.
2016?
And they win it on getaway day. 3-1 early in the morning. It's 9 o'clock out here on the West Coast. There's nobody there at that ballpark. And you steal that game because we didn't talk about Jordan Hicks much.
Hey, Jordan Hicks.
5 innings, but he walked a couple guys.
He's got the best stuff
you know
on
what?
staff.
I'm still gonna leave Logan Webb, but
I'm talking
he is
just raw stuff.
He is dealing right now. And he is paid. He's got a bulldog type of mentality in him too.
Like him,
when when the trader came out there, it was like, it's like, dude, this is my bow. Get the hell away from me.
Totally agree.
I said, oh, okay, that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Okay, Jordan Hicks, I'm cool with that.
He's got a moxie to him, doesn't he?
No, he's got some swagger.
I'm a big fan of his. I just think things are starting to come into shape right now. That Arizona team, though, is dangerous.
It is dangerous. I did chuckle yesterday,
What's
though.
that?
When I saw Ryan Walker start the 9th inning, I said, damn, they're just using him left and right. 11 of the 20 games, he's already been used. It's like we can't find somebody else to shut down the 9th inning. Yesterday, he did strike out the side, but I'm really like, whoa, Ryan Walker is going to get used up.
Well, the guy that I love is Miller, and I know that you were like, oh, they're using him a lot, and they are using him a lot. He's really raw. He's a little older than where Camilo was when he first come up, but you could see, like, if you go righty-lefty at the end of a game, you got Tyler Rogers, Taylor Rogers, and then you got Miller, and then Camilo. That's some diversity from both right and left sides.
Now, I do wonder about the diversity to go to State Warriors next season.
Oh, my goodness.
We had Mike Dunleavy Jr. talk, or Mike Dunleavy
that was
yesterday.
The killer crossover right there.
Mike Dunleavy, the UTEP two-step. Mike Dunleavy spoke yesterday. Steve Kerr spoke yesterday, and they said a lot. We've got something on Moody. We got something on JK. We got Sal from JK that we didn't even get to yesterday. But, boy, I was just thinking about this team and thinking about next season and thinking about who may be back and who's not back. And we're going to watch the play-in tournament today between the Pelicans and the Kings down at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, and we'll see who advances to the first round. But the reality is starting to set in for me, Shasky, as I'm sitting around with my daughter yesterday, and I take her to the zoo, and we come back home, and we're chilling. I'm like, damn, there's going to be no playoff basketball in the Bay Area.
I know it.
It's kind of hitting me. It's kind of slapping me in the face right now. Like, I don't know what to do with myself.
It's funny that you bring that up. I was thinking about it, and Michelle was like, so the season's just over? And I'm like, yeah, the season's just over. And she's like, well, they weren't good all year. Like, I love hearing my wife's, like, particular opinions. She's like, they weren't good all year. And it's like, yeah, you're kind of right. Well, I had no rebuttal. Right. I had no rebuttal to her. Like,
Kareth Burke, the great KB, sent the tweet yesterday. Thanks for watching and listening to all the Warriors coverage. I wish I had a more proper goodbye to this season, but I had to dash off to be with family. Everything is fine now. But yeah, tell the people you love them. See you next season. But just that, I was thinking about it too. I was like, damn, I got to send a goodbye tweet like, hey, thanks for watching. It just abruptly ended Tuesday. It's like, all right, Bully, let's try to do dinner next week, or Fezzy Phil, have fun in LA this summer. Like, look
at your friends. I'm over here like hanging out with Rocco and Jimbo and Guido.
No, don't worry.
You're out here hanging out with Festus and Mully.
And your wife too. Don't shortchange Michelle.
Don't shortchange Michelle.
Well, if she wants to hang out with me.
Don't shortchange LJ. I mean, come on now. I mean, but like, and I'm like, damn. There's no back. Like, I was talking to Sacramento Stacey yesterday because I'm going to be in Calistoga next weekend. I'm saying, hey, if the Kings have a playoff game.
Wait a minute. What are you doing in Calistoga?
And his birthday.
Are you guys doing like the full mud baths and all that stuff?
She might do a mud bath. I don't know if I am.
What are you going to do?
Those hot springs up there in Calistoga are really nice.
Great.
You know what they say about Healdsburg? It's the only 5 and dime in all, the store, the 5 and dime store, in all the land where everything's $100 minimum.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, it's a little pricey up there, but
I know some great places to eat.
Yeah, I've been up there before, and
great.
We got some good spots too.
Nice.
We've been to a couple good spots. Edda loves that area.
I do
but
too.
Sacramento will have a playoff game possibly if they win today. So I was telling Sacramento Stacey, I just need to watch some playoff basketball in person. Well, I'm not accustomed to this. It's been a decade strong of Warriors playoff basketball.
Stacey, the big boss from the Midwest, very guru-like. She wears multiple jerseys.
Hey, she's got to.
Warriors, Kings.
She's got to.
I think she's a Bulls fan too, originally.
Maybe
I'm wrong.
By the way, I was making a mistake yesterday. It's Bulls Heat today, not the Hawks. The Hawks got blown out. Yeah. Bulls are in my boy Kobe White down in South Beach, Miami. My boy Kobe White.
Kobe.
$12 million a year, man. Woo! He's a player. But the Warriors need some players. And they need to tinker with the roster. And Dunleavy said a lot. He basically left a lot of things open. Before we even get into it, Chasky, what was the takeaway with Dunleavy? What was the takeaway with Kerr? Let's start with Dunleavy.
Well, I just felt like everybody was going over the top in terms of like we know, I know how important the big three is. We all know how important the big three is. But it felt, I don't know, it just felt so over the top. Like, we got to bring everyone back. It's like, I just wish you wouldn't play your hands so openly.
I don't think they said that. I don't think they said that they were going to bring everything
Everyone
back.
knows how important they are. And I just think we go over the top in terms of the importance of everyone. I don't know. I think they're in a really tough spot too, because you can't really talk about what your real plans are.
You're not.
Like, for example, I was thinking about last year how they praised Jordan Poole, at the end of the year, and Jordan Poole, he's a big part of everything we want to do moving forward, and blah 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 blah. And then almost instantly he gets removed. I just think being a GM is very, very difficult. You don't want to suppress anyone's value publicly that you are going to move. You don't want to ruin anyone's confidence that you do want to keep. But you want to give the media something. Like, there's a give and take here, and it's just, they're in a really tough spot. Everybody's angry. The season ended. Yeah. Everything that you say is getting dissected.
Right.
I guess my biggest takeaway is, and this is me reading between the lines, it sure feels like they're going to make a decision on Moses Moody in particular, and he's not a huge domino, but it feels like he is a guy, either they're going to carve out time here or he's going to be part of a deal elsewhere. And I think that they recognize that.
Well, I don't think they said they were going to bring everybody back. They said they like to bring everybody back, and that's what you're going to say. That's what you're going to say at a press conference. Exactly. You're not going to tip your head and tell everybody, "Hey, no, it's really unlikely we bring Clay back. It's really unlikely we bring CP3 back." Sure, there's mutual interest, but it sure as hell feels like Chris Paul's gone. That it feels like he's not going to be back playing with the Golden State Warriors
one way or the
next
other.
season. He wants to play heavy minutes, and he wants to lead a team, and I he'll probably come back here. He enjoyed it, but it's hard for me to see Chris Paul being back with the Golden State Warriors. As for Klay Thompson, watching him in that presser again, I keep thinking back to what we see from Klay Thompson as a human being this year and how he wears emotions on his sleeves. And he's sitting there at the podium. How can he not be thinking, boy, this could be our last time at Chase Center? This could be my last time, talking to the media here at Chase Center. This could be the last time I'm cleaning out my locker. This could be the last time I'll pull it up to walk into Chase Center, my key card works. I have no idea. So we're going to figure this out, because Joe Lacob cannot pay over $400 million for a roster that did not make the playoffs. And one thing I know about Joe Lacob, the guy wants to win. Yeah. He wants to win. So don't get it twisted. He wants to win, and they will exhaust all options to try to run it back and win. But what does it look like? Well, no idea.
It's interesting that you bring up that. Bobby Marks put out this spreadsheet about how things work when it comes to apron 1, apron 2, and how you got to get below stuff. I guess the template for Warrior fans is, if you want Clay back and you want them to be able to have draft picks so that somebody else that's already on the roster would get traded with draft picks to improve the team. If you want Clay back, the number that you're kind of circling is $19 million for Clay, and they would have to waive multiple guys and either re-sign them to smaller deals, or allow Chris Paul to just opt, like they're waiving him and they're not getting anything for him. And $19 million for Clay. Going back to your pecking order and like, how does Clay feel about that? Let's say it's a 2-year, $19 million deal. Is that insulting to someone like him?
I mean, if you're Clay,
Because I'm now thinking about it from the way that you've been presenting it, and I'm saying to myself, if that's what they want to do to get under that apron, and you're saying to him, even if you give him 3 years, like let's say,
well, maybe 3 years does get him. Maybe it's 3 to 4 years. Maybe it's just the principle now. Maybe Clay, because Clay, he sits there, and I don't know how Clay feels about it, but the 2-year, $48 million deal got reported in the offseason, right? Right before the season, hey, they offered Clay Thompson 2 years, $48 million. They're now far apart. Maybe Clay saw that and said, well, where's my player option? Where's my third or fourth year? You know what I'm saying? Like Andrew Wiggins and Draymond got theirs, and not the pocket watch on what they're doing, but if you're Clay, you're thinking, boy, I led the team in minutes during the championship run. I played heavy minutes in the postseason last year. I played 77 games this season now. But where's my player option?
But here's what I would say is like, do we as a fan base really want 3 more years?
No, I probably not. As a fan base, you probably
and
don't.
Not just Clay, but Dre too. Like that's why the Dre thing was like last year's Dre deal. I thought it was 2 years too long.
Maybe, and he's got the player option. He's probably already opted into the player option. Real quick, let's go to Coach in Vallejo. Coach, what's happening, man?
Coach, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Good, Coach.
Good morning. First of all, the old saying goes, Father Time is undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? These guys are not going to get any better. Okay? As much as we want them to, they're not going to get any better. And, of course, Dunleavy and Kerr is going to say the company line. They have to. We want everyone back. That's obvious, so we can't expect the truth there. But like you said, Bonte, Joe Lacob wants to win. And he knows that his team has got to get younger and more athletic. And that's the direction the Warriors are going to go. They're going to cross the Clay Bridge and the Chris Paul Bridge at the proper time. But they know if they want to compete with the Houstons and the Oklahoma Cities and the San Antonio Spurs and the Utahs, they're going to have to get younger and more athletic. Simple as that. It's a harsh reality. Lastly, as long as the big 3 are here, it's totally stifling, unfortunately, the Kumingas and Moody's of the world, okay? And that's unfair to those young guys. Their draft class has moved up and in starting positions and moved on. Yep. These guys are still sitting behind the old fogies here. I hate to use that term because I'm one, but these guys need their opportunities. And if both those guys are not in starting lineup for the Warriors need to do the right thing by at least those 2 good, young, smart soldiers. Let them go somewhere else where they can flourish and where they can get their careers.
Coach, can I ask you a question? I don't think Wiggins is the end-all, be-all, but at the same time, as we're talking about getting younger and more athletic, it seems to me if they roll back Clay with Draymond and Steph, like Wiggins would be the odd man out because it's really the only way to improve the team getting better. Like, does that really, is that the... Are other teams going to accept Wiggins as some difference maker? And are you going to get somebody back who's infinitely better than Andrew Wiggins? I have a hard time seeing that.
Wiggins, it's not necessarily his play. It's his availability. That's the problem with Andrew Wiggins. I think skill-wise, other teams really would like to have Andrew Wiggins. Okay. He will fit with almost any team.
Yep,
the problem is, I would like to see the Warriors get a nice young point guard that can guard the other team's guard.
Yes.
So our wings do not have to guard the point guards. Okay? If you want Kuminga to rebound, don't let him guard a point guard. Put him on a small forward or a power forward.
I agree.
Good call, Coach. Look, man, Wiggins, it's a sticky situation because he does have talent, and you slot him on a team like the Dallas Mavericks. You put him on a team.
Oh, he's perfect on that.
Like, he's perfect on that team.
I mean, as a third, fourth option wow.
It's just,
wow.
He needs space. I don't know,
man. He can do with the Tim Hardaway role better.
He's such an enigma. And so is Draymond. And so is the Clay situation. And so is this entire offseason. We're going to get all into it. 888-957-9570. We will talk a little NFL draft. Because, look, this offseason, it's not just riveting for the Golden State Warriors. But what about the 49ers trying to bounce back from a Super Bowl loss? And what the hell is going on with Brandon Aiyuk? They've got a draft coming up with a first-round pick. The Giants now, the floor is yours. The stage is set for you guys. What are you going to do with it?
They've won a couple games.
They've won a couple games. Maybe get some fans. It was a good crowd out there last night for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Money was out there.
Was he? Well, he's everywhere because he's, they're They're locked up in the house.
Well,
but,
my guy Akon locked up. Now he's out.
Now he's out and about. Good for him.
I want to be free.
Good for him. But overall, it seemed like there was a lot of people out yesterday at Oracle Park. Looked like a good crowd. But what are the Warriors going to do in the offseason? Let's get into the sound. 888-957-9570. We'll love to hear the roasters' thoughts on what they heard from Mike Dunleavy, what they heard from Steve Kerr. What do you do with Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga? You got the Draymond situation, all that coming up here on the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Banter and Shasta.
San Leandro Mo.
What up, dog?
Just called in and said I'm dropping a promo. I got to drop a promo. I mean, this is the only show that I feel like that happens. People just come in and freestyle. They sing. They drop poems, poetry. It's like, hey, Shasky Bonte, just let me talk for a second. I'm going to drop a promo.
Is San Leandro? I know I always get confused. San Lorenzo and San Leandro. No, but they're right on the border of each other. Is the Marina Landing Nike outlet, is that in San Leandro?
I feel like that's in San Leandro.
Okay.
San Leandro.
Because one of my favorite places in the world is West Coast Sports, which is like a baseball warehouse out there in San Leandro on Alvarado. And I'm telling you, you drive by it, you wouldn't even know it's there. If you love baseball or you have a child who loves softball or baseball, go to West Coast Sports. It's the spot in San Leandro.
Yep. We're going to get into Steve Kerr. He's got a long cut on Draymond Green. We got calls here. 888-957-9570. Yeah, back in the day. They got gems in there.
They got some gems.
You got to look. But
that place is...
You got to get out there early.
Yeah,
you have to get out there super early in San Leandro.
Get out there early.
And I don't know how...
Facts.
Yeah, and I don't know how you boys getting up to get up early to go out there. Maybe I got a long off season ahead of me. We got no playoff basketball in the Bay Area.
So you're going to take up golf?
I am going to get some golf lessons. I think I am going to get some golf lessons. We're going to give it a week, get some golf lessons, and do that and start hitting Golden Gate Park with the 9-hole course and whatnot. So
maybe a little cliff action, you and me?
Yeah, why not?
Get Steiny out there?
You could have fun with that. Can imagine Steiny on the course. 18 holes.
Oh, well, it's 9. It's a little cliff.
Spending 15 minutes with Steiny is enough for me. I'm kidding. 4 hours? It's a long time with Steiny. It's a long time.
Yeah, it is.
Yay!
9 holes at the cliffs is like an hour.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Maybe. He hasn't played golf with you yet, huh?
No. We played on the course, not in the same group.
It doesn't count.
And I'm not extending that offer to Willard and Dibbs. I'm teasing.
Let's go to Chris from San Jose. Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Good morning.
What's up, dog?
I kind of wanted to... What up? So, talking about the Warriors, everybody's kind of focused on, 3 main guys, right? You got Wiggins, Clay, Draymond Green. Nostalgia aside, all of the great things they've done for us aside, 4 championships, a decade worth of, some of the best basketball anybody's ever seen. When you talk about the X's and O's, Curry and Clay, Clay came off the bench. That's fine. He accepted a bench role. He was still playing 30 to 35 minutes a game.
Yes.
So if you're telling me in a young, athletic, three-point shooting league that you're running Klay Thompson and Curry next to each other, guarding these athletic wings, that's not going to work. Their offense is, taking a step back, Klay specifically. So defense, not going to work. Draymond Green, his entire career, great defender. Everyone wants to call him a generational defender. He relies on wings that can stop the ball and a big next to him so that he can actually play that center field role. He's 6'5". He's not some rim stopper. He's not some otherworldly defender anymore. He has relied on the pieces around him to make his game what it is today. Now, offensively, Clay and Steph, they don't get the same separation that they used to. And that is what it is. Like the last guy said, father undefeated.
Yep.
So you got 2 guys playing 30 to 35 minutes a game trying to get separation, and during that, you got Draymond offering no spacing, holding the ball at the top of the key.
So I'm so glad. No, I stay on the line. Keep him on the line. I'm glad you're bringing this up. This is going to sound like I'm ripping apart Draymond Green. He brings things to the table. But you have to acknowledge the conundrum when you play him. If you play him at the 4, okay, if you play him at the 4, that means you're having a traditional 5 playing out there. Dre doesn't space the floor on offense well enough as an offensive 4 to be able to have 2 non-shooters on the floor. So it creates offensive problems. Defensively, now you are leaving that 5 out on the perimeter because usually Draymond's still guarding the big, right? And really, Draymond's best asset is as a center fielder helper. Like, yes, occasionally he can guard Jokic or whatever. I think he's a 5, but you also run the risk when he's playing small ball 5, he can get banged up. He gets hurt. He gets worn down. Right? So, like, there is a dilemma when you ride Draymond Green just in general at the 4 or the 5. And I feel like Draymond, lovers are unwilling to accept that he's not a perfect player. He's got flaws.
No, I completely agree. And when you talk about him and his versatility over the years defensively, he can go out on the wing and guard somebody. He can switch back low.
Yeah, occasionally.
He can't really do that anymore at an elite level. And to your point, when you're talking about him playing the 4 or the 5, I know this is a 1-game sample size, but what's killed us all year? Lack of size, getting killed on the offensive glass. He only played 25 minutes. He had 3 rebounds against the Kings.
Yeah.
You're telling me one of our guys that's playing down low is getting 3 rebounds?
It's a good point.
Not extending the play, not playing defense, not spreading the floor. So, I'll just wrap it up here. Nostalgia aside, if you're going to bring back Clay and Draymond with Steph, it's not going to work. You're not a contender anymore, and that just is what it is.
Well, let's break it down. Good call, Chris.
Great call.
Good call. Listen, the Warriors did go 27-12 over their last 39 games, and they ended the season with a 10-2 blitz. But I can argue that their best stretch of basketball is when they went 14-4 around February. When they were February to March, the last 12 games, their form wasn't as good. Like, let's just break it down. All right, so you lose at Indiana at home. You get rolled at home by Indiana back on March 22nd on a Friday night. You lose to Minnesota that Sunday, the beginning road trip. Then you beat Miami, who was very shorthanded and a flawed team. And you get credit for the win. But they were struggling for the most part through the first 2.5 quarters of that basketball game. Orlando. They beat Orlando. They can't shoot, but you know what? That's a good team in the East. Fine. Well, you get credit for that. But they didn't look good against Charlotte that Friday night. They were up 5 at the half after Curry hit a buzzer beater 3. They weren't playing well. They were down 8 to San Antonio at the half. They weren't playing well against Spurs. That game came down to the wire. And we know what San Antonio's done this year. They've done nothing. They're rebuilding. You lose to Dallas, right? You get the Dallas win. You get the Houston win. Those are 2 good wins. But against Utah, you didn't look that great. You won by 8. Against the Lakers, you played them shorthanded. The Blazers, you're down 6 in the fourth quarter. Their form down the stretch wasn't clicking like their form when they were 14-8 during the 18 games. But you get credit for going 27-12 in the last 39 games. But it was a bit of fool's gold concerning the teams that you beat. The top teams, you beat Detroit, you beat San Antonio 3 games, 3 out of the 4. You beat Portland all 4 times. You got some good wins. You beat Houston basically all 3 times. But the big boy teams, you weren't able to get over the hump against the big boy teams. And now when you look at next year, where all these guys are, because like Clay, once he started to come off the bench, he did play less than 30 minutes a night.
Was it 29?
It was about 29 minutes a night.
Still a lot.
It's still a lot, but he was super productive. And he was efficient. Obviously, the step back was good for him. Are you going to scale back Steph Curry to 29 minutes a game? Are you going to scale back Draymond 29 minutes a game?
I don't know. I got to see
who
what
fills
the
that role.
looks like.
And who fills that role? Like, is Moody and Kuminga ready to fill that role? No idea. We'll get to J-Bar from Pittsburgh on the other side. You got the Andrew Wiggins conundrum, the Draymond situation. I do want to dive more into Draymond Green because Zach Lowe wrote something yesterday about Draymond Green. And Steve Kerr had a long, extended answer about Draymond Green and what he brings to the table because there's no doubt he impacts winning. But the best ability is availability, and his lack of availability in the first part of the season hurt this basketball team. When you miss 18 games due to suspension, that's tough to overcome when one of your key cogs is out.
So I've just been thinking about, like, you're like, Clay's only down to 29 minutes, and, we didn't even get to Wiggins' minutes. Like, at some point, if you're going to keep Kuminga, like, at some point, he's 21. He needs to be a 32, 33-minute-a-night guy, right? And it felt
like he was until the knee tendonitis.
I mean, 33 minutes a night?
It seemed like that until the knee tendonitis.
I don't know. We can
break down the numbers. We can break down the numbers here.
I would like to see that.
We can break down the numbers here.
To me, it just feels like he gets somewhere in the 20 to 26 range, and they never want to give him those extra 8, 9, 10 minutes, because that's the difference between being an 18-point-a-night guy or 17-point-a-night guy and being a 23 or 24-point-a-night guy, for him, because he's going to get extra layups and he's going to get better opportunities to go to the free throw line. I don't know, man. I think it's really difficult with the resume and I keep going back to Steve Kerr. He looks down that bench and you just revert back to the comfortableness of going to the guys you trust who have led you to championships. And it's very difficult to give new people opportunities, and it's just tough. You ever been pigeonholed into a position like
Absolutely.
when they view you as a level 1 salesman and they'll never view you as a level 2 or level 3, and they certainly won't ever view you as a manager.
How about just being a promo intern when somebody never sees you as an on-air host and they're just like, I just see him as an intern. So
sometimes it's better to just go somewhere else.
So here you go. Kuminga, 37 games.
Yeah.
I'm going from when he got bitched in Denver the last 18 minutes of the game and he had to sit down with Steve Kerr. So he started 37 games. He started 32 of them.
Okay.
Averaged 30 minutes a night, 19 points, 5.5 rebounds, 2 assists, got to the free throw line over 4 times a game and shot 78%. And 54% from the floor. So he saw the 30, and there was times he saw 33, there was times he saw 34. It's a Dr. Rich Scalabrine thing.
How much was that? I'm asking, Wiggins missed how much time? And
Wiggins missed a few games. He missed a few games. But remember, Wiggins went to the bench. Kuminga was starting. He started 32 of these games.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
No, the reason I'm asking is because I just want to know what the context was behind that.
Well, there's a lot of context. There's the guys in and out the lineup all the time. They had 27 different starting lineups for crying out loud. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. More of the Warriors offseason coming up. We got sound from Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy. Plus, we're taking the calls here at 888-957-9570 is the number. What is the first move the Warriors need to make? What are some of the changes they need to make to get back into contention here? It's going to be an interesting offseason for the Golden State Warriors, that's for sure.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, this segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. A lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. You know, we've taken a lot of calls, a lot of people who don't want to run it back, who are ready for a rebuild. I'm interested to hear from people who want to run it back and why they should run it back. Because not everybody thinks the same. And not everybody wants to see Clay, Dre, Steph all separate this season or the next season. They want to see them finish their careers over or finish their careers together, Shasky.
Yeah, I wonder what that percentage is.
I wonder what that percentage is. I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of people who want to just run it back because of the nostalgia, because of the loyalty, because of what they've done in this uniform. 4 banners, 6 finals appearances, new stadium. A lot of good happened with the big 3.
Can I ask? And they're very different. Basketball is different than all the other sports.
Yep.
So there's no like for like comparison. But do we view Frank Gore any less because he went to 6, 7, 8 different other teams?
No, of course not.
How about Tim Lincecum because he finished with the Angels?
No, we don't even remember that.
How about Mad Bum?
We don't remember him with the Diamondbacks. Well, we do, and it didn't work out for him, and he's still on the street right now.
But does that change your love of that person?
No, but Bumgarner did do some things that soured me on him late in his tenure with the Giants.
Okay.
I don't think he was as loved. His peak 2014 when he did what he did against the Royals and that entire postseason, legendary. And then 2016, still legendary. Those last 3 years with Bub, last 2 years, was like, eh.
What about Pablo?
I think a lot of people were ticked off with Pablo.
But right now,
I wasn't. I think people love Pablo.
Okay. I don't know. I just think that everybody like Brandon Crawford right now spent almost his entire career with the San Francisco Giants, and then this year wanted to keep playing, and he went to the Cardinals. And I'm sure there are a few people that are upset with that, but like I think the majority of people are like, dude, he was here long enough. He wants to keep playing. It's okay. He'll forever be a quote unquote forever Giant. Right. So I don't know. I
don't think people are gonna necessarily, if Clay and Draymond, I don't think that's a conversation. Whether or not they move on and people are not going to root for them, they're going to always root for them. But I'm saying they just want to see their own retire together. It's like, it's like a sports fairy tale. When Kobe plays all 20 years with the LA Lakers, that's what people want to see with Clay and Dre. There's some people who want to see that.
Yeah, but for one guy to do it is very, very difficult. Right. For 3,
I know.
It's almost unheard of.
Trust me, I know. I'm not disagreeing with that.
But I think, to your point, I think that's what would make it even more special. It's so hard just to hold on to one guy. Like, think of Buster Posey and Matt Cain. I mean, the Giants got 2 guys who were career guys. And
Cain's career ended early.
Yeah, but we still hold those guys to such high regard. I think if you're a Warrior fan, it'd be great to see, obviously, Steph be a career Warrior, but to add Draymond and Clay on top of that with how hard it is, I do think that adds an extra layer of just how special it would be.
But you love, like, for example, you love Brandon Belt. Like, how were those last couple of years for Belt and Crawford?
No, it was tough. But no, I'm not like angry. Like, I don't look at Brandon Belt in the Blue Jays jersey.
No, not that. I meant when he's struggling at the end.
I mean, is that kind of just like part of the price you pay as a fan when you want to commit to a guy like that? People say
they want it on the front end, and I feel like then you go through it, and then you're pissed.
No, absolutely.
No, but that's not everybody, though. That's not everybody. There's a lot of Giants fans who still wanted Brandon Belt. Hell, there's Giant fans right now who want Brandon Belt back right now. I see it on my Instagram timeline. Bring back Belt for first base. That's what people. So not everybody's the same. Everybody loves hard. You know what I'm saying? Fans are different, man. Like include David from Santa Rosa. David from Santa Rosa believes the run isn't over, right, David? David, you're on the roast.
Yeah, so I kind of got a bunch of points, but I don't think the run's over. I think the dominant dynasty is over. But if you comprehend all the games that we missed with the suspension and injuries and all the games we let go, I feel like they let those games go because they didn't comprehend the competition in the league. But if they didn't let all those games go and Draymond didn't get suspended, I think we're in like the 4th, 3 seed, even minimum the 6th seed. And that changes everyone's perspective, if that makes sense.
But what about their record versus winning teams, specifically in the West?
Yeah, that wasn't too good, but against Oklahoma, which is the 1st seed, we let both of those games go off, like, fouling at the end. Like, just dumb fouls.
So they're going to be better a year from now?
I believe, well, obviously there needs to be change, and that's another point I want to get to. And I think Curry does need help because with people like learning how to guard Curry, and all the athleticism and length. Like, he can't just run all over the court at this age. He needs someone that's going to bring attention either to the paint or a shooter that he can pass to that gets that, like, double team off of him, if that makes sense.
No, I hear that. Good call, David. Now, look, we can look at, and I've cited records against the top teams, but I can remember every single game against these top teams. David is right. There's 3 Oklahoma City games that went down literally to the wire. They lose 2 or 3 of them. They could be 0-3. They could be 3-0 in those situations. Denver, they go on a 25-4 run. You're up double digits. I know it's funny. They go on a 25-4 run.
They used to do
close
that to
the game. They used to do that to teams. They're right. But that's how they lost. And, you know, we could all go back. I remember the show after that where Kuminga doesn't play the last 18 minutes, and we're all ripping Steve Kerr for it. Minnesota, you controlled the damn game. In 2 of the Minnesota games, you lose at the buzzer, basically. Mike Conley Jr. hits a 3 at Chase Center. You lose by 4. You lose to Minnesota by 4. It's a game that's nip and tuck. There's fans that can, as much as we can say, hey, they didn't win against, those games could have went back and forth. And so maybe there's fans who are hanging on to that saying, possession here, possession there. We're a 6 seed and a 5 seed. I know that's not how it works, but we always play the woulda, coulda, shoulda game.
Do you subscribe to that?
Do I? For the team I saw, which is why I thought, man, any outcome Tuesday night wouldn't surprise me because they were inconsistent. Part of it was due to all the lineup changes. Part of it was due to they weren't all clicking as one at one time. When Clay was hot, Curry got cold. When Wiggins was rolling, Kuminga took a step back. When Kuminga was rolling, Wiggins took a step back. They were just not all clicking at once, this team. They didn't move to one drum beat all season long, and yet they win 46 games. And it just so happens that the West is as deep as it ever is. But with that said, there needs to be some tweaks. And I think Dunleavy and Kerr, when we get to the sound, they're alluding to that. You got to get bigger. You got to get more athletic. You got to get some size. And there needs to be some tweaks within the system here. Maybe with certain players. Draymond has to be more aggressive offensively. There's no doubt about that, especially if Clay moves on. Especially, that's some shooting you're missing. I know how people feel about Klay Thompson right now, which, it is what it is. But you're missing some shooting if he leaves. That's a shooter.
No one's denying.
How are you replacing that shooting? Don't know. When you have the cap that you have.
But I guess the conundrum that they find themselves in, there's the schematic thing. Like, okay, we get rid, like, 'cause to me, keeping the guys together, Draymond, Steph, and Clay, and just sacrificing Wiggins, and let's say it's Kuminga or whatever, is that good enough? Is just a simple question. And then, are these other guys good enough for whatever they get back to be able to be better a year from now, in year one of whatever that incarnation is?
I don't know.
I have a tough time believing that.
I don't know.
I'm coming to this more and more. I know we got the draft next week, Bonte, with the 49ers, and you and I have kind of been talking about Brock Purdy, the money, and the quarterback market, and the reality of just sports finance in the modern age. And I'm looking at just where we're at, X's and O's, the profit margin sheets, the losses, et cetera. And I'm looking at the finances, and I just think that a lot of Bay Area fans need to come to grips with the business aspect of how difficult it is to keep all their favorite players on one team simultaneously. And I don't know anything when I'm forecasting here with the 49ers. I don't know anything, but boy, you talk about not being surprised at the Warrior outcome. I would not be surprised if Brandon Aiyuk gets moved next week. I've been feeling like it's going in that direction. I wouldn't do it, but I understand because they got a lot of money problems themselves. That's why Eric Armstead was moved. I'm looking at the Warriors situation, and I'm saying, boy, I think they're in some very difficult financial peril, and I would not be surprised if they take an even smaller step back next year so that they could reset their finances to make headway a year from now or 2 years from now.
No doubt.
And I know that's not what people want to hear, but that might be the reality that they're staring at.
And look, man, this cap with the second apron and the first apron, it takes so much to get under the first apron, and you got to get under the second apron so you don't get penalized. It can move draft picks, and you got the Chris Paul conundrum, and everything like that. I mean, look, the finances are the finances. We know it. Joe Lacob has spent. And if there's anybody who deserves some leeway, if they do take a step back, I believe it is Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors. Like, I know people are saying, Joe Lacob is not serious about winning. You see that on Twitter sometimes, and I'm laughing to myself, thinking, how can a guy not be serious about winning when he's spending money out of control. Like over $700 million in taxes.
I don't want if you are tweeting that out, you're ungrateful teenager who doesn't understand what the Warriors were prior to Mr. Lacob coming in.
Like he could make bad decisions.
Yeah, but they spent
But listen, he admitted, he came in here and told us, some of the moves they made during the pandemic season because Clay got hurt again on the day of the draft when he tore his Achilles. They pivoted and said, we're trying to win now. We want him to have a playoff team, so they make the trade for Kelly Oubre Jr. Yeah. Doesn't work out, but you know what? Damn it, we got an owner here with the Golden State Warriors who's going to be aggressive and is going to exhaust all options to try to hang banners and to try to win. Now, you can disagree with the decision-making, no doubt. Okay, we don't all agree with Joe Lacob's decisions, but damn it, I got an owner who's going to put his money where his mouth is. He's going to put his money where his mouth is to try to win basketball games. So if they do take a step back by not paying the tax, and I get you got Stephen Curry here, and you want to maximize Steph Curry's window, but the reality is, you won 46 games and didn't make the playoffs. And he played over 70 games. Klay Thompson played 77 games. You didn't suffer major injuries. Chris Paul missed some time with the left hand fracture. GP2 was out various times with the hamstring and the calf, but that's baked into the equation. Andrew Wiggins missed a few games here and there. But for the most part, you weren't healthy. You just had an inconsistent roster and a roster that really didn't fit. The puzzle didn't fit at the end of the day.
Do you believe
it's time for you to do the legal?
I'll do it in a second. Go ahead.
Do you believe in, if you have good management, things will find a way?
Absolutely.
I do too. So, I think about the San Francisco Giants. One of the first moves where I realized things were about finances, one of the first financial moves. It wasn't trading away Kevin Mitchell, which ended up being a great trade. It was the not signing Will Clark. They chose Robbie Thompson. It was a little cheaper. You couldn't keep both guys. They allowed Will Clark to go. Now, they got the best years out of Will Clark, for the most part.
You know what I don't like, though, is when they tell us, well, we really couldn't afford both. There's a will, there's a way. That's what I've kind of learned with these sports teams. But I've kind of learned that with these teams. If you want to keep a player, you can keep a player.
But did it kind of work out for the Giants when it was all said and done? They ended up finding Jeff Kent. It forced them to make some trades.
That was 3 years later.
I'm just saying.
That was after a strike and a disastrous 1995 and a disastrous 1996.
Was in its own situation. And
so that
94, they did have Matt Williams going for the home run record.
They did, and then the strike hit, and then 95 and 96 just sucked.
But the point being is that it kind of works itself out. There was a point in time where they had to make a decision between Monte and Steph. Crazily, it worked itself out. There was a time where they had to move off of David Lee. We act like they haven't done, and I'm not putting Monte or even David Lee in the same category as these other guys, right? I understand there's way more equity. We watched the 49ers move off of so many guys over the years. Sports finds a way. If you believe in management to kind of get things right, it's not going to be the end of the world if one of your favorite players ends up playing for another team for a couple of years. And it doesn't take away what they did.
I don't think people are worried about that. I think you're putting so much stock into that about whether or not I don't think people are worried about Klay Thompson necessarily wearing another uniform or Draymond wearing another uniform. I think people just want to see the basketball team be productive. And what you have to do with the basketball team to be productive is you may have to make tough decisions. People get that. I don't think the whole, we all know how rare it is for a player to sit. LeBron James is one of the greatest players ever. He's on his fourth team.
But how do you get, I guess then, how do you get better? Let's call it they're going to play Klay 25 minutes a game, and I think he's a solid player. But is that a good enough at the price point, given how difficult it is to build the rest of the team around him with the minimal moves? Is a Wiggins, or even if you trade Wiggins and you go get, let's just say, and everyone's hypothetical, Lauri Markkanen. So a Klay, Steph, Dre, Lauri Markkanen team, and Kuminga's gone, and Moody's somewhere out, and Pods and TJD. That's competing? We really think that's a top four team in the West?
Top 4 team. I don't think anybody's saying that. Who's saying that? Who thinks that? Who thinks that? They were the top 4 team this year. Even with Draymond, if Draymond doesn't miss those games, I think they're a top 6 team. Top 4? I don't know. But you talk about Klay seeing the minutes. Everybody's so worried about Klay Thompson's minutes and, oh, man, he needs to see this amount of minutes. So since the All-Star break, and remember before the All-Star break, he came off the bench. His first ever game coming off the bench since his rookie season. And we're all like, how's Klay going to respond? Well, he goes 13-22, and he hits 7 threes in Salt Lake City, and he scores 35 points off the bench, which everybody wanted. And how many minutes did he do that in? 28 minutes and 14 seconds. 28 minutes and 14 seconds. That right there seems perfect for me for Klay Thompson. And then when you think about what he did through the end of the season, he played 29 minutes a game. But that's 19 minutes he's not on the floor.
No, I understand
that's not bad for Klay.
No, I hear you. But you have to have the right parts alongside of him. Because,
no doubt.
Because you don't, right now, their biggest need is a two guard who can defend opposite Curry or a point guard who can defend like a two guard, right? And is bigger and stronger. So unless you're adding that guy to the team, I do think it's not Klay's fault. You just need someone else alongside him and Curry. Like a Curry-Klay defensive lineup.
No, it's not.
It's not good enough.
But if you had Wiggins defending at the high level and you had Draymond back and you had a center comparable, you could get away with that lineup, which you did down the stretch. When you go 10-2, Klay was starting alongside Wiggins and Steph Curry, and everybody's talking about they're playing the best defense of the season. That was true.
Yeah, but I don't
So
think
check this out. So 28 minutes a game for Klay, since we're focused on minutes, right? 28 minutes a game for Klay once he started coming off the bench, and then through the last 25 games. Played 28 minutes a game. He got you 18 and a half and shot 46% from the floor and 41% from three. Why are we complaining about Klay Thompson and his production? That's from pretty good production in 28 minutes a night. Why are we so focused on
points? There's other ways to contribute.
No. Also, how much did we talk about the rapport with TJD?
No, it was really good.
It was really good, right?
Good, but you also have to be able to create shots for others outside.
But that's not his game. That's not his game. Come on, if everybody can create shots for other people, let's stop it. How many shot creators are there in the NBA per team? Like Dallas has Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic.
All right, OKC has a
They've
couple.
got Josh Giddey and SGA.
SGA,
all right.
And I think Jalen Williams from Santa Clara can create plays for them at times in the half court.
Come on. Like 28 minutes a game, and you're asking a player who has never been a shot creator, but he did have a good rapport with TJD.
It's just that you have to, what I'm saying is.
But what we're focused on, all I'm saying is why are we focused on Klay's minutes? There's other players who had worse seasons than Klay.
Well, because Klay's the guy right now, financially, depending on what he makes, that sets you up to where you can't make a lot of moves. That's why. Right, like going back to the finances. So,
he's a free agent.
I know, but if you bring him back, you're kind of hamstrung with how many other moves you can actually make. So that's why I find it to be the most interesting. Is he the end all be all in terms of problem? No. I don't even know if he's the top, 2 or 3 problem. I think their problems are much deeper than him. But bringing him back locks you in to the limited amount of options to create an environment around him that's better.
Well, 28 minutes, but I'm looking at Moody and Kuminga, and the guy who is blocking him or blocking them are Andrew Wiggins. Like, Klay is one of the best shooters in this league, and the spacing he provides, that's the other thing. We can talk about, he's not a shot creator. Well, is Andrew Wiggins? Does Wiggins create for other people? Hell, we could ask, does Kuminga create for others? No. Does Moses Moody create for others?
Right now is a better defender.
I just feel like the finger point at Klay Thompson is just gone way over the top.
No, it's not finger pointing
because what he does, because what he does offensively is a lot more than Andrew Wiggins. It affects the offense a lot more than Andrew Wiggins. It affects the offense a lot more than Moses Moody because he can space the floor, and you got to pay attention to the guy. But the players around Klay and Steph, when you look at them, when you got 2 non-scorers, guess what? Steph and Klay is going to be compromised with no spacing whatsoever. We saw that in Sacramento. They just blitzed Steph and said, somebody else beat us. And they sat on the lobs with Draymond Green in a 4-on-3 half-court situation. They dared Draymond Green to be aggressive offensively, and he didn't have it. So when I'm looking at other guys' minutes, like I'm getting 28 minutes, I'm saying, wow, Klay Thompson and TJD, how much did we talk about that 2-man game? That was a big talking point. Wow. Nice. CP3 with Klay Thompson.
But I'm not convinced TJD is a starting center in the league when you look around. Yeah. I think he's a backup. I love TJD. To me, ideal backup.
But we were saying that he's not creating for others and he was creating for him. So I agree with a lot of points. He's playing 28 minutes.
Thing to have
that's
a couple
fine.
Of assists.
But it's I just feel like we're hyper-focused on Klay Thompson and what he's doing when other players didn't pick up their water. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Wiggins didn't hold his water.
Unfortunately, where they're at financially, it's put an overemphasis on Klay's contract, and we're nitpicking Klay Thompson because bringing him back locks you into a limited amount of ability to make a team better, right? You bring him back and you get right up to that apron. Really, the only trade piece that you would have that has any value is going to be Kuminga and Wiggins.
Who are you bringing in for him?
Who?
Klay Thompson.
You might just have to bite the bullet and lose his money. So you get
worse by just losing one of the best shooters in the league. I don't think Joe Lacob's going for that.
He might not be. I'm different. I'm coming to the reality that I think they got to take a step back. And I think part of taking a step back is suppressing the salaries a little, keeping all of your assets in terms of draft capital, trading away Andrew Wiggins. I would trade away Draymond Green, get smaller contracts to move up. They need to fix their money. Like I personally believe they need to fix their money.
And now we're left with Steph, and we're winning 20 games
and that's the gamble. Yeah,
yep, that's the gamble.
I know.
All right. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Rick, Tamir, we'll get the Rick on the other side. Rick, Tamir, George, hang tight. We'll get you on the other side. Dave Fleming coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. We got shameless shout out to 745. David Parker just spent $4.99. Get a consistent threat to take the attention off of Steph. A dominant big, a versatile ball handler who allows Curry and Klay to run free, LaMelo or DeRozan. I don't think those are the answers, but I hear what you're saying, David Parker. Thanks for the contributions. Boy, we all say we want to see Moody and Kuminga. And what happens if they struggle in starting roles or bigger roles and the Warriors aren't winning games? You already know what's going to happen. We're going to be taking calls. You gave up on the big three. You gave up on these guys. You gave up on the champion. You already know what's going to happen. But this is the tough situation the Warriors are in. They're in the pickle right now. So let's try to figure this out. Again, we got sound with Doug Levy and Kerr from yesterday. All that coming up on the roast, brought to you by Robert Half.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. All right, poll question of the day before we get to shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs, 7:45. Lubman, our poll question is? What's our poll question? I don't have it up here on my chat.
I got to find the right button first. Our poll question today is regarding the big three. It's on YouTube. When it comes to them, do you want to run it back with the big three, or is it time to break them up? Right now, with 185 votes in, 62% are saying it's time to break them up. 38% are saying let's run it back.
Interesting. What about Rick from England? Rick all the way from England. We're going international, Shasky. Going across the pond to England. What's up, Rick?
What's up, guys? I got a lot of questions for you, if that's cool. I'm really curious because my friends aren't really they're not talking about the Dubs for a while because I think they're in the fetal position still. But I got a lot of questions for you guys about Kuminga's extension and what would you guys do with Steph if they really aren't going to re-sign Clay and they're looking to move Wiggins and maybe even Dre? Why the heck would Steph? Why would we?
Well, Steph is going to the Olympics, and it's a great question. What does Steph want? Oh, he's gone? He cursed?
Can't say bad words.
Oh, he cursed? I didn't realize. Did you hear the curse word?
No, because he's so quick on the draw.
Oh, that's good. Oh, damn. Rick all the way calling from England? He kind of said the fetal position.
Bangers and mash.
Yeah, all right. Let's go to Tamir. I know Tamir. Tamir has good etiquette.
I think I know what his question was.
Should Kuminga get an extension?
Well, he was asking about and look, I'd be uncomfortable giving, especially after what happened with Jordan Poole and the Warriors, I would be uncomfortable giving Jonathan Kuminga $30 million. I mean, he hasn't really done much. I mean, I'm just being honest. But I understand there's also, there's the finance of the NBA and how things work. You prematurely overpay a lot of guys who haven't done a lot. That's kind of just how things work. I would be uncomfortable doing it. And at the same time, really, Kuminga's one of the few assets. I want to keep him, and I want to figure out what he is before I make the leap to pay him. But simultaneously, he is one of the few guys that can get you something back in return. So if I'm giving you my flow chart of offseason thoughts of how I'm, and look, one of them is very unpopular. First is I'm praying for chaos and a Zion, a Giannis. Someone wants to come, leave their team and become available and team up with Steph. That would be priority one. If that doesn't happen, the or is no one else truly as a difference maker is available. And I know this is unpopular, and I know people don't want to hear this. I would shallow out, and I would not hit bankruptcy because of my finances and have all my assets frozen. I would try to shed things that I have.
You're not going
pray to God that Steph Curry doesn't.
You're not going to go bankrupt.
No, it's the equivalent where your assets get frozen. You can't trade your draft picks. You have to keep your draft picks.
You got Tamir on hold, man, for 90 seconds, man.
Tamir's there. I'll get to him in a second. And I would allow this thing to shallow out.
Let's get Tamir, man. Tamir, talk, man. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's good. I love Shasky. But I was just calling because I was listening to everyone, and I know that, of course, we want the big three to stay together and everything, but we had to understand sports. There's a reason why there's only when we have core teams, there's only one player that usually stays with the team or never stays. And we have to realize that as a fan base that eventually it's going to break up. So if that has to happen now, you do have to take a step back. We don't want to go back to, at least when I was younger, being a Warriors fan, we don't want to go back to those times where we had a great time out with the packages, of bringing packages just for us to go to games. So we're going to, as a fan base, we got to get comfortable with, all three may not be here, but that's not diminishing what they did for us. And that's
no doubt.
Shots at them. It's just sports. So we have to look at it as a big whole and all that stuff. So that's where I'm at. I'm not taking shots at Draymond, Clay, or anything. Cause Bonte, you know how it is. We grew up, we didn't even think we would have a championship. So we're blessed to even have 4. I got to see a parade in downtown Oakland. I never thought I would see that. So I'm happy that, but we got to look at reality. Yep. It's the sports world. Eventually, they're going to break up, so we just got to be prepared for that.
Does it mean, good call, Tamir, does it mean anything to anybody? Does this mean anything to anybody at the Warriors when Draymond Green returned on Martin Luther King Jr. Day when they lost to the Memphis Grizzlies in Memphis? The Warriors had the third best record in the Western Conference from that point on. Does that mean anything to anybody? Is that fool's gold?
What was the signature win during that time period?
I mean, they beat the Bucks by 35. They beat the Mavericks. Did they beat the Snow? Draymond wasn't there for the Phoenix Suns on a Saturday night. You beat the Lakers a couple times. That's some good wins. I
don't know. The record is the record, so I can't.
During that stretch, you just said, you asked me, so I mean, I don't know if it does anything for anybody.
You had the late season road trip there. You had the win at Staples Center. There's the other road trip, the Washington, New York, Toronto road trip that was kind of tough. So, I mean, you had some moments in there.
All right, let's hear from Dunleavy. How realistic is it to build a championship around the Big Three? Give me my set.
Well within the realm of...
Hold on, Sam. Go ahead. Let's restart that.
Well, considering they won 4 before, I would say it's well within the realm of reasonability. But we got to, certainly we want Clay back first and foremost. I expressed that to him yesterday. I think our players have expressed that, our coaches, front office, ownership. Look, everybody wants Clay back. He's still a really good player. And I think we have enough good players in our system. We have enough assets to acquire good players, and we have the ability to keep getting better. So given that, as long as those guys are still really good, I think we can contend and compete, but we just unequivocally have to improve.
We have to improve. He knows that. How much will the loss to the Kings impact the offseason?
Yeah, honestly, not a lot. I don't take that game into consideration too much. That was the worst game we played all year. Give credit to Sacramento. They did a great job. But, I watched this team for 82 games. I mean, the amount of times that we've been ran off the court, very few. I think there were a couple of home games in January. Obviously the Boston game where that was a different scenario, but that was a game last night where I think or the other night where you got to be careful of overreacting to how it went. I don't think that represented our team on the whole for the season. But that being said, it kind of put the stamp on what the reality of this year was. So here we are. And I would say going into that game, whether win or lose, no matter how it happened, I knew we had to get better.
He knew they had to get better.
The Kings game, we talk about it's like the Super Bowl is not why you signed Chase Young. You're looking at the body of work throughout the year, right? So losing at the end, it always gets magnified. However you go out, it's disproportionate.
What people are doing is what they're tweeting me and texting me is Clay's last 3 elimination games, and they haven't been pretty. So we just ignore the body of work. But that's all I'm saying. And I'm a Clay apologist. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. But we look at the one game against Sacramento and say, he had a terrible season. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Just all I'm saying. That's not fair to say that. The guy did with everything you guys wanted him to do. He came off the bench. He took less minutes. He took less shots. And he was as productive as he's been in the past 2 years. And it's still not enough. So that's just, it just kind of drives me crazy.
Well, I think that I would say back to Dunleavy, all right, I don't think the Kings game is the end-all, be-all, but I did think it was a microcosm of a lot of different losses throughout the year. Think of the second quarter against New Orleans on Friday. Think about losing that game to the Dallas Mavericks with no Luka. There are specific moments down the stretch that I think of when things were, they did have stakes attached to them, and they were somewhat healthy, and I was like, God, you just didn't look connected.
I mean, wire-to-wire loss to the New York Knicks at home, coming off a road trip. You lose to Indiana. They have the big third quarter.
God. That shot before halftime.
Yeah, before halftime to get back in the game. They weren't even playing well.
Yeah,
you lose to the San Antonio Spurs on a Saturday night without Wemby. And I get Steph Curry didn't play, but man, you looked awful in that game. There's so many losses we could pinpoint. We're like, that's why you're in your spot.
And I think where I continue to come back to is that I think a lot of people just get a shot creator, just get a big man, just get this. See, to me, they're 4 moves away. They need multiple moves, and this is why I think that this is much more complex and difficult than a one trade solution. Trade Wiggins and Kuminga and get that guy.
Yeah, look, man, it's what's the biggest concern for Dub fans out there? Is it the payroll? Is it the age of the players? Is it bringing back the core 3? Is it Kuminga and Moody not knowing who they are? Is it Draymond Green? What is the biggest concern moving into the offseason? Because there's a lot here. There's the payroll. There's the core. There's the youngsters. We don't know how good the youngsters are.
Yes.
Is it need to tonight is serious with JK? I love JK. I think he's a player, but you got to make a decision on him with the extension. Hell, you got to make a decision on Moses Moody with the extension, and you haven't played him consistent minutes yet. You don't even know who he is.
Let's say I gave you the same, just hypothetically, and I don't even know. There's money all over the place. Logan Murdoch said that certain people think that he's looking for about $30 million a year. That's a lot. And I like JK.
That's the price of doing business these days.
No, I know it is, but given what just happened.
That's it. I mean, Jaylen Brown's getting $60 million a year. 30's the new 20.
Jaylen Brown has had
30's the new 20, Shasky.
He's had some great seasons, right? Like, and he's been an all-star multiple times. Like, they did go to the finals, and he was the second best player. Like, I'm not even a Jaylen Brown fan. But
shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. But like, come on, look.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
That's the price of doing business, though.
No, I hear you, but like everything that happened with Jordan Poole, doesn't it give you a little pause?
Well, Jordan Poole got socked. Jordan Poole. Hey, let me tell you, last 21 games with the Wizards, you look like a winning player. They didn't win a lot of games, but he got his game right going into the offseason.
So going back to your pecking order thing, Clay gets $25 million. Draymond's making $25 million.
I don't know if I would
come in at 30.
I don't even think I would. I didn't say I would do that.
Oh no, but I'm just saying.
I don't even know. I think for the Warriors, I'm saying this is the Clay apologist of the show and the biggest Clay stand out there. It may be best for the Warriors to move on from Clay.
No, but what if they did have Clay on? I'm going to go hypotheticals here.
It's a lot of money.
Draymond's getting 25. Clay's getting 25.
I can't justify that watching this team not make the playoffs.
And Kuminga comes in at 30. How does that dynamic work?
It doesn't. You just came in 10th place. I don't know. I don't think that's good enough right now in the West.
I agree with that.
It's not good enough. It's a lot of pressure on Kuminga to do things. Let's go to I want to play this cup before we get to Brian in San Jose. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Shameless shout-outs at 7:45. Draymond Green. Here's Dudley on Draymond Green. Then we got a huge cut. Sam, if you could get it ready, and I think it's worth playing the entire cut. It's Steve Kerr on Draymond Green. It's about 4 minutes long, maybe 4 minutes and 38 seconds if we can find it. I know Slater tweeted it yesterday on X. Very, very interesting stuff. But let's hear from Dudley on Draymond's future.
In terms of having him back, I think very, very high likelihood. I can't imagine a scenario where he's not back. Could be wrong, but man, he's signed up under contract. We value him. He's a core piece of what we do. So fully expect him to be back. I think we won over 60% of the games he played in this year. So you know how meaningful he is to winning, and he'll continue to do so. I think he's in a great place mentally, just evaluating and observing him over the season after the suspension. I think he's learned from it. I think he's better, and we'll continue to work on that stuff and have it on top of mind. But, I think we're in a really good place with him and excited to have him back.
So that's Del Levy. He did add, though, within that 38-second answer, I could be wrong, but I think he'll be back. Could be wrong. I think he'll be back. But he could be wrong. Zach Lowe yesterday, ESPN, wrote an article. And in that article, he's talking about the Warriors rebuild. And he writes in the middle of the story, they have a decision to make on Draymond Green, whose volatility has worn on several within the organization, sources said. But everyone within the team understands how good Draymond Green is, one of the league's best defenders and an orchestrator of the Golden State motion offense who enjoys rare chemistry with Curry. Finding a team willing to trade significant future assets for Green would be tricky, as he's owed $77 million over the next 3 years. And the rest of the league has watched the chaos of the past 24 months. This is Zach Lowe writing this. Wiggins has 3 years and almost 90 left on his deal, and probably was the most disappointing season. I thought he was the most important player coming into the season, and he was disappointed this year. Andrew Wiggins admitted it. But Draymond Green, it's very interesting because, Shask, I think one thing we can't deny is that he is valuable to this team in terms of winning. They won 60% of the games with him on the floor. That's undeniable, his importance to this basketball team. But it's also undeniable that his own actions hurt this basketball team this season and, heck, last season. So how much do you give and take with that? Is he worth the squeeze now moving forward when he's got $77 million owed to him over the next 3 years? Because, again, he did impact winning. They're a lot better when he's in the lineup. Their best record in the West when he got back from the suspension. Their defense did get better with TJD. But is that a step? Do you need to move off of him because of all the other things? Is now the time to do that? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
About a year ago, I remember going down the rabbit hole on a Bobby Marks article on The Athletic about the new CBA and how it would affect certain teams and the Warriors in particular. And there was this big conundrum, like Draymond can opt out and become a free agent, and you could lose him for nothing, or you could retain him and then maybe deal him down the line. And just seeing the ramifications of bringing him back, if you just projected out one more year, and at the time we thought Jordan Poole was going to be on the team, you could see they were going to get into this crunch financially where a lot of their assets and draft capital would be stuck in carbonite, frozen, if they brought back Clay at a certain price point that went over that second apron. I personally believe the thing that locked them into the toughest, just the toughest financial was bringing Draymond back, because it puts you right up against it. So now you're losing the CP3 deal for nothing. You're resigned to that. You're not getting anything basically for him for the most part, unless they want to go into that second apron, which I have a hard time feeling it. And you're asking, what does he bring? I've been saying I think it's more bad than good. And I know that people can point to winning. I think he creates a lot of schematic problems on the offensive and defensive end based on whether he's a 4 or a 5. I think he brings a lot of chemistry issues. I just think there's just so much. And then there's this hierarchy, and there's just a lot. And I would have moved off. And I know he's not going to like hearing this or whatever, but I really don't care. I've been a Warrior fan my whole life. I'll be a Warrior fan before him, during his tenure. I'm appreciative. I'm grateful for the things that he's done in a Warrior uniform. But I was ready to turn the page. And it's no disrespect to him. It's just I'm ready to see what else we've got. And I think that he seminally represents more than just the player. I think that the hierarchy and the tolerance level for young players around him is just very difficult. There's a tapestry that you have to tap dance, and I'm ready to move on.
I want to talk about the basketball aspect of it, because we know about everything else that has happened with Draymond Green. The basketball aspect of it. When you play two bigs with him, and say it's TJD or it's Kevon Looney, you're essentially playing in the half court with two non-scorers. And when you do that, it really limits your spacing offensively, which hurts Stephen Curry. He's coming off flare screens. You're running a split action. You kind of know, we talk about offenses in NFL, right? They're so predictable. Or hell, we'll keep it basketball. You think about the Houston Rockets with James Harden. They were so predictable because they told you we're either going to shoot threes or try to get layups or get fouled.
Yeah,
you don't even have to guard James Harden from 18 feet out because they will not take a mid-range jumper. They became very, very predictable. The Warriors offensively, with Draymond's running that point, and Sacramento sat on it, man. I think the Sacramento game was a microcosm of what the Lakers do and what other teams do. They sag off of Draymond Green and dare him to shoot. And he mentioned it after the Lakers game, with his hips. And Bully had a great breakdown on Warriors pregame live. And it was the mentals with Draymond Green. If he could mentally just say, you know what, I'm going to shoot 8 threes a game. And if I make 4, that's 50%. Well, if I make 3, that's not a bad percentage either. He's got to get more aggressive offensively, and he's got to try to make defenses guard him. Maybe defenses are going to say, we're going to live with Draymond Green beating us. Maybe that's just the way they're going to do it. They're going to give him the Tony Allen treatment. But I think offensively, when he's not aggressive, it hurts this offense. When he's so much more aggressive, it takes this offense to another level. But can he be consistently good offensively? Then you got the back worries. The back injury is a thing with Draymond Green for banging all those centers, banging with all those centers all over the years. The wear and tear of playing multiple playoff games and playing into June. And you got the back injury. Now you need a center who can roll behind you. And you got to play center field. I think offensively they need some tweaks, because as much as it's difficult to play with Steph Curry, and he's such a unique player, and Klay Thompson, you want to add him in there, it's unique to have Draymond Green within the half-court offense because you have to play a certain way. You're basically playing 4-on-5, because they're not going to respect his drives. They're not going to respect his floaters. Sacramento took away the lob threats against Draymond Green in that game Tuesday night, and when he didn't have the lob threat, he missed a couple threes, he stopped shooting. You need him to be aggressive offensively. So from a basketball standpoint, you got to do things. You got to do things differently with Draymond Green in the half court. So that's always been a sticking point with me. Can he evolve in the offense? As Warrior fans want the offense to evolve, and they want to modernize the offense around Stephen Curry. Well, can you do that with Draymond in the half court? I don't know. I don't know if you can.
I mean, for a guy that handles the ball as much as he does at the top of the key, his assist to turnover ratio has never been great. No one ever wants to bring that up. And the redundancy of what they do offensively with him with the ball in his hands. I mean, how many still photos do you need to see? You don't have to be an X's and O's genius to see how many times, like De'Aaron Fox, for example, is sagged off him, And then the second he gets the ball, they come up trying to take away those handoffs that are going, or those little shovel passes to Steph Curry. And now you're bringing a second and third defender closer to a guy that's actually going to take a shot. Yeah, it's not good in terms of the offensive production. And then defensively, look, he's a really good player defensively. Like in a vacuum, he's really good. But your point about the 4 versus 5, it's one that's really well taken, and I don't think we talk enough about it. They need a traditional big to play alongside him to sustain throughout the regular season.
That destroyed them in the Lakers series. We're going to play the Steve Kerr answer on Draymond Green at 8 o'clock because it's 5 minutes long.
Table. I'm just weighing pros and cons. The other aspect is like, this is a buddy-buddy league, right? And if you want to buddy up with somebody, I mean, how many guys are lining up? Like, I'm talking about the top tier guys that have options. They can go wherever they want. How many of those guys want to play with him?
I don't know. You have to ask them. I don't know. I do not know, but there's a lot there with Draymond Green. There's a lot there. The team knows it. Wait till you hear Steve Kerr's answer. But I know there's some people in the chat. I don't know what makes them think I want to bring the big 3 back. I've said this from the day since yesterday. I think changes need to be made. This ain't my first rodeo, buddy. I saw Jerry Rice move on to the Raiders. I saw Ronnie Lott move on to the Jets. Will Clark move on to the Texas Rangers. Matt Williams, one of my favorite Giants all time, played for 3 other teams after he left the Giants. Things happen. So what I want is to be working during the playoffs. I want to be working Warrior games during the playoffs. This is weird. They missed the playoffs 3 times in the last 5 years now.
If you had to put $1,000 on it, actually, yeah, let's just say $1,000. What's the quickest path to contention? Trying to Band-Aid and pray for a miracle trade and just keep some semblance of what they have going now, or bottoming out a little and risk alienating Steph Curry long term.
If you get a big star, right? Depending on how you get the big star, you can win with Steph and Dre. You can win with them. You can. They show they can impact winning. Now, Curry did struggle down the stretch, but that was partly due to all the lineups around him or whatnot. And the efficiency numbers from the post-All-Star break was not good for Steph. And the spacing for Steph. The one thing that needs to happen, he needs help, Stephen Curry. He's going to get blitzed over and over and over. He's seeing Trey Murphy. 100%. He's seeing Herb Jones. He's seeing Keegan Murray. He is now seeing 6'7", 6'8" defenders all day long.
The height of those guys.
Yeah, it's just too much for Steph. He's 36 years old. So he's not getting
Draymond's smaller than all those guys.
And here's the thing with Steph, and you can notice it this year, even though he's still playing at a high level, gaining that separation on the 3-point shot. He struggles with that now. Yeah. He struggled with that this season, which is why he was missing all those long threes this year. Gaining that separation and blowing by people off the dribble, it's tougher for Steph at this age, at the stage of his career. Let's go to Brian in San Jose. Brian, what's happening?
What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? Good morning.
What's up?
Good.
Good morning. How you doing? A lot of things that you guys are saying are things that I've been thinking. Not even just this week, over the past 3 months, right? You know what happens with great teams once they reach that epitome of winning multiple championships? The organization has to break them up. Like, after they win so many championships, think about it. We won 4. How many did we go to?
6.
We won 4. We went to 6. Kerr wants to keep focus on his main guys who won him the trophies. This stunts the growth of the youth. We went to 6. We won. Did we go to 7? Sometimes I get confused.
No, we lost 2016. They lost 2016. They lost 2019.
Okay, for 6. So we went to 6.
Yeah.
Won 4. And now we're struggling. Like, the league gets better. Like, everybody else gets better. They're drafting people. They're growing people. Clay's been through injuries. Draymond, he's Draymond. We love him, but it's okay to let him go. Wiggins got to go. We gotta let the youth start a new team. The Kerr don't even want to play.
So
the youth ahead of.
So Brian, let me ask you this then. How patient are you going to be through a rebuild? Because that's some things we say we want to rebuild.
You're right.
We want to rebuild. We want to rebuild. Then we get into rebuild and we start losing our minds because you're rebuilding and you're not winning games. So how long are you willing to be patient?
Well, we're going to lose games anyway because the league is better than us now.
Well, that's kind of, the way he said it right there is kind of how I'm feeling. Like, oh, you won more games this year than last year. Yeah, but you still felt really far away. And then I look at the teams at the top, which you've been talking a lot about. And OKC is a dramatic version of this, but like them bottoming out. I mean, they did it on steroids, and I don't think that would be accepted here. Right. The way they did it, which is very unique. Okay, that's the outlier. But I look at like the way Dallas kind of bottomed out for a year and a half and then retinkered their team. They did a really good job, and they took a depreciated player.
Well, really just 1 year because they went to the Western Conference Finals and they didn't make the playoffs last year. Point. And then they traded for Kyrie at the deadline. It was like, all right, we got a shot next year. We'll let this ride out. But
the difference was, I think Luka's better and younger than where Steph. Like Luka's better 2 years later, and he's younger than where Steph is currently, and so Steph's not going to be better 2 years from now, and Steph might want out. And that is the risk that I know no one wants to hear. I know you don't want to hear it, and it sucks, and it's a minority opinion, but it might be their quickest path to being good again is bottoming out a little and being legitimately good.
Well, if you're going to bottom out, you got to bottom out. You can't half-step bottoming out. You're either going to commit to a rebuild.
I mean more financially.
I know. I hear you. But if you're going to rebuild and you're going to financially bottom out, then you got to do it. You got to commit to it 100%.
No, I agree.
You can't half-step it.
Look at the Giants. I'll say this. Like you said, like, people say they want to rebuild. You know what has frustrated me more when I'm watching the Giants? They didn't rebuild. They never really tore it down to the studs, and they found nobility in trying to compete and be 500. And that's why they have the 19th best farm system currently in baseball. And it kind of frustrates me.
So we're in the middle of a rebuild. I remember what it was like with the Niners. Nobody was coming to those games during the Chip Kelly days. And that was just 2 years. 2 years of struggles. Think about that. They bottomed out, and folks stopped coming. So Harbaugh leaves 2014. They go 8-8 that year. Tom Sula coaches. They win 5 games. But the next year with Chip Kelly, fans just stopped coming. I think you could have got $20 tickets.
The way it went down.
The way it went down was nasty.
Yeah, and
it was nasty.
There was also like the Kaepernick situation.
No, it was nasty.
The retirements. It was nasty. It was a unique, but I agree with you.
But just think how quickly that happened.
I bought season tickets that 2018 year. No one wanted season tickets. The very next year, the prices all jumped up.
Let's go to... Oh, we got shameless shout-outs coming up? You know what? Do we want to push shameless shout-outs back?
I've got a special shout-out for
let's push it back. Let's get these calls about to go to
James
State Warriors.
Hit a triple last night, his best at-bat ever.
We don't know who that is. Who's James Velasquez?
Well, he's a diehard roaster, James V.
Okay, well, who is he? What does
he's
he
one
do?
of the kids on the team.
Okay, he's a roaster. Okay, he's on the team.
He listens every single day. He's in the YouTube chat.
So he's a listener.
He wanted me to tell you that he had a great game last night.
Why do you want to tell me that?
Because he wanted to be shout out so he could screen clip this and send it to all his buddies at school.
No, he wanted to tell you that. He wanted you to. He doesn't care about me. I don't even know who James is. James, good job. Anthony Cocker, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Top of the morning, boys.
Top of the morning, man. What up, man? What's going on, man?
What's up? Man, just got a little impromptu off day, so I'm just doing a little Instacarting right now. But I wanted to jump in here. So I got a couple of things. One, I do agree that it's probably time to shake things up. Offensively, as far as our philosophy, unless we're going to just unless we're going to get more shooters, we have to really think about how we want this offense to be right now, because at the moment, the only other shooter we have is Clay, but people want to get rid of him. And I agree with you, Bonte, that it actually might be time for him to just have a new change of scenery, because there's so much there, and he wears it when he's not able to be productive. And I do think that wears on the team sometime, even though I personally believe he's been a better teammate than one Draymond. Nevertheless, I think sometimes Clay's energy can affect the team negatively. But I also want to say this, guys. We have to commit to developing some youngsters. I feel like over these last couple of seasons, we just had this carousel of youngsters, and we haven't really actually decided, you know what, we're going to stay pat with the youngsters we have. Some people want to trade Jonathan Kuminga, some people want to trade Moses Moody, and even Pods maybe, and we're trying to staple youngsters together with expiring contracts. And I think one of the things we really need to do is we got to let these guys like develop into what kind of players they're going to be, because maybe we're not good next year and the year after that, but, you know, maybe in the next 3 years, you know, these guys will really be some quality players, because you look at somebody like Moses Moody, he's always ready.
Yep.
He's always ready to contribute. And I think that's something you can't really you can't like get that, you know, like everybody doesn't have the mindset to be like, you know what, I'm not playing tonight. I'm not playing, you know, I haven't played this week, but when my number is called, I'm ready to go. And I feel like that's something that you really can't quantify, like having somebody on the bench that's reliable. He's not pouting. He's not sulking. So I really think that they need to tap into really developing the youngsters, because they're going to be the ones that can help extend what's left of the big three. And I think as far as like the big three, as much as I understand what everybody's saying, I think the Dubs, they're not breaking them up. I feel like as long as Steve Kerr's the coach and they already extended Draymond and they already extended Steph, I feel like Klay is just the next domino to fall. Like, he's not going anywhere. As much as I hear both sides, I just feel like it is what it is, and we're going to ride off with the big three. So let's try to develop what we have instead of trying to go out there and get a big splashy name for one season, and then they leave.
Good point. Good call, Anthony. It's a good call. No, wow, this is just thinking about the Niners and thinking about what's going on with the Warriors here. Just in the offseason, because you brought up Brandon Aiyuk, and the draft is next week, and we're going to be getting into the draft. I can't wait for that. And what they do, because they have decisions to make with Brock Purdy's money coming up. Bringing Klay back. Boy, I can't, oh gosh, if that happens. And the first game, he goes 3 for 18. The first day, he could have 5 straight good games, and it won't even matter because nobody will call in and give him his props for whatever reason. And then he has that 3 for 18 game.
Well, why do you think there's been such a pivot on Klay Thompson?
I don't know. It kind of drives me insane. Because as fans, I hear the argument of, we just want these guys to be human. We have to live in the real world and yada, yada, yada. And so, more so than any athlete I've seen in the last 5 years, Klay Thompson showed us how human he is. So that's endearing to me. When an athlete like that showing that he cares and he's playing minutes. And look, I know he's not the best player. He's not the same guy. That's obvious. If you thought he was going to be the same guy coming back from those 2 leg injuries, then you were fooling yourself. Like, his first month of the season, I was just hoping he landed on the court and didn't snap anything. We were all petrified whenever he jumped up for a dunk. But I don't know why there's a big pivot, because he thought he could be the same player, and damn it, he's an athlete. He's a competitor. Of course he wanted to be the same player. He's trying to get it back. Wasn't there. He saw Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant didn't lose much off that Achilles tendon. Kevin Durant was even better, it felt like.
But KD started at a higher point in terms of what he was.
He did, but he came back from that Achilles injury and boom. It was like he didn't even suffer the injury.
But also his game, you know, again, pre-Klay was what made the dynamic so amazing between him and Curry was that
he could defend.
I'm defending the number one perimeter player every single night, no matter what. I'm the Wolverine. I'm going to stay in front of him. And it gave them such a diversity. And at 6'7", he was going up against, 9 times out of 10, a smaller guy, and he just suffocate that guy. Yeah. And he would stay with him, and his lateral quickness was unbelievable.
That's what I'm saying. He lost that.
I know.
He lost that.
And that was a big part.
That was a big part of his game. Offense. But like the vitriol that he gets, dude, he lost it. And it's all understandable how he lost that effectiveness defensively. Think about how tough that was. He set the trend of 6'7" guys guarding point guards and just shutting them down.
I know.
Just shutting them down.
But you think is it body language? Is it missed shots?
It's sometimes body language.
He's the microcosm of just frustration? Like, what is it?
Shasky, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. So I feel like sometimes I'm just fighting for Klay Thompson because I'm like, guys, I thought we were fans of the Warriors and this is one of our guys.
But I think where I get I feel empathy on his behalf. It does feel like his main way of contributing now is putting the ball through the hoop, like shooting it long distance.
No doubt.
So when he doesn't do that, then we pile on.
Right.
And I don't think that's fair either.
Right. And look, he tried to adjust his game. He gave up the ball. He sacrificed shots. He had multiple meetings with them. But it's just like, man, like I'm thinking about the first 4 months of this past season. It was Klay. He stinks, Klay, blah, blah, blah. And Wiggins is out here averaging 12.5 points a game, shooting 20 plus from the 3-point line. And he's just kind of flying under the radar. Well, and then not only that,
who he is.
Draymond's not available due to the suspension, and we're still riding. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. But I do agree, Klay's not the same. He's not the same guy. And that's a big reason on why the Warriors are not playing today. No because doubt. He's not the same guy.
But he's not the only one. But again, I sound like a broken record. I keep going back to the money. So, like, if he wants $30 million a year, there's really, of the top guys in the league getting paid that amount of money, it's Chris Paul and Gordon Hayward are two of the only guys coming off the bench.
Let me say this, though.
At that much.
Do we even know if he wants $30 million a year?
I'm just going.
Yeah, because that's a report. Maybe he just wanted more years. What if he just wanted 4 years like Dre and Wiggins and not the 2 years and said, look, $24 million a year is good, but what about 3 to 4 years?
Monte, the least amount of the AAV that they can get helps them out tremendously.
No doubt.
So that does matter.
It does matter.
It matters a lot.
But I'm saying, if you're Klay Thompson and you're saying, boy, he got the $24 million a year with the 2 years, $48 million, because you just brought up that he wanted $30 million a year. We don't even know that. What if he just wanted 4 years on a deal?
So let's say he wants 4 years for $18 million. That's significantly more beneficial to the Warriors than a 2-year, $60 million deal. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying they only offered him the 2. Maybe he felt disrespected with the 2 years instead of the 4 years and the 3 years. He's looking at Wiggins and Draymond.
Right.
No, it's not even about being right or wrong.
But I'm saying, like in terms of the amount of years, and all, you're probably right. But like, I also understand, like, dog, you're a year older than Draymond, and I don't know. I thought the Draymond 4-year extension was too many.
Right.
So like,
I look at the last 2 years. Who had better seasons, Klay or Wiggins?
This year was Klay by far. The year before, Wiggins started off better. I guess Klay's body of work was better. 2 months of the season. Yeah. I guess Klay's body of work was better.
Klay did lead the league at threes, right? Made threes. He shot 41%. Nobody, for some reason, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's go to, we got an injury report. All right, we'll get to the lines in a second. Wow, we got to get shameless shout out somehow, some way. We get to all the calls coming up on the other side injury report. All right, Pelicans, they're going to have to get into the playoffs without Zion Williamson tonight. Ooh, that's a huge loss. And Brandon Ingram's banged up. The Pels announced that Zion will miss tonight's play-in final against the Kings due to a hamstring strain. Just tough. Zion was playing so well, playing some really good basketball. He's going to be out against the Sacramento Kings. Even if the Pels win, Zion is expected to be out at least 2 weeks and possibly more. Tough break for the New Orleans Pelicans, and one has to wonder if this is a sign that Zion will be better off playing for the Golden State Warriors and Dr. Rick Celebrity. Come on, love me. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So it's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. VAR, Tolo, Rich, BPA, Big Smooth. Gonna get to you all on the other side. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're going to get to all the lines here in just a second. Big Smooth, Artolo, Rich. We're going to get to everybody as we talk about the Warriors offseason here.
Bonte,
what's up?
I got a text.
Uh-oh.
James Velasquez, who hit a triple last night at Kimball Park, says he does care about you.
Oh, man.
He taps in every day.
Hey,
He's on his way to school. I wanted him to call into the warm line.
What school?
I don't know what school he goes to.
Shout out to James. Triple at Kimball Park's not easy.
Yeah.
You guys were in the hood yesterday.
Dude, what are you talking about? It was super nice. It was
I'm
great.
saying Kimball Park's in the middle of Fillmore. You know, you walk across
believe
the
me, I'm well aware, but it's a turf field that's busy all day.
I know the field is great, but I'm saying you're still
20
in the
years
hood.
ago, I was actually talking with a dad. I was like, 20 years ago, you would not see this many people and families hanging out at the park. But
trust me, I know.
They've done a great job there. We played Cathedral, and
nice.
a guy who's going to join us at some point, his son was on the other team.
How'd his son do?
Dave Fleming. His son did really well. His son's a good player. He's a great third baseman.
Wow.
A couple big hits. We ended up in classic fashion.
Wow.
We tied. We ran out of time. The sun was coming down, and it was very cold and windy, and we wanted to get out of there. Well, the umpires wanted to get out of there.
Okay.
Shout out Cathedral.
Shout out to James Velasquez getting the triple there. I appreciate that. That's pretty cool, man.
I was very happy
James?
for him.
How old is James?
James probably 12 or 13.
12 years old? Wow, 12 years old.
Yeah.
Triple? He's got speed?
He's been with us for a couple of years.
Was he at the practice I was at?
Yeah, he's got long hair. It's like
Big Game. Yeah. Big James. Yeah. I like James.
He's
man.
got a closer's mentality.
Yeah, no, I like James.
He wears Jordans, the Concord Jordans, every single day at practice.
No, that's really cool.
He's your kind of player.
No, he is my kind of player. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. James Velasquez, man, triple, man. I never hit a triple. If you are going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. It's a late flush. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line. Let's do this. Shameless shout outs 8:45 today. Shameless shout outs 8:45. Did that work for you, Lubman?
Yeah, because there's a guy in the 408, Carlos, who wants us to shout out his birthday.
I need to shout out my little brother too, Briody Hill. It's his birthday today as well.
Oh, happy birthday.
He's working with our boy Dwayne Dibbs. He's now a BART operator.
No way.
He's been with BART. Yeah, he went through the training with BART.
Cool.
He's working with BART, formerly of AC Transit. So I'm proud of Mook Dog. Mook, call him Mook too.
Oh,
not Javon Kinlaw, but
I was going to say, does the Instagram have a squirrel in it?
No, it doesn't. Mook Dog, congrats getting the contract with the New York Jets. Real quick, you asked me, because I do want to get to the Draymond sound.
Yeah.
You asked me, when did it flip on Klay Thompson in terms of, like, not going to say the hatred, but like the harsh criticism of Klay Thompson.
The zero tolerance.
You know when it started?
Huh.
The championship season, when he came back.
Really?
Because the Warriors were playing so well. And he came back, and he wasn't clicking all cylinders when he came back. Remember, he missed over 2 years of basketball. Jordan Poole was rolling. And we're all having pool parties. And there was a segment of fans. I remember we were getting into it. Poole should start. And the fact that Klay came back and started, and Poole went back to the bench despite playing well, I think a lot of fans are like, look, man, we love Klay, but Poole's the future. Poole's this, Poole's that. And I think that was the start of it. Now, Klay played well. He played well down the stretch. But I remember having conversations with you specifically about Jordan Poole. And we had this conversation. I said, you know, if Steve Kerr would have just came out, because Anthony Slater asked the question, you know, when Klay comes back, is he going to start?
Yeah.
And Steve Kerr said, no question, he's starting. Now, if Steve Kerr said, hey, we're going to play it by ear, we're going to see, we're going to fill it out, we're going to bring, well, how can you bring Klay off the bench? I get it. It may damage his confidence. Who knows? Who the hell knows what would happen? But that was, to me, the start of it. I could be wrong there, but I vividly remember when Jordan Poole was rolling and we were having a conversation. I remember you sent the text like, all right, so we know Poole and Curry are closing. Who else? It's like, wait, you don't think Klay Thompson's going to be part of the... Remember we had Bob Myers on and he laughed about it. He laughed about it. He's like, Bonte, don't be so harsh on him. But yeah, Klay's going to be in the Final Five. But I felt like that was the start of it. Was when Jordan Poole was rolling and the Warriors were rolling and Klay came back and there were some hairy moments in the second half of the season, although Draymond was out with the back injury and Steph Curry with the calf that he suffered against the Boston Celtics. That to me was maybe the start of it, to answer that question, because I was thinking about it during the break. I was like, oh, when Jordan Poole started, because I remember it.
Yeah.
People were like, JP's rolling. Why are you bringing him to the bench?
Yeah, I feel like it's been a slow drumbeat for a while. And I can't pinpoint a specific thing, but when they were on the road and the shot selection, this is last year, the shot selection was just all over the place. And then you could just see the body language frustration from him, which felt very new because obviously the guy hasn't struggled much in his career. And I'm watching the body language, and I feel like we've been, as a fan base, hyper focused on the body language of Klay Thompson more recently. But I thought it started maybe then. But you know, bringing that up, I hadn't thought of that.
Remember that though?
You're right.
Remember that though? We were having discussions about Poole starting. And then he went to the bench, but he played well. I thought Poole played well in his first ever postseason. He averaged over 17. And yeah, he had some struggles, but it was his first ever postseason. And he had some dynamic games. We all forget Memphis game 1 when Draymond got ejected. Jordan Poole dropped 31 in that game.
Yeah, I always had this template of what I thought Klay Thompson was, and he's matured a lot. He's changed. I mean, to go from 23 to 33, you're going to change a lot. I did. From 33 to 43, I'm about to change a lot, you know? And so I thought he was more aloof and didn't care and just didn't, like, above all the fray. And now it's like, nah, he really, really, really cares.
He does care.
And lives and dies with each shot. You could feel the emotion weighing on him at times. And I think he's really hard on himself. I mean, there's a lot of guys that I know that younger, that I coach that are really too hard. I tell them, like, you're too hard on yourself. You have to accept the failures. They're going to happen. The amount of times I tell a kid, Willie Mays batted .302 career lifetime, and you think you should be on base 10 out of 10 times? Like, that's not reality. And I feel like there's times where Klay Thompson really feels like every shot he puts up should go in, and he's too hard on himself. And I think it wears on him.
No, it does. And you know what? I get it. I do get it. But Klay, it's going to be a topic of conversation. What happens with him? Let's get to the lines real quick before we play the Steve Kerr sound on Draymond Green. Because I was just thinking, when did it start? Because Klay was so lovable. Then all of a sudden he comes back from injury, and all of a sudden we're nitpicking every little thing that he does. Var from San Diego. Var, what's happening?
How y'all doing, gentlemen?
What's up, Var?
I actually was supposed to be in New Orleans today for this Warriors game, hypothetically. Today's my 21st, that I had everything lined up.
Oh, happy birthday.
Getting ready to pull up. Thank you. But I was just listening to you guys' conversation about Draymond Green and Klay. And my thing about those two is, I think the main goal of this franchise is to maximize the abilities of Steph Curry. I don't think this franchise has had a player like Steph. I don't think there will be another one to come after Steph to give us the production that he has given us. So as long as he is wearing the number 30 with the Golden State logo on his chest, I think the Warriors should maximize everything that he has. And also, I mean, we all love Klay and Dre, but the inconsistencies that those two have given us is very, very telling. But coming with that, I think Klay's skills are more replaceable than Draymond's. And we can find someone in the open market that can give us shooting, not as good as Klay's in his prime, but he can also defend the best player. I think part of the reason why Klay has struggled is in his prime, in his physical prime, he could shoot with the best of them, and he can also defend the best players. And I don't think he can do that anymore. So I just think that keeping Klay isn't the right option for this franchise, and also going on a full-blown rebuild isn't also the best either.
All right, good take. Let's get to Tolo from Columbus, Ohio, real quick. Then we'll get to Rich from Hayward, Big Smooth. We're gonna get to everybody, and we'll play this curse out after Rich from Hayward. Tolo from Columbus, Ohio. What's happening?
I'm great, boss. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. So I just got a couple of things that I want to talk about. I just feel like we've been on a decline ever since Joe Lacob came out and said that we're light years ahead, right? From that point on, it seems like it's been a steady.
I think they've won like 2 or 3 championships since he said that.
I was just gonna say that. I think they've won 3 since then.
Yeah.
I know, but it's just that there's something about being pompous, and I honestly, guys, at this point, it's very tough for me to watch this team. It's really sad. Like, matter of fact, I stopped watching. It's just so sad. Okay, a couple of things, right? Wiggins, I believe that Wiggins is better than we're giving him credit for. Okay, when Wiggins came to our team, Steph Curry was better, Clay was better, Draymond was better, the whole team was better. From that point on, everybody has declined. But for some reason, we're putting everything on Wiggins. Now, I don't think that's fair. Okay, now Kerr. Steve Kerr has been horrible. His coaching, his rotation.
I gotta flush you, Cholo. I love you. I want to come to Columbus one day, go to the Horseshoe, watch Michigan, Ohio State. I do want to get to Columbus. I want to go to the Horseshoe. That's on my bucket list. But I gotta flush it, man. Steve Kerr's been horrible. You said Joe Lacob ever since he said the light years comment. They won 3 championships since then.
It was 2016. He said that.
Yeah, they won 3 championships since then.
I believe to the New York Times.
Yeah, and it may have been before they signed Kevin Durant or after. Because if they signed him after, then it's really valid. Yeah, we are light years ahead of everybody.
I think he said it right before.
And they signed Kevin Durant. By the way, that flush was brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you don't bring it, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. All right. You ready to chill for 5 minutes? Should we take one more? Let's take Richard. We got Richard Hayward, and then we'll play the Steve Kerr set. I know I've been teasing it. We're going to get to it. Let's get to Richard Hayward. Rich.
Hey guys. Hey, I love the show. I think the Warriors, we're going to make a comeback next year. I believe in the 4 guys, that TJD, Pods, Kuminga, and I think Moody. I think they're going to have a big jump next year. And, and if they bring back Clay, great. I don't think he'll be at the 43. I think he'll probably be at 25, 26. But that's my take on it. I think that Kerr did a better job this year managing the young people and how he got Clay to come off the bench. I didn't expect that. So, but they kind of fit and they play together pretty well, especially TJD and Pods with Clay. Yeah, and that's the main thing I had to say.
All right, I wonder what the tweaks are for the Warriors if they do bring back the big 3. What are the tweaks? But here's Steve Kerr yesterday, his end of season presser, and I appreciate Steve Kerr. He answered every question. He had a long answer about Moses Moody, what he needs to do to get better. Something we'll touch on. Jonathan Kuminga as well. But here's what Steve Kerr. 5 minutes. Hang tight, everybody. Steve Kerr on Draymond Green.
It's a good question. I mean, I have so much faith in Draymond because I know him so well as a human being. He's flawed. We're all flawed, but he would be the first to tell you he's probably more flawed than the rest of us, right? I mean, he's the one who's had these transgressions, not the other guys. It's been him, and he would be the first to tell you that. But he's one of the most loyal people I've ever met. He's one of the most competitive. He's one of the smartest players I've ever been around. And yet he makes these decisions that hurt the team, that aren't smart. So how do you reconcile all that? It's really difficult. The number one thing I would say is if we decided he wasn't worth it, then we would have moved off of him years ago. But he's worth it, and he's worth it not only because of the banners that are hanging out there, but because he really is a wonderful human being. He is somebody who I love deeply, who I care for, and in some ways I love him because of his flaws, because he's so human. What happened over the last year was it went from maybe him yelling at me and us getting into a tiff, or him getting ejected, or him, running up his technicals or getting a flagrant foul, to, oh, wait a second, it turned violent. He punched Jordan. He grabbed Rudy Gobert by the neck. He flailed it, like that stuff. That is just by basic laws of society, basic norms. Like, you can't do that, right? So at that point, when the league suspended him, it was the best thing to happen to Draymond. His career was on the line, and it is on the line every day. So, as someone who loves Draymond and values him so much, I am going to continue to help him any way that I can. to live his best life, to be the best version of himself, which he really was for the last 2 months. And I'll be really honest, like during the suspension, I was sitting there like, can he actually get a few sessions of therapy and change? I don't think that's possible. But whatever he did over the last 3 months, he was the best version of himself, not just on the court, in the locker room, leading the young guys. His teammates would all tell you how great he was. He had the ejection in Orlando, which became a national story. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just because I understand him so well. I didn't mind the ejection. I mean, yeah, it was bad timing, but if you want to embrace the fact that Draymond is this insane competitor who is just going to play with so much emotion and passion, which makes our team so much better, then you kind of have to accept, all right, he's going to get kicked out a few games a year. That's my approach. The other stuff can't happen. The physical acts, that will cost him his career, not only in the NBA, but beyond the next career. And he knows that. And so that's, Draymond's complex. His relationship with our franchise is complex, but at the core of it is a deep loyalty and passion and love. And we share that with him. And that's really tricky to reconcile. So you almost don't even try to reconcile it. You help him through it, and you make sure he's the best version of himself, and you keep pushing. And then you say something's unforgivable, and then you forgive him for it. I mean, let's be honest. But I think he did cross a line with the stuff that happened early in the season, and he knows it. And his, the rest of his career, he knows the league won't allow him to cross it. We won't let him allow him to cross that line again, because that was different. I think that's my main point. He can yell at me all he wants. He can get ejected. He can get technicals. But that's where it has to stop. And the last 3 months, he was his best self.
That was Steve Kerr yesterday on Draymond Green. And the question was, and yet you forgave him. I mean, are you confident that he's going to be a changed person navigating going forward? I mean, or do you think you could not have him for several games again? Is that just part of the deal? That was the question. Because, look, he missed 27 games this year. 18 was due to the suspension. The Gobert incident, the Nurkic incident. We know what happened last season with the team. Hell, we know what happened up in Sacramento. He got suspended during the playoff series. Hell, first round. Game 2 against Domantas Sabonis, whether you like it or not. He got popped for it. And he went full WWE against the Sacramento Kings fan base in front of Adam Silver and Joe Dumars. But they need Draymond Green. If they want to be serious about contending, they need Draymond Green on the floor. That's Steve on Draymond Green. We're all flawed. He's not lying about that. We're all flawed. Well, boy, the patience with Draymond Green and his fan base, I could see it. I could just feel it wear it thin. I could feel it wear it thin. Hell, some people have already said, enough's enough. Move on. I know how you feel, Shask. I could just tell by the way you're looking at me.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of a recent comp that even comes close. Like Dre Greenlaw would get some pretty bad personal fouls in rough spots, but he never was a guy that broke up the team chemistry in the locker room and was never a guy shouting at other coaches and needed to be managed that much. I'm just asking, if you're running any kind of team, business, whatever, you're exerting a lot of energy on stuff that has nothing to do with playing basketball.
Yeah.
I am exhausted hearing him do the mental gymnastics to explain what I deem to be enabler behavior from a variety of levels, the front office, the coaching staff, and other players. And to me, it's absurd. I mean, honestly, it's just absurd. I feel like because the guy's done a lot of things on the court to help you win in years past, we look past a lot of things that shouldn't be looked past. And everyone has their own compass on what they deem to be too much. I've been tapped out and I'm exhausted. I get, looking the other way. I mean, you said like, oh, he's changed so much, except for that game in Orlando. Dog, every game matters. We can accept a couple of suspensions. You couldn't this year. 2 games was the difference between being in the 10 seed and not. So for the longest time, we've been running this race of tolerance over the talent, meaning I will overlook all of the BS because your talent overweighs all of the negative. I think we're beyond that point. And the scales have tipped in the other way, and I'm over it. I think the jig is up. And I just throw my hands up like, all right, y'all want to keep doing this? Fine. I'm good. And how many more of these things do we need to have happen? I don't know. And I'm kind of like, to keep it fully 100, I'm kind of rolling my eyes at Steph and everybody like, come on, guys. You'd say you just want to win and you just want to play basketball. Did you really want to sign up for all this other stuff? Because I don't, as a fan.
Well, I don't think Steph did. You saw him visibly crying in Orlando.
I know, but I'd like to see them put their foot down.
Yeah, well, the only way you do that is by shifting them out. And I don't know if they're going to do that. Because he does value.
But they're unlikable with that.
But you know what, though? If they're winning, they're likable. If they're winning, we're all on board. You know what? Here's the cold, harsh reality. Despite all that, they won a lot of games with Draymond Green this past year. 60% of the games he played, they won.
But does dignity matter?
No. I'm not saying. I'm presenting the entire argument here and how they're thinking and how they're viewing it. And you can't lie, man. Like, I can't lie. I'm watching the games in and out. We're watching it back and forth. I'm watching it with players. His defense on Zion Williamson, damn. Wow. This guy is still an elite defender. But you do have to play a certain type of brand of basketball with him. Now, the suspensions, that bothers me. And I said this, I've been consistent with this offseason long. I was disappointed because he told us all it was the most important season of his career, and he got suspended twice. And we got Steve Kerr saying what he said yesterday at the end of season presser. This was the most important season of his career. And all those games that he missed. And I'm looking at the standings right now where they're 46-36. And they had the 6th best road record in franchise history since they moved to the Bay Area. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, he was popped for 18 games. You finished 3 games behind the Phoenix Suns for the 6th spot. You finished 4 games behind the Dallas Mavericks in the 5th spot. That's how important Draymond Green is. He's so impactful, he can flip 4 games. And that's why I'm disappointed. You know what I'm saying? And here we are again, going through another offseason saying, what do we do with Draymond Green? It's kind of like the Jimmy Garoppolo offseason. Yeah, and Jimmy's not even half the player Draymond is.
That's what I'm saying.
Draymond's walking into the Hall of Fame. And how many times did we go crazy over, oh, man, another quarterback conversation, another offseason full of quarterback talk. Well, now we're heading into another offseason of what's going to be, who's Draymond Green going to be on the floor next year? Is it going to be available for all 82? Is his back going to hold up?
Think he's not going to get suspended next year?
That's the thing.
Does anyone?
That's the thing, man.
And he's told you defiantly he's not going to change over and over again.
And like he impacts winning, but then, you look, you're 4 games behind the 5 spot. But now you're in the 10th spot, not even participating in the playoffs.
Well, and here's the other, no one wants to have this conversation. He's a one-way player that you're paying $25 million a year for 3 more years on. Exactly. And that's a gross overpay, given where you're at in the luxury tax and everything else. Like, I'm sorry, he just is. There's not many people. Right. Everybody laughs at the Gobert contract. Everybody laughs at the Gobert contract. Well, if you step outside of the Bay Area, a lot of people laugh at the Draymond Green contract.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely.
And no one wants to have that conversation because what people want to say is, you don't win championships without him. Yeah, but I'm not winning championships currently with him. And I don't forecast us winning championships with him at that price point moving forward. And that's the calculation that I'm making if I'm running the team.
No doubt. I hear you. Well said. Well said. All right, Dave Fleming, 920. Dave Fleming, 920.
You were closer to the Rockets than you were one of the contending teams.
But you're also 4 games behind the Mavericks. Like that. Like as much as we want to say, hey, you're closer to the Houston Rockets, you're actually closer to the Mavericks.
But the Rockets finished 5 games.
No. I'm not saying they don't need change.
Did that last
I'm not saying they don't need change, but this is the reality, Shasky.
You were one win away from getting to the Western Conference
Finals. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. They moved off from Poole and, for whatever reason, you win 40. You actually won 2 more games than last year. And you rectified issues on the road. That happened. That happened. So you're actually closer to the Mavericks than you are the Rockets. You actually played all these, but you didn't win these close games.
But when you played the Mavericks, you were outclassed.
You were outclassed 3 out of the 4 games. Got it in 4 games.
I mean, they didn't even play Luka, you lost.
That's why. But they didn't play Wiggins and Kuminga either. It works on both sides. It works on both sides. I get Luka's an MVP.
Might not be here next year.
Like, but you got to. There's context to everything. The Dre deal may turn out to be terrible. And you're right. That's why I have a problem when people say, "Well, Clay should only take 15." You think Clay's going to take 15 with what you just said? What you just said? Draymond's a one-way player. Well, how does Clay feel? He gets buckets. Wiggins, what was he? He's getting 25. And we want Clay to take 15? That's a whole argument. You kind of made my whole argument about Clay. Because Draymond's getting 25. You don't think Clay's like, well, I'm just as important.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
All right, we're taking the calls on the other side. We'll get the caller of the week as well. That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we got shameless shout-outs in. We're going to do it in 15 minutes. We got Call of the Week. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. We got You Don't Know Jack. We got all this stuff coming up here. But we've been about the fans. We've been about you, the listener, as we describe or discuss the Warriors offseason. A lot of sound there. You just heard from Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. A lot going on here. A lot going on here with the Golden State Warriors. What will they do this offseason? Let's get to the Lions, Shasky. Let's get to them. Let's get to Big Smooth in Oakland. He's been on hold the longest. Then we'll get Dave, P. Cooks, and then your favorite, BPA. Big Smooth, what's up, baby?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. So listen, man, I went through the stages of grief to the loss. Time to kind of collect my thoughts here. And I will say this, I think what Steve Kerr said is correct. It's value in letting these guys walk out of the sunset together. They've earned it. If we be honest as fans, they've earned it. But many fans, they don't remember the lean years. And to me, it's kind of interesting that we think we're going to win a chip every year. It's not going to happen. It's not easy to do. So what I would say is bring them back and then trust Joe Lacob. One thing I can say about Joe Lacob, when he promised another banner besides that lone Rick Barry banner, everybody kind of rolled their eyes. When he traded Monte Ellis, everybody was booing. Let's go back to that. I trust Joe Lacob. I think this is a man, what he does for a living, he's got the stones to pull off getting somebody like Paul George in here, getting somebody in here, Lauri Markkanen. We don't. I know we don't think for a moment that he's going to stand pat. And
can I ask you, Big Smooth? I'm going to stop you. You really think, let's say, Dre and Clay and Steph and Lauri Markkanen, that's getting it done?
No.
Well, have Big Smooth. Big Smooth, call back.
Do you?
What? Do I what? Trust Joe Lacob?
No. Do you think, because I've heard that a few times. Go get Lauri Markkanen.
Oh, no, Lauri Markkanen. I think when people say Lauri Markkanen, it's code for I don't really watch basketball.
Why do you say
This past year for Lauri Markkanen, I saw a big who just sat on the three-point line. And when it came down to playing against other bigs, he got dominated. He's a nice player. But is he the difference between the 10 seed and the I don't think so.
4 or 5?
Look, the difference is if Draymond doesn't get suspended, maybe they are a 4 or 5 seed. And maybe we are looking at this thing differently. But we're going to be a year older. And we don't know how these playoffs would have played out. But those are we missed 27 games from one of our key cogs.
I mean, but then you got 77 out of Clay and you got 72 out of Curry.
And
I don't know if you could bank on that.
I don't know that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't make the playoffs. You lose, Draymond for injuries and the suspensions and all that stuff. But you missed 27 games with him. And that could be the difference between being a 10 seed and a 5 seed in the Western Conference. The proof is in the pudding. However, going into next season, if they did make the playoffs, that's more wear and tear. Maybe they don't get past the first round. Who the heck knows? They all believe they can make a run. We don't know. But now you're older with a lot more question marks and you got free agents and it's a tough situation to be in for the Golden State Warriors.
Here's another thing I just don't subscribe to. You got to let them go out on their own terms. What if their own terms are a little unreasonable, whether it be financial or the amount of years? Like, for example, Brandon Crawford, and I look at him as a good example. Brandon Crawford was a great Giant. The Giants probably gave him one contract too many, and it felt like he was at the end. And then he wanted to keep playing, and they understood that if they bring him back, that he's not good enough to be playing all that time, and when they want to turn the page to Marco Luciano at some point, that's going to be its own thing, and it's going to be very difficult to manage. And Luciano's going to be looking over his shoulder. There's always going to be the tug of pull of playing Crawford. Have you even thought about shortstop with the Giants all year?
No.
Not really. Like Nick Ahmed, and Nick Ahmed's been better than what Crawford was last year. It's not saying much, but he has, early on. And I feel like, let's just say hypothetically, Draymond 3 years from now wants another 2-year deal. And he wants $25 million.
Well, Draymond might be closer to retirement. He did say that during the suspension that he was close to retiring. throw down Silver that.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
but I hear that.
Your ask is a little unreasonable. Now, I'm not saying that.
Well, he got the deal. He has 3 years left for $77 million with the player option attached to that.
I don't like it.
So he's got his money. He's got his deal. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Good morning,
Dave.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, I've been listening all week, man. I hear all the talk, and I think it's all kind of a moot point when it comes to like, oh, do they bring back Clay and how much, and Draymond, the core, like, all that's a moot point, because if the goal is to win the championship and go forward with Steph Curry until they find a consistent second scorer, all-star caliber player, all this talk about trying to win is a moot point. You can bring back Clay, you can bring back Iguodala, you can bring back Livingston. It don't matter. You can bring back the whole game. Until you find somebody to help take the load off Steph Curry, none of this will matter, whether you bring back Clay or not. Now, how you do that, I don't know. Do you go forward with Kuminga? Do you give him the keys? I don't know. Do you go make a trade? Like, I get it that's going to be kind of difficult, but I got some names that, Brandon Ingram, Zach LaVine, Bridges, Murray, Towns. Like, I'm not sure I don't know how you get those guys, but until you get somebody, because watching that game on Tuesday, watching Steph Curry get triple team, man, it don't matter if you bring back Clay and Draymond or not, until you find somebody else to help consistently, not 30 points on this week, but then you fall off for a month. With Clay and Wiggins, they're too all inconsistent as the number two. Until you get Steph some help, all this talk is a moot point. Now, if you want to just bring everybody back to make everybody happy and kumbaya, then fine. I don't think that's going to help you win the championship. So what is the goal? If the goal is to win the championship, you got to get like these other teams, Kyrie and Luka, Jokic and Murray, LeBron and AD. KD got his.
Yeah, but they got, you have to give stuff up. When they got Anthony Davis, they gave up Brandon Ingram, the guy that you're trying to acquire.
Ball, Jason Hart.
Right, like it was a huge deal. When Paul George got acquired by the Clippers, they gave up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
And multiple picks.
Right? So like this is the part where like these people don't just fall out of the sky.
No, you got to trade something.
And
you got to
Kyrie Irving was a unique situation where pretty much everyone in the league didn't want him because of all of the baggage attached around him.
I want to play this. Steve Kerr on Kuminga's areas for improvement this summer.
I think what JK is looking at is how can he make himself more versatile to be available in different lineups? Can he be a three? It's a big question. And I don't know the answer to it, but I know that as we continue to help him and he continues to learn how to create spacing and get a shot off a little quicker and be more comfortable catch and shooting, but also making the right reads, because as a three, you handle the ball more. Can he become a better passer? I think he sees the floor pretty well, but his fundamentals in terms of passing have to improve if he's going to play the three.
So that's the situation you're in. You could clear all the guys out, the big three, or you could mix it up and get younger. But is JK ready to be that guy as he tries to work out being the three? I think JK's a player. How good of a player? I don't know. I think he's just scratching the surface. There's a lot of things to build on. The mid-range game, his shot selection, I thought it improved immensely over the season. He improved. I mean, he took that third-year leap. And again, he wasn't taking a lot of threes. I think his passing is underrated. He'll have to work on his handles. He'll have to work on his defensive awareness, but that comes last when you're a young player trying to figure out things in the NBA. That's where reps come in. So, but he is due for an extension. And he could get some big money here. So, do you want to clear the books and pay him? And is he the guy to lead this team into the future? I don't know about that, but I also thought this one, Shasky, because I want your thoughts on Kuminga as well as Moses Moody. Moses Moody, why didn't he play? Here's Steve Kerr on that.
We always look at combinations. I think that's the key thing to remember. Anytime you think, well, so-and-so needs to play more, if you're making that observation, you have to recognize that we make our decisions on combination. The game's about 5 players fitting together. And frankly, there are some combinations that have not fit together, and that limits our ability to play certain guys. And so those are all factors in Moses's development, in his prospects going forward. He's a wonderful young guy, and I'm always pulling for him, and I want him to succeed. And but frankly, he needs more opportunity for sure.
Needs more opportunity. What do you think about those two cuts about the youngsters here? Because a lot of people want to see more of Moody and, of course, J.K., who J.K. saw 30 minutes a game from that point when they lost that Denver game and gave up 25-4 run and lose it.
I hear him on the combinations. I don't know if I subscribe to it. Like, GP2 is out there with some goofball combinations at times. Pod's out there with some wild combinations that I know somebody came up with that I think are crazy and clearly weren't working. So, I don't know, man.
What do you subscribe to? Because I feel like, and it's okay, because you're a fan. You've been rooting for the Warriors your entire life. But what do you subscribe to when it comes to this organization right now?
I think there's way too much emotion, and there's too much resume, and too much feelings, and too much ego, and too much money. And I just think that they need to kind of hollow this thing out a little in terms of starting fresh.
So you want to bottom out with everything?
Nah, I don't know about everything, but I certainly need to have some more financial flexibility. I just don't think people understand
Financial flexibility, number one.
And then have all your draft picks moving forward.
Okay.
Because, like, here's a great example. You didn't win anything this year, and you don't have a first-round draft pick.
You don't have a first-round pick.
Okay.
But now, it's not the worst thing in the world because apparently this draft is one of the worst in NBA history. But I'm just saying. Seriously, nobody wants to be part of this draft. But I hear you.
You know, I mean, like they built the dynasty on draft picks, so I want to see them have some draft picks, right?
No doubt. They just had draft picks. Moody,
Kuminga, but because of money
Poole,
and status
Wiseman,
and resume
Wiseman.
and a variety of reasons and runway, they didn't like. I look at GP2 as
they tried to reboot it with the draft picks with Wiseman and Poole and Moody and Kuminga.
You didn't play him. So, like, I look at GP2 and I keep coming back to him. Like, all the guys like GP2. You know, the coach loves him. They trust him. Like, in the grand scheme of where the Warriors want to go, I'm talking about big picture. Like, GP2 is a nice role player, but he kind of stymied some of the young players' development, and then he stymies combinations as we go the combinations route of Steve Kerr of, like, who you could play alongside of him. And I find him to be a very redundant part. And he is a microcosm of how they've built the roster. Kevon Looney. I like Kevon Looney. I think Kevon Looney's a winning player for a variety of reasons in a reduced role, you know? But, like, they thought higher of Kevon Looney in the pecking order of how to build a team than I did. And I think because of how top heavy they were with finances, Kevon Looney became a very important player.
And you know what? He played, but he played well. Looney did play well.
This year was not good. Is a big part of
this year's not good.
The changing of the guard.
But they pivoted. And went to TJD.
They did.
And they found something.
But he had less status than some of these other guys.
No doubt, he did.
Status means a lot.
But no, Looney in that locker room gets a lot of respect. Don't underestimate his status with this locker room. Do not do that.
Yeah, but his ego, unlike some of the others, he kind of
But he commands the respect, though.
No, I'm
so
not
him not playing and the veterans not seeing him play, they go to bat for Looney. So I don't want to underestimate that. Looney's a key cog in that locker room. He is a key cog. He is that dude. Those youngsters go to him. Jordan Poole went to him all the time. You got the Milwaukee connection with Brandon Pajewski. Don't underestimate Looney's status in that locker room. He's a very important player. So for him to step aside for TJ, it wasn't easy for him. He was racking up DMPs after DMPs after DMPs, and he got dusted off late in the season. Hey, can you defend? And he played well into the season. So, but I do want to see Looney play better. But I don't know, man, what you do here. I don't know what you do.
I just go like this. Like, if you want to play young players, okay, you can have one or two in your rotation, clearly, right? And then you can see if that guy works so that you know what he becomes. It's year 3. We're at the end of year 3 on Kuminga and Moody.
Yeah.
And the coach doesn't know if the Kuminga could be a 3?
Well, he said he needs to improve because of the shooting. He needs to improve. That's what the coach said. And you know what? And you know what, though? But you know what, though? What I'm not going to do, because Steve Kerr brought up the passing and Moody and the ball sticking or whatnot, we could watch the game twice over. These guys are watching possessions 100 times over.
Okay.
Single possessions. So they know a little more from whether it's shoot around or playing, watching film, and what they want. Maybe there is some truth to that with Steve Kerr. He's one of the top 15 coaches in NBA history. But like as much as we love Moody and stuff like that, and then what's going to happen if he has a couple bad games?
There are no perfect players.
There are no perfect players. I know.
All guys have strengths and weaknesses. Like Steph Curry's.
I wish you would say that about Clay. It feels like Clay has to be a perfect player, but everybody else. Back to Clay, but because when you say this stuff, you say, "Well, Clay only does this and does that." Well, all these players are special team players in.
The conversation I'm saying, like, if we're going to talk about Kuminga's passing, like, the best player in franchise history throws some of the worst passes I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean? And I love the guy, but he offsets it with some of the other amazing things that he does. Kuminga does need to work on certain things, but he does offset it with other things that he's bringing to the table. Klay Thompson can't move laterally. He can offset that by shooting. You know what I mean? Like, so I keep coming back to, like, I feel like there are times where there are two different teams. There's the minted guys who can do no wrong, and then there's these young guys who have to jump all of these hurdles to eclipse certain thresholds of playing time.
But Kuminga did get through those hurdles. Kuminga saw 30 minutes a game from January 5th on. He saw 30 minutes a game, and before that, he was seeing about 20. Now, he was out of the rotation against the Portland Trailblazers, and they were down 9, and you know what? Steve Kerr went to him. But Kuminga does need some work. He's got to get better at passing. He's got to get better at slowing down. He was playing too fast early in that Sacramento game. He's got to get better as a team defender. Hell, when he's off the ball defending, he's got to get better there because at times he loses his man. He's got to get better. He does. But Kuminga did see 30 minutes a game since January 5th, and he started a lot of games. Now, we all look at the end of the season and what happened post-tendinitis, but you told me you got to start TJD with Draymond Green. That lineup's working. Kuminga's got to come back. We started taking calls on trading Kuminga. And I was like, why are we talking about trading Kuminga?
But again,
what the hell are we doing around here?
But we also had which you and I discussed.
It's just so many mental gymnastics
Wiggins,
when it comes to this team. It kind of drives me crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's where
There's so many mental gymnastics when it comes to JK. Now, Moody's a different story because Moody didn't get the minutes JK did. And that's the conversation. Who is Moses Moody? What is Moses Moody? Do you just give him 30 minutes a game next season without knowing who he is? After hearing Steve Kerr say all that? I don't know. Let's go to Pete Cooks in the city. Pete Cooks, what's happening, man?
How you doing, Bonte? I love y'all show.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you, man. I used to see you at my brother and sister games, Antonio and Tanisha.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Big Cooks. Hey, Pete Cooks. Antonio Cooks may be the greatest high school football player I've seen with my own two eyes. Like, people don't know how good he was. Like, I was a sophomore in Washington High School. Coach Davey Keefe, me and my boy Thomas Coleman would go into that locker room, and Coach Keefe would be like, hey, open this. It'd be a box from Ohio State in the mid-'90s asking for Antonio Cooks. Nebraska with Tom Osborne recruiting Antonio Cooks. That dude was special.
Yeah, he wanted to go there. He started having headaches, so he gave up football.
Yep.
But, man, the mid-season, I mean, before the trade deadline, we had a chance to get the boogeyman. See, they trying to make us not a tough team. Now, everybody talking about Draymond. He's the toughest guy in the league. If he can't play tough, I mean, what are we going to do? Now, if we had picked up the boogeyman by the trade deadline, we would have put fear in the whole league. We could still get him for 2 years at the minimum.
Oh, you still think, DeMarcus Cousins, Pete Cooks. Pete Cooks, I love you. Pete Cooks, I love you. DeMarcus Cousins, I don't know what that does for this team. I don't know what that I mean, we watched DeMarcus Cousins guard the pick and roll in 2019 with the Warriors. It was not pretty.
Who's the enforcer on OKC currently?
Right.
This enforcer role, like he's Chris Pronger.
You need,
like Draymond's gonna take the gloves off.
Basketball's not about enforcers and goods. It's about basketball players.
Anymore.
It's about hoopers.
Yeah.
Let's go to BPA.
No, but I'm asking, like, who is that guy for OKC? Because you hear that with the Warriors.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, there's our enforcer.
BPA. What's happening, BPA?
No more nostalgia, please. Like, it's a core of one. I thought the last two callers ago, I think it was. It's all about one guy, and it's Steph Curry, and the other two guys aren't even remotely in the same galaxy as Steph in importance. And, the minute Draymond knocked Jordan Poole out, you don't get to be in the core. The minute Clay, goes 8 for 49 in three consecutive elimination games, you don't get to be on Steph's standing. You just don't. And it's complete denial. And it's the inverse of the Bill Walsh method, right? it's like, yeah, Bill cuts him 1 year early. The Warriors cannot seem to like move off of who players once were and accept who they are. And so like get Steph get him a running mate, get him a second star. Every other contending team with a superstar has at least one other superstar with him. Get him a second star or tear it down to the studs, but no half measures. Like either, be all in. You have a top 5 player in history and still probably a top 10 player in the league. Every other organization would bend over backwards to give that guy anything and everything he needed to try to win and contend. And the Warriors are like, it seems like they can't move off him fast enough. But like, yeah, like give him a second star or move on. Just blow the
Let me ask you this.
You don't want to try.
Let me ask you this.
What?
With this current team, calm down. Don't what me. Listen. How are you going to get that second star?
I don't know. Like I'm not. Like the one limitation I have is
with the way you just talked about. Hold on, BPA. With the way you just talked about the players and the team,
they have enough.
And the team, they have enough to get a second star.
Yes, they have the assets to get a second star.
Okay.
Ramona Shelburne believes in that too, right? They have the assets to go get him. Look at what did Phoenix give up for Beal? Go look.
Chris
what
Paul.
did
Chris Paul, that they took out a major contract. And guess what? Phoenix misses a point guard. Go figure.
Yeah, but they're in the playoffs and we're not.
Yeah, but they're in the playoffs and they're trying. They're trying.
Are they not?
Right? They're trying.
Come on. Go ahead, BPA. Go ahead.
Look, I mean, yeah, like Draymond and Clay are not stars in the NBA anymore, right? And so they need to stop giving star status to non-stars and start bending over, start bending over backwards for Steph. Get Steph a number 2 and a running mate.
So let me ask you this, then. So trade Kuminga, Moody, Wiggins, trade and picks.
Yes. If you have to move Kuminga to get Steph a legitimate second star, just like any other organization the NBA would do, by the way, right? If Giannis or LeBron or, they would absolutely do it. And yes, I do think so. I don't know what Kuminga is ultimately going to get up. Do I think he's an all-star? I don't, right? He has not shown the handle or the shooting ability to be an all-star, but like, whatever. Like, we don't know what he's going to be, but like, we know what Steph is.
So you're ready.
Right?
So build around Steph. So if you don't get that second star, tear it down to the studs. That's where we're at. I think a lot of people are there. That's fair.
Yes,
I'm kind of with.
All right, that's fair.
See, that's where I'm
That's
at.
fair.
Yeah,
but how patient will you be?
For what?
For this team to win again? Because you're going to be the same guy bitching and moaning a year and a half later about this team's not winning or not trying to win.
No. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to tear it down. I don't want to tear it down to the studs, right? I don't.
Yeah, everyone wants to win forever.
No, but but you still you have Steph Curry, right? Who played last year with no help, no top tier help at his side, which is that sucks for a superstar in the NBA to be triple teamed in an elimination game and not have anyone you can throw it to that can do anything with the ball. That's a shame. And so I think they should do everything possible to give Steph 2 more cracks. It's doing something. And if you're not going to do that, then you're giving him no cracks to do something. And then tell Steph and say, hey, we don't want to do this anymore, Steph.
All right, you've been out too long.
Bonte, I want to play this out because let's say the bottoming out part, right? Like I know everyone wants to trade for a star.
Way too long.
I think
I got no answers there.
We would all agree. Like plan A.
I hate to break the narrative.
Plan A: trade for a star to be alongside Curry. Got it. We all want that, right? We all want. Like no one is arguing. No. Do not acquire a star. Everyone's
and it can't just be any star. Like there's a lot of stars who may not fit together. How many years have we seen that in the NBA? Stars trying to play together. Not every star fits together.
That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going.
I'm just saying that.
You're asking about patience in terms of rebuilding. I want to ask a different question. How patient would you be if they had the big 3 and they continued to be 10-11 for the next couple of years? How patient are fans then?
Don't know. You tell me.
I don't think patient at all. I was not patient during the Giants at the end.
That's what I'm saying. Be careful what you wish for. You want to tear it down to the studs, and then you're not winning for a couple years, and then people start bitching about it.
You're not tearing it down to the studs. You stay with the old guys. You stay with the old guys, but you continue to be under mediocre, meaning not in the playoffs. Like, I don't think we're patient there either. Like, literally, this comes down to just win. That's really the question. So whatever they think their best path to winning is, if it's acquiring a star and they can go that route, boom, you go that way. And if you can't, I actually think the best path of being good again is in the other direction. And I'm kind of with BPA, like bottoming it out. It sucks. No. We'll all be impatient, but I think I'd rather have that than some like 4-year retirement ceremony.
All right.
Because the novelty of that will wear off.
Maybe. Sean from Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shaq?
What's up, man?
I'm hearing everything. Shaq, you're right. It's too much feelings going on.
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
And in the feeling situation now is
you know what? I don't think so. I don't think there's too many feelings going on. I think a lot of people want to move on from Clay. I think a lot of people want to move on from Draymond Green.
I mean,
you know,
true,
I think a lot of fans are ready to move on. I would be careful with the feelings thing.
Okay, but the thing I'm saying is just like everybody keep on talking about, oh, trade this and trade that. It's just like, yeah, we're tired of Draymond's antics, right? But it's just like, if we trade him, who the heck are we going to get for him, right? And it's like, how many years are we going to keep on tolerating the whole situation of him always doing something? Like, you missed 27 games, and you're still out there cheering Steph on because they won that game by the bare of their teeth, and you in the locker room cheering, but you should have been there on the floor, being there and playing for him. You see the frustration on Steph's face. So how long is we going to be dealing with to a certain point when Steph's going to be like, you know, y'all not trying to help me, and he make a move himself? That's the thing. Like, we got to be, like the dude said, like, this man went through ankle injuries and dealt with all this frustration already before, won some championships, and now y'all putting them back to the square one again, dealing with frustration. And I'm telling you, in his head right now, it's just like, I know he loves the Warriors, but it's just like, when is it going to be to a point where Steph's going to be like, you know what, I can't keep doing this.
Go ahead, finish up, Sean.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, no. No, I'm just saying,
I just derailed that call. But it's Steve Kerr Day, because I don't think there's any fans who are advocating for bringing it. I haven't said, hey, bring the big three back. It may be best for the Warriors to move on from Clay. Draymond Green, I don't know what you do there, because you did win 60% of the games, and that's how they're looking at it. Now, again, these podium talks, what Kerr and Dunleavy are saying, I don't take them at face value. They're not going to tell us at a podium what their real plans are or what's going through their minds. They can answer the question, status quo, because Dunleavy yesterday didn't say much. He just said, hey, we're going to keep our options open as a basketball team, because what happened this year was not good enough. It was not good enough. And we spent over $400 million on a team that didn't even make the playoffs. But also, I'm not going to take everything they say about these players at face value, because they're not going to tell us the truth on everything. They're not going to necessarily lie, but they're not going to tell us what they're thinking. Why would they tip their head?
No, I think when he was bringing up the emotion and the feelings and stuff, and again, each individual one is natural, but the totality of it, it's a lot of feelings, and you just don't hear this around the league. You know, Clay and his psyche about, you know, off the bench, not off the bench, the contract, which is natural, right? Draymond and all the emotional roller coaster of that. JK's emotions throughout the regular season. I'm playing, I'm not playing. I'm telling the coach that I'm out on him. Now I'm playing, and then I'm coming back from an injury. Wiggins, is he here? Is he not here? What's going on there? Oh, he was friends with this guy. Oh, the pool thing. You know, CP3's feelings. What does he feel like? He can't be happy. Oh, what about his contract moving forward? Like, each individual one can be explained, but when you throw them all into the basket, it is a lot of emotions. And maybe every single situation is like that, but it's very in your face this year with the Warriors.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. D-Money, Hayward, what's happening? D-Money, Hayward.
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Joe?
What's up, D-Money?
What's up, man?
Hey, check it out, man. I feel like, man, everybody talking about Steph Curry need a star and everything about next to him and all this, man. But we had one, man. We had KD, you know, and Draymond messed that off. You know, we had one of the biggest splashes in NBA history, and we would have been running with titles every year, man. I mean, but I feel like Steve Kerr needs to do some soul searching, man, and kind of put players where they need to play and not let these contracts get in the way, because man, it took you 3/4 of the year to finally realize that Clay needs to get off the bench, man. And when Clay was coming off the bench, that second team was sometimes funner to watch than the first team. And then when he finally starts hitting for 25, 30 a game, you throw him back in the starting lineup. Why don't you just say you was playing like trash and I got to put you on the bench for a little while?
Well, the problem was Podziemski hit a little bit of a slump. And then you got TJD in the starting lineup with Draymond Green, and all of a sudden you're playing TJD, Pods, and Draymond Green, and you lack shooting at floor spacers. So where is Kuminga going to operate? Where is Wiggins going to operate? That's why you bring Klay Thompson back into the starting lineup, because you needed spacing. When you have a front court that doesn't shoot jumpers in Draymond Green and TJD, the same thing happened against the LA Lakers. They got compromised. Your half-court offense got suffocated. We saw it Tuesday night against Sacramento. That's why you go back to Klay Thompson. Now, did I agree with it? You got to just find. That's what happens when you got a bunch of players who are inconsistent. You got to it's about like every 2 weeks we're going to a new lineup, but that's the product of the team. That's why you're sitting out on the playoffs.
Which is why they need wholesale changes.
Right. Well, maybe they do. I'm here for a change. What's that change? Don't know.
I think it's a variety of changes. And they have to be open to a lot of different things. And the Wiggins is the first domino, I believe, because it's probably one of your better chips that you have in the play. But it's going to be stapled with stuff.
How much value does Andrew Wiggins have with that contract? He's got 3 years left at $80 million.
It's not just the first-round picks you're stapling to it. Right. It's Kuminga that you're stapling to it. It's Moody that you're stapling to it. It's the other things as well. But it's the value of what $25 million represents in terms of being able to absorb something back.
I hear you. I hear that. I'm just saying, what type of value are you willing to give up Wiggins for nothing? Because if you give up the deal for Andrew Wiggins and just get something back, there's going to be complaints about that. Like, damn, you couldn't get more for Andrew Wiggins. How valuable is he with 3 years left and $80 million on a year where he shot when he had the worst season of his career? He had the worst season of his career.
I just think a lot of people are ready to just see him go. I mean, like the end last year, like really, honestly, the majority of fans, it felt like they were just I'm just going off the field. Just get Jordan Poole out of here. That's what a lot of people felt. I'm not saying it was fair, but that's what a lot of people felt. And I feel like we're at that similar spot with Andrew Wiggins.
It feels like we're at that with Clay. We're at that with Klay Thompson. It feels like there's 3 players at least that we want out.
You might be right.
I don't know. From the calls, I'm just taking in the input we had.
And I'm sure Kuminga's in there too with a lot of people.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. BPA calls in here and he's talking about trading Kuminga 2 weeks ago. He missed 6 games, and all of a sudden, let's trade Kuminga. After we saw him start 29 games and drop 20 a game, and all of a sudden he misses 6 games. Well, the team is better. They did the same thing when KD got hurt in the playoffs. Oh, well, now I'm back to Warriors basketball. So I can't keep up with some fans. I can't keep up with what you guys like.
Well, but that's part of the fan.
I can't keep up with it. I can't keep up with it.
But the team doesn't even know what they want. They gave Jordan Poole an extension, and a year later couldn't wait to get rid of him, and had to attach a first-round pick and get CP3.
We kind of know why, though, right?
No,
we kind of know why.
But Bonte, that's sports. 1 year, they traded 3 draft picks for Trey Lance. A year and a half later, he's out of here. That's sports in the modern era. That's not just fans. That's GMs too. Zach Wilson was going to be the face of the Jets.
Well, football's different. Football's different. You got a chance to get Aaron Rodgers, and football's more of a year-to-year sport. Basketball, you could build and have a 3 to 5 year window.
Has Kyrie and KD been on in like a 3-year period?
Kyrie basically quit on Brooklyn. It's like not playing. You had to move off of them.
But that's not fans.
You know?
That's players.
Sometimes.
James Harden's been on 50,000 teams.
I get that with James Harden.
LeBron James changes his team in terms of the roster almost every year. Every year. That's not fans. That's just sports in the modern era.
He does get rid of the ancillary pieces. He gets rid of the ancillary pieces. And that's why patience with teams, we don't have patience. So that's why I sit back here and say, you sure you want to rip it down to the studs? You sure you want to go through that? If we're not patient and GMs are not patient,
option A is get a star. Option A is get a star. Option B is probably like, man, we might have to just shallow it out. Nobody wants to do it, but sometimes you got to fall on the sword. When you file bankruptcy, you got 7 years where your assets are frozen, and in some cases, it's actually the best decision for someone financially.
But that's why you bring up Kyrie, you bring up James Harden, you bring up all these guys who are moving. That's why they're not winning games. That's why they're not winning. That's why James Harden has won nothing. That's why Kyrie has won nothing. That's why outside of LeBron James in the 26th year, that's why he's won nothing. You know what I'm saying? He went to Boston and won nothing. So You know, you got a championship.
But we're not winning right now. So
we're
like,
not.
So like, if I would buy that if we were literally coming off of a Western Conference
patience
Finals.
just don't exist in sports anymore.
No.
Whether it's GMs, fans, or anybody. I'm saying to myself, we sure want to be patient.
But
when we propose these problems, and that's why people who are patient end up succeeding in life. Patience.
I don't know.
I tell my daughter all the time.
I think it did the Niners pretty good. They moved off of Trey Lance. They cooked with Brock Purdy, and they went to the Super Bowl and lost.
And now they're trying to talk about trading Brandon Aiyuk as number one target.
Yeah, but they've been very successful.
Patience.
Like I mean, moving off of Alex Smith after one year, who had been very successful.
But the Niners were patient. But the Niners were patient though, and the Chiefs were patient. How many people said play Mahomes right away? How many times do we say play these rookie quarterbacks right away? I'm like, no, chill out. The Green Bay Packers have been patient with Jordan Love. How's that working out for them?
That was a unique one.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
working out for them.
I'll give you that.
They were patient with Mahomes for a year. Let Alex Smith cook. Boom. We're kicking off. We're ready for Mahomes. Patience. The Niners were patient. They were patient with Deebo Samuel. Talk about trade me and pay me. They waited. They got it done. Nick Bosa held out a trading camp. Niners were patient, right?
So then
they
now,
didn't budge.
all what you said is true. You should be more patient with my takes.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? All I said was, we sure want to rip it down to the studs and you guys want to be patient.
It's
all that
optimal
stuff.
avenue. The optimal avenue is finding a star. If you can't find a star, you might have to go the opposite direction, which is not the most wanted path, which is you might just end up having to tear it down.
You want to go get a star, yet we would devalue our own damn players. We talk about what Kuminga can't do. We talk about what Clay can't do. We talk about what Draymond can't do. Talk about what Wiggins can't do. Well, if they can't do all these things, well, how the hell are you going to get a second star for these guys?
You always tell me there's always a sucker.
Our own fans devalue these guys. What do you think people in Milwaukee think with Giannis? Wait, these people don't think Wiggins is any good. They're going to just drop him off and go get a star? Like, we don't even value our own players with this team. And we expect ourselves to get a star? Who are we kidding? We're kidding ourselves. You don't know Jack, presented by Jack's Restaurant and Bar this week. JJ Redick doesn't know Jack about standoff of NBA Twitter. You want to run with it? No? You want to break?
Well, we got to do the legal, and then we got to do Jack.
Oh, well, the legal's done. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco. Always live with guys. Yeah.
All right, you don't know Jack.
Joel Embiid gets such a hard time for what is called foul baiting, trying to draw fouls and take advantage of defenders, rules, referees, whatever. It takes an incredible amount of skill and intelligence to draw fouls in the NBA. That time, knew it was the end of shot clock, gave him the head fake, Bam went for it.
What do you mean?
That's skill.
He gets a hard time, meaning people don't like it?
NBA Twitter, every other game, Doris.
That's your
every
problem.
Other game.
You're reading NBA Twitter. I'd say that might be
it comes across my timeline.
We're going to have to stop this somehow.
Ah, boy.
Foul baiting.
Never thought I'd miss Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy on the broadcast. That was You Don't Know Jack, brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar with locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. You can also order on DoorDash. Learn more at ilovejacks.com. ilovejacks.com. What's coming up in the game brought to you by the End at the Tides. We're going to get to Fleming for 10 minutes and get right back to the calls in the show with the Warriors. I see everybody out there. Al, Kevin, Daniel, Joe, John, Diane. We see it all here. Boy, it's off season. It's going to be a lot of arguing. Going to be a lot of passion. But if you want a second star, how the hell are you going to get a second star when you don't even value the players on your own damn team? That's something I will never get with sports fans.
It's always a fun game.
Flores down the left field line. Into the corner. It's a fair ball all the way to the wall. One run is in Lee. Wade scores around the third. Soler. And a huge hit for Wilmer Flores makes it 3-0 Giants.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Big hit by Wilmer Flores. Later on in the inning, a big hit by Mike Yastrzemski against our boy Kyle Nelson from Galileo High School right here in San Francisco. He had a tough outing there at the top of the 8th inning. I'm sure he'll bounce back for the Diamondbacks, but the Giants get a 5-0 win. Shutting out the Diamondbacks as Logan Webb was masterful yesterday at Oracle Park. Let's bring in Dave Fleming. Dave, we got Dave? We got Flem back from Augusta, back from the Masters. And Scotty Scheffler just hit the damn thing there, winning his second green jacket. Flem, good morning to you. Let's start with this, though, because you know everything about every sport, and you're tapped in. This Warriors offseason is going to be riveting, and you've been around the Giants for so many years, and you understood the transition from the Lincecums to the Canes to the Bumgarners to the Brandons or whatnot, and it was a very difficult thing because of the loyalty and what they did with the organization. Warriors are in a similar spot now. Clay's a free agent. Draymond's here for the next 3 years, but they don't make the playoffs. What's your view of what the Warriors are about to go through this offseason here as they don't make the playoffs for the third time in 5 years?
My view is whatever they're paying Mike Dunleavy, it's probably not enough. This is a hard spot to be in. I mean, at least just from our perspective, we were watching the game the other night. I was on the road, but the kids were at home, and we were all texting, and all of us were saying, man, if that's it for Clay, it's just going to be so hard to imagine him playing for somebody else. And, that's just it's painful to even think about, what he's done for this team. And obviously his teammates, his coaches, they want to have him back. I would say this, there is a point where you do have to choose sentimentality versus maybe what's best for winning the most games. Mm-hmm. And so Warriors fans who are kind of debating this around, I mean, I think Giants fans were ready earlier to say goodbye to some of the great Giants than maybe the Giants franchise, maybe we gave the fans credit for. In other words, I think Giants fans would have been okay with moving on from some of those players earlier than they did if it meant, hey, you can sign different players, get younger, do this, do that, and maybe have a more competitive team. The 2021 Giants are a funny example because they kept Belt, they kept Crawford, Posey was obviously going to be back. They sort of doubled down, and they had this great year, and those guys played well. And it is possible that that's what happens with the Warriors. It's possible that Klay Thompson comes back and plays that well, but they are going to have to choose at some point here which direction to go. And I bet you Warriors fans are a little less sentimental than maybe most people would assume.
Yeah, no doubt.
I love your perspective.
All the calls we're taking. Yeah, that's an accurate statement, Flip.
That's very interesting. Dave, you missed the game last night, a tie game at Kimball. Your son played very well. We missed you out there, but I'm looking at the Giants
I did. My phone buzzed in the 7th inning or something, and the only thing the text said, how 14-year-old boys are, they're not real. They're not a lot of words from him, but the text was, Shasky says hi. That was it.
That's pretty good.
It was very cold out there. You missed nothing. My wife wouldn't let me bring the baby out there. But I get home. I'm watching the Giants game. I'm watching Logan Webb. I mean, he just looks spectacular. And, I looked at all the numbers last year about how he was, going deeper into games, twice as much as even the second best guy in baseball. The innings logged, the way he pitches, sitting kind of low 90s, throwing the changeup 40% of the time, sinker baller. He fits the ethos of the team, the stadium, the division, and he's a throwback player in an era where everyone's throwing max ability. To see him move the ball the way he does, I really enjoy Logan Webb as a player.
I totally agree, and I think he said it or somebody in that clubhouse said it after the game. You watch that game last night and sort of think that's the blueprint for this franchise. The way they played that game last night, okay, it's going to be tight, and you pitch well, you play defense well in your home ballpark. You can stay close, And you've got the weapons, especially as the home team with the final at bat, to win the majority of those games. That's a good formula for this team. And I think, it's interesting you bring that up about the, less than max effort on every pitch. There's this massive debate going on right now in baseball, and rightfully so, about pitcher injuries. Well, clearly one of the number one things that's going on is pitchers are just being taught, and they're doing it willingly because it gets them to the big leagues faster, it gets them paid more. Like they're doing it themselves, but they're being taught 100% at all times. And that's not what Logan Webb does. And I think if you watch closely, it's clearly what Jordan Hicks is doing is mimicking Webb. Like Jordan Hicks has dialed his stuff way back and has made this amazing transition into being an effective starting pitcher without any sort of learning curve at all. I mean, it's like astonishing everybody around the game how Jordan Hicks is doing this. The main reason he's doing it is because he's learned how to dial back. And then, as he told us, he gets that closer mentality, say bases loaded, 2 outs, 4th inning. He leans back into his days as a reliever and can reach back and get something extra. And if you watch closely, Kyle Harrison is doing the same thing. Kyle is, he's kind of cruising along. You'll see some 94s every once in a while, 95 early in the game. And then it's a lot of 92s and 93s. And then when he gets into a pickle, here comes the 95, 96, 97 again. And that is old school. I mean, that's how it used to be. And there is something going on with this Giants team, whether they're teaching it, whether it's Logan's influence is showing everybody a different way to do it. But that is definitely happening with this Giants pitching staff.
No doubt it is. And I thought Kyle Harrison, he battled in that game down in Miami. I was very impressed. Giving up the early 3 runs. He battles, he keeps the Giants in the game. They still are late. But Lamont Wade Jr. is, we talk about, Jung-Hoo Lee, and he's still in some press clippings, and he's starting to come along and figure it out in the major leagues. How about Lamont Wade Jr.'s start to the season? If this guy can pop, now we've been talking about, hey, maybe he could get somebody at first base. Don't really love the platooning at first base, but Lamont Wade Jr. could shut all that up if he continues to stellar play. The patience at the plate, I think he's playing well. He's running the bases well. Very impressive start for Lamont Wade Jr. here in 2024.
Yeah, very. He's having the best at bats of anybody right now. And last year he was doing this, and then sort of faded at the end of the year. I think a major challenge for Lamont is his body in condition to last the full year and do this for a full year. It's a huge challenge for him, and let's see if he can do it. I think he can, because this guy's talented. Like, we've seen it enough now. 2021, he was awesome. Last year, he, for the first half of the year, was really good. Lamont Wade can be an upper level kind of player over there at first base. He can be a top half of the league first baseman. He probably already is, but he can be even better. The one thing is, Giants are going to have to get some home runs from somewhere, and they're hitting them on the road. So the pace on the road is fine, not great, but fine. But they're going to need some power, and so Lamont is going to. Maybe that's not totally Lamont's game, but they need some power from somewhere.
They don't have a home run at home yet?
They do not. They do
That's
not have
right.
a single one. They've played 7. They've played 7 home games, and they have not. They built this whole light system to use after they hit a home run. And I don't know if you noticed last night late in the game, Nick Ahmed hits a double off the wall, and these poor people in the scoreboard room are so antsy to use the dang thing. They just hit the home run lights where he's rounding the bases. The Diamondbacks are relaying the ball back in, and the place goes dark. It's like they're just itching to hit that button. They haven't hit a home run at all, not one.
Wow.
There's so many really good stories. Like Nick Ahmed's playing really well right now. Tyler Fitzgerald, I mean, what a find he's been. I know FP was really high on him, and Wilmer's always been a contributor. Patrick Bailey looks solid at times this year. Conforto was red hot. He's cooled off a little. Estrada feels like he's coming around. But Jung-Hoo Lee, you're talking about throwback. I think he's a throwback, and I think we're only scratching the surface on him. He made a couple of plays last night defensively, but it was the arm in Tampa Bay. I don't know, man. I think that he has arrived earlier than expected because of the transition. I love Jung-Hoo Lee. Am I overrating him, though? Because some people here are arguing with me that maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse here. What's your thoughts on Jung-Hoo Lee the first month of the season?
I think you have the horse before the cart. I think you're good. I think your read is a good one on this one.
Just call me out, crying out loud.
No, Steiny.
Here's the thing about Lee. Like,
yay!
Steiny doesn't watch baseball.
It's hard to believe that he's going to not keep getting better. I mean, this guy's a really, really talented athlete and was the best player by far in the KBO, by far. And the adjustment is real. Like, this is a whole different level. So it's hard for me not to look at, say, Ha-Sung Kim and a lot of the other players that have come over from Korea and from Japan who have had a little adjustment period and then have really hit the ground running. And I think that's going to happen for this guy. So this, to me, is like, this is the adjustment period. And he's already been a good player, more than a good player, really good player. I think there's a lot more in there from this guy. He is naturally instinctive. He's a good defensive player. He's a fast base runner. He's hitting the ball hard. He's in the top 10 in all of MLB in hard hit batted balls this year. So, as he learns how to maybe lift the ball a little more, get a little more gap power. We've seen the last couple of games some infield hits. That should be a part of his game. You go back and watch Ichiro. Ichiro got a lot of those. Yep. Like, when you're fast and you hit the ball, kind of spray it around, you should get a bunch of those. Even the error last night, like, that's a forced error. He hits the ball softly, but he's so fast. The second baseman rushes, kicks the ball, and it starts a rally. I mean, that's to me, that speed forces errors, and so you should be excited about this guy. I mean, at the bare minimum, he's already established he can be a solid player in this league, and I think he's going to get a lot better.
Yeah, the one guy who, we were talking about patience, because a lot of people, they say, hey, the Warriors, maybe they should rip it down to the studs, and I'm saying, how patient do you want to be? We know, all Giants fans, we were not patient during the rebuild. We were basically bringing pitchforks to the yard saying, Farhad, do something. How patient should fans be with Blake Snell, who's gotten off to a rocky start? We understand no spring training. He's trying to ramp it up here, catch up to speed. How far along do you think he is? How close is he to becoming that guy we saw last year winning Cy Young in the National League?
I don't think he's that close yet. I think there needs to be some patience. Two things. Number one, no spring training, impossible to mimic, impossible to, you cannot replace the ramp up. That spring training basically exists for pitchers. Like, position players could get ready in 10 days, maybe 2 weeks, maybe, and they'd be ready to go. Spring training exists to build pitchers up. It's game stamina, it's game strength, it's mechanical sharpness. It's all that stuff. It takes time. And he didn't have that. And he's always been a slow starter anyway. I was talking to Bob Melvin the other day, and he's like, this is his pattern anyway, is he's a slow starter early in the year. So I think a little more patience is needed. Just tonight, okay, so he's on the mound tonight. Let's hope for a nice step forward, like a little more command, a little more sharpness, get deeper in the game. Doesn't have to be Cy Young dominant yet. Because we will see that Blake Snell this year. There will be a lot of starts of Cy Young dominance, but it's probably too much to expect that happens tonight.
Yeah, I think you referenced him earlier, but the biggest surprise for me has been Jordan Hicks. He's been just dominant, but that's not who I want to ask you about. I'm just looking at this bullpen as a whole, and like Camilo's Camilo, he's got to speed it up with the pitch clock. We know that's kind of an issue. The Rogerses, it feels like they're kind of coming around here, and they're trying to like build this bullpen from the back, to the bridge of getting to these starters. And I'm looking at Eric Miller here, and I find him fascinating. It reminds me a lot of Camilo year one, where like early on you could see the raw potential, but it needed to be molded into something. Is he a guy that they're looking at as some sort of a 7th, 8th inning guy, like long-term moving forward? Because I really like his stuff.
Yes, they are. I mean, it's possible that some people actually work for a living and didn't watch the day game the other day in Miami. So if that's you as a Giants fan listening now, if you can go back and find a clip of his outing on Wednesday, getaway day in Miami, watch that inning. It is hard to watch that and not think, oh my goodness, the Giants have something in this guy. Like that is pure dominant stuff from the left side, what he showed on Wednesday. Now, the challenge for him has always been to show it with consistency and throw strikes. you can get away with less strike throwing as a reliever. It's not ideal to walk hitters. You don't, especially close game, late game, walks can really kill you. But when you're just emptying the tank in 1 inning stints, you can work around a little wildness with pure swing and miss stuff. This guy's got 3 weapons that are really high quality from the left side. He threw 100 and he threw a swing and miss changeup, like changeup, 100, changeup, and struck a guy out the other day. It was like, oh my goodness. Eric Miller has a chance to be really good. That was a savvy trade. The Giants sent Junior Marte to the Phillies to get this guy. And, he's wild in the minor leagues, but they're just trying to be patient with him. He's got a chance to be really good.
Flim, always good talking to you. Glad you made it safely back from Augusta. Special tournament is always the Masters. And yeah, you're right about the Warriors. And let's see what the Giants do, man. I like where they're at right now. Let's get a home run in the yard tonight on a Friday night. See, I hadn't even thought of even having to use the lights to see the lights all the time.
This is the weekend.
This is the weekend. This is the weekend.
Yes.
We're betting on that one, Flim.
It kind of does tell you our the bar has been lowered a little bit. Yeah, this weekend, this is going to be the one where we pop a home run.
Hey, just win games. Just win, baby.
Correct. And nobody's going to complain if they keep winning. It has been a cold start to the year here. Home runs are down across the league. It's not something to be too panicked about. They've hit 17 of them away from home. So they're hitting plenty of home runs on the road. These are, last thought, these are important games. Like with this new schedule where you don't get to play your division rivals as much, like it makes it fun. I mean, these head-to-head division games against other contenders are really, really important. I mean, we could be talking in the last week of the year about tiebreaker scenarios with the teams in the NL West, and holding that tiebreaker against the Diamondbacks could be really important.
Flim, tell your son we said hi.
Yeah, Bonte and Chasky say hi.
We could just text him that.
Text him that.
Yeah, just text him that.
Hey, I'll see you in the playoffs, SFYBL, Dave.
Yeah, you might not see me. It's hard for me now. It stinks. I can't see him play.
Well,
You're going to give me the scouting report.
I will.
I'll be there in support for you, Dave, and I'll root for your son over Chasky.
Here's the scouting report. He's 5 feet taller than me.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
All right, Flip. It's always good to talk to Flip.
This kid's a player.
Giants, Diamondbacks, to see if Blake Snell could get rolling here. But I had a thought as we're talking to Flip, and we started off asking him about the Giants because he's tapped in. He's a Bay Area guy. We got full phone lines here.
His part at the beginning, that was very interesting. Go in that.
Very, very, well, which part? Because he said a lot.
He said that, okay, we always go like, don't go the Giants route, meaning hanging on to them too long. And he said, looking back, I think Giants fans were more ready than the organization was to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yep.
And that's very interesting because I do feel like the Giants and the Warriors are extremely cognizant of not being the ace. There's just look who was in the market, and they're a dramatic version of flipping players. Like they're like in their own category of how quickly they'll get rid of you. But I do believe that there was, and I appreciate it. I want to make sure I make this clear. Being loyal is something as a fan we appreciate. Yeah, I want to get my son a jersey or a daughter a jersey, and to know that player is going to be there for a significant period of time. When someone accomplishes something that means a lot to our feel goods and our memories,
It's to move on, especially if they're homegrown. That's where the Brandons came into play. They were homegrown guys.
There's an emotional
Giants fans
connection.
were split. Giants fans were split when it came to Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford. More so Brandon Belt. He was polarizing.
I agree.
And it was like, move off. I was ready to move off in 2017. Move off.
Can we admit Belt nowhere near as good in his sport as what Clay, I'm just using Clay,
and
Draymond were.
No doubt. Not even close. Not even close.
And he's a good player.
And he had a good 2021. He had a good 2021, but he's not I think JT Snow was better. I just thought he was better. But to Dave's point, fans, they're split down the middle. There's a lot of fans who don't want to break up the big three, who are not even calling the show. But this is what I want to do with the rest of the calls.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody staying on hold. We're going to get to everybody. Al, Kevin, Daniel, Joe, John. We're going to go right down the list.
Lines.
Now I'm starting to hear over the last hour, because we talk about patience, and we're going back and forth about patience. And
we're all impatient.
But now the sticking point is all about Steph. As we end the show this week, and we head into this offseason, and we're talking NFL draft next week. We got a lot of baldy cuts. We got the Giants. We got draft stuff that's on top of mind. And I thought we were going to get more into it today. I didn't know the show was going to go this route, but you never know with sports radio. That's the beauty of it. What does Steph Curry want? And do you want, as a fan, for the Warriors to exhaust all options to get said second star? We don't know who that star could be. We're hoping Milwaukee implodes because maybe there's an outside chance that Giannis is available. We have no insight on that. We don't know about Zion. We don't know about, Joel Embiid. We don't know nothing. We don't know who's going to be available.
The Sixers.
We have no idea who's going to be available.
Maybe Jimmy Butler.
But as a Warrior fan, do you want the Warriors to exhaust all options to get Curry that said second star to help him out? Because that's where we're at right now. Everything that I've heard the last 3.5 hours, whether it's about Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Moody, Kuminga, whatever. What does Steph Curry want? He's the Don Dada. He's the guy. He's the heart and soul of his team. He's the franchise. What does Steph Curry want? That's what it's boiling down to.
What if you can't get what Steph Curry wants?
That's the second question.
Can I throw another layer on top of that? When BPA was on, he said, we got to be bending over backwards for Steph. What if what Steph wants is keeping Clay and Draymond? We say we got to get him his second stars. What if in his eyes, those are his second stars that he wants? So what if it's all about what Steph wants? Right. So what if what Steph wants isn't what's best for the organization?
That's a great point.
What do you do?
That's a great
this
point.
Is where you have to save the individual from themselves sometimes. If he thinks that, I would be very surprised. It's one thing to think someone is still good and productive and can help you win. It's another to be delusional is not the word, but like they would, both of those guys would be miscast as that.
Like, just quick hypothetical.
Even at his prime.
So are we like if Steph wants that, then what did the fans say about that? If Steph is the franchise, you do what he wants. BPA basically said, what does Steph Curry want? You do what he wants. What if he wants Clay and Dre back?
Well,
because he said that, and I believe him on that. Take him on his word. Steph don't lie. I'm not going to call Steph a liar. He said what he said Tuesday night.
I would say to him, like, Steph, these last 2 years, hasn't it kind of proved to you that you three making what you're making limits what else we can do, and it's not enough. And we only have so many dominoes to play, both financially, asset-wise, and players that are currently on the roster. And so you're limiting how we can improve this team around you three to be able to do that. Because like you keep asking about like, why would anyone want Wiggins? Well, the reason why they would want him is because you have to match salaries. That's first. And second, it's not him per se. It's the things you staple with it. But if you bring everyone back, the things you could staple with the few contracts you have are limited. Like we're very limited in how we can build the team around you.
I agree. And getting that second star sounds easier. It's easy to say it.
I totally agree.
It's easy to say it. That's what I'm trying to. That's all I'm trying to tell the fans. It's easier to say that and get a second star. But you know how this stuff works when it comes to the salaries and the picks.
I'm not sure.
And like the way we look at our team. How do you think people nationally look at our team?
They don't see them as the big three. They see it as Steph and the others.
And they say Wiggins is, you know what? We can't count on him. So another team's going to take on that contract, 3 years, $80 million. If we're saying, hey, we can't count on Andrew Wiggins, what do you think that other franchise, they're saying, well, what really happened? Why did he step away from the team?
That's what we asked when he got traded here. But this is what happened. We had D'Lo, and we didn't want D'Lo. And we gave D'Lo up to get Wiggins, and we said, maybe it'll work. Yeah. So I'm thinking if I'm a team on the receiving end, maybe it'll work.
You make me thinking about that?
Maybe. But I think more so they'd be like, oh, I want your first-round picks because I'm betting on you not being good because I don't believe in the big three.
You don't think that other team would say, let's look at the body of work for Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah, but
and he's been more inconsistent than he has been consistent over the course of his career?
Part of getting, when we got Wiggins, the pick.
You got the pick. You had to staple a pick to get rid of Wiggins. That's crazy. And Bob almost got 2 first-round picks from Minnesota.
We just gave up a pick for Jordan Poole.
I know. I know. We
hypothetically in in the top 10.
Right. Enrique, I'm with you, Enrique. They see the Warriors as a 10 seed with all the money stapled to these players. Which is why I would
want the Wiggins contract with first-rounders stapled because I'm betting.
But you're not getting a second star for him.
What?
You're not getting a second star for him, what everybody wants. So what does Steph want?
Unless that guy demands that he's only going to go to you, which is very rare.
Like, we're really going to
has that kind of equity?
We're going to get a second star for Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah.
Come on.
I think getting Kevin Durant.
We got to get realistic.
Getting Kevin Durant diluted reality for a lot of people.
Yeah, and he was a free agent.
You want to talk about being impatient?
And he's a free agent.
What if I had said to you, hey, Bonte, we don't need Kevin Durant. Let's be patient with Harrison Barnes. He'll come around. Like, when you have to strike while the iron's hot.
And HB was in his 4th year by that time, so was able, you know what I'm saying? We saw what we needed to see.
Let me ask about Kuminga, because this is interesting. Like, I'm very torn on Kuminga, but if you said, Joe, you have to know before this trade deadline whether you want to pay him $30 million or not, I would probably lean, I'm not strong about this, I would lean into, well, then I have to trade him now, as opposed to pay him $30 million.
If you all want to star with Stephen Curry, you most definitely have to trade Jonathan Kuminga.
He's their best asset.
Yeah, exactly. So that's number one. You want a second star, Kuminga absolutely has to be part of the deal, because you ain't getting a second star for Andrew Wiggins. I'm sorry. 3 years, $80 million left. You may get a serviceable player, but you ain't getting a star for Andrew Wiggins. I'd be shocked if you did. You almost have to staple Jonathan Kuminga to get that second star.
It can't be like,
and it may have to be picks too.
But like when you say star, like you and I have a different algorithm on what a star is. Well, Zach LaVine, I hear
not
people
a star.
Not a star.
I'm not talking Zach LaVine.
Not a star.
I'm talking big boy, Shasky.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm talking top 20 players.
I'm with you on that.
I'm not.
Top 20? We're 15.
Well, there you go. Al from San Pablo. Let's rat-a-tat-tat these calls. Stars. We're going to get to everybody. Al, San Pablo, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yes, thank you both. Here's a thought. We know that 20-year-old players get better with age, but mid-30-year-old players do not get better with age. So what I'm thinking is that management may need to adapt their thinking about how they utilize the younger players. While I agree that Dre, Clay, and Steph should be together, the younger players need to have more playing time. And could that second star be one of those younger players? I want to find out from you, Bonte and Shasky, especially you, Bonte, since you're around the team a lot. Could Kuminga or even Moody be that second star if they were given more time?
Well, Kuminga got 30 minutes a game, and Al, I think in the future he may become a star. I mean, he averaged 20 points a game from January 5th on, and when he started, he was so much better. But he is only 21 years old. And to ask him to take another leap to superstardom is a thought to ask. The guy wasn't a consistent starter this year. I don't know. I don't know if he could be that second star next season. We're talking about next season. We're talking about maximizing Steph Curry, who's already 36 years old. So I don't know if he can be.
You're loose. This is very loose. How many? You think there's 20 stars in the league? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to like put you on the spot.
Well, you got Tatum, Embiid, Giannis, Jokic, LeBron, Steph. AD, Steph, of course. Kawhi's still a star, whether you like it or not. Do you put James Harden in that category? Luka Doncic.
I think his status is not by play.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards. Yes, he's a star. Yes. You look at all Team USA.
SGA, Luka.
I said Luka. Okay. SGA is definitely a star.
Wemby.
Chet's going to be a star. Wemby's going to be a star. Anybody? Jalen Brunson played like a star this year, whether we like it or not.
He did. So but I guess where I'm going at is once you start really like peeling that onion, I have a hard time thinking JK, even as much as I like him, cracks that top 20.
See?
Even if I like him. Because the other part you're not bringing in is other guys are going to ascend. Yeah. Other guys are coming into the league. And it's just random stuff happens. Halliburton.
And what's the counter to JK's game? As you heard Steve Kerr say, hey, he needs to work on his spot-up shooting and stuff like that. Now the book is out on Jonathan Kuminga. They're going to make an adjustment to him. How does he make an adjustment? I think he'll be able to make that adjustment. But that's one thing I'm looking at with Pods. What is it going to look like in his sophomore season?
I don't know.
What is it going to look like
Pods
for TJD?
Is another guy, Pods is another guy. I wonder what his value is.
I wonder.
And I loved what he did for us. But again, if we're talking everything's on the table, how desirable is an asset like Podziemski? To another team.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know that.
I don't know the answer.
But if you have to get a second star, you have to exhaust all options, is what I'm saying. And are we ready to do that? If you want Steph Curry to have a co-star, you got to flip everybody. Get to everybody here. Let's rat-a-tat-tat. Kevin Fremont, what's happening, Kevin?
Hey, it's been just an interesting conversation this morning. My only point, when you agreed to extend Kerr the coach 2 years, then you're and Curry has had a lot of say into what he'd like to have. And that's what led to Draymond coming back, who happens to be my favorite player, but I do agree he's more trouble sometimes than he's worth, even though he brings a lot to the court. Kerr and Curry are at the top of this whole thing, and I know the owner makes the decisions as far as the money, But with Kerr and Curry, when you married yourself to them, I think automatically, unfortunately, they're going to find a way to bring I don't agree with it, but I think they're going to find a way to bring Thompson back, and that's going to hamstring the situation. As far as making trades, I think Kuminga, the last comment I'm going to make, a great athlete does not necessarily mean a great basketball player, and I think Kuminga is a great athlete. I don't think he's ever going to be the great basketball player.
Interesting. Let's go to Daniel from Oakland. Daniel, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing today, man?
That's
this
good,
is a
Daniel.
first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to touch on the whole idea of bringing in a star. I just don't really see why it's so far-fetched to be able to bring in somebody like a Zion or a Giannis. I mean, we're the Golden State Warriors. We're just fresh off a Dynasty. Why is it so hard to attract somebody like one of those guys?
I don't think it's hard. They're just locked into their deals. I mean, but can you attract them now with the current state of the team? They know the core is older. They know the league is getting faster and athletic. Would a guy who's quote-unquote ring chasing would have picked the Golden State Warriors right now in his current state? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
I always think about it like, think of a 22-year-old's perspective of the Warriors. Yeah, growing up, they were great, but that's not what they are right now. Not sure I want to jump on the old man train.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Joe from Burbank. Joe, what's happening?
Yes. Hey, good morning, Bonte. Good morning, Shaq.
Good morning, Joe.
What's up, buddy?
Just throw a few things. I know you got to go fast, so try to let me finish. I'll try to get done as soon as I can. You wanted to answer on, so mine's a no on Steph's second star. The 2 points I wanted to make, some of the stuff you started to cover because I've been on hold a long time, but I wanted to cover Clay's upcoming contract and also GP2 a little bit, okay?
Go ahead.
So on Clay's contract, if they end up giving him 3 or 4 year contract, is Steph going to ask for one more year at 55? Because you're going to have both Clay and Draymond out there beyond Steph, and if he wants to play some more, then he's going to ask for a lot of money. So, know what your thought on that is? Because
he cut off.
That's $110 million right there.
Yeah, I mean,
a couple guys.
Boy, it's
at 39 years old.
Yeah, John from Berkeley. What's happening? John from Berkeley.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I'm a longtime Warrior fan, but I'm also a longtime NBA fan. And so I was there for all the dark years, and it was really fun to watch other teams, and it's going to be fun to watch other teams. I think we need Steph Curry to bail out Warriors out one more time, and that means Steph's got to say, I'm okay to be traded. I mean, his value, Dre's value, none of their values are going to go up from here on out. They're going to lose value.
Oof.
They need to suck it up. I hate to say it. Next year we run TJD, Kuminga, Pajemski, Moody. We run those guys. We get a couple free agents. And I think Curry needs to stay. He needs to talk to Aisha. Obviously, it's going to be a part of her decision. But he's got value right now. He's got a chance to get a couple more rings. He'll come back. He'll get his statue. I just think that we're looking at it too short term, and we need to rebuild. And one last little side note, if I never see Andrew Wiggins in a Warrior uniform again, I'm okay with that.
There it is. Joe Barkley. We didn't get the caller of the week. We don't even have time for that. It was Samita, right? Samita was the caller of the week. We'll put it out there on YouTube, Twitch. She was the caller of the week. We'll play it next week
when
for
it's
her.
A little slower.
We'll do a double dose of the callers of the week. Draymond Green, by the way, released a podcast, and he said he talked to Steph after the game, in the locker room. Draymond told Steph, I love you, bro. Steph said, I love you too. We ain't done yet. We ain't done. So that's Stephen Curry.
It would be pretty funny, though. My final thought, I'm joking here. If Steph goes in for the hug and gives the Jed York look to the camera the way he did when he hugged Harbaugh, man. I'm not doing that. The Fredo.
Yeah.
The Michael Corleone Fredo.
My final thought is there's going to be a lot of uncomfortable conversations this offseason when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. We've already learned that. That's why I wanted to wait till the offseason to talk about the offseason, because there's going to be some heated conversations. There's going to be some disagreements. But I think we all just want to see the Warriors improve at the end of the day. And what's that avenue they're improving and becoming a contender again? Do we lower our expectations as being a playoff team? Oh, no, man. They got a lot of big decisions to make down there with the Golden State Warriors. I'm here for it. I'm here to root on whoever they bring back or whoever they sign. I don't know what the avenue is. Do you want a second star? Do you want to rebuild? Do you want to bring back the big three? Very conflicting stuff, man. Very conflicting. And I get why the fans will want to hold on to the big three. I get why fans want to break apart the big three. I understand everything that everybody's bringing to the table. There's no right answers. There's no wrong answers. It's just a conversation, folks.
Yeah, my thought today is a lot of talk about just kind of what we want to see. I mean, it's okay to want things. We want to see the big three stay here. Clay says he wants to stay here. You know, the players say they want to keep Clay here. Wanting something is one thing, but at the end of the day, it's about what's needed. Wants and needs are not the same thing. And we can say we want for the Warriors all we want to, but the fact of the matter is they need to start making these hard decisions and start looking forward. And kind of, piggyback on what you said, Bonte, there might not be any wrong answers, but you cannot, it's like what Fleming said, you have to choose between sentiment and winning. The Warriors are at that crossroads right now, and hopefully they make the right choice.
Well, didn't they choose sentiment last season when they re-signed Draymond Green?
So do we make the same bad decision twice?
Don't know. The one does Steph want, I think, at the end of the day. That's what I'm kind of coming along to. What does Stephen Curry want? Carter's first day.
Crack
when I first met Carter at the Olympic Club, I met his mother, too. That was your mother, right? And she goes, my son knows more about sports than you do. I said, wow.
She came at the king?
She came at the king.
Assassination attempt?
But I actually respect that type of confidence.
Whoa.
I appreciate that type of arrogance.
Except when it's coming from me in this
No, that's fine. I accept it too.
Carter, what do you guys say for yourself?
I don't lose much, that's all.
It's all about what Steph wants. I'm with Lubman on this. I think that we got to listen to Steph, man. If he wants Clay and Dre back, got to keep the star happy.
There it is. Carter making his debut on the Morning Roast. Good to have him part of the team. Adam at SF somewhere is very, very jealous. It's okay. Stuart Hall's in the house, baby. Stuart Hall's in the house. My boy Kitty with the Knicks hat on. He came in yesterday.
Dude, your guy's coming at you. What's going on?
He's been ear to ear with the Knicks hat because they're playing the Sixers. You best not lose in the first round, young Kitty. You best not lose. Or, you know what? Actually beat the Sixers.
The Knicks.
We need Embiid to be miserable. And I need Stephen Curry to recruit him in Paris. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know.
Randall's a star.
We got to go. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Who's next? Who's in the building? I know Evan's here.
And Guru.
Hey, Guru's back. Is he Guru or Doc?
We're going to find out.
All right.
Stay tuned.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
right, what's going on, everyone? Happy Friday. No Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back next week. Evan Giddings in with Daryl the Guru Johnson.
My man.
It's sunny. Not Payday Friday, but Aloha Friday. What's going on, my man?
What's
How you
up,
doing?
Baby? I'm at about a 6.5.
I was going to say, you recovered from yesterday?
Yeah, I'm working. I just drank hot tea all night. I'm happy to be with you. And Evan, if it weren't you, I don't think I'd be here.
Well,
How about that?
I appreciate that, Goo. And I was going to say, I promise today I won't try to get that rise out of you because I know we got to keep the pipes right. Like, this is what we do. Yeah. That's the money maker.
And the OG Dibs text me. He go, how the voice this morning? He goes, don't be afraid to let Evan carry you. I go, that's some great advice. So I'm here for you, E.
Well, get on my back, all right? I got a little workout in yesterday, so I'm feeling good.
You look good.
Appreciate that, man. Back at you. So the thing that kind of hit me this morning as we were rolling in and trying to get this thing together, we got 4 hours, and of course, over the course of this week, we've heard from just about everybody in the Golden State Warriors organization, right? We've heard from the top to the bottom. I guess Joe Lacob's the only one that hasn't spoken publicly, but Mike Dunleavy talked yesterday. Steve Kerr, I think, was at the podium for like 40 minutes yesterday on the backs of Klay Thompson. Draymond Green did his podcast earlier this week. Curry spoke after the play-in defeat. We've heard from everyone from the 15th man. Usman Garuba talked. And so I think I kind of want to start here as we put a bow on this week of what has been the elimination of the Warriors from the play-in and not making the playoffs, which, of course, are continuing the play-in tonight.
Which starts tomorrow. It's
tomorrow.
really going to hurt. And I told Steiny and you yesterday, Evan, that's really when it's going to hit me tomorrow.
Well, I think there's stuff that we can look for during the playoffs in regards to the Warriors that, I mean, we can get into that a little bit later, but I think where I want to start today is just kind of what you've taken in and what the people have taken in at 888-957-9570. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line. Man. Shout out to our YouTube and Twitch chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We see you all. Thanks for rolling in here 10 to 2. Evan in for Steiny. What did you kind of take away? What was the tone of this week after the play-in loss from whether it was Dunleavy, from Kerr, from Klay Thompson, who's a big question, from someone like Jonathan Kuminga, who's extension eligible this summer, whether it's Draymond, who had a hand in what happened this year in many ways, whether it's from the chef. I mean, what is the tone of this week at the end on Friday as it stands?
Loyalty. And when I say that, Evan, with all my character flaws, that's the one thing that I think I've mastered, and my pops handed it down, mom and pops, is loyalty. And as soon as that buzzer went off in Sacramento, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, they all talked about Klay's future. They talked about the big three. So, Evan, my biggest takeaway is, disappointed as I am, and I do this to Steiny all week, if you want to tell me their second half run, their record, the 27-12 or whatnot, and if Draymond doesn't get suspended, I'll sign up for that. But you ask me where I'm at right now and what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, I think it's about, this team is still about the big three, and Evan, they think they still have something left. Now, what the owner is going to do is something else, I believe, or if he feels that way, they run it back. But today, on this Friday, E, I feel like when I hear the word Golden State Warriors, it's still about the big three. And I do expect Klay to come back.
I do too. And if you disagree with that decision by the organization, if you feel like there was a different tone that you took from this entire week of exit interviews, we'll get through some of this sound, but we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. I think Klay Thompson's the first place that you have to start because every decision is going to be made based on whether he returns or doesn't, and specifically at what price, right? Because that's going to give you flexibility or it's going to give you no flexibility. And maybe you're stuck running this big three back next year. The thing to me that I took away from this week, and hearing Dunleavy talk, and he gave us a few nothing burgers, but he gave us a couple breadcrumbs. And then Steve Kerr, who spoke both with Willard and Dibbs a couple days ago, and then at the podium yesterday, is, to me, I think the big three, while I believe they stay together, have to take more of a back seat. They have to be less important than they were this season. And while that might sound like, hey, Evan, you're asking them to lose, like the big three are still our three best players. I just don't think that this is a core right now of those three guys. Steph's going to be 37 next year. Draymond and Klay are going to be 34. I don't want the success of the season to rest solely on their shoulders. And that means that you might have to go out and find a replacement in the 2 spot for Klay Thompson. It might mean that you're going to have to go out and get some size and add to a front line that was really small this year. It means that you're going to have to go out and find pieces around the edges that could help in terms of perimeter defense and three-point shooting. You're going to have to do a lot this offseason, and it's probably not going to include a star. And Bobby Marks said as much yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, but Goo, to me, I cannot ask the big 3 to do any more than they already have. And that's, to me, in a way, also how you honor them.
That's phenomenal, E, and I just got a couple rebuttals. It's almost like I'm hearing you say, or you're ready to tell a lead singer or singers of a group to be the lead singer but take a step back. And I think there's a two-way street, because I've been here for a while with the station, and I remember the parade day getting the opportunity to talk to Steve Kerr, and he told Steiny and I, you know what, next year's going to be about the youngsters. And it was a different group of youngsters then, Evan, that were going to pull more of the load the next year to kind of spare Steph and the OGs. But Evan, the reality is that was 2000. We have yet to ever see that. So my question to you is, when I say, and the masses, a two-way street, okay, if you approach these alpha males with, hey, we want to dial something back, do you think Steph Curry's going to be like, hey, coach, or owner, I'm totally cool with that? I don't think that's Steph Curry nor Draymond Green or Klay Thompson, who, by the way, didn't go out of his way, but he mentioned he still feels like he can play top-tier basketball, that like there's a lot left. So if you chose to have that conversation or have them take a step back, I kind of get it, but are they willing to digest that, especially after a year where the big 3, quote unquote, didn't even qualify for the offs?
No, they didn't. But I think we saw a little proof in the pudding the last 3 months, or after the calendar year turned to 2024, because you can make an argument that is the longest, just taking Steph, for example, the longest period of time in which he has not played at near MVP or top 10 level basketball. Just over the course of post-All-Star break, he just wasn't as good. It's ironic to me that that's also when the Warriors found their stride. And it's not necessarily a reflection of Steph's powers. He's obviously still the best player on the team. I think in a playoff series, if he was well rested and 100%, he could be the best player in a series. But you have to get him there. And so what I saw the last 2 months of the season was a Warriors team that was focused on how they could be better as a whole, how the fit could get them to wins in the regular season to eventually push them to 46 wins, which was more than last year. I thought this was a better team last year because of its depth. And that, to me, also does take pressure off of Steph Curry, which then takes pressure off of Draymond and Klay Thompson. Like, Draymond wasn't playing 30 minutes a night every single night the last 2 months. Klay Thompson had to come back into the starting lineup, but he was on the bench for periods, for spurts. I think the Warriors need to lean more into that, into their depth and into their younger up-and-coming players that have room to improve, as opposed to the players that, even if I hope that they can stay at the same levels this year, they're not, like, Steph's not going to all of a sudden just become better the deeper he gets into his years.
Yeah. And you know what? I hear you talking, and Evan, I'll say this to that. The rat on the table, to me, brought to you by Atco, is the big 3. And if I had $1 for every time a team came in here that played the Warriors, that had a bunch of 3-and-D guys, young guys, athletic, that could shoot, D, jump, run, and I just feel not jealous, but there was envy. Like, we used to have that. We have some of that, but man, the rat on the table, E, is the big 3 not really the big 3. I respect Draymond tremendously on the court. Off the court, that's a whole nother story, and I don't bite my tongue. That's just me. But it's about Steph Curry right now. When we say big 3 and where Klay is at, you know, on an average day, it's not really a big 3, E. By title, it is. But when you look around the league, you know, Steph's not playing with Anthony Davis. Guys like that, excuse me. You know what I mean? So how do you get the chef help? And, okay, I'll leave that there for another day, the big 3. What about the 2 wings that I like? Give me some ranch or blue cheese. And I'm talking about Kuminga and Wiggins. And unfortunately, I believe, and it's played out, they cancel each other out, which is such a shame. So, Evan, now if I'm management, how do I get the most of Kuminga to where I could clear the path of Wiggins and hopefully get something for him so I could tap into what you just talked about, the youngsters or the potential superstars taking not just a step, 2 steps, because we saw Kuminga do that, but you got to do something with Wiggins. Like, I'm real enough to know now, Evan, that's just a pipe dream to think Wiggins and Kuminga could coexist. Am I wrong?
No, but I think it's also about someone like Moses Moody. Moses Moody has probably had his role moved around or jerked or reorganized more than any other player this season. Yeah, he's been up, he's been down, he's been a starter, he's been out of the rotation, he's getting DNPs. He said himself that he was out of the rotation the play-in game on Tuesday against Sacramento before Kerr had to go to him. To me, look, Klay Thompson's the first place you got to look. I think Kuminga is the second priority as far as a contract extension. But you're right. There's so many different branches to it because do you want to pay Kuminga if you still feel like Andrew Wiggins is someone that you want on your roster? Man. Do you want to move hell and heaven and earth to get off of Andrew Wiggins? To me, that is mutually beneficial for both Kuminga but also Moody. And I think that Moody was someone and is someone because Kerr also talked about combinations and needing players that can play with others. I think Moses Moody is a guy that can play with multiple lineups and is someone that should be prioritized moving forward. Number one, because I think he can get better. Number two, because he's cheaper. Like, you have to find a way, and that's also part of this as well. How do you get better while minimizing salary? I think it has to be internal. Now, there might be players that they can go out and find on the veteran minimum market, free agents here and there. There's going to, in my opinion, Goo, there is no savior that has come into Golden State this summer that is like LeBron's Anthony Davis or like Luka Doncic's Kyrie Irving or like Jason Tatum's Jaylen Brown. There is no one that is going to come in and swoop the Warriors off their feet and carry them back to postseason contention. They have to figure out how to do this internally, and that's why I think we're going to be talking about them all summer because there's so many different avenues they can move down, and one wrong choice might have them back where they are this year, which is out of the postseason.
No doubt. I hear you, Evan, but what about that call mid-season for LeBron? Now, I'm not saying you're wrong, but if somehow I would just call it a wild card, if that were to rear its head and one of these teams flames out in the playoffs, which start tomorrow, Evan, we've seen in sports situations where teams benefit because not sports, relationship wise, the relationship just went down the drain and a guy or guys were moved and another team was the beneficiary of that. So I'm hoping that card might be in the Warriors deck to play as well. But I know our guy Steiny probably on the links. I know where he's at in regard to, I'm going to go soccer, Evan. I know his goals are not this team is going to win a championship.
3.
I still think with the right moves, who knows? Are you telling me you're ready? Because I don't want to say you sound like it, but if you're telling me Moody and the youngsters got to carry more weight and maybe the OGs not take a step back, but
no, they do.
Then what is for Warrior fans, what would you tell them? Hey, we might not make the offs again next year. And I'm not saying that would be wrong, but to me, tell me we're in a full rebuild without telling me we're in a full rebuild. If you're telling me Michael Jackson and the others we're not going to hear them, sing as much.
The Warriors cannot have what happened this year, which is not making the playoffs and footing the most expensive tax bill in the history of basketball. And that's what we heard from Dunleavy. That's what we heard from Kerr. That's what we heard from Lacob. Like, you cannot continue to pay this kind of exorbitant bill and not compete. Now, I know that they were better in the regular season than they were last year. And again, I think they were a better team than last year. But the Western Conference is stacked. It's loaded. A lot of these teams aren't going anywhere. There might be one or two that take a step back. No, you're right. Houston might take a step up.
Coming back.
Memphis, Houston. Shoot, San Antonio's probably going to be better next year.
I'm laughing, but I'm crying.
Well, and that's where, the Warriors, it has to be as much about where they see themselves. And I think that they were relegated to the point after the All-Star break to where they were only focused on what they were doing and how well they were playing, just because you almost didn't want to look at the standings. Like, Goop, I'll just put it in perspective.
Go ahead.
And I hate to do this, but do you know that the Golden State Warriors spent more days in the calendar year as a 12 seed than as a top 8 seed this entire season?
Evan, that's heavy.
That's what they were.
That's Fat Albert heavy.
They were closer to the 12 and out of the postseason than they were to the play-in or the top 8. And that reality is something that's hard to deal with, but either you got to try and change it or you got to try and trim payroll so that if you're paying for a team that's not in the top 8 or not in the top 10, that you're not stuck looking at shareholders saying, oh my gosh, I just don't know how we're going to recoup this.
That was phenomenal. Let me just tell you, if I approach the shareholders, because you're with us every day, you're the show too. How much credence do you give to the fact that if I told the shareholders, if number 23 does not get suspended and miss 20 odd games, we're that team you saw in the second half that went 20. Like, and Steiny's right. Yeah. I don't tell him a lot of times. That one game playoff, there was a flukeness to it, but no excuses. But Evan, what are they really? Am I wrong to say Kuminga and Wiggins can't coexist? So if you decided to sign Clay, let's just say 2 for 50 or 2 for 60, and that got it done, and he's in the starting lineup, and you ran it back. If you were a shareholder, how much credence would you give to letting me allow you to give you Exhibit A? Number 23 got suspended. If that doesn't happen, we might be a 4th or 5th seed. How do you process that to your core?
That's hard to reconcile with, because even though Draymond missed 25 or 26 games, he might have gotten hurt. I mean, he had a lower back injury that he was hampering after he got back from his suspension, after his extended absence. Maybe that flares up more. I mean, look, I think it's really hard to tell. Yes, Draymond could have done this, Draymond could have done that. And I do want to get into Draymond, because Kerr also spoke about the complex relationship that he has with this franchise that is different even than what we've seen in years past. And it's not good, in my opinion. But I'm not sure you can move off of him. I'm not sure that's a team that's willing to give you what's commensurate of his value for Golden State. I don't know if the Warriors are in a better place if Klay Thompson's not on this team, because they don't have a lot of shooting. I don't know if the Warriors flipping Jonathan Kuminga for a player that's, I mean, in my opinion, like someone like Pascal Siakam was attainable at the trade deadline this year for something involving Kuminga. I wasn't willing to do that. I don't think the Warriors are willing to do that. I don't know if Siakam, even if you could have re-signed him this summer, moves the needle that much, in my opinion. So the Warriors are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the rock to me is the big three and the experience and the veteran leadership, and the hard place is the youth that doesn't appear to be quite ready yet. That's what I saw on Tuesday night in Sacramento. What have you seen from the play-in tournament, or the play-in tournament, the play-in elimination game, I should say. I wish they had a tournament. And what have you seen from this week? What have you heard from this week from the Warriors brass? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go out to Redwood, talk to our guy, Austin. Austin, what's happening, man? Kick us off. How you doing on this lovely Friday?
Hey, I'm doing good. How y'all guys doing?
Fantastic, man. What's good?
Okay, here's what I got. Hey, we got CP3 this year, and we had 2 stars. Unfortunately, we had to ship off one of them. My thing is, I want to know if Stephen Curry did he actually learn from CP3 how to run a team other than the big three going after it on by themselves, and not, bringing the young crew with them, because we are athletic and we have players that imitate them. We have Kuminga that imitates Wiggins. We have Moody that imitates Klay Thompson. We had Jordan Poole. We had another star. The only thing we're missing, and we got Davis that imitates Looney. The only thing we're missing is somebody that imitates Draymond and Stephen Curry. And it's the reason why Chris Paul is the point guard. I feel like he's the best point guard. I don't know if Curry learned from him, but what do you guys think about that?
Well, you go ahead. Curry turned it over. My favorite player of all time, one of them. He turned it over the other night. He got picked. It happens, but I don't know how much he needs to learn from that. That's always been a staple of Steph. Nobody's perfect, but they were so great they could overcome them, Evan. But I got to imagine they all learned from the great Chris Paul. I got to just get this off real quick about Chris Paul. So you're telling me I'm going to get traded to my enemies Okay, you coaching? I'm going to take a back role to where I'm not starting, and I can make an argument that the guy in front of me starting is not better than me. And for the first time since 2000, I had to deal with all that. Don't feel sorry for me. But Evan, on top of all that, my playoff streak since 2010 stopped. If you're Chris Paul, I would be at the bench pressing right now, all a million pounds of just, not I'm mad at one individual. How could the luck be so bad, mine, to where I come here, I do everything right, I'm a good soldier, break my hand, and all that, take a reduced role, and we don't get to the offs. Daryl the Guru Johnson, third person, I feel bad for Chris Paul.
Well, in a way, he could say, hey, man, this wasn't on me. I mean, he missed some time this year, but he had to fracture his hand.
Right.
But with the role he had and the role that they envisioned for him, I don't think he was going to be the difference this year. The one thing that he does highlight to me, or his absence in all probability, because I don't think he's going to be back next year. I think they either move his deal to get someone better, or he's just gone in general and you get that $30 million back, is the Warriors need a secondary ball handler. They need one. And that's, I think, what the caller might also be trying to get at. It's not that Steph needs to learn from CP3. If anything, CP3 probably picked up a couple things from Steph, and he talked about how he loved and learning and getting to know the big three here in Golden State. I think that Steph is at a point where he might be closer to a 2 than a true 1 at point, just because I don't know if you can have him on the ball.
Because there was a responsibility with the ball.
Yes, there is. And he's always been a turnover machine.
Right.
But
we love you, Chef.
No, look, I mean, you can just go back to this college.
Right.
He's always been loose at the rock. Right. That's a fact. But if someone like Podziemski can take a step forward as a secondary point guard, whether it's in the starting rotation or off the bench, I think that bodes well for Steph. Like, Steph is going to have the ball in his hands. I'm not saying he needs to play the 2, just unanimously. But I do think we need to see him more off ball, because the Kings showed us that if this Warriors team does not have someone else going, and if you put the ball in Steph's hands, you can double and neutralize him.
Triple
team.
Yeah.
They were up 15 throwing guys at him. I mean, he didn't play that bad on Tuesday. I don't think he played great, but he didn't play bad. He just wasn't able to get shots. Like, that was something that also was on display. A year ago, 365 days ago, Steph Curry went for 50 in Game 7 in that very building, and nobody else played well in that game. Nobody else played well on Tuesday, 365 days later, and Curry couldn't will them to a win. Is that a problem? I just think, to me, what we need to focus on right now is the tone of Golden State and what you think this week told us about where they're headed and what they learned from this season. 888-957-9570. I see you, Rick, in Fremont. I see you, Jan, in Oakland. We'll get to you on the other side.
Happy birthday, D-Lou. Yeah,
D-Lou.
on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, let's go. What's up, D-Lou? Appreciate you.
We won't forget.
Happy born day. Yes, sir. 888-957-9570. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Stein and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Back after this on Stein and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, you are not making me look forward to fatherhood.
Dude,
I'm telling you, you got some conundrums brewing right now.
And for the people wondering, I got to be careful here. I got a 21-year-old, Donovan. I love him, right?
He's the man.
And he has a grandfather, my dad, who's helped me tremendously
Shout out
throughout
Norm.
life. But I've been wondering, as a parent, they got side deals going on to where maybe Papa helped my son and my daughter, and whatever, but I'm not in it. And then when I find out I'm like, well, and then like as a parent, where do you fit in between? Like, am I hating?
Is it one of those things where you feel bad because you're not the one providing help, or because you don't want him to be getting help? Like do it on your own.
It's a little of both,
Okay.
but he's helped me. You know what I'm saying? It's incredible, man.
Well, I'm fortunate to be blessed.
His dog cussed me like, I know you ain't. You didn't help me, and I love my boy.
I was gonna say,
but I'm like, why my boy didn't come to me?
Well, parents are there for emotional support, but sometimes you need a little financial backing. I mean, look, I always prided myself when I moved out of college of not asking my family for money.
Did you really? Yeah, okay.
But I knew that I could if I needed to. Like if I was going to miss meals, if I was going to go hungry, if I was going to be on the street, I could ask for a little something.
Yeah.
I didn't have to, but I could have.
Yeah, and I guess it ain't just money. I'm just jealous that that's his papa, everything. But incorporate the old man. And then my other buddy was like, oh, you need to do a better job. But
I don't know about
my son knows I'm going to give him the real. I'm going to help you, but it might be something else behind it. A little convo.
Yeah,
like, hey, what's doing? Let's do some math.
Well, it's kind of like when you're a kid, you go to mom because dad tells you can't go get this, can't go get that, right?
I feel better.
I mean, as a kid, as a young adult, you got to do what you got to do. Just like the Warriors are trying to do what they got to do this summer, right?
There you go.
I don't know if there's a same amount of money involved. I don't know. I don't think Joe Lacob's in need for rent, but he is in need of trimming. If you're talking about losing dollars off this roster, you can't pay $400 million north of it for a season that results in a non-playoff appearance. That's what we're trying to get through. After hearing Dunleavy, Kerr, Clay, Dre, Kuminga, after hearing everyone this week, what is the tone of Golden State? What was your takeaway from hearing everything that we've gone through this week on 95.7 The Game, that we've heard from these exit interviews after a 46-win season that results in a one and done?
What about Dunleavy, the great Ann Killian from the Chronicle? Mm-hmm. Hey, asked Dunleavy yesterday about Draymond's future, and Dunleavy said,
you want to hear it?
Yeah, can we hear this? Go ahead, Evan, play it.
Here it is. Here's Dunleavy on Draymond's future.
In terms of having him back, I think very, very high likelihood. I can't imagine a scenario where he's not back. Could be wrong, but man, he's signed up under contract. We value him. He's a core piece of what we do. So fully expect him to be back. I think we won over 60% of the games he played in this year. So you know how meaningful he is to winning, and he'll continue to do so. I think he's in a great place mentally, just evaluating and observing him over the season after the suspension. I think he's learned from it. I think he's better, and we'll continue to work on that stuff and have it on top of mind. But, I think we're in a really good place with him and excited to have him back.
Excited to have him back, Gil.
Evan, what if I got up and said, me and my wife are going to be married 60 years?
Congratulations.
I think. What was that last part?
Well,
did he have to add that?
I think there had to be a disclaimer.
I could be wrong.
Well, he also said Jordan Poole, we look forward to having him for the rest of his 3 years or 4 years of this contract.
You're right.
Shipped him to Washington 2 weeks later.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
that was odd.
Maybe that's where it's from.
I could be wrong.
I wonder if that's just the player in him, right? Because you kind of have to speak in vagaries. Like you kind of have to give one side and then the other. I mean, I think for example, that might just be, if someone says we'll trade to Giannis for Draymond Green, well, sorry, Draymond, number 23 is going out Northwest, in the Midwest. So I don't know. Maybe it was a little bit of that.
All right.
But you're right. There was something to, how come you had to add a disclaimer if you said we look forward to having him back and he's going to be here?
I could be wrong. That's interesting. And again, I'm bringing that up because Zach Lowe had posted a tweet or sent something out allegedly about the Warriors maybe growing tired of Draymond. So
yeah, that was in his latest column, and it was about Draymond's volatility as worn on particular members of the organization. That was the quote. Also from Logan Murdoch yesterday in The Ringer, he said that if there is a player to be move this summer, the most likely one would be Andrew Wiggins, that there's teams that have been calling about him. And they did during the trade deadline, too. And the Warriors admitted, I think there were player-for-player offers on the table for Andrew Wiggins. They just decided that they weren't going to get better if they moved him. So that might be something this summer. What are you hearing from the Warriors right now? 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's back, healthy as ever. And let's start in Oakland. Go out to Jan. Jan's been hanging on through the break. What's up, my man? How are you?
What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
Hey.
Chilling.
Hey, so I mean, what are we even talking about here? Like, what are we doing? First off, you give Chris Paul his 2 checks, let him walk. You put Clay, Dre, and Wiggins, you put them in the airlock chamber. You hit the switch and you jettison them straight to Milwaukee. Get Giannis, like you guys alluded to. We definitely keep Kuminga, keep Pods, and we're back. I mean, just like that. I mean, enough of the let's hope this, let's hope that. I mean, this is a business. Let's bring in the big guns. Let's jettison the old Chevy Cavaliers, and let's move on.
I appreciate it, Young. My glass is also half full too. So
what did he have? A little.
I'm gonna start playing the parade since once we do that, we're back.
That ain't gonna get Giannis, buddy. Even if you wanted to do that,
I would love it if they were able to go get Giannis. I mean, well, I don't know. Maybe that's why you're rooting for the Pacers to upset him in the first round of the East.
I think something's going on, and I got to be careful here. I'm random. It's Friday.
No, that's fine. Well, of course.
Okay, so Dame allegedly wanted to be in Miami.
Yeah,
but I love Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Oakland's own. Dame Dollar, good rapper. So he ends up in Milwaukee, leaves Portland, but now you get a chance to go to the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
But Evan, I'm hearing a lot and I'm reading a lot about he's not happy and he's going through some things, and I get it, we all are, and maybe that wasn't his destination, but I'm like, you Dame effing Dollar. I guess, Evan, tell me if I'm being too cold. I just can't imagine, like, I don't want to hear any of that. You are the man. You're playing with Giannis. Man, I know Giannis is out. You got to go off. I guess, Evan, I mean, when is the excuse good enough, allegedly, if you're not happy about, it's hard to live in such and such city? As a fan, I'm like, that stuff don't matter to me. You got to go out and ball.
You do, yeah. I mean, well, look, it's cold in Wisconsin. I guess there's that. But I think Dame is, well, he's also been doing stuff off the court.
But aren't we all, Evan?
Yes, no. Well,
in line.
Andrew Wiggins, yeah, Exhibit A. But I think the Milwaukee Bucks are just,
oh my gosh, Doc Rivers, this has been a nightmare.
They're set up for failure again this postseason. I mean, Giannis is not going to be available early on in the series. I think Indiana's an up and coming team. I don't know. Like, to me, the Warriors are praying that they get upset.
You're right.
So that Giannis flips the script or flips the spread and says, I want out of here.
Man.
I don't think Damian Lillard is someone, even if he wanted out, is a player that the Warriors would target. But
I agree.
It just goes to show, like, even when you get aggressive, sometimes it doesn't work. Like, the Milwaukee Bucks won a championship because they sent their future away for Drew Holiday, and they flipped him for another point guard, and that point guard's not working out.
Wow.
There are a lot of teams that are going to be disappointed not named the Golden State Warriors this postseason. I think Milwaukee's going to be one of them. I think Cleveland's going to be one of them.
Wow.
I think that in the Western Conference, someone like OKC might be one of them, although they're up and coming, so maybe they're not as much. The Clippers, I think, are going to be one of them. There's going to be teams that are also sitting there this summer looking at their roster like, how are we going to get better?
Man.
How are we going to improve? And so the Warriors might be able to pluck some of the hanging fruit off of those teams.
Now, I believe I'm 10 years at least older than you, and the reason I bring that up, Evan, Steph Curry to me, and I know Stoney and I differ, he's the best thing you have going. So you mentioned a few minutes ago Pascal Siakam, a proven OG in the league. Evan, I would give my right arm to put a guy like that next to the one known commodity that I still was feeling playing at a high level. Now, if you compare Steph to Steph's greatest years, you could tell me, okay, he's 30. I get that. But Steph is still balling. He was an all-star. I'm older than you, so I say that to say is I need something to pop off sooner than later, and that's why I would do everything under the sun to go get that type of player, a proven commodity, to go with Steph, and that would be the type help that maybe if they were playing Tuesday and Steph was getting triple teamed, that might be a double team, or they might just one guy guarding them. Like, to me, you can't tell me hey, we're just going to sit here, come to Chase Center. The youngsters going to take a step forward. We're going to take the OGs, the big three, allegedly a step back. Like, that's a rebuild to me. Like, for me and Steph Curry and the Kerr, that ain't the way to go, E.
No, it isn't. And I also don't think you can sell people on the Warriors next season if you do indicate that you're rebuilding. I don't think you can rebuild this team if Steph Curry's still on it. You have to find a way. The word of the summer has got to be retool. You have to retool this offseason. And that might not mean that it immediately vaults you back into contention, but the reason why I was frustrated at the trade deadline or even throughout this season is because I think there were moves the Warriors could have made, in my opinion, in a season. I didn't necessarily expect them to lose to Sacramento, but I didn't see them getting out of the first round, even if they somehow got to the playoffs. So from that perspective, you could have set yourself up at the deadline to get off some expiring contracts, to move a player in albatross, to get
Chris Paul could have been one of them.
Chris Paul you could have moved. I thought you could have moved Andrew Wiggins, which they're going to try and do this offseason, it appears anyways. The only issue is that even if you move Wiggins and you have to, whether you attach something to him or not, let's say you get a player back, I don't think that player's going to be very good. I think that player's going to be an expiring, and I think that player's going to set them up for financial flexibility down the line, a la Chris Paul. The reason they got off of Poole was because they didn't want to pay him for 3 more years beyond next. So you get a guy back that can help you a little now, but also can help you more in the summer. They could have set themselves up to do that at the trade deadline. They could have at the deadline position themselves for more financial flexibility. So we wouldn't have to be talking about, is Klay Thompson worth $15 million? Is he worth 20? Is he worth 25? You could bring him back. You also could have told him to kick rocks and try and set yourself up for a big boy if there was one out there. I think the Warriors are just right now trying to figure out how competitive they want to be for the remainder of Steph Curry's life in Golden State, which hopefully is going to be for the next couple of seasons. But if he's not as good, if he is not producing at a high level, like I think he's going to be a third-team All-NBA player this year, Goo. How many All-NBA teams can he make between now and the age of 40? That's something I'm not so sure about. But if that's the case, then how do we get the rest of the roster there? To me, right now, they're staring at a 15-man roster that can only get better internally until July 1st. And then you figure out if Klay walks, what to do with that money. If you move Chris Paul, great, you free up some cash. How do you get better between now and next season while also not completely strapping yourself to delivering future assets to opposing teams?
Yeah, no, I mean, man,
it's hard. It's hard, man.
And I don't think Bob Myers, who I love, a friend of ours, had to deal with what Mike Dunleavy has to deal with this offseason, Evan. You know, Curry broke his hand and Draymond didn't play. Guess what? They got a lottery pick. Didn't work out, but there was almost a rhyme to the reason. Like, well, we had a bad season, but we're in the lottery. And you went to bed thinking, okay, could they get the next Chris Webber or whatnot? Didn't work out. But this offseason, not so much. But, Evan, you play college athletics, and I want to ask you this about Klay, because you just mentioned it.
I competed.
Look at my guy. If you, Evan Giddings, were Klay Thompson.
Oh, boy.
And this is quick. Everything that has gone on, especially here in the last year, you coming off the bench, them telling you to go to the bench, would you want to re-sign here?
Well, first and foremost, I'd have a much better beard.
Look at you.
Secondly,
you got the curls.
I do. Thank you. I would want to be back.
All right.
You don't know anything different.
So you wouldn't feel slighted at all, just in regard to when it all went down. Hey, we need you to go to the bench. And we saw Klay showing emotion during the games and the videos that went viral. You would, and he admitted, hey, I was just mad. Not at one individual, myself. Like some people would take that as like, I can't get over that.
Yeah, I think Klay Thompson does want to be back. But the most disrespectful thing that, in my opinion, he could have interpreted in the last calendar year was getting 2 for 48. After making the most threes in the NBA. That's probably, that's just me, but I think that's why he declined that. But the issue is that I don't think that asking price is going to get that much higher. Like if there's a team, that Orlando's been thrown out there. I think Sam Amick also connected him to the Mavericks, which would include a sign-in trade.
What about the Knicks?
The Knicks potentially, if you're Stephen A.
Clippers,
Lakers. I think the Sixers got close to $50 million in cap space this upcoming summer. So there's places he could go and get paid. Does he want to do that? Is the asking price that, like, if he gets offered $10 million more per year from another team than Golden State, I think he's walking.
Wow.
But if all things being equal, if Klay Thompson got hypothetically a 2 for $50 offer from the Warriors, from the Magic, from the Sixers, from whoever, from the Knicks, I think he's got to stay in Golden State.
Now that I agree with.
He has to, because they value him. He values his relationship with the team, the city. It's his birthplace in the NBA, and I'm not sure he'd be willing to walk away from that for a couple pennies.
Yeah, I hear you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to Rick in Fremont. Rick, what's up, my man? How you doing on this lovely Friday?
I'm doing good, Evan. What's up, Guru?
Hey, what's up, baby? Rich, baby.
Hey, you know me, and you know where to get your pest control. ATCO.
Yeah.
Let's go.
What's up, baby?
Let's go. So, look, and Guru will tell you, Evan, I am just a big Warriors fan. Been a Warriors fan since I met CJ, Charles Johnson.
Ooh.
We played on that 75 team that won the title.
Blue.
But you gotta look a gift horse in the mouth, man, and realize the reality of what's going on, okay? The Warriors, they got to regroup. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to say it because I love Golden State. I really do. But I just think this is the time right now where the front office they're not handling this in a real way. They're not looking at this and saying, okay, look, we're trying to hang on to the big three, but you hanging on to the past, okay? The fact that, Evan, you said yourself, they couldn't even get into the play-in tournament. Couldn't even get in. And that's just reality, man. And it's sad because really at the end of the day, this is just about one thing, and that is the fact that Father Time is unbeaten. Okay? You can't beat them. And if they don't come to grips with that, guess what? It's going to be a long history where they're going to be sitting around trying to figure out what they're going to do next. Thanks, fellas.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Rich.
I would just ask Rich if you feel that strongly in his convictions and you believe it's Father Time, what do you then do? Because, Evan, I could need a new TV if my check is allocated for and I'm paying everything. I can't go get it. I know I need one, but I can't go get one because I can't afford it. Like, people are calling, and that's why you got to get creative and you got to be willing to get up off of something. And right now, you tell me if you think I'm wrong. I told this to Steiny every day this week. Your highest commodity or your top commodity you have right now, his name is Jonathan Kuminga.
He is.
And I don't know when he's going to hatch into an all-star or a star. I thought that Sacramento game was telling a little bit just in regard to what he needs to go work on. But are you willing to say night-night to that to get you and here I go, I have no names for you, but we'll just call him Pascal Siakam. Something of that. Like, I think that would help Steph tremendously.
Also, what would help Steph tremendously is if Jonathan Kuminga continues to develop at the rate that I saw him in really just half a season because he wasn't playing much the first 2 months of the year. I mean, it's sporadic, but it was more in line with what he'd been in his sophomore season than the later stages of his third year. And I know by the end of the year, he's coming off the bench. I think if the Warriors are to be at their best, Kuminga is going to have to be someone that can be a starter next year.
Man.
And they're going to probably, he's going to be asked to be paid like a starter. So, in my opinion, and I think this is what Kerr touched on yesterday, this is where I want to see Kuminga get better this summer. Here's what Kerr had to say.
I think what JK is looking at is how can he make himself more versatile to be available in different lineups? You know, can he be a three? It's a big question. And I don't know the answer to it, but I know that as we continue to help him and he continues to learn how to create spacing and get a shot off a little quicker and be more comfortable catch and shooting, but also making the right reads, because as a three, you handle the ball more. Can he become a better passer? I think he sees the floor pretty well, but his fundamentals in terms of passing have to improve if he's going to play the three.
He's got to get better.
Evan, I hadn't heard that. That was spot on.
He has to be the small forward for this team next year if they're going to raise the ceiling, and he's got to be good. And that's a lot to put on the shoulders of a 22-year-old.
Handles, all that was on there, passing, everything.
But if he's worth the 30 to 35 million rookie extension
before he get
just to see. Well, then he better be in the lab this summer, and it better be the areas that don't include scoring, because we know he can do that. It's got to be passing. It's got to be rebounding. It's got to be defending. It's got to be initiating.
Man, Evan.
And that's going to help Curry.
Yes.
It's everything. And that to me is, that's going to be the key the next season, is if you choose to bring Jonathan Kuminga back and not trade him, basically, he has to be the second best player.
Yeah, wow, man. Evan, we got oh gosh.
If they're going to get better.
$1.99.
Yeah.
Tell me if you know who this guy is. Rich Mitchum.
Well, I think we talked to him earlier in the week.
Won't be good in time for Steph, and he wants a lot of money. Yeah. So that's almost like, I don't want to call it bad luck, Evan, but it's almost like the Warriors are going to have to pay for the come. I might have to pay Jonathan Kuminga just to see if that lab work actually resulted in things that you could do by December to show us, okay, he's more polished. And he's right. Kuminga plays like a 3, Evan, but his stuff ain't there yet to be a 3.
Well, it needs to be. 888-957-9570. If you want to react to that piece of sound about Jonathan Kuminga, if you want to give us your takeaways from the week, we are all ears. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to San Jose, bring in Austin before we got to hit the break.
Our guy.
Austin, what's up, my man? How are you? What's going on?
So that's where he's going. What's up,
man? Been on the road. Listen, this whole thing with the Warriors is obvious. We've been talking about this all year, Guru, and even Evan, we've been talking about it. I've said at the beginning, I don't believe the team is good enough. Wow. They haven't been good enough for a while. So I think that the Kings game just kind of manifested everything that everybody's been trying to run away from and pretending like the Warriors are actually better than they are. And I think that we have to understand they're not. So what do? First of all, we should not. I'm going to say it 3 times. Should not extend Clay. I'm against that. I think we have to move in the direction of, you just said Kuminga, and you listed a lot of things, Evan, that are absolutely true. Coach Kerr actually said a lot in his comments about Kuminga, which is pretty interesting, about where he is and where he needs to get to. So the question is, do they, the Warriors coaches, and they should know by now, he's been in the system for 3+ years, they should know whether they think he can become that number 2. They shouldn't have to keep looking. They should know. And if they don't believe it, guys, then they have to move in a different direction, in my mind, okay? Because the Warriors are not good enough to be experimenting. They have to bring in guys that can play now. So my thing is, let's make decisions around who we believe can be on the court to win. Let's not keep guys around because of reputation. Let's not keep guys around that we hope are going to be good. Let's know who we're putting on the court that they can win. So that's kind of my comment. I'll keep listening to things.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate that.
I'm going to say Costco or the airport for Austin and where he was at. I'm going to go Costco.
I like that call. But he said he was on the road. But but it sounded like he was, I don't know, maybe a hardware store.
Yeah.
Shout out Cole Valley.
Shout out Ace.
There you go. I do think it's a good question, though. Like, who do you believe in on this roster right now? 888-957-9570. Because I think the breadcrumbs of the front office and Kerr talking about what they want, even just from Jonathan Kuminga, hearing those comments, Kerr threw a lot at him. In a way, I don't know if he'd be speaking about his areas of improvement, needing those, unless, 1, he thought he could accomplish it, but 2, if he didn't view them as necessary to the Warriors' success.
Yeah, Evan, again, in the obvious answer to your question just a second ago, who do I believe in? Is Steph Curry and TJD and Pods. But what's bothering my soul is I don't think this team's a better team without Klay Thompson. So I know Austin is against bringing him back, but where do you get that shooting from?
We'll dig into it on the other side. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. Got you till 2 o'clock here on a Friday. A gorgeous Friday in the Bay.
It is.
Come on, it's looking up, all right? Look, we're through the darkest of times. The Warriors lost. Their offseason has begun. What do they need to do? What do you want to see from them right now? What did you hear from them this week? What direction do you believe that indicates in regards to Klay, in regards to JK, Wiggins, Draymond, everyone, including even the chef? What are you feeling now from Golden State? 888-957-9570. We'll be back after this. That segment was sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, and I do think you're onto something in the break, you.
Please tell me, because I'm over here hurt.
Well, that's exactly why. There is nothing worse than sending a text message you did not intend for a person to that person, and you're talking about that person.
Apple, get us a feature to where you can retract it. They say if you switch to airplane mode and switch it back.
There is an undo send option now, Guru.
Well, it depends. Is it iMessage?
Too late now. Yeah, it's iMessage.
Oh,
you might be able to still unsend it.
Go ahead, Evan. Yeah, Evan. Wow.
Well, I'm just saying, man.
That's when you're getting old, though. I don't know if you've ever done that at your young age.
Well, yes. I personally haven't, but I've seen it happen multiple times because, all right, get the drop ready. Played college baseball.
My man, pitcher.
We have a group chat for the team, and the head coach would send updates about, all right, we're going to be at the bus at this time. Hey, we're leaving for this road trip. It's 6 a.m., 4 a.m. Make sure you're there. We're leaving everyone behind if you don't get it. If you're not on the bus, get off, whatever. So there was one day, and we played in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon, so it rains all the time. So you just have to deal with it. We have a tarp. We pull the tarp. We pull the tarp off, all the rest. He sends a text on Saturday night. Might have been boozing or smoozing a little bit. And he says, do you want to pull the tarp at 6 a.m. or do you want to pull the tarp at 8 a.m.? Because there's a little pocket of rain in between. So either you're going to have to redo the field later, or you can pull it early, get it out of the way, all the rest. And the head coach sends this, and my buddy, shout out Roland Himuro, says, F tarp at 6 a.m. And he sends that to the group chat.
And he'd been sipping.
Yes.
Yeah. Liquid courage.
We'd all been sipping.
Yeah.
And he says F tarp at 6 a.m. And all of us look at him and say, dude, you do know that's the head coach, right? And he goes, oh, my bad. And then he sends a text 2 minutes later that says, sorry, wrong group chat.
Well, I appreciate that.
I don't know if that's how you could have gone in your situation, but
I just tried to do it. It's too late, but it is what it is.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and Draymond, people will say that's why you quit talking about people, and that won't happen. But this was like, ouch. I'll be all right.
All right. Well, we do have 3 hours to correct that. Maybe that's going to be what's bugging you coming up by.
I can't wait. No, I got something. Yeah, that ain't what's bugging. I got something.
So do I. I got a couple things actually. Yeah. But we are getting into the Golden State Warriors after a week of exit interviews. Your takeaways, the tone from the team. What are you hearing right now? Is it about Clay? Is it about Kuminga? Is it about the roster? Is it about Kerr? What did you hear from Mike Dunleavy? We want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Let's get out to Tampa. I don't know. This is Tampa, Florida. Jason wants to talk about Draymond Green. What's up, Jason? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Fantastic.
Hey. Yeah, so I'm hearing a lot of conversations amongst a lot of fans and commentators and everything. And I think a lot of people are putting the lion's share of the season on Draymond missing the 20 plus games. And even though I love Draymond, I think that is a little unfair to him because they went one game under 500 when he missed those games. So if the team was going to be that bad while he was gone, they would have gone maybe 300 or something along those lines. They blew quite a few leads even while he was playing. So to put all of the blame on him missing the game, I think that's a little bit misguided. I believe more responsibility should be put on Andrew Wiggins not showing up like he did in the 22 season. That's a lot of points and a consistent bucket getter who basically hadn't shown up for the last couple of years for a number of different reasons. And I do believe that costs you a lot of games. The solution to that, I believe, next year, bring Klay Thompson back, but as a lesser role, maybe he comes off the bench. Now you have a consistent 3-point shooter coming off the bench who can get hot like a torch, and then you bring on somebody else, maybe Jonathan Kuminga, takes that next step as the number 2 option. But if he's going to do that, he must be the consistent number 2 option, somebody else who can get a bucket at any time.
Appreciate that, Jason. Yeah, I mean, look, I think, I don't know if lion's share is appropriate, but I don't know about you, Goo. I'm sorry, like if there's one person, and Dunleavy, someone asked him about, what was the message, or if you had a message for Steph after this season, which was disappointing, what would it be? And Dunleavy included Draymond in his message, basically, sorry we couldn't get it done, this, that, and the other. Draymond Green be the last guy I'd apologize to for this season. For the shortcomings in this season.
Wow.
He'd be the last guy I'd apologize to.
No doubt about it.
If you had one.
And we appreciate the call from Tampa, but damn, Evan, I'm sorry. I'll take inconsistency, but your ass being there pretty much a majority of the season like Andrew Wiggins compared to not being able to control my actions. My team is without my services all day. I would never, even though Wiggins was inconsistent, we all can admit that, I will never take the guy. I would hey, Wiggins was Wiggins, I was there half the time, Evan. You could count on me the other half. I was an enigma. We get that. But man, the big part of the blame is for a guy that was gone, not due to injury, because he couldn't control his actions. I don't know how many people would say otherwise.
No, and I think there's a difference in his actions that Kerr touched on yesterday in his exit interview that is interesting. Like, whether you think Draymond was on his best behavior the last 3 months of the season or not, the team felt that way. The Orlando game was very poor timing, and I think it's interesting that Kerr has flipped in a sense, not flipped, but he called his actions Draymond's unforgivable after that ejection. But in a way, he's kind of back towards the empowering phase, which has gotten us into this situation with Draymond, which is we love him, we support him, he's a great guy for now. But the one thing that Draymond can't, if you take this entire season and that ejection in Orlando is the only thing that happened to Draymond Green, I think you can live with that. Even the ejection against Cleveland, you can live with that. What you cannot live with, and Kerr talked about this yesterday, are the consistent or ramping acts of violence that we've seen from Draymond. Wow, it's not just getting into it with referees. It's not just getting into it with the crowd or even other players and picking up texts. That's going to happen. He's going to get ejected from games next year. That's going to happen too. But you cannot put Rudy Gobert in a chokehold, step on Domantas Sabonis' chest last postseason. You cannot take a swing at Yusuf Nurkic and get yourself suspended. That is what killed the team or hurt the team, not just those individual ejections. So, to me, the growing concern about Draymond wouldn't be that he's not the same player. It wouldn't even be that you couldn't necessarily project his availability. It's that the acts that have gotten him in trouble have become increasingly more violent. And that's something he's really got to look at himself in the mirror and say this summer, those things can't happen again. The ejections because you're yelling at an official, that is just who Draymond Green is.
And that's the part to where I could take that all day, every day, if it was that, and they have. But, I'm going to shock you here, Evan. I'm no clinical psychiatrist, and I'm not trying to play one on the radio, but I will say this. The times that Draymond lost his composure in those instances that you just talked about, TJD hadn't emerged. And if you want to sit here and have a conversation about Steph or any other 36-year-old, maybe not being what they were at 33, 34, I know for a fact what I'm watching. And I think a lot of Draymond's anger came because he is not the defender he used to be. He's looking around before the emergence of TJD like, I got to do this effing stuff 82 games. And this is just me, Evan. I seen him take the ball, not all his fault, out of the basket, more to inbound it than I ever have. And I think some of that frustration went towards Gobert or went towards Dre losing his cool. But what I will say is this. Last year, the same bat time, same bat station, right when they lost to the Lakers, Steve Kerr went on his podcast and told Draymond Green, and this is where I'm slightly irritated, Evan. Oh, we could have won the championship. We still got action. So I'm paraphrasing. And you followed that up with a non-invite to the playoffs. So, Evan, I guess all in all, I'm saying all this stuff I'm hearing from everybody in Warriorland right now, I got the gas face with my lips turned up like, miss me, because it's all talk right now, especially when the coach went on Dre's podcast when Dre hijacked the season last year. And I was like, how good of a look was that? All right, whatever, that's just me. And you followed that season up, Evan, with the playoffs missed. So I'm just like, whatever. The proof is in the pudding. We'll see what happens after July 1st and what this team does. But I don't want to say it's Lion season, but that's where I'm at, Evan. Like, no matter what comes out of anybody's mouth, they're not going to get tomorrow or Sunday, the debut of the playoffs, back because they're not a part of it.
No, they won't.
This was a total fail this year to me.
It was. Yes, especially with the expectation of at least making the playoffs, of at least getting to a first-round series. And a lot of that is because of Draymond's unavailability. From the 415, if we were 15 games out of the 6th seed, I can't blame Draymond. But when you're only 3 games out of 6th, it is on Dre. Missing that much of the season ruined the year.
That's not a stretch or hate.
No, and that's from the Comcast Business text line. I don't know if people feel the same way. I don't think that's an unfair statement. I do believe that there's other players that have fault attached to their names. And I think there's blame for Steve Kerr of how he handled some of the games this year. I know people have talked about a win here, a win there, a loss here, a blown game there. Could have been the difference between a 10 seed and an 8 seed or a 6 seed for that matter. There's blame at everyone's feet when you don't make the postseason and you spend the most amount of money in the history of the National Basketball Association. There's blame everywhere.
I appreciate that. That is truth. And here I go. My last thing about Draymond, it probably won't be, Evan, this is who I am. I'm a Taurus the Bull. Birthday the same day as Malcolm X. What did you call him? Detroit Red. You shocked me with that, E.
Oh, come on.
But listen.
I got a little knowledge.
You do. Evan, would it be so wrong if he had just chose one of his podcasts to apologize to his teammates and the fans? If I were his friend, I'd be like, Dre, that would go over. And Steiny would be like, Guru, get out of La La Land. But Evan, that would play so well. And just say, you know what? It's ending. We didn't make the playoffs, and I'm a big part. I think that would play well with the fans. You say what to that?
I don't think it would. I think it'd fall on hollow ears because how many times would he have to apologize? I mean, you just go down the list of things he'd have to apologize for. I think the only people he's apologized to are probably the teammates he has behind closed doors. And that might even been because someone told him he should do that. I don't know. Like Draymond Green, I think one of the reasons he's so great as a player is because he is unapologetic. But when you have increasingly rampant acts of violence, starting with punching a teammate of yours last season,
he
didn't apologize for that. In fact, he
didn't even get reprimanded.
He came out and talked about Jordan Poole's dad. Yeah. I don't want to rehash that. But all right, let's get back to the phone calls. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. Let's stay in the city. Get out to our guy Marvin. Hope you're not starving out there. What's up, Marv? How you doing, my man?
Marv.
I'm doing fine. I hope I add a word of common sense. Everybody's talking about what players we're going to get rid of or what players we're going to get or can we get, the guy in Milwaukee or whatever. Look, the temptation is to extrapolate too much from one game. The Sacramento game was simply a case of they had a coach who knew the weakness of our coach, which was in-game tactical changes. And Kerr gets blown out every year in the playoffs, in the finals. When the other team does that, if he's given enough time, he figures out a way to beat it. But Sacramento has been an average defensive team. They had lost a whole bunch of games. They had blown a whole bunch of leads. And is that the team you saw come out? No. That's because Mike Brown got his team fanatical, knife in the teeth for that one game. What did our coach do? He hasn't had this team up for a big game in 2 seasons. But let me go on. Yeah. We had the best record in the league since Jan 1 with the same players. We had the worst home record in of all the teams in the playoffs. So what would the season have been had we started like we've played since January 1? We were the second best team offensively in the NBA since Jan 1. That's a large sample. What happened? Well, here's what happened. We brought Klay Thompson off the bench. So Klay Thompson, I'd extend him if he understood you're going to play off the bench all year long. And he outscored himself off the bench. But what happened? Moody got hurt, okay? So we put Klay Thompson back in the starting lineup. When Moody came back, he didn't get back in the starting lineup. Klay stayed in the starting lineup. Who looked good against the Sacramento Kings? Moody. Now, you want extra scoring? Look at the 36-minute production of Moody and Kuminga. Kuminga is in 20 points to 30 points if you let him play 30 minutes. Moody has 16 points in 16 minutes. He plays defense. I don't know why Kerr is so stuck, just like last year with Lamb and Jerome. He has to play these guys. He was praising Corey Joseph, who has compilation tapes of him getting beaten on defense. But that's Kerr. Kerr didn't have his team up for the game, and because the other team had a coach who knew Steve Kerr's weakness, the game unexpected tactical changes got us again in a one-game playoff. But think about it. With a 60-40 home record, with we're not playing for the 10th place. There were so few games we needed to win, and that was the whole difference. Our home record. How did we blow games? Kerr sticks to what he wants to do, doesn't adjust to what the other team's doing, and they make up the big lead. And lastly, he doesn't call timeout.
No,
Marvin, hold on.
No, Marv, don't hang up because I want to hear your response if you can make it quickly too. I hear you. You make some valid points, but I want to say something to you because we all know you're putting it at the doorstep of Kerr. And this hurts for me. Marvin, what about the Warriors' record all season long against good teams? That, to me, Marvin, should supersede this 27-12 or what they were all season long, Marvin. Even last Friday against the Pelicans, they could not beat good teams. How do you respond to that?
They beat good teams all year. They beat Milwaukee. They beat the Lakers. They beat everybody. All the good teams. But what happened in the other games? Jokic throws in a ball from the timeline with no time left. The guy in Oklahoma City makes another ridiculous shot and gets fouled. Turnovers, defense. Kerr can't coach defense. When we had Ron Adams on the bench all the time, we had a great defensive team. Kerr doesn't coach defense. There comes a time in the game where you don't have Chris Paul, Curry, and Pajinski all on the court at the same time. It's the time when you need stops. When you have a 15-point lead, you get stops and you win the game. That was our big problem. That is coaching. Having a team make so many turnovers in one quarter, it means you didn't call a timeout and make a correction. That's why I think to think about different players. That's why I brought up the January record. Okay, we have the players. We led the NBA in rebounding or came in second. We don't need size. We need to know how to use the players.
Appreciate it, Marvin. Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, no, look, he
had a lot. Whoa.
He gave a lot. A couple of things we do need to dispel. They did not beat everybody.
No, thank you.
They were 22-31 against teams above 500.
Damn.
They won 5 games, I believe, against the top 6 seeds in the Western Conference.
That's telling.
That to me is not on the coach. That's on the roster. That means you're not good enough. While I do think that Steve Kerr he's got to look himself in the mirror too, and there's a lot of things he can improve on this summer. Another part of that is they were a good defensive team. They were a bad offensive team the last 3 months of this season. They won games because they defended. When Kerr put Draymond at the 5 and then paired Kuminga and Wiggins together, they won on a 14-4 stretch. Then Kuminga went down. TJD came in. That front court of Draymond and Trace Jackson-Davis was their best two-man defensive combination they had all season long. They played defense. They could not score. Against Sacramento, they were getting hounded on the ball. It wasn't like they couldn't defend. It's that they couldn't score, and Sacramento took full advantage of all second-half opportunities.
And if your point guard is named Steph F. and Curry, Marvin, I hear you, man. Calling timeout is, come on, man. This is not CYO, Evan. So my point is, we talked about it, Curry kind of loosey-goosey with the rock. Timeout is not going to prevent that. Maybe 1 or 2, but when these dudes are throwing the ball away, that's not on Kerr. That's just, now I will say
Steph Curry had 6 turnovers on Tuesday. He got his pocket picked twice.
And there have been a few more games where he's had 7 or more turnovers. I'm just, let's be real, and this is my guy. Last Friday night, and I know, come on, good, let's go. Evan, if a Warrior fan said Kerr should have called timeout when they got that rebound as opposed to Curry dribbling down there, shooting that shot, is that valid, or is it just total Monday morning quarterback because they're not in that game if Curry doesn't hit a few right before that juncture?
No, I mean, look, you're always going to second-guess every single game you lose, and it's interesting because you're probably not going to look at the games that you should not have won as games that could have gone the other way.
That's a great call, too.
So there was a few of those this year. I think the Warriors probably should have won more games that they lost than, they should have lost more games than they won. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because they're sitting on their couches watching the Pelicans and the Kings play tonight.
And did you say Dre was on his podcast? I guess one he recorded this week. And Chef, I love you. You know it, Dre. I'm rooting for the Dubs. And Steph might have mentioned to Dre that they're not finished.
That is what he said. And if I can find the sound back. Here is what Draymond Green heard from Steph Curry after the game.
Right after the game in the Kings locker room, I said, I love you, bro. It's like, I love you too. We ain't done. You right. Got it. Noted. Cool. We ain't. You right. So to think that, like, we've done these things, I love it. And we not done.
Well, it depends on what you believe the word done means.
And I'm the biggest.
Like, yeah, they're not going to retire tomorrow. And
like, I would have held on to that, Dre. Like, and Curry, like, if you pull up on me, what you mean you not done? You are done. And it starts tomorrow. You're done. Finito. How can you say you're not? I get it, Evan, but it means nothing. You're done. You didn't even make the offs, and you want to sit here and say the chef looked at you and said, we not done? You are.
You're right. They're playing no more basketball games 2023-24. I think Curry probably meant the Dynasty, probably meant us as a 3.
I know the boss.
I don't know what he meant.
All right, I'm going to relax.
But if we're also looking back on
stand that, Evan.
Moments after seasons, we talked about Dunleavy saying that Poole is going to be around, then he shipped him off. I remember last year, Steph Curry, according to Anthony Slater, pointing at Poole's locker in the Lakers series and say that's the key. That's our guy. He's no longer on the team anymore.
It just falls under disappointment.
I would hope he would feel like they're not done.
And Evan, when you get married, there's going to be times in the bedroom where you don't have your best performance and you're bragging to your wife
about, I don't need to be married to learn that.
You're in trouble. And then it's like 3 minutes and you're like, oh no. That's how I feel.
12 minutes.
Don't tell me that.
You can do better.
Yeah, don't tell me that, Evan.
Don't talk about it.
My bad. You know what I mean? They're working me hard at the job, but
Blue Chew.
That's disappointing. You are done.
And that's sometimes you just got to look yourself in the mirror and say, I don't got it tonight.
Hold on to that, no doubt.
I don't got it tonight.
But the talking makes it worse.
No, hopefully
on to that,
hopefully don't go 0 for 10, but yeah, sometimes you just don't have it.
TMI.
888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That is Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to Oakland, talk to our guy, Mike. Mike, what's up, man? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Oh, man, Evan and Goo, you guys are funny. You had me cracking up over here with Goo. 3 minutes. I'm sorry, man. That was having me funny. It's so funny. But here's my take. Here's my take, fellas, on the Warriors. And I'm going to surprise you with this, but I think that Moses Moody is the second best scorer on the team. That guy almost stole my thunder, but not quite. I think Moses Moody is the second best scorer on the team because he does a lot with a little bit of nothing. If you ever let Moses Moody play 30 minutes, I guarantee you he's going to come out with about between 25 and 30 points. Somewhere in there, because he can rebound, he can play defense, he can dribble the ball without turning it over. So he's our most complete player. Kuminga is not complete. This guy is complete. And that's why I think he is the one who should have the most minutes. And they're sleeping on Moody, but I don't know why nobody's noticing what this guy is doing.
Thanks, Mike.
Talk about, because I feel like I know where you're at on Moody, but this is a guy that was told on some game nights, hey, Evan, you're out the rotation, balled out. And I watch him, Evan, and I know Steiny and I ping pong about what he is, but Evan, he, on Tuesday night, was one of the few, him, Pods, and Kuminga, that could get off a shot that didn't look like it was too fast for him, or me at the gym playing with the youngsters.
I do want to use Moses Moody as a case study in the next segment because I think he is indicative of what a lot of people have been frustrated with from Kerr, the development, but also might end up being the key if next season turns around for the Golden State Warriors. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Dale the Guru Johnson. We're back after this. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
done.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Wasn't lying, man.
Wow.
Wasn't lying, Guru.
A lot of people can relate to my story.
Which one?
Wow. My cousin Eddie from Hawaii is in town. Gerald Albright, one of his friends, will be performing at Yoshi's tonight in Oakland.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so he's in town listening, and I was like, yeah.
Dude, that jazz club is phenomenal, by the way.
It is, man. There should, Evan, you complete me, man. I could talk hip-hop with you. Everything.
Well, we can get into that if we need to.
What about that convo?
Oh, my God.
Boy,
well, I know
you missed that one.
By the way, so I got a Hawaiian shirt on today. Shout out Aloha Fridays. Did you know that in Hawaii, and I don't know if this is a statewide thing, but
okay.
I want the mainland to adopt it if it is, and Eddie can fact check me.
Right.
But I believe that Aloha Friday is an understood Friday each day of the week in which there is optional half days. Everyone dresses lax. What? You come with your slippers on, your shorts. It's sunny outside. You got your Aloha, your Hawaiian t-shirts on, and it's just a known fact that Fridays are supposed to be chill.
Optional though. Come on,
I need
Evan,
it. I need that. No, like literally, I went to Hawaii last, I think August or something, and my buddy got off early on Friday and said, "Oh, well, yeah, it's an optional half day. It's Aloha Friday."
Wow, that's the first I've heard of that.
And Hagan, if you're listening, can we just?
I say we just make an executive decision and implement it right now.
See ya. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly. Lubman's got a Hawaiian shirt on too.
Yeah, California, we would take advantage of that.
It's so nice outside. Oh my gosh. All right, let's get this train back on the track, Jack. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. A lot of love from the Comcast business text line, 408 Goo, you're the best. 510 Guru with the impromptu Blue Chew commercial. I mean, we got to do it. But let's get back out to the phone lines. Patrick in Foster City wants to talk about the Golden State Warriors. Pat, what's going on? What's going on in Foster City? How are you?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I got too much to say, so I'll try to make it as brief as I can. But
you're good.
You know, first of all, I think the Warriors are just plain and simple too old of a team. You know, NBA players are in their prime and they're mid to maybe late 20s, not mid to late 30s, and this core group is not going to be getting better. They're going to be on the downside. So this whole thing about let's keep this thing together and we're going to be better next year, and these excuses about Kerr didn't coach them right and all that's nonsense. We were a healthy team, reasonably well rested. Had hardly anywhere to go to Sacramento. Sacramento was missing two key players from their lineup, and they destroyed us. And this was a must-win game. This wasn't a game at home against Charlotte or against some other kind of crummy team that the Warriors used to beat up on. But it was kind of predictable because all season, you know, the Warriors would win a bunch of games that they ought to win, and then when you're like, oh, this is the one we really need to get, they wouldn't get that game.
Yes,
and that was over and over again during the season. So. You know, I know the players, they seem like they kind of like playing together, and Kerr seems like to have them. And, you know, but, you know, this isn't, you know, it's not like tennis where they have the senior tour. It's not even like golf where they have the legends, you know. If this is senior tour or legends, yeah, keep these guys together, let them play till they're 45. This is the NBA. You know, we haven't had, you know, you look at the league MVP. We have not had a league MVP in the NBA that's older than 28 years old for more than 20 years. That should tell you something. The last one that was over 28 was Kobe Bryant, like 21 years ago. Every other MVP has been 28 or younger. It's a young man's league, and we're holding on to these guys. They're great. You know, I had season tickets for almost 30 years, and I was there for all the championships. They were great. It was fantastic. But you know, all the T-shirts I got from all those championships, they all have holes in
so
them.
So what would you like to see done? What would you like to see done? Because I hear you. What would you like to see them do first?
Well, I think they need to. I mean, that's it. Now you're getting into, you know, like general manager, and that's those guys get paid a lot of money for that. But I just think they need to, you know, all the moves I think they need to make. They just need to be smart. And the Warriors have made some smart moves in the past in terms of how they package things and whatever. But you know, it's kind of simple to say, but, you know, the key is to get back at least as much value, if not more value back than what you're giving up. So they have to kind of assess that. But, you know, I think Chris Paul's contract, that's got to go. Unless they can bring Clay back at, you know, $20 million or less, I think they got to let him go. Unless they could do some kind of sign and trade deal. I just don't think that's, you know, and Draymond Green, I'm so angry with that guy. You know, I heard Charles Oakley, the great Charles Oakley, talking not long ago on the radio. And Charles was talking about, says, me, I'm a mean player. I had more technical fouls when I played. I was, shoving people and whatever. But he said, you know what? I never, ever, ever cost my team a playoff game. I never got thrown out of a playoff game. I never would do that. It's total disrespect to the team to do that. I never would do that. You just basically are telling your team you don't really care about them. And that's coming from Charles Oakley, Mr. Mean Guy. And I believe that. If you don't have respect for your team when you're getting yourself thrown out of the league for even a game, let alone 30 days, whatever, I just don't see how that can fit. I don't get it. I think they need to move on there. And I don't know what they can get back or whatever. And, even Steph has lost a step, as much as we love the guy or whatever. So I think the ownership, they have to decide, do they want to keep this group together because fans want to see the elderly guys out there that used to win championships, and let's see what they look like today. Maybe the fan base is content with that. I wouldn't be. I want to win, and I think Lacob does too, but he seems like he's shown so much deference to Green by signing contracts like they do, and I just get really tired of this, hey, we're champions and, we need to stick together. That was fine, a few years ago, but not going forward. So they definitely need to get younger, and as a fan, I'd be willing to take, a little bit of a step backwards for a year or two if it meant that, 3 or 4 years down the road, we're going to be, we're not going to be stuck in the 10th seed. We're going to be back to where we were. So that's what I think. I just think they need to make some pretty dramatic moves.
Well, good call.
I do wonder what dramatic looks like, though, because due to the contracts that you've handed out, you can't really make dramatic moves.
Trading Kuminga to me today, this Friday, Evan, would be dramatic move. That would be, that is like, a lot of people would question that, but to me, that would be dramatic. As we sit now with what the Warriors have, that would be dramatic.
I think it would, but in a way, I almost feel like it'd be easier to trade Kuminga once he has his contract extension. Like, he's making $9 million right now, so you have to add no matter what. If Kuminga is truly a sought-after prospect, I think it would behoove the Warriors to let him develop more, entering the first year of his rookie contract, or his second contract, my bad, and at age 22, he might be someone that you could dangle next offseason. I don't want to give up on Kuminga because what I saw him do in just a half season to me was so impressive that I think if he's given runway, that he could blossom next year. Not into an all-star, but someone you could foresee being a torchbearer for this franchise.
I won't even take that off the table, Evan. It was like he was averaging 25 to 28 points in my mind without mastering everything that Steve Kerr echoed, his handles being okay. What happens when he learns and gets all those things? Well, then what are we talking about? But then it's about what year are we? Is it 2027? Is it next year? Where's Steph Curry? And, Steiny said something to me yesterday, and I'll run it by you, Evan, and the listeners. He said, you know what, Goo? Steph Curry, and did Joe Lacob learn from Draymond Green in regard to when he gave him that contract? Maybe Lacob was assuming, and we saw him before the season started when he was in studio with Bonta and Shasky, and he was in here with Ritter, and we got to talk for a few minutes. That guy was beaming of an owner that knew, especially with the addition of Chris Paul, they had action. And when I say action, Evan, playoff at minimum. So I am wondering, does this Clay thing play out differently because of what Steiny mentioned, that, okay, I signed Dre thinking we still had action at a chip. We didn't make the offs. So maybe we love Clay, but that $30 million a year per is not coming, and it's 25 or bust. I'll go to there, but I learned from that. I do wonder if Clay will be, you know what I mean? If the owner will not be overzealous to tap into, we want you to be here forever so much, we're going to go to 30. I do wonder.
For whatever it's worth, I think Lacob is less inclined to hand out a Lifetime Achievement Award contract than ever before. And that is kind of what I thought the Draymond deal was last year. Now, it was also under the assumption that you could keep this thing together for an additional year and figure out and evaluate afterwards. But here's the Warriors to me, they're in a position that a lot of other franchises are in, which is they're reactionary to their season. They no longer set the standard the way that they did for the better part of a decade in regards to what, like the rest of the league used to adjust to them.
All day long.
And that's why we're seeing the teams that we're seeing right now being as successful as they are, because in many ways you had to gear yourself to beat the Warriors. You had to go through them if you wanted to win a chip. Wow. Now the Warriors are trying to figure out how they can recalibrate to the rest of the league. And that's why I do think last offseason, we heard Steve Kerr say, this team is either too inexperienced or a little too young. We need to get more grown-ups in the room. You brought in Chris Paul. Well, you found out this year, in my opinion, you were too small, you were too old, you were too unathletic, and you weren't versatile enough to even match up with a Sacramento Kings team that was down 2 of their top 8 rotation players. And that's why I think we heard Steve Kerr say this in regards to how they need to improve this offseason.
Last night you could see we were overwhelmed physically. They were getting every long rebound, every loose ball. That's where we really missed Gary yesterday. He's a guy who gets a lot of extra possessions for us. But there are times, and some of it is, when we're playing our best players, we tend to be on the small side. So it's a tough combination when if you're getting beat athletically and with size, you got to be perfect to win games. And so I do think we need to be a little bigger, a little more athletic.
So last year, the goal of the offseason was to get more experience. The goal of this offseason is to get bigger and more athletic. That also sounds like, to me, they want to get younger.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And, let me ask you this, Evan. I keep going back to M-Double, Moses Moody. Do you think we've undersold what he can be and do? Like, what's a bigger role for Moses Moody look like? We know Kuminga's going to get a crack at it. I hope he starts. That's where I'm at. If you're going to keep Kuminga and pay him, so you got to get Wiggins out of here. That's just me. But do you think Moses Moody is who I fought for with my partner Steiny all year? But do you think there's another level he could get to?
Yes. But I also think, and this is something that's flown under the radar because he's not as big of a priority as Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody's also extension eligible.
Oh.
Like, you might also have to pay him this summer. And you're going to pay him significantly less. And I don't know, maybe the Warriors are willing to let Moses play in his 4th year, become a restricted free agent, match whatever offers out there. I think that's a path that's viable. But to me, those two guys, the 2021 draft class, you have to clear a runway for them this year. And that, to me, includes getting off of Andrew Wiggins, because I think that Moses Moody has been behind Wiggins, and Kuminga even to some extent has been behind Wiggins, even when they played together. The word redundant just kept getting thrown around this year. I think that Wiggins is the stopgap between what the Warriors are going to find out about those two young wings.
Man.
And right now, what they're relegated to, which is Kuminga at the 4, Moody as a backup 3, even behind Gary Payton II, who's going to be here next year as well. So if you want to find out what you have in Kuminga truly, and if you want to allow Moses Moody more minutes and room to play, you got to find a way to get off Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I'm with you, Evan. And it's no shaded wig. It's the reality now. Yeah, let me read this to you and this is coming from the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, Evan. This is for the Dreamers, but tell me what you think of this.
Yeah.
From Pierce Evans. You want to talk strength in numbers, look at the 2014 NBA Finals. The Spurs had Tim Duncan, who averaged 15 points, Parker averaged 18, Manu 14, and they destroyed the Heat. Now, they had a young phenom in Kawhi Leonard, but if I asked you to make some parallels, could you kind of, Curry's going to average way more than 18, but I guess it comes down to Dre and Clay. Could you see that, man? Like, I get all the, come on, Goo. I get all the sentiment about running it back. And Evan, you haven't asked me. I think that's what they're going to eventually end up doing. But I don't see the team running it back with reduced minutes from the big 3. That's the one thing I just don't. We've never seen it. And maybe it'll happen. But if you bring Clay back, There's no way Dre's going to be playing 28 or 29 minutes a night. I don't believe. And especially the great Steph Curry.
Well, I think they have to. Like, you can't, I don't know, maybe it's just me. I don't think that you can, if Klay Thompson, you assume he's on the team, Klay Thompson's minutes have gone down. He's played more games, but his minutes as a whole have gone down per game. Draymond Green's minutes as a whole per game have gone down. Steph is the only one that has stayed at that high level, and I don't think that's going to be good for him in the long run. I think one of the reasons why, and maybe addition to the rule changes a little bit, more physical defense, I think one of the reasons he was not good after the All-Star break is because he had expended himself so much the first 3 quarters of the season. And the one place you cannot get to is, even if, let's say, the Warriors were a 6 seed, and they have a guaranteed 7-round series.
Let's go.
How do you know you're going to get the best chef? How do you know you're going to get the best version of Curry in the postseason if he's been taxed for 75 games?
What if I interrupt and say, because, Evan, we've got that from him his whole career?
Well, last year in Game 7, you got 50 points in an elimination game. This year, you got 22. Wow. So I think that he was exhausted by the end of this year. I think he was tired. I think he looked old. How do you make sure that that doesn't happen next year? I think he had a great regular season. He's going to be on the 3rd team All-NBA, in my opinion. He's a top 15 player for this year. How do you keep him at that level or even allow him to be more efficient? That, to me, demands that his minutes have to come down a little bit, which also gives more for everyone else. Like, as much as the Warriors' depth was a big reason why they were good this year, I think that they also were muddled in, 2 through 11. 2 through 11, Goo. You didn't know who was going to be the 2nd, 3rd, 4th best player on a given night.
No doubt. And his back, he was carrying that. It was like the weight of a piano on his back. So you laid that out perfectly. What if I tell you the Guru computer is reading this right now?
Yeah.
Curry needs help more now than ever. And we've established that. But Evan, what if I told you I want that help to also come not from within, from somewhere else? Because the natural essence of this team is the youngsters are going to, pull more weight and they're going to grow and hopefully make those strides. But can I have it both ways? Can't we have, okay, Steph, we got your back, Operation Get Steph help, but some other greater help than hoping these youngsters take a couple steps forward? That's what I'm hoping. And that's why I'm hoping Wiggins, what is he on the open market? Can he get you a guy? Because he checks all the boxes in regard to just God-given talent. Could he get you something like that? Might be an attractive player.
I don't think he is. Like, the Warriors might have to attach something to get off of him because he's owed like $80 million over 3 years. And he just had his worst season as a pro.
Yikes.
That is the inconsistency that, like, the Warriors have a lot of things they have to address, right? You could talk about Klay's inconsistency. You could talk about Wiggins' inconsistency, Draymond being suspended, Kuminga not taking big enough of a leap. I don't know. You can go down the roster. Podziemski was a rookie that was playing too much. TJD maybe shouldn't have been started. I don't know. Like, whatever you want to say, the Warriors have a lot of things they need to address. To me, it's about figuring out between now and July 1st what the most important things to this team is, and figuring out Klay Thompson's deal, if you want him back, is first and foremost, because everything else can then be determined based on the money you do or don't have, or what direction you want to go in regards to his role. Do you need a starting 2? Do you need Curry to play less minutes? That means Podziemski. Does he have to step up? Is Trace Jackson-Davis the full-time center next year? Does that mean Kevon Looney's leaving? Where does Jonathan Kuminga fit into this? Is Andrew Wiggins going to be on the team? How can you move? There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts that are difficult to reconcile right now with this team, and I think that's a big reason why they're a one and done as a 10 seed, because all of those things we're talking about right now have been littered throughout the 82-game regular season that have gotten us to this point.
Wow, Evan, man, you're speaking facts. Let me just give you this, because I'm random. I run into you in an airport. Let's just say Utah. I don't know you. You don't know me.
Salt Lake City.
And you got a Warrior shirt on. And I come up to you and say, hey, sir, how shocked are you that the Warriors in 2023 did make the playoffs? What would your answer be, Evan?
I would be shocked. Yeah, I would be shocked.
So I
expected this team to be a playoff team.
That's why I'm just.
But again,
it's going to hurt more greater later, Evan. It's not getting less. Starting tomorrow when I go in the guide to set the record for all the seriously, man. Yeah. How do you bounce back? Or what's Joe Lacob? What's his number one thing on why his team didn't make it? In my world, you could call me Neanderthal, won't be the first time. I think it's the Dre suspension. But if you want to tell me my main man can't do it all by himself now and he needs some help, I'm all on board. Or maybe it's a part of all of that.
Relationship or attachment to the past. I mean, that might be the biggest reason. It's kind of a cop-out because it's all encompassing.
Because you bench Clay. But you guys did that.
But your attachment to Draymond. I mean, your attachment to Clay, being willing to let him struggle through 2 months and digging yourself a hole. Your attachment to Wiggins and not moving him to the bench sooner or trying to figure out how he fits sooner. Your unwillingness to, give a runway to Kuminga or Moody or Pajemski, TJ. I don't know. There's a lot of things that the Warriors could have done differently this year, but in a way, I feel like the results of this season or the culmination in a play-in exit should hopefully expedite the transition process because you now have 2 years of evidence that says that you're going in the wrong direction. And you can't continue to operate the way you have been. And so maybe that does mean Lacob looks at this team and instead of saying, well, we were 26-11 the last 2 months or whatever the record was, saying we're actually the team that got booed in back-to-back home games against New Orleans and Toronto. That's the team that I'm going to remember and that I want to change this offseason. But again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's sneak, if we can, let's sneak Chuck in Oakland in right before the break. Chuck, what's going on? How are you? Later, Chuck. For Sam.
Yeah. We owe Dre and Clay nothing, man. This isn't volunteer work. They got paid millions and crazy millions of dollars, man, to do a job. And as for Dre, this dude, how are you going to punch somebody and not get fired? Anybody else punches their coworker, they get fired. He's derailed 2 different seasons, right? He derailed this season. He derailed last year. He cost them a championship. Why are you guys looking back at this so romantically? He's a detriment to the team.
Well, we're not, guy. We're not. The team gave him a new deal after all that. I agree with you, but they gave him a new deal. So it's not us.
No, I'm saying for anyone who's having trouble detaching from him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No
So it should be pretty simple. Just let him go at this point. Yeah.
I got you, Chuck.
Only going to get worse.
No, I think that idea of being beholden to the past is something that they do need to start to move off of. But at the same time, that's a delicate process, and I want to get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We'll be back after this break, and that segment was brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out to East Oakland. I love this song.
Souls of Mischief.
Yes, sir.
A+. Was it Pesto?
Oh, the members?
Names, yeah. A+.
I don't got it off top.
They were raw.
They were raw.
Casual. Remember
It's
Casual?
one of the greatest beats of all time. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson taking up until 2 o'clock. Willard and Dibs on a Friday, a Aloha Friday, and, well, not a payday Friday. That'll be next week.
Man.
Looking forward to that. But we are also looking forward to trying to just to solve this thing, Goo, to figure out, and this is kind of what we're talking about. We began at the show, and at the halfway point, I do want to reset a little bit. What we're talking about today is, after hearing Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy and Klay Thompson and Draymond and everyone's exit interview, what do you think the tone is right now inside of Chase Center or inside the Chase Center offices for the Golden State Warriors? You heard a week of sound. We've got cuts everywhere. We've gone through some of them. We'll continue to play them as we move throughout the show. But what is the tone right now in Golden State and digesting the team's evaluation of their season, of the play-in? What have you heard? What are you feeling? And how are you looking at this team right now as a 46-win regular season team, but a one-and-done in the play-in, Go?
Run it back. I think that's what they're staring at. And as Draymond, who I didn't agree with earlier, sharing what the chef told them, I kind of get it. But Evan, they are strapped. Like, what can they really truly do outside of shock the world? And that's a stretch.
Yeah.
And trade Jonathan Kuminga. What can you really do? Now, something happens in Milwaukee, and these are all miracles. Or LeBron and Bronny. Evan, I think they're going to run it back. And I'll give you guys this, the ones that want that. Okay, we see Kuminga, we see Pods, we see TJ D carry the weight. I just don't. More weight.
Well, I think in one way, because this year, in my opinion, was a failure and they flamed out in the play-in, in a way, you do have more freedom to make decisions if you want. Now, I think the tone that I've gotten is the same that it does feel like the majority of this year's team is going to be back next year, or at least the core, right? I think Klay Thompson's going to be back. I think Draymond's going to be back. I think Steph's going to be back. But outside of that, along with hopefully Kuminga, he's probably going to get a contract extension, in my opinion. What else is a part of this team? What do you feel most confident in moving forward? Because I do think that loss in Sacramento does give Mike Dunleavy and specifically Joe Lacob the freedom to really make whatever choice they want. It sounds like they're going to try and slash payroll. Does that mean you can get better? I'm not sure it can externally, but are you hoping that guys internally can take significant steps to supplement some of what you're not going to get from free agency or what you're not going to get in a big trade, in my opinion? These are all things they have to weigh, but I do think that there's flexibility and freedom because, in a way, they didn't prove that they have it anymore. Now, Dre says that Steph says this ain't over. It ain't done. But your season's done, to your point, Gil.
Yeah, no doubt. And Tuesday, you said it out perfectly earlier, Evan. That was just bad. And depending on who you are and how you watch sports, if you don't want to let go of what you saw and what transpired, Evan, it bothered my core. Like, speaking of the core, it bothered mine. Like, this was a win-or-go-home game. But I'll say this to you. Let's just say they let Klay walk and he's not back. And for the sake of this conversation, I got him as a starter.
Yeah.
And you trade Wiggins. Evan Giddings, that's 2/5 of your starting five gone. Who's taking those spots? And again, I know a lot hinges on what would you trade. If you did decide to trade Wiggins and attach Moody to him or what have you, who's that starter coming back and how good is he? And that's why on a good day, I dream positive and think, okay, Wiggins could fetch you something like a Brandon Ingram if you had to add picks or something like that, Evan. But other than that, I got my popcorn. Like, do you honestly think today on this Friday, they're closer to a playoff team or they're closer to year 2 of not making the playoffs? Just think about that.
I'm going to need some time with that, but that's a really good question. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also on the Comcast business text line, this is from the 415. I appreciate the kind comments, no, from San Francisco. But would you like to see the Warriors get a center like Vucevic or Valanciunas, a wing like Mikal Bridges? I think the theme there is size and athleticism, and that's what the team's been telling us they need. To Mike Dunleavy's credit, when Steve Kerr said they needed to get more experience last offseason, he went and got it. He also found a flexible contract that they can now move off of in Chris Paul.
Yep.
I believe that Mike Dunleavy Jr. can find some patchwork for this team. I do think he's going to find size. I do think he's going to find athleticism. The question is, will it be good enough, to your question, Goo, to get you back into the playoffs? I think they can do that because what I saw at the tail end of last year was a team that fit better than the one the first half of the year. And to me, that's how the Warriors are going to have to overcome a lack of talent or size or athleticism, whatever you want to call it. They're going to have to win with chemistry. And in a way, that's always been their calling card in addition to supreme talent. So if they're going to try and make up ground in a very loaded Western Conference, it's going to be because this team next year is going to have to fit better together than the one that did this year.
Yeah, no doubt. And if you want to go the 27-12, I believe, and say that was a net positive and hey, you know, Sacramento was just, you know, one bad night. I kind of get that. But it's funny. I'm going to go to Mike Dunleavy's presser yesterday. Evan, he did say at the beginning, we all, and I know he's not the owner, we all signed off on this roster. So they left training camp thinking they had action. Whose decision do you ultimately think this is? Do you think it's a group decision? Because we've heard on numerous occasions Joe Lacob say, you know, when Bob Myers, before he left that presser, it's not just me. Or where it stands now, I think, you know what? It was 25, 25, and 50, talking about Kerr, Lacob, and Dunleavy. What have I told you? I think it's 80, 10, and 10 now in regard to Joe Lacob is taking this thing by the wheel. Like, hey, Evan, I appreciate your input. Mike, Kirk, I love you, my son. But I'm going to make this decision on how we proceed moving forward.
I think that slice of the pie is correct, and I do want to get into that in a moment, but I also want to open up the phone lines because we got full lines right now, Goo. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Joe's been hanging on patiently in Palo Alto. Joe, what's up? How we doing?
All right. What's happening?
Talk to us.
Trying to figure this thing out, Joe. What's up?
Hey, yeah. But that thing that went on with Draymond this year, I think, Guru, you need to leave that alone because Draymond did offer up a lot of playing time for the Moody's and the Kumingas and the Santos.
Okay.
I mean, these players got a lot of playing time when Draymond went out. And if they hadn't been for that, everything was structured around the top five, the same old top five that's been running things. And Coach Pop, he gets into that too, but that's Kerr's mentor.
Right.
So what you saw this year was Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, what about the number of wins you could have got while he was gone? You are right. They all benefited from playing time, but what if you weren't in that playing game? That's heavy. That's a lot. What if you were a 4th or 5th seed if he was available, and that's why it's hard to let go?
Yeah, but what if you was a 6th seed and you get knocked out by one of the 9 seeds or the 10th seeds? I mean, is that a success to you? I mean, to me, that's not a success with a championship caliber team like Golden State is. That's not a success. So, I mean, is the season a waste? No. I mean, because these are players that you didn't never know could play in this league at that level. Moody's is showing you, like the man said, he could be a starter. He could be a hell of a player at 30 minutes a game, 35 minutes a game, which is what you're going to have next year if you bring back the Chris Pauls and the Klay Thompsons and stuff. These players can't, and Curry, these players can't get you through a whole season no more. Not at that level.
Wow.
They can't do it. So you got to rely on the Quinones and Santos, who already have the chemistry on the team. You got to rely on Looney. You got to rely on Saric. All these players is how Golden State won in the first place 10 years ago. They had a lot of camaraderie. You can't overlook that.
Wow.
I mean, you can look at the other teams and see what success they had, but that's not Golden State's success. Their success is more like San Antonio's, like you were talking about earlier. It's about chemistry.
Wow.
So,
thanks, Joe.
I mean,
Yeah. No, I mean, look, point taken. I think that has to be their path because I don't see how they can reshape this roster in regards to top tier talent and win that way. And even sometimes, dude, that doesn't work. For example, we saw Phoenix go out and sell, everything under the sun for Kevin Durant.
Right.
Right now, they're a 6 seed.
No doubt, barely.
And they went and got Bradley Beal and spent even more capital. And it looks like they're running it back because they re-signed Grayson Allen. And that's a team that could be a first-round exit.
Yeah.
So even when you go get players or, elite talent, it doesn't always result in the results you want.
No doubt. But, Evan, there is a sense of a gut feeling that if you don't get to that plateau, you feel like you did everything under the sun. You feel like you made the right decision to try to attain that.
Shut up, Phoenix.
And that's why this is so bitter. And to that caller's point, like I know where Steiny's at, Evan, and I think I know where you're at, but I'm going to throw this to you. I'm not saying who are you trying to appease more? And I hate doing this because it separates the team, but it's the reality. The big three or the rookies who you think might be the next big three or just guys that can help a new big three. And those guys aren't even on the team. So that's why I need your help in trying to process a scenario to where getting the youngsters ready or prime supersedes the OGs trying to get number 5 or carrying the heavy load. That's my only confusion I'm having.
Well, that's why Klay Thompson, to me, that's the indication. Okay. That's the indication of what direction you want to move in.
I hear it.
If Klay Thompson's not on the team next year, I will interpret that as the front office choosing the hard place, which is the youth and inexperience, as opposed to the rock, which has been your big three for the better part of a decade.
I got you.
So that's where the Klay Thompson choice is integral in all of this, and that's the place you have to start.
The first domino.
Do you bring him back or do you not? That, to me, determines not just the path they move down this offseason, but probably the path they move down the next 3 or 4 years. So I think Klay's going to be back. I think there's a lot of people assuming that Klay Thompson's going to be a Golden State Warrior next year. And what does that mean moving forward? Because you're right.
What's his role? Is he a starter?
I think Klay Thompson is best as a sixth man next year. I think if the Warriors are to be successful, he's got to come off the bench.
Because when he got it Slater, and he wasn't being rude, and he talked about the whole year, and he should be prideful. But Evan, that didn't sound like a guy to me that was ready to say, I'm going to designate myself as that was a prideful guy that felt like he could still start.
I think and look, he's probably going to have to start at some point next year. I mean, guys are going to get hurt. Guys are going to need load management. Klay Thompson is going to start some games, and maybe that's the middle ground they find with him, which is at the beginning of next year, you are our sixth man. We need you to come off the bench and hunt and shoot. But if Steph's got to miss a game, if so-and-so's got to miss a game, you can step up and you can start for us and be the consistent guy that, to Klay Thompson's credit, he's been a roller coaster ride in terms of shooting the basketball, but he played 77 games this year.
No doubt.
He's been on the court.
And what did he? And I get Snotty wherever you're at. If you're listening, I think you are. I love you. But Evan, this is where we disagree in regard to the numbers of the numbers. Like if Klay, he mentioned too, hey, I led the league in 3-pointers. I was like, okay, Klay ain't letting that go, and that's something you shouldn't let go. But he also took the most. But Evan, I'm just in my world. If you end up after 82 games and let's just say 40% from deep. And Steiny goes, digs deep into the numbers and says, well, Goo, if you do 2 but Evan, where are you at? 40 is 40. Even if some of them you took advantage on a 3-game stretch to where you were in fuego, and then you had 4, at the end of the day, I don't think it's fair to kind of, let's see what the 40 was. It's 40, right?
Well, he shot 40 off the bench. I mean, for the season, I think he was south of 40.
38, yeah.
So... And he's a career 40 or 41% three-point shooter. So, yeah, he set an extremely high bar for himself. The greater issue, and one of the reasons why I think he's back next year, because I just don't know how you replace his shooting. And the Warriors beyond Steph and Klay, it's funny. We think about them as a team that wins with the jump shot. They don't have many good shooters.
Exactly, and that's why I think you can't let him go.
I think that's why Dario Saric was force-fed to us last year at the beginning of the season, because he's the only guy who could shoot and make a 3 with any consistency, not named Steph Curry or Klay Thompson. So that might be something that Podziemski can work on this offseason. If Kuminga can own his 3-point shot, if Moody can shoot better than 34, 35%, because league average is 36 or 37. He was a subpar 3-point shooter. The Warriors need to add more shooting, either internally or externally. And that's why I think in a bigger, broader picture standpoint, that's why Klay Thompson's also on the team.
And you know what, Evan? I agree. And now you got me thinking about Wiggins. And I'm not trying to run him out of town, but let's be honest, Wiggins is a pretty damn good decent 3-point shooter. So if you were to move him, whatever you get back in return, can that guy shoot? You know what I mean? Like, Wiggins had a stretch where he was over 45% like a couple months. So again, it's all how you look at it, if you're being proactive or you're skeptical, and I get it because Wiggins will do that to you, but if you let him go and Klay go, you're losing a lot more, Evan, than just Klay's 3-point shooting too.
Yeah, you're losing spacing. I also think you're losing some of the veteran leadership, and you're losing a fabric of Golden State Warriors basketball. But if you feel like then it's time to transition off of that, then maybe it is the right move. 510 on the Comcast Business Text line wants enough of the, quote, big three. They had a great run, and now it's time to move off of, let Klay walk, and trade Draymond Green. I don't know if I'm there yet, but I think that everything's on the table. If they decided to do that, for example, Goo, if they decided to let Klay walk and trade Draymond Green.
That's radical. Yeah, remember that?
That is radical, okay. But could you blame them?
No. And I could basketball understand it.
And that's why I think that the flame out and the play-in is significant, because everything's on the table now. If they had even made the first round, I think they're less inclined to move into the future or lean into the future. That is a significant loss because of everything that built up to it, and now gives you enough ammunition to even sell to the fan base, if you care about that, Joe Lake, if you're listening. I think that there's enough ammunition behind this year to say, we're not good enough. We have to make something drastic happen.
That is phenomenal. I agree with it. I think it's highly unlikely. But, Evan, if that were to pop off, that is a straight shot in the air to tell your fan base and the team itself, we're going in a different direction. What we had was a great run, and now we're about to do a 180, Evan. We still got Mario Andretti, the chef. He's still driving the car, but we're going to look different.
Yeah, you might need to upgrade to an SUV. I don't know.
I can't wait. So is July 1st your date? Is the month of July when you think all of it starts to pop off?
Well, it has to be. Okay. Yeah, because that's when the new league year would start, and so the Warriors would get the ability. Like right now, they're strapped by what their current tax bill is, or the apron that they're currently sitting in. On July 1st, Klay comes off the books. Right. You can decide whether or not to move Chris Paul, and then you begin to have some flexibility. And that's what Bobby Marks said yesterday on Willard and Dibbs. He's from ESPN. Let's get out to Fremont, talk to Luke. Luke, what's up, my man? You're on with Evan and Guru on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Good. What's up, Guru?
What's up, Luke?
Hey, I think, what I've seen the last couple of years, I think it's time for them to retool, man. We can't keep going like this. The dynasty's over. We had a great run, so now let's just let the young guys play. No matter who's out there that's going to make us any better. Compared to our young guys. Our young guys, they're pretty good, and if you let them play, they're going to only get better. But who's out there that's going to turn us around and make us a 6 seed or a 4 seed? I see nobody. And plus, they're strapped for money, too. So they can't go out and hunt for big guy players. And, and they got really nothing to trade. Wiggins isn't going to get you anything. He might get you a Barbie doll, but that's about it. So I think, let the young guys play and just retool. And, we just have to, bite the bullet for a few years, and that's the way it goes. We had a good run. Thanks, you guys. I love your show, by the way, too, man.
Thanks, Luke. Appreciate you.
I love you, too. Evan, that just sounds like a rebuild. You can't do that's an oxymoron. You can't rebuild. I'm speaking for me, didn't use that word, with Steph Curry.
Well, he used the word retool, but you're right. The moves indicate more of a rebuild. And who knows, maybe that is the direction they decide to go in. I don't think they will, because I also think there's just there's money at stake. But the one thing you can't do is run this thing back with the same amount of money you spent and expect to all of a sudden have different results. Like we talked about this before the show, but a big part of the championship run, like the Lake Cubs been continuously footing exorbitant tax bills to the point where when they won the championship, they broke even with how many home games they hosted in the playoffs, and they made a finals run.
Because he was in the tax.
He was in the tax. He spent a lot of money. And this year he spent a lot of money for a not so great result. So again, we're trying to interpret what we've heard this week from Kerr, Dunleavy, Clay, Dre, from everyone top to bottom of this organization. Interpret what you've heard on this radio station and from the Golden State Warriors and what the tone you feel like is moving forward. 888-957-9570. That's Guru. My name is Evan Giddings in for Steiny. Let's get out to Kevin in Oakland. Kevin, what's going on? Great name except for the K. How we doing?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Hey, yeah, I want to talk about Mike Dunleavy and the flawed roster he put together. You know, I see a lot of blame being thrown around, but for some reason, Mike Dunleavy's kind of falling under the radar and not really getting that. So, a couple points on that. I mean, you see Kerr throughout the year searching for a good two-way lineup, and he never really found that. And then, you know, I think the Chris Paul trade in the offseason, I mean, I think from the instant that it happened, everybody knew they're small, old, and slower than they were before. So you needed like a Drew Holiday. You needed a Kristaps or a Naz Reid even. I would even take Dame. You know, I think you ended up with the dump part of that trade deal. You ended up with the bad part of that trade deal. So I don't see Dunleavy making a good move in the future. And in terms of, like, I think you said they're going to need to make a chemistry. That's their biggest way of catching up to these other teams. It's like Draymond Green is kind of killing the culture right now on the Warriors. You know, I think he's a great player, but I think you got to operate as an organization with integrity. And if you keep giving him a pass, it's killing the vibe, you know. And lastly, I'm going to say that I don't have faith in Dunleavy. I don't have confidence in him because although he can draft well, probably, I mean, I don't see him. He doesn't have a mouthpiece. He's not going to make a good deal. He's not swindling any other GMs. And I don't think he's ever gave anybody the confidence that he's going to make a good move. So,
gotcha, Kev.
Yeah. Man, Kev got me. Thank God we had no windows. I was ready to hope. Kev, I'm down, but man, he does draft
be
well.
A feel good Friday.
But now, where are we at with Dunn? I think that was too harsh in 1 year. Come on now, especially with that draft he hit.
I don't think you can
Corey
make any...
Joseph, I'll give you that. That didn't work out.
Well, he also traded him, but you can't make a sweeping evaluation of Mike Dunleavy after one off season. And to be fair, he did draft two players that are going to make all rookie teams.
And
like,
if you didn't have
Pajemski's going to be on the first team, and TJD's probably going to be a second team selection. So that's as good as you can get. But I don't know. If you want to get into Dunleavy on the other side, let's get into it after. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson will be back after this. And you can check out Signing Guru on the Odyssey app all 4 hours. It is free. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Check us out. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. We are talking about the Warriors and the tone at the end of the exit interview week. We'll continue to talk about them throughout the summer, but let's put a bow on what we heard this week from Dunleavy, from Kerr, from Clay, from Dre, from all the rest. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570. Good Lord.
Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Daryl the Guru Johnson, your voice is back, man. What? Come on.
Only the boss will know that, but I'm going to be a mute this weekend. I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't talking. And I'll say this. I'm a little jelly right now.
What do you mean?
That I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. Last night on Twitter,
quit beating yourself up about
she dropped a double album.
You need to stop.
And if it were Drake or Jigga or whoever, Future, I would be juiced, but I just can't get in.
Hey, Guru, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
My wife was, it was like 10:30 at night, and my wife was like, it finally dropped.
Wow.
And
a double album.
She was pumped.
Dude,
I'm like, we got to go to bed. Go to bed. You got all the time in the world.
Did she like it? Did she give it a thumbs up?
She was in love with it. She's like, all the collabs and all of the reference. I mean, apparently Travis Kelce's got a couple of references, in a couple of her songs. So
wow.
So he's in there.
Well, isn't it? I don't know much about it. Isn't what Taylor Swift kind of became known for? A lot of breakup songs with like John Mayer.
See, I brought that up, and she was like, no. She has more than that.
Wow.
So you gotta be careful. Yeah, you gotta tread lightly with the Swifties.
Things about to come out around the Bay Area. Thank you, Ken, for that Taylor Swift deep dive.
Not like a double album, though.
But you don't have to listen to it in the first 3 hours of it being released. I mean,
but that's the fun of it. You know, it's like you're doing nothing, getting ready to go to bed, like him and his wife were, like, bam.
Well, but you can come in and react to it on the radio. I mean, it's not like we're going to spend a segment talking about Taylor Swift until now, you know?
Well, I hear you. Best double album ever to you? Because I have an answer, and I'll give it to you while you think.
Pac.
All eyes on me.
All eyes on me.
A double album.
Yeah. That's,
How about Guns N' Roses? That was a good one.
Wasn't that like their only album?
No, they had a few.
I know they had a few, but the one that they're known for.
What's going on here?
Correct.
Yeah, the one that got them into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I apologize if I was opening up Pandora's box there. Wu-Tang Forever. That double album's pretty damn good.
I forgot that.
Yeah, that one's fantastic. But we are also talking about, we got to get some bills paid. We do need to get to our difference maker of the week. I don't know if you heard, Goo, but the Giants won a game last night.
Yeah.
First of a 10-game homestand, and our difference maker of the week is Wilmer Flores.
The year. Flores down the field line. Into the corner. It's a fair ball all the way to the wall. One run is in lead. Wade scores around the third, Soler. And a huge hit for Wilmer Flores makes it 3-0 Giants.
And, of course, that was a pinch hit double by Flores. Difference Maker of the Week is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. That place is amazing, just like Wilmer Flores, but also Logan Webb was last night, Gil. I know you're pretty impressed by him.
Yeah, he's on my fantasy baseball team, currently in third place, trying to defend my title. And he shut the Snakes down.
So you are a top 6 seed, or you are a top 6 seed?
Then look at you.
I'm just trying to figure out how we can get the Warriors back there. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're talking about the tone that the Warriors have left after the week of exit interviews, after hearing the brass, the front office, men 1 through 15 on the roster. Where are you left feeling right now? 888-957-9570. Let's get out to the rich and talk to Muggsy Malone.
Oh, look at him.
Muggs, what's good, my man? How are you?
I'm good, and it's my lady.
Oh, sorry about that.
Hey.
That's quite all right. Gentlemen, for me, I've been a Warriors fan, I think, since 1989. I went through the We Believe and all of that. I went through the glory years. And the last couple of years, for me, have been difficult because of two things. Number one, you had an organization that rewarded workplace violence.
Gotcha.
And you had an organization that did not look at what they had created and did not go along with what they had created. The Warriors changed basketball with the shooting, with the movement, with the excitement. But you never let that grow. You just depended on it staying there. And now it's not there. When Stephen Curry kicked those chairs in Charlotte, North Carolina, my heart fell apart because I could see him saying, I can't do this anymore. Not alone, not like this.
Wow.
And now we have to understand he's alone. He's alone. Okay? I don't want to trade Clay, but Clay needs to find his place again. And it's not here. He can't tolerate being a sixth man for long because he feels and he understands he is greater than that. And yes, those 2 years were lost, but he still has some quality. Andrew Wiggins is a mystery man only because he's lost in his own heart. And you have to understand that he needs a little more patience, but we're never going to give him that. We're always going to scrutinize him.
Wow.
Thanks, Muggsy.
That was profound. Muggsy Malone.
Was dark. Related to Post? I mean,
Guns N' Roses.
A couple bars in there.
Yeah, she had a few.
He's alone.
Yeah,
but why would
alone.
It was so good for so long, their formula. You never really know. You don't have a gauge like when you need gas. Okay, it's on E. I know.
Speaking of,
you never know when it's going to go, bye-bye. You never know when you got to kind of, fertilize it. And nobody saw. The Warriors didn't. The Clay getting hurt those 2 years, and they probably have another chip had he not got hurt in the finals. My thing to you is, and this is off the farm, Evan, but I'm thinking about next year, and this just popped in my mind. So you're telling me the All-Star game is in San Francisco yet next year?
It sure is.
So half the season technically will have been played. And Joe Lacob, all eyes will be on the city, your team, and that cathedral you've built, Chase Center. There's no way in hell he wants part one of the season before they host that extravaganza. He wants the Warriors to be back where I thought they would be this year, just a contender. So, Evan, I say all that to say is I think that will be something that'll be in his thought process in regard to going to find a Siakam or a Giannis if something happens, or I think a lot of people who are telling me, or people like myself, shut the F up, you don't know what's going on, they got constraints. We got a glimpse. The dude called Jeannie Buss to see what was up with one LeBron James, Evan. Like, that mindset, especially now with no playoffs, has to be multiplied time 100, you would think, to go big game hunting.
Well, the big game hunting is going to have to take a little bit of a back seat. Here's Bobby Marks yesterday on Wilden Dibs talking about that viability.
This is different than years before. This is different than combining two salaries and going out and get a $45 million player or a $50 million player. Where they are right now, it's not viable. Where they are right now, from now until June 30th, it's not viable. But you're basically kind of in a frozen transaction period where you ended the season with your finances, these new apron rules that started on Monday, the inability to take back more money, the inability to aggregate contracts, meaning combining salaries. So if you wanted to go out and get a $48 million player, you wouldn't be able to combine Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green, for example, here. So for now, you're kind of in a holding pattern until you figure out what you're going to do with Chris Paul and what the price tag, if the goal is to bring back Klay Thompson, is. And then you can start figuring out as far as, where your salaries are, do some of the restrictions that are really strict right now, start to loosen in everything right now.
Yeah, so right now until July 1st, they can't really do anything. And even after that, I'm not sure they'd be inclined to. I just don't feel like the Warriors are in a position where they can sacrifice any more of their future to try and maximize a present that has been heading downhill since they won a championship, a la second-round exit and now a play-in exit.
What if I rebuttal to that is, what is your future? And there's a risk involved in that if I think you're about to tell me your future right now consists of is just average.
No, I think right now, to me, what is valuable about the Warriors is them controlling their future, a la draft picks, a la young players, keeping them under team control, and seeing where that leads you, and maintaining flexibility. I think a big reason they're in this position is because they've set themselves up by paying Wiggins or Poole or Draymond last offseason.
But to continue to keep winning because they had won. So it was almost
and it's been 2 years now. So you need to, I think you have to restructure that thought process, that just paying guys and thinking it'll work out is not the right route for this franchise anymore. And it would suck if Klay Thompson is the first domino that has to fall, because I think in many ways he embodies what is, pure about Golden State. And for fans, like, he's a guy that I identify the most with of the big three. I just think we're just
wow.
Like I
get that.
I love fellow introverts. I think Klay Thompson's a great dude. But if he's the first domino that has to fall, that would signify a shift in the front office's thought process about just paying guys to pay guys and keep it going, which I don't think they can do anymore.
No, that's interesting, but I'll tell you what, because you identify with Klay, let's say they offered him 30, the Warriors did, and here comes Orlando, and I know this kind of unreal, 35, so it was one of those, he couldn't turn it down. Would you still look at the organization as if they're drawing that line in the sand like we're going in a different direction? Or would you blame Klay? Or could you understand, this wasn't about what the Warriors didn't do. It was about he had to take the money and run.
I think that'd be a mutual parting.
Okay. All right.
And maybe the question they have to answer is, what's best for the Warriors versus what's best for Klay?
Yeah.
Because
I think that's what he's thinking.
Well, I've also been thinking about that in regards to Curry. Like, I don't know if the best thing for the Warriors anymore is what's best for Curry or vice versa. Those two have always been in lockstep up until, I would say, even last season, but that's not the case anymore.
This is where Steiny and I go different ways, but there's no right answer.
Like, prioritizing Steph is, I think, the way to go, but at what cost? And that's what Klay Thompson might be ancillary. He might not be essential anymore to what they have envisioned. So again, like, the Warriors are stuck with a lot of options, and I don't think necessarily the levers they pull are going to set them back, I don't know, 5 or 10 years, unless, to me, Goo, they mortgage 5 years from now for this upcoming season, because I just don't think that there's a move out there. I could be wrong.
Right.
I don't think there's a Giannis or an Embiid or...
What if it was LeBron? Because nobody saw Joe Lacob calling for LeBron. I thought that when I read that story, are you kidding me? I hate getting duped on the internet. It was real. Now, it didn't turn into anything, but it gave us just a glimpse into Lacob's mindset. Like, did you really go for LeBron? So to the Steinies of the world, and Evan, you're not there, but you're right, and I get it. That's telling me that's Steph all in to go get a guy like that for a year or two. Like, you're mortgaging a whole lot.
You are, but what if the Lakers get beaten the first round by the Nuggets? Does that tell you about how good LeBron still is? And does that give you an idea of how much he could actually help the Warriors get back to where they want to be, which is on the mountaintop? If LeBron and the Lakers, and I think they are going to get beat by the Nuggets,
I don't know why I got the Lakers winning. Go ahead.
Well, shout out Phil Handy. Right. Actually, I would like to bet you on that.
I won't.
No, it's if they get beat by the Nuggets in the first round, why would I want to spend what I'm going to have to spend to go get LeBron James? And I don't know. It just might. I don't think it's worth it to me, Goo.
I mean, go ahead, because I was going to go random here.
Oh no,
you said you're an introvert.
Yeah,
and this is why I love myself with all my imperfections. I'm being real here, Grandy. Yeah. Kevin called, and you said, "Great name, except the K."
Yeah, because
what does that?
Well, it means his name without the K is Evan.
Oh my goodness!
It's
that is a bar. I was like, I was worried for you. Like, what did that mean?
No, it wasn't nefarious at all.
Drop the K. It's Evan.
I just thought I'd sneak it in there.
That's special.
The same on my Little League team.
I got a text, Steiny.
We had 4 good names on my Little League team. There's Tevin, Kevin,
Great
Devin, and Evan, but there was only one pure one.
K.
Yes, sir.
And I'm Evan, and so are you without the K.
I don't see any Kevins on hold, but we can get to Oscar and Stockton. How about that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan, not Kevin, in for Mets Time Mets with Goo. What's up, Oscar? How we doing, my man?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man? Was that a horse?
Man, I was coming out. I was working. I was coming out.
Okay, got you.
In the stables.
I am in Stockton, so you know what I mean? But my thing is, I ain't gonna call in because all the fans is crying and crying. One thing I have been a fan since it go way back. I'm 56 years old, man. And the thing is that you can't win a championship every year. And I watched all the games, not just the Warriors, all the games. If you haven't watched the season and you ain't seen how the season played out, there's no way in the hell we was going to win the championship with all the distractions that went on this year. So people can say the Warriors, you can blame Dunleavy. Dunleavy did a good job. Kerr did a good job. When you got this misfunction with the team, you got death in the family, you got youngsters in and out the rotation, and Curry, you got to understand, he's 36. That's my boy. But I watched the games. And that turning point, second half of the season, if you looked on his face, he wasn't doing no more cheering, no more night-night. He was too tired, and he couldn't hold it. Wiggins didn't hold up his end of the bargain. And you got, everybody blaming Kuminga. He's 21 years old. Should have stayed in the rotation. And Moody. You got to use young legs. I coach. One thing about me, I already know, I got ability and thinking-wise, but I always get youngsters because they got to bring it in. You got to bring it in, and that's where we at right now. Don't get to start trading nobody because the way the NBA is set up is not going to allow the Warriors to. That's why they put all these rules in. So the Warriors is going to do what they're going to do. A $1 billion enterprise doesn't make stupid mistakes, man. And I believe in Lake of them. They're going to make some trades. So Wiggins, he's got to go. He's got to go. That's one of our biggest mistakes right there. Wiggins, he didn't play this year. But the youngsters, Moody, Pazinga, TJG, and JK, keep them and get some length on the outside with the rest of the rotation. But the three big, they got to stay, bruh. They got to stay because Clay is going to he's going to stay because he loved the Warriors, not because of the pay. They already paid Clay, so he's going to honor that. But one thing.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in, and I hear him, Evan. I'm not saying he's wrong.
Thanks, Oscar.
He believes what he believes, Big O. But does that culminate in the playoff berth? And is he okay if it doesn't? That's why I'm like, Curry ain't signing up for this on the back nine. That's a whole different conversation. I got to believe, hey, Joe, I know I didn't made this company want $1 billion enterprise. Yeah, you paying me 55 double nickel this year and what you paid me thus far. But Evan, Steiny gets mad, but I got to say, there is some debt you owe Steph to try to compete to the end of his good days, right?
Yeah, I think I'm probably in the middle of you and Steiny. Okay. Like, Steiny doesn't see it like that. But I do agree that you owe Steph.
That's all right. Not
everything under the sun, but you owe him a retool, or at least a chance to retool or compete. Like, you can't. That's why I don't think you can rebuild with Steph on the roster.
And that's all I've been trying to say.
That's what you owe him. I mean, he's helped turn this franchise from floundering into the third most valued franchise in the world.
We were the kings.
The sports enterprise. Yeah. I mean, so he's helped you build that castle you were talking about on the water at Chase Center.
No doubt.
You owe Curry that.
You've had 4 parades, man.
Yes, and he's been the best player on, well, at least 2 of them. I don't know about the KD ones, but we don't have to open up that box. I think that, look, the one thing that Curry did say, apparently to Draymond Green, is we're not done yet, but the other thing he told Logan Murdoch of The Ringer
Logan,
was, I just want to win. How? Wow. Because I think Curry has to make a choice this summer. He has to decide if he is going to cape or require the big 3 to still be in Golden State, or if the Golden State Warriors present him with the options of, this is what we can do potentially with Clay's money. This is what we could do if we can move this guy. This is what we could do if we reshuffle here, if we build this, if we retool that. Steph is going to have to make a choice of, do I want to play ball with the guys that I have in the way that I've wanted to play, the way that I played for 10 years, or do I want to try and evolve and morph into something that is going to help us get back to where we need to be, which is the postseason? I think it's unfair to look at the Golden State Warriors moving in next year as a title contender based on what we saw this year.
Man.
But there are also a lot of people not looking at them as championship worthy entering 2021-22, which is when they won it all. So the Warriors have a chance in a way not to reset, but I think to retool this summer. And Steph is going to have to make a choice of how much he is willing to
say goodbye to the sentimental stuff That's what it sounds like you're saying.
I think you said it
maybe
perfectly.
for the first time in his career, you know what? If it's about me winning, then we had a good run or whatever. Make some uncomfortable decisions, Evan.
And Steph is a man of his word, and he's the guy that's saying insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting different results. Well, I hate to break it to you, you've kind of been in insanity for 2 seasons now, especially for the majority of this year. Do you want to remain an insane team or franchise for 3 consecutive years after the championship?
Well,
I think that's a question Steph's going to have to wrestle with this summer while he's also out in Paris.
Well, look at you.
Out in France trying to get that gold medal.
People asking me, is my shirt cross colors? It's not. That used to be back in the day. The jokes.
Well,
but when you read it, I diffuse the hate. You know?
Is that suede?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yep. Well, it looks like there's a little corduroy action on the left side.
Mm-hmm. People saying I need a cowboy hat. That's all I'm missing.
Well, and
Get it up. Yeah.
Dude, you got the boots too?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How do you feel about top buttons? This is real quick before we get to a break. How do you feel about top buttons? Like if I rolled up right now.
I like them with a nice chain on the outside, and if you got traps like you do,
I don't have a chain though.
Yeah, but I like the top button.
I did used to have some black ice back
because they show the traps.
The traps?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I got apps. Yeah, I used to have traps.
That's a 4. Yeah. Well, we're having some apps after work. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald Goober Johnson. I mean, do you think Steph Curry's got a hard choice this summer? Do you think that the Warriors need to present him with a choice this summer? Do you think that Steph's got to look in the mirror and do something differently this offseason? Do you think it comes down to Curry? Do you think it's all about everyone else? And this is for in the 415. Do you guys still believe Curry can be a top 5 player next year?
I do, man.
Aren't their chances solely dependent on that assumption? In terms of championship contention, I think you're spot on, 415. They are dependent on Curry being a top 5 player. But when the All-NBA team comes out, I don't think we're going to see Steph as a top 5 player.
Okay, and I'll tell you real quick. I know we're up against it. I'll tell you who else we won't see. And on the other side, I want your honest answer, Evan. Everybody's been telling me that Draymond means this, he means that, he means this, he means that to Steph. And I won't deny that. But has that run its course? And it's not the first time I posed that question. But tell me in Sacramento when you needed it most, was that a liability? Or was they figured out, or Mike Brown did, he had his troops ready for what was coming. And what if Draymond was a scorer? Would that scorer version of Draymond Green help Steph? And I just feel like we're at the boys to men, the end of the road on Draymond being Vinny Testaverde at the top of the key looking for Steph, when now you got double and triple teams. So I'm asking the masses, the basketball connoisseurs out there, the specialists, has that ran its course? Like, I know Dre and Steph, they're going to the Hall. But, Evan, tell me from a basketball standpoint, and I'm saying this because I watched the game twice, that Dre at the top of the key, I think Curry needs more help than that now. And you could say, he gives her the ball and it's a perfect diss. But now I think Steph needs a threat for Steph to be Steph. You got away with it. Now they're catching up. Am I off base by saying Steph couldn't get off if there were no Draymond Green? Come on, it's just a question. I think that the owner and everybody should be asking themselves, what if we had a threat? Vucevic, somebody that could hit or even be a threat to take a shot more often than not.
How about I answer that on the other side because we got to hit a break. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald Goober Johnson back after this, 95.7 The Game.
We have to understand he's alone. He's alone.
Was that a horse?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He's a horse.
Yep. Bochy.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson with you. Goo, you got some work to do this weekend.
No, I'll be at the driving range because Monday will be...
I'll be at Stone Tree.
Look at my guy.
Exactly.
Broadcasting, but they, ATCO, it's the ATCO Pest Control Golf Tournament, their annual, and they asked me to, I didn't even know this existed, be the honorary...
The first drive?
Yeah, the first drive. So I've been at the driving range, and I'm going to have a good drive. I'm confident.
Well, I do think it's going to be easier. Now, there's a lot of pressure on that shot. I don't think there's as much pressure as going first and knockout, but there's a lot of pressure on that first drive.
I appreciate that, and, I did the analytics. That set me, going first was the worst.
Ran the
but
numbers.
I'll say this, and you don't know this about my golf game.
Okay.
Nothing feels better in my hand than a driver. And I bat fourth or fifth in softball, and that's who I am.
Dip it or rip.
Sammy Sosa. But, dude, I'm going to crush this ball. I ain't going to try to do too much because I know what the feeling is when you crush it.
Yeah.
But you do it right. And I'm going to let everything else work for me. That ball's in trouble.
Well, it's like what sprinters say. You're at your fastest when you're running 85%. Like when you're not swinging your hardest, your muscles don't tense up. At least this is what I'm assuming. I mean,
you're at your fastest at 85%.
Yeah, it's an oxymoron. But that's basically how you have to approach the golf swing. So just take it easy. Don't let Steiny get in your head. I know he's going to try and do it, especially if he's listening right now.
He hopes I hit the divots. He hit the divot.
Replace your divots.
Yeah.
Well, Steiny's got to worry about his own golf.
But real quick here, you put something on, you were flossing with your golf swing. You look good. The knee bent, you turn the hips, you're young.
I mean, if I could get out there on Monday. I was down in Rancho Cucamonga last week.
Look at my guy.
So I was at Top Golf. Shout out to the Quakes. Took me out there for a day.
Tight.
First time I picked up a golf club in like 5 years, but it felt good.
You look good. That was like picture perfect. And is there anything better than Top Golf?
No, it was the first time I'd been to one.
It's incredible, man.
Dude, they have
you can have a party, drinks.
Couple Coronas.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, it was fantastic.
But what about Draymond? Do you am I onto something, or you think?
Well, Draymond's never been an offensive threat. So if he's at the top of the key, the one thing that the Warriors always, in my opinion, as we get back into basketball, made Draymond into was the best decision maker in a 4-on-3 in the league. Like when they were running things.
Gotcha.
You could double Curry, and then
Clay was there.
KD was there. I mean, but even in 2022, you had, I don't know, whether it was Otto Porter Jr. on the wing, Andrew Wiggins was a more serviceable three-point shooter, Bjelica. There were other players, or, I think the lob threat of Trace Jackson Davis is something that's viable for them moving forward on the offensive side. But look, you're right. Steph is going to need more help because there can't be games like there was on Tuesday where in the past, and you could take this as shade to the chef or whatever you want to call it, a year ago, Curry was able to will them to a win in the same situation, in the same building, in an elimination format where his team did not give him anything.
I don't like you saying
on Tuesday, they didn't give him anything, and he couldn't do it. So I don't know if that's a sign of things to come. To me, that's more of a war of attrition that Steph was losing at the tail end of this season, and they need to be better at load managing him next year so that he's not as gassed.
What if not to interrupt, Evan, I am?
Yeah.
What if that was about spacing, though, more than him being tired? Since the All-Star break, now I'll give you tired. He was tired. But what about spacing Tuesday? Because of Draymond, and they can, where are you really going if you're the focal point? And that's what this offense turned into. Who were they scaring?
Well, they weren't scaring anybody with an 0 for 10 performance from Clay. Wow. Wiggins was terrible. Nobody could hit a three when they needed to, and the Kings were just raining hell upon them, and especially in that third quarter. But I do think this entire week has been about the tone of the organization, because I think that loss means that they can go an avenue of ways, and none of them to me would be wrong, Goo. And they might not be great choices, but they wouldn't be wrong based on the last two seasons, specifically how this one came to a skidding halt. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to Doug in Berkeley. Doug, what's up? What's going on in B-Town? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
Hey.
Awesome, man.
Hey, listen, Evan, you said something in the last hour that I think it brings up the elephant in the room, because we're talking about we got to trade this guy, we got to trade this guy, we got to trade this guy. The Warriors were what, the first in clutch games played, under 5 points with 5 minutes to go. The reason that that's the case is because they didn't honor the ball. What a great team they are. They get into all these close games, and they're giving the other team 5 to 8 extra chances. I think that the thing that they need to do is they need to look at Steve Kerr. For the whole time that he's been here, he's been saying, we got to cut down on our turnovers. We play really well and we don't turn the ball over.
Yeah.
And they got away with it in the first 4 championships because they were, so good. They started out raining trees and the rest of the league didn't. Then they got KD. But it's it's obvious. We're not big enough in the middle, and we give the other team more chances at the basket than we get. And we're still in games at the end. I think that we could trade. You said, Evan, look what Phoenix did. They got KD, they got, Bradley Beal, and their 6th seed. And that was a really great point you made. You could have expanded on it. I don't think that they could get Doncic, they could get anybody they want. And if they play the same way they played for the last several years, turning the ball over, they're not going to win. I think Steve Kerr really needs to get serious about practice. He needs to get serious and make them not turn the ball over. Even Steph, who we love, he had 6 turnovers in that game, and most of his turnovers and most of the team's turnovers are not forced.
But it's been a staple since their run. I hear you. It's been what's Kerr going to do? Like, it's not CYO or high school and say, I'm going to cut you. They've done this forever and it's worked. Now they're just not good enough. But I don't think Kerr's out there dribbling and throwing the ball away. That's on the players.
No, all the other teams in the league turn the ball over less than we do. That's on the coach. That's coaching. Okay? You can't put it all on the players. It's carelessness, and carelessness gets bred by how the coach runs the team and how they practice. Nobody's talking about Kerr, and Kerr has shown he's great, but that's a flaw.
Wow.
That's a flaw in his system, and if we don't change that system, I don't care who we get. I don't care if we get, you name it. If we keep playing like this, we're not going to win a championship.
I got to tell you before you go, or I'll tell you, Evan, and the listeners, that call really hit me.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, and Doug, the reason it hit me is before he signed off, he gave Kerr his flowers saying he was great. But I'll ask you, Evan, I never put that responsibility at this level with 3 future Hall of Famers. Like, I've just grown accustomed to the Warriors throwing the ball away, but I never really, like Doug, puts it at the doorstep of Kerr. And that's not why you lost the game. What did you have Tuesday night? It didn't help. 16 turnovers. I mean, it wasn't 25. They just suffocated you. But you think there's something to that Kerr can improve that part?
I mean, you also gave up 15 offensive rebounds. Klay Thompson, also in his words, threw up a donut. Andrew Wiggins was a minus 25. I mean, you just go down the roster. Again, like, there's so many different things that went wrong, and Kerr's part of that. To me, if there was one thing that I would look at Kerr and say, this is where you messed up. Because I don't know, maybe you and I differ, Goo, but the idea of, the rotations or coaching a team to not turn the ball over, like, that's college, man. Like, if you're in the league, it's because you can play.
All right, I hear you.
All of these guys at their respective high school, college, G League, international levels can ball. That's why they're in the NBA. I'm not asking Steve Kerr to all of a sudden ask Steph Curry in his 15th season when he's won 4 championships, 2-time MVP, one of the greatest players of all time, to all of a sudden stop turning over the basketball. This Warriors team is predicated on their motion offense. If you disagree that that's the way to operate, well, then you shouldn't have Steve Kerr as your head coach. However, he is the head coach. He'll be head coach for 2 more years. The motion offense means you're going to be loose if you pass the ball more than any other team, inherently you're going to turn the ball over more than anyone else.
And that's what we see.
That's just what happens.
On the greatest of days for the Warriors, and they were able to overcome it, and they
because
won.
of their talent.
Yep.
I think Steve Kerr's greatest asset or greatest strength as head coach is his ability to manage large personalities, Hall of Famers. That's what he's made his calling card. He got the most out of Curry, Dre, and Clay from the moment he walked in 2015. Thus, if there's anything that I feel like he should be, I don't know if the word is reprimanded for, but that he should look at himself in the mirror for, is his inability to manage Draymond Green this season. Draymond missed 25 games because of his own actions. Wow. He was suspended. He choked a guy. He punched a guy. Last postseason, he punched a teammate. He stepped on a player. The previous preseason, he punched a teammate. That, to me, is, on and away, Steve Kerr, because there's been opportunities for you as someone who is a great manager of relationships and personalities to ideally prevent that from happening. Wow, and I think that's why we heard Kerr speak up yesterday and say that Draymond's antics or actions have turned from just basketball into violent, and that cannot happen. So if there's something that I would point at Steve Kerr and say, you did a bad job at, it is preventing Draymond Green from missing or from playing in as many games as possible.
And you know what? That's an A+. And if I can add to that, I will. I'll say even upstairs, they failed Kerr because that could have been a mandate. Yeah, you know what, Steve? This is how you don't want to handle it? Well, we're going to handle it. And you are right. And again, I will sign up for any rally that says the Warriors could have been a 5th or 4th seed had Draymond got suspended. Okay, that's not reality. He did. But, Evan, it does make me double back his answer yesterday, Kerr, about Draymond, about that Zach Lowe tidbit about some might be growing thin with that. And I wonder, and when a coach, say what you want, oh, it's all good, or who did we have? The young lady that says she'll never forget Orlando when Curry was in tears. You know, we just have moved up as a nation. Dub Nation has moved past that like it was all good. They're cool. But, Evan, at the end of the day, Steve Kerr said, unforgivable. That's one. That means it never goes away. Okay? And Curry was in tears. So I do wonder when I see and hear about Zach Lowe saying or reporting what he's hearing, just where that thing can go and lead possibly. Because a lot of people are calling here and we're doing the Rubik's Cube, the Warriors version of the Rubik's Cube. What would you do? What can you do? How do you do it? And not too many people are including Draymond. But, Evan, the more I think about it, that would qualify as humongous. You're talking about an organ, an inside organ of your basketball team to make you this dynasty. And if you were to put him in a package, oh, good Lord, I won't even throw Kuminga in there. But if I did, I mean, that could fetch you almost the biggest shark that's out there.
It could. I mean, and look, I don't want to make it just about Draymond. I think there's a lot.
I'm trying not to.
Well, but it is a card that the Warriors could play, and I don't think anybody would blame them because of his own actions. So, again, that's why I think everything's on the table in a way. I know that people are looking at this season, and we've described it as a failure because they couldn't even get to the postseason, having footed the largest tax bill in the history of basketball. But in a way, everything's in front of them right now in a positive sense because you can do just about whatever you want. If you choose to rebuild, I don't think there's a ton of people that would blame them based on what happened this year. If you choose to retool, I don't think there's a lot of people that would say that's the wrong choice. If you choose to run this thing back, there's even evidence in the last 3 months would be large enough to say, hey, this is what we're going to lean into. The Warriors have every card on the table to play, and now it's just about seeing how it unfolds. So that's kind of the tone that I got from this week, Goo. Flexibility. I think they do have freedom to make whatever move they deem necessary, and it's going to have, its consequences, both good and bad.
There you go.
But at the same time, if they decide to let Klay Thompson walk, or if they decided to trade Draymond Green, if they decide to do anything that doesn't involve Stephen Curry not being on the Golden State Warriors, I'll say, all right.
Well, no, I'm totally with you, and I was thinking, oh, my God, but I think we'd have a clear indication of which direction this ship is headed.
And we'll find out on July 1st. But again, that's what we're kind of setting up here as we put a bow on exit interview week.
Real quick, Goo, you're talking about Steve Kerr calling Draymond getting ejected in Orlando unforgivable. Yeah. Did you hear what he told Willard and Dibbs 2 days ago about that?
Okay.
He got back to it, and he had a totally different response.
Draymond he's maybe the most competitive person I've ever been around, maybe the most loyal. I will stick with him forever because I know who he is as a human being, and he's very complex. And part of that complexity is his constant quest to find the right balance between being ultra competitive and, walking the line and not crossing it. And he crossed it, over the last year. He crossed it several times, and if he could have it back, you better believe he would want to have it back and do it. But life doesn't work that way.
Wow. I wish I wouldn't have heard that, Grandy.
There was actually a second one where he talked even more specific about the Orlando moment. Here's more Kerr from earlier this week.
Everyone was upset when he got kicked out of the game in Orlando. That didn't even bother me. Like, Draymond is so competitive and so emotional. I'm fine if he gets tossed a few times a year, because that's the price you pay for having the guy who is the driver of your defense, the driver of your competitive fire as a team. Without Draymond, we have 0 championships. I hope people realize that. But with Draymond, you've got a complex human being who is incredibly strong and loyal and emotional and competitive, and also can go too far.
Wow, Evan. I tune in all day. I'm a P1 for our own station. Somehow I missed that. But if that's not a 180, I don't know what is. He mentioned forever. And now I'll really be shocked if something were to happen with Dre when your coach, a month later after that went down and you were so stern, and rightfully so, now it's about that. Like, I didn't even care. Like, that is, I don't want to say strange. That shocked me.
I don't think it does, because that's
how it's played out, right?
That's been the message from the team the entire time he's been a Golden State Warrior. Is you reprimand him in the moment,
and here's
you say it stinks, you can't do it again, he does it again, and you say, well, we need him. Like,
wow.
And to be fair, I understand what he's saying. Like, in the moment, it was unforgivable because of the spot, right? If they had lost that game at the time, remember, Houston was on their heels. They were a game back. If they lost that game, they would have been even. And that would have set you up to maybe not even make the play-in. But now a month later, you can look back at it and say, well, we actually didn't need that game because Houston fell off, and that's why Kerr's back on Dre's side. So in the moment, it was unforgivable. But now, because of the empowering that we've consistently seen of Draymond's antics or actions throughout the years, that's the side of the coin that the messaging always lands on. Because he's right. They don't have 4 championships without Draymond Green.
Nobody would argue that.
Draymond's a Hall of Famer. He is still a very important player to this team. And I think that's why he's going to be on the team more so than anything else. It's not necessarily about his lifetime achievements. It's because they're a good defensive team when he's on the floor. Like,
the timing is peculiar. I'll read this from Alicia Lewis to you, a rebuttal. Evan, even if Draymond played those games, this team was still not going to win a chip in regard to the suspension. But to you, I got to say this, Evan. I think the season was over, and I think Kerr took one for the team, and that's why he did the 180, because that interview was after they had lost.
Yep.
So what if I told you he put that spin on it to not make it look like Dre's suspension or Dre is not the reason we didn't get our goals?
I mean, maybe.
But even then, I'm still mad on why you would care to not. That's the least you could give them was, hey, we're disappointed in you. Like, Steph Curry was in tears.
But he's also said he's been disappointed in umpteen times, especially during this year. And again, that's why I felt like if there's one thing that I would criticize Kerr for this year, it's that kind of flip-flopping.
That hit me, man.
That kind of flip-flopping is why Draymond apparently feels like it's okay to put a guy in a chokehold or send a spinning back fist into someone's face.
Is it fair we're just honing in on Kerr? Like, that's an organization job.
To me, that is the head coach's job at the NBA level.
I was just asking.
Is to manage the egos and star-studded personalities on your team. That's first and foremost. Your job is to not teach these guys who've been playing basketball for 20 years how to run a pick and roll. Like, they should know how to do that by themselves. Draymond Green doesn't need to be taught where to place his inside foot on a box out. He needs someone to help him with the larger issue, which is he can't control himself. That's where Kerr failed this year. I don't know, in my opinion.
No, I hear you.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. Let's get out to Oakland, go across the bridge, talk to our guy Jake. Let's talk about the state of the Warriors. What's up, Jake? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just want to say what you guys think, because everybody's bringing up, oh, we shouldn't trade Clay or get rid of him, bring him back. To me, it comes down to finance, financial, I mean, because there's a two ways to look at this. As one, the owner has to sit down with a bunch of guys, be like, hey, if we want to win,
sorry,
we have
Jake,
to cut down the. Can y'all hear me?
No. Sorry, Jake, you're kind of breaking up there. I apologize.
Yeah, get them a better line.
Yeah, let's go to Alan San Pablo. Alan San Pablo, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Yes, you were talking about Kerr. You might recall him in interview speaking of Moody as finding the right combo, that he just haven't been able to find him in the right combination of players, and that's why he doesn't get as much time. But, you know, a good locksmith is able to take care of changing that 5-digit combo lock. And I think as a coach, Kerr needs to really think hard on how he can get Moody involved more, because I think he can be a very key factor going forward with his athleticism, his ability to shoot from the outside, ability to drive. You know, he's got really good qualities, but as a locksmith, I think that Kerr needs to really think of how he can get him in the lineup and play more minutes. And I think that would help relieve a lot of fatigue from Steph Curry. What's your thoughts on that?
Wow.
Thanks, Al. Well, I want to get into that on the other side, doubt. Because I think the combination conversation, as well as, you know, who you try to empower next year is where this conversation is naturally going to go, not just today, but also throughout this summer.
And Evan, don't forget, I'm random. Yeah. We got a draft next Thursday.
Oh, we do.
Dude,
we have an NFL draft.
Yeah, we do.
Niners finally got a first-round pick.
Man.
The Giants also finally got a win.
There you go.
Yeah,
couple
the
of
Arizona Diamondbacks. Yeah, huge. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7
That one
The
hurt.
Game.
Oh, that one's going to go down. And
who is Rich?
I don't know about
So I'm
infamy.
asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Rich Mitchell. I don't know, but he got buckets.
And now we got names on the YouTube. Rich Mitchell.
Yeah, people are leaning into
that
it.
That one hurt, man.
I don't know, man. Well, first of all, it does take away from the fact it was a really good question, but the setup of the great Rich Mitchell.
See, let me tell
I'm
you.
asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah.
Now, this is behind the curtains, real quick.
Oh, there he is.
So the great Catherine Leverett, she has she does skiing.
Okay.
And she's just for the stars and everybody. So that's a mutual friend.
Easy on YouTube.
Mitch and I have, right?
Yeah.
So I told her Mitch was coming on. So I said, I'm gonna tell him I know you. She goes, okay. So in my mind, guys, I was getting that ready along with the question, and it all clashed at the wrong time. In Rich Mitchman, whatever I
Rich
can.
Mitchell.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
The funny part was
what happened to me?
Well, so he was so affirmative throughout the interview too. He might have. Oh yeah, no, totally good. Appreciate
So
it.
she heard it.
Yeah.
Text me the name, and then she made me feel better. I go, this one I'll never live down. She goes, you're not the first one that's messed his name up trying to throw me something.
Well, he also, so he texted me after.
No, he did not.
No, he said it. He said he had a great time, and he was wondering if there were archives of the interview so that he could pull clips from it. So I sent him the YouTube and
you're
then,
dope.
of course, the Odyssey link.
So Rich Mitchell didn't come up?
No, he didn't mention Mitch Richin. I think we got it right enough.
Dude.
I think we were 7 for 8 from the floor.
That one, your boy, they had fun with
Shout
me
out
on
TJD.
that one.
Yes,
No
they
doubt.
did. Let's clean up some of these calls before we get to Willard and Dibbs and the crossover. This is the Too Short segment.
Yeah.
And let's keep it in the East Bay then. Leroy's in Oakland.
Our guy.
Shout out to town. What's up, Leroy? How we doing?
What's going on, E? Evan, it's good to hear you, brother. You and Goo, man, y'all good together, man. I mean, E, you ain't quite Steiny. I ain't saying that, but, man, y'all good together, man. What's up, Goo?
I'm going to tell you, hey, I love you. We miss Steiny, but I'm going to tell you this, Leroy. Yep. I'm down, man. This team really has me down, and it'll kick in. You didn't ask tomorrow when I watch all the games. I'm really down, Leroy, and I'll let you go from there. But I'm playing it off. I'm not doing well, man.
I'm going to cheer you up, Goo.
Please do.
I cheer myself up with this. The Warriors had a better record, Goo, than last year, didn't they, Goo?
Yes, sir.
I feel good about that.
Mm-hmm.
That means progress, Goo. That means progress. And I had asked myself, I said, if I was Dunleavy, I had to be real because I can sit back and, Monday morning quarterback and do what we do as fans, but I had to be real with myself. I said, if I'm Mike Dunleavy and I got Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Curry, what do I do with that? And I had to be realistic. I'm keeping that, and I'm working around that. And I think that's what Dunleavy alluded to the other day. I'm going with that. I'm keeping that, to be real. I can say, Draymond, I want him to leave. And like I said, I could be a fan in Monday morning quarter. He's this, he's that. But when I really look at it, if I'm Dunleavy, I'm doing that. I'm taking the big three, and we'll build around that. So we did have a better season than last year, which means that's progress. And then we rebounded our butt off, which was great. We didn't expect. And I just think going forward, it's going to bode well for the future, that we're maybe not getting better as fast as the fans would like. But if you look at the season overall, I think it was better than last season. And was it a successful season? Yeah, but it was better than last season, and that's what you want, progress. And, hey, it's happening slow, but it's happening, Goose, so don't worry.
Okay, I'll leave you with this, Leroy, and I'm the Steiny coming out in me. What if I said last year you made the playoffs, this year you didn't?
Oh, I think we lost.
Okay, but what would you say to that, Evan?
Love, Leroy.
If you're going to go numbers, I get it. But what if I say last year this team made the playoffs as a 6th seed, this year you didn't? I don't see the progress. If it was just truly on the postseason to attain your goals.
I think there was progress made in the younger category for the youth.
Can't argue that.
I mean, look, you got 2 rookies that are probably going to be on the all-rookie team. Jonathan Kuminga looks like he's taken a third-year leap. Moses Moody looks playable.
Now, give me the bad.
Yeah, I mean, so look, you got 4 young guys that you look like, I don't know if you can build a title team around, but they look like they can be pieces that'll get better. The issue is that I think the difference between last year and this year, your best players weren't as good or didn't play as well. That's
some real stuff.
At least come postseason time. Now, I know that they were in that position where they had an elimination game, but okay, so your best players last year were largely your same best players this year, outside of maybe Kuminga, but Curry, Clay, Dre, and Wiggins. Those are your 4 guys.
None of them had a good game Tuesday.
They weren't very good. And Curry wasn't good enough as he was in Game 7 last year against the Kings.
Wow.
So that's unfortunate, but it also means the Warriors now have freedom to kind of roll down whatever road they want.
What did you make of my, and I'm not patting myself on the back, and I even want Grandy's thought if he can chime in. I love Pods, and I said this yesterday, but the fact that he led your ball club after 83 games in plus minus, it's great for him. But overall, if I told you you're sitting with 3 Hall of Fame or future Hall of Famers with the likes of Curry, Clay, I don't even got to go down the names, isn't that an indictment on everybody else not named Pods that a rookie could come, have that big of impact? And I got Wiggins, Draymond, Clay, and Steph, and my guy won that going away, a rookie? Tell me what you think. Like, am I off base for thinking that's a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I don't look at plus minus as the end-all, be-all for who the best player on the team is, but you're right. He was impactful when he played.
No doubt. Awesome.
I also think it's an indication that for much of the year, the second unit was the most consistent part about this team. Wow. And that is also a problem. Like, the starters got outscored by the Kings by, 60 points or something like that? I mean, they got bludgeoned. Their best 5 players, or the starting 5 that they chose to trot out there in Sacramento, were not as good
102
as the Kings.
to 48 or something.
It was not good. And that has also been
a staple of this.
That's been the season. Everyone wants to make a big deal about how good the bench is and how great of a rebounding team they are. And we saw them, get out-rebounded, and we saw their starters flounder in Sacramento. So, again, that one game is not an indication of the entire year, but it's a result of it, and I can't ignore that. So let's wrap things up here with one more call. Let's get out to Daryl in San Jose. Daryl, how we doing?
Good.
Hey, Daryl, real quick before you start, how do you spell it? Do you got an E at the end?
No, it's a YL.
Oh, okay.
It's a YL.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm out.
But I'm going to go real quick. I'm going down the redundancy road. I mean, that kind of, to me, started with Bob Myers. Before he left, a couple of years before he left, he really kind of sat around in the trade season. And all those issues, Draymond, Wiggins, Thompson, that all happened under Bob Myers. And if he would have put some redundancy in there, like the Iguodala's, like the Livingstons, like the Barbosas, defensive-minded big wings, I think that there wouldn't have been this. Now, you can't tell the future, but the tea leaves were there. Bob Myers knows this. I think he knew the formula to this. But when he saw these variables, he said, hey, man, this is starting to get out of control. I think Dunleavy is kind of being too patient. But I also think the biggest elephant in the room is Draymond keeping big players from coming to play with Curry.
Gotcha.
If they can control that and not have those big players be intimidated by that attitude, I think people will come.
I got you, Daryl. Thank you. Appreciate the call. I wonder what the guys on the other side think about it. We also got What's Bugging You brought to you
2 o'clock.
by Atco Pest Control at 2 o'clock. Yes, we do. In fact, we might have the same one. And that's what's coming up on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
we have to understand he's alone. He's alone.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Stein, Matt Sterl, the Guru Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dabley. This is the crossover. You guys got me. I don't know if it's looking forward to, the years ahead of me. But there's so much that goes through your guys' minds. I'm just like, I just don't think like that.
Well, we're telling you to enjoy your youth.
But where are you right now? Are you 31?
I'll be 30 in August.
Look at Lucas.
Not even 30.
Well, yeah, I'm almost there. I feel like my lumbar feels like it, every single day.
Stop with your lumbar. Your lumbar, you don't know nothing about no lumbar.
Wow.
Dude, you want to talk about... Dude, I have a baby, and I'm 55. And so when she, up, she's in the cribby. Yeah. Cribby, up. And I go down to pick her out of the crib. It's a full,
come on.
I mean, am I going to be able to do it? 22 pounds, 2 ounces. And it's a bend, and it's a lift, and I feel like the old Bulgarian weightlifter.
Dude,
I was going to say, you just power clean kids.
Because you got to dance at a wedding.
I love that you think you're in the midst of it now. She's only going to get heavier while you get older.
No, but I'm not going to need to pick her up when she's 17. She's not going to say,
no, but you're going to need to pick her up when she's 4. And she's going to be 3 times the weight, and you're going to be 58.
24-hour fitness.
Yeah, but I mean,
they've been doing some up downs right now.
Yeah, well, and the up era is not as significant then as it is now.
Well, you got to dance at her wedding, so you got to.
I'm hoping to make it to her wedding,
no doubt.
And that's, it's all perspective, and you're 29, and so for you, your vision of age is it's cute. It's like the Sacramento Kings. It's adorable.
Yeah. Oh, well.
You have no idea.
Not anymore. It's real now.
You have no idea.
Yeah, all the relatives would be like, oh, you young boy back in the day. And I'm like, if you ain't got nothing to say, don't say it, Willard. But they were being real. You're young. And I don't like Evan sometimes because he's what I used to be, dude.
Yeah, I'll save it for 2 o'clock.
I
what's bugging
really,
me at 2
Willard,
o'clock?
I'm jealous of the youth.
Both of us got something.
Thank you for reminding me 10 minutes ahead of time.
So,
Not my kids, but other ones I don't like, Willard.
I don't mind when people are young. What I don't like is when they haven't experienced things that feel like they happened 3 years ago. Like, for instance, when Evan and Grandy go running around here and being like, I've never seen the Niners win a Super Bowl. It's like, what the hell's the matter with you people? That just happened 6 years ago. And then I realized, oh, wait, it was 30 years ago.
Right.
I forgot.
Wow.
And then, and then you feel old. And then that's not your fault, Evan. It's not your fault. It just happened.
Well, no, I was watching Beavis and Butthead the other day, and I was just thinking, Babels. That was a part of my childhood that has apparently just been erased. I haven't thought about that show in probably since the last time I watched it.
Didn't they do an SNL skit?
That's why. It was hilarious.
Out of nowhere. It was
so good.
Unbelievable.
Beavis and Butthead.
Look off your
that
face.
skit was terrible.
It was incredible.
Stop it.
You didn't Neither one of them. No, I saw it. And it's like, oh my God, you look like somebody. You look like Beavis. It was stupid.
The man with the blonde pompadour sitting on the other. It was good. Man with the exposed gums and a terrible disposition.
Can somebody help me? I'm not in the restroom. I'm coming out the restroom, and then I see this black package, and I'm like, looks like a tuxedo. Took me back to my high school prom. And I go, boss, you getting busy tonight, huh? Fancy. He says, no, that's Willard. Where are you going?
The Vera Wang.
Yeah.
So
Bruce Wayne.
Very, very high possibility you are disappointed with the reality of this story. That is not mine.
Oh, no.
That tux belongs to the boyfriend of the lovely Christie's daughter.
That's dope.
Okay.
All right.
Prom?
Their prom is tomorrow.
That's
so Men's Warehouse is down the street. You walk in there, there's signs everywhere. Prom!
So you'll be watching the Giants tonight.
So I was just like, they got their right, and then it's an alteration sensation.
That's a buck.
And then you know how it is when you rent a suit. They got to mess it up. 6 times, and then you get it right, and then you pick it up the day before the
I'll
event.
never forget.
And I said, the office is like 2 feet from this. Let me get it for
Look at
you.
Willard.
So, I came in early, and we went and got the suit.
I'm going to praise Men's Warehouse because maybe it must have been 10 years ago. I was doing play-by-play for the Earthquakes. And I leave my Oakland home, and I'm rushing to get down there early. You want to talk to the players and the coach and the whole deal. And I drive down to Buckshaw Stadium before they had the new stadium. Park my car about 3.5 hours before kick, and I look in the back seat. No suit. I got no suit. And I'm an hour away from home. So now I'm an hour home and an hour back, and it's like, oh
boy.
Oh, my God. I forgot my suit at home. So I immediately Google suit rental near me, Men's Warehouse. So I go to the Men's Warehouse, and I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm doing play-by-play in about 2 hours and 45 minutes. What do you have for me? Boom, suit, fit me, custom me, and I'm back at the stadium with like 2 hours to spare. Men's Warehouse.
Wow,
it was an
at that.
absolute win. But your boy, your boy forgot his suit.
I was in all.
It happens.
I was in all white on prom night.
I went black.
All white?
Black
All
with
white.
turquoise.
I was looking like Colonel Sanders.
Of course
I mean,
you
it
were.
feels
All
like
white with a little
feels
red.
a little stereotypical, but
How did your night go?
Pretty well. So
El Cerrito, right?
So it's St. Mary's, yeah.
Oh, my
St.
bad.
Mary's
That's
College
right.
High School
In Albany.
Panther
Yeah.
Pride.
Yeah.
But
Panther
all white.
Pride.
Evan would like to move on.
Boy,
I would like to
dude.
hear more. Yeah,
No,
I would like to hear more.
Yeah.
He'll tell me at the
What's
couch.
bugging me is the way you're handling this conversation.
Better than my prom night. I got caught stretching a double into a triple.
Oh, boy.
Thrown out a third.
Never make the third out.
Shoot your shot. Shoot your shot. That's all you got, dude. I mean,
Turns out that's all I had. Yeah. Your boy on the base paths was not so efficient. Yeah.
Fleet of feet, yeah. So, I mean, basically, but before we get into what's bugging you, apparently a lot, the question we decided to kind of circle around today, and I think we've been kind of, I don't know, just trying to flush it out, is like the tone you feel like Golden State has set at the end of the exit interview week. Like, we'll talk about this the entire summer, and whenever the decisions happen,
What have you heard?
they'll come down. But just, kind of compartmentalizing. Kerr, who was fantastic with you guys a couple days ago, also spoke yesterday. Dunleavy, Clay, Dre, all the rest. Like, what do you guys feel like the tone right now is from Chase Center?
I'm very comfortable with the tone that they've set, because what I think they've done is they've managed expectations, which is one thing that the Warriors, I think, largely do well. This is what we've gotten mad at the Giants for. We'll talk about that, but I think they've managed the expectation of, look, we want Clay back, but be aware he might not be. We think Draymond will be back. He almost assuredly will, but it's not 100%. Steph, I think, set the tone first. Like, I want to win, and that's what we're going to try to do. It's very complex. It's going to be difficult to do, but they're going to try. That's option A. They might end up with option B or C. And so, like, I'm comfortable with that. That feels realistic to me.
You did?
I think that the expectation is much lower than what Mark is portraying. And, I think that they're casting the die to where they're going to bring back Clay and they're going to be the same team. And whether or not they can do anything with Wiggins or Moody or anybody else, it's going to be the same band of brothers largely than it was this year. And I don't think that's good enough. And I think that they're going to be okay with it because Joe Lacob wants to be below the second apron.
Yeah, I mean, Goo, that kind of sounds like what you were taking away. It just sounds like they're largely going to bring the same guys back, right?
Yeah, and when Draymond on his podcast said that as soon as they lost the game Tuesday night, Steph looked at him, and I'm a romantic, Willard, you would know that, but sports romantic, and Curry looked at him and said, "We're not finished." I'm like, yes, you are. You're not playing in the playoffs. You're finished right now.
Right.
Finito. So
that's not what they meant, though. We're not finished means that, like, they're talking about the future.
Yeah,
they're not talking about right now.
And all I'm worried about is next year. Like,
do you think they're finished?
No, because I believe if Draymond didn't get suspended, they would be playing tomorrow or Sunday against a different team.
I heard you guys take a call, and he said Draymond has totally ruined 2 seasons in a row.
Willard, I really believe
and
that.
that's
man.
why you've got to get rid of him. And I'm so fascinated by that dynamic because these 2 years couldn't be more different with regard to the Draymond Green experience, if that's your take. In other words, last year, an act of violence against a teammate that potentially set an untenable vibe.
But didn't cost him any games, though. He was available, Draymond, in a contract year.
But think about what you're saying this year.
Contract
if
year.
you say that Draymond ruined the season this year, what you're actually saying is we can't function without you because you were unavailable. And yes, it's your fault, but you are low-key saying we can't function without you. So why would your reaction be, so get out of here? Because the only way to ensure fewer Draymond games next year is if you get rid of him.
But I'll say this to that real quick, Willard. I'm going to go Brandon Belt because that's a bit of a stretch. And the reason I say that is because they didn't know he was going to be gone. So it wasn't like they planned for his absence.
You believe
they
can? They can plan for his absence and be better next year.
I think I'm ready for that.
I think that's a stretch. I think that's an incredible
Dre holding
stretch.
the ball up at the top of the key now where the chef is at, let's just say physically, or trying to be as great as he can for a whole year. I wonder, Dibs, and I've heard it ad nauseum, Dre does this for Steph. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I think now you need a threat at that 4 or 5, and we saw it on display at Tuesday. So I'm asking you point blank range, do you think that's ran its course and Steph needs a threat at that position?
They need a threat at some position, whether it's Draymond's or Clay's or Wiggins. They need another threat. And right now you don't have another threat. You got Jonathan Kuminga, who is emerging, but he's not a threat. And Steve has said it, and everyone has said it since the end of the year. They need more three-point shooting. And that's not Draymond. It's not Kevon.
So how can you let
it's not
Clay go?
Andrew. It's not Jonathan. It's not anybody. And you're going to bring back Clay, but you need to have somebody who's more dynamic than Clay. And, Steph, I do wonder if what we saw from Steph in the second half is the new Steph or if it was just the tired Steph.
No doubt, man.
And if it's the tired Steph, how do you make it so he's not so tired? And
get him some help.
Yeah, and Draymond played, 57 games this year? And you think next year he's going to play 77? He's not.
Willard, you got the line of the year.
Numbers.
The answer's not in the building.
Absolutely. But that doesn't mean moving on from Draymond Green. See, that's all I'm saying.
I was just saying maybe you get something back. Like what we don't know what that would, what I hear you. But what would come back?
What would come back?
I'm not sure, but you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I don't know if Draymond Green's what's been bugging me, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, but I do think that there is, you do kind of have to assume whether it's because of injury or, self-imposed restrictions. I can't depend on Draymond Green being there for 75 games like he was 2 years ago. I mean, even during the championship season.
But you signed up for that. You got 3 more years of that.
Yeah, but they've shown that they can win even if he's not on the court for 90% of the year. I also think that has to be the approach with maybe Curry or trying to find a way to limit his minutes. I just don't think they can be as reliant on the big three as they've been in years past just because they're getting older.
With that, I agree. That's what I've been saying all week, is that I have no issue if all 3 of these guys, quite frankly, are on the team next year. But the reliance on them, what's on their shoulders, just what's expected of them in any given game has to be less. And that doesn't mean you sit them down and go, okay, so here's the deal. I know that you used to shoot the ball 20 times.
That's what I'm struggling with.
Now it has to be 16. It doesn't mean that. It just means a recalibration of the whole thing. And therefore, if there are other players on the floor who, A, can take more of the scoring burden, space the floor differently. I thought about it this way. The Warriors changed the league with the way they played ball.
Listen to that LeBron sound on the podcast with JJ.
They changed the league, and then the league passed them by in terms of being a better version of their own selves.
No doubt.
And now the Warriors, because they became older and have a harder time creating a three-point shot, plus they're surrounding the perimeter with guys who can shoot a three but aren't three-point shooters. You look at what LeBron has always wanted, and that is give me the ball and put 3 arc killers around.
Options.
Right? And I will drive, and I will find one, and they will knock it down. The Warriors need to evolve back into a better, younger version of themselves because that's how the league has passed them by.
No doubt.
Right. And how do you do that?
You get 3-point shooters
right.
around the
but
arc.
How do you do that?
And those aren't expensive.
Right.
Just knock down 3-point shooters? That's not expensive.
Just
They're
find a
everywhere.
guy who can shoot 40% from three.
Not a guy. Guys, they got to recalibrate.
Right.
It's going to be a lot of new players on the roster this year.
I think that to do that between now and October is almost impossible, but Mike Dunleavy's got his work cut out for him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you have a roster of 2 guys who can shoot the 3 and 13 guys who can't.
Wow, man.
No doubt. Yeah,
Basically.
It's going to be a tough one, but they got a full offseason. I think freedom also to kind of go down whatever avenue they want. You want Jung-Hoo Lee? You want to lead off?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
What's
I
bugging
usually
you?
use
Brought to you
Ricky
by
Henderson.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
What's not bugging me is that crew behind home plate rooting on Jung-Hoo Lee last night.
Man,
That was pretty
Man,
absolutely fantastic.
that might have been better than the game.
Oh, my God.
Until they start scoring runs.
Yeah.
But normally I don't do this, guys, but I came in this morning, I'm playing hurt, and I have no voice, but my coworker, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, is one of the loudest. I feel like we got a lot of similarities. He's loud, and I love him for it, and I feel like we're from the same cloth. So I come in hurting, Willard, this morning, Evan, and I'm not regular, so I'm not radio guru today, and he sent Sam Loveman out yonder in the green room and said we were being too loud. And what's bugging me is I felt like Butch went corporate, knew who was out there, and sent Loveman out there, and it still hurt me that the great Butch would do that to me. And Loveman goes, and I'm dropping dime, I don't think you guys were that loud, but I'm like, Butch, you having a bad day at the office, and you taking it. My voice is shot. This ain't the loud. I'm loud. But it hurt me, and I told Evan I'm still dealing with it. And Butch did that. He sent the people to shush us, and of all the people to do it, it was Butcher Boy. That hurt me, dear. That's all.
Yeah.
And I can't shake it. I just can't shake it.
It's tough because
Butch, that hurt me.
Well,
and I told him in passing, I said, you didn't win corporate. I said it, you didn't win corporate, huh? Like, dude, you're loud. Come on.
I remember the old building, and the old building where we had no AC, and so we had to keep the door propped open. And we had the door propped open, and I remember when we were there, at times, we, outside the studio, were very loud, and you would have people in the studio kind of look back, and it's like, oh, I get that. The door's open because the AC is broken, and it's 82 degrees in here, and we all want to be cooled off, and so we had that temporary AC unit in the door, and so it got loud.
You're giving me PTSD. telling this story.
Dude, and you were you were especially like, oh my God, it's a sauna in here.
I don't do warm.
No,
I don't.
You don't.
Not in a work environment.
And shout out the new building, 88 Kearney, and we love it. It's temperate, and Tim Jordan and all the rest of it.
Find a beach.
I can't imagine, thank you, Corona, I can't imagine that anything that happens out there could be so loud as to be.
And that's what hurt.
We were being that loud.
We were over there in the corner.
Wow.
Well, the reverse of it is that Dibs and I were sitting out there when you did what led to the voice that you have right now.
Well, that's
now that was loud.
It was, but it was wonderful.
It was awesome.
Like
it was bliss.
The salespeople looked happy to be here for the first time all week.
That's great.
They all dropped their laptops.
I looked at Loveman,
started looking around.
They immediately were trying to sell tea, herbal tea, and like throat
And I did the math when Loveman, you could tell he was uncomfortable delivering the message. And I say, hold on. The only two people in there are Bonte, who's loud, and Butch.
Well, who the hell's not loud?
He goes,
That's like part of the
that's
job.
when it
I don't
hurt.
know.
It hurt Evan, too. I said, I'll speak for us.
Yeah, it's the
That's
first time
what's
I've ever
bugging
been
me.
told this shit. now.
Yeah.
What you guys got?
Mine will be quick, and it's personal, and I just want to say up front that I love you, honey. And it's the love runs deep.
Careful.
I'm gonna take a break.
You better get from the record.
No. And she's not listening because she is asleep right now, and it's my daughter Mila. And this is now three consecutive days where she has woken up at about 5 a.m. screaming. And this baby is amazing, and I love my baby, and I'm an older dad. I'm a grandpa daddy. And grandpa daddy, I came up with the term grandpa daddy.
We love him.
And you bit on it, and I love it. You can be GPD on the radio. I'm the original grandpa daddy, and I love being a father at 55, but when she wakes up at 5 a.m. screaming, I'm out. And you know what's bugging me is it's Friday, it's not a payday, and I didn't sleep great last night, and at 5:03, it's not even, it is raw. I'm talking like, I'm like you in the green room.
Good boy.
Or, Butcher Boy when the Niners don't win the Super Bowl.
Right.
I'm talking screaming. And this is now 3 straight days. So, baby Mila,
That's so
my
great.
heart, I love you. You're bugging me. Knock it off.
I could trigger you right now.
Well, yeah, I don't have any kids to
But
scream
you gotta
at.
have
Do it.
No,
you signed up for this.
Oh, no, I did.
just was
Yes,
gonna say that.
I did, but
You signed
totally
you
signed.
can't have a baby when you're 53 and then
Don't
get
cry.
mad at it for crying.
First of all,
in the
it's
middle
not
of
an
the
it.
night.
You don't
It's
need
a
as much
she.
sleep now anyway.
She has a pronoun.
Yeah.
It's not a they.
Well, I didn't want to take a chance.
Well, and I told
don't know what she
I told my
identifies with.
wife, I'm like, you know what? We should call her a they bee,
Yeah.
so that way we can keep her gender
Very
neutral.
good. Very good.
She's our little they bee.
Generation they.
And I don't mind her waking up, but it's just the level of screaming. Like today, it's like, dude, what's wrong?
So we've had 2 what's bugging yous, and both of them are radio hosts telling other people to be quiet.
Yeah. What you got?
Oh, the irony!
Dude, I mean, I barely get a chance to speak, let alone yell on this station.
Well, I'm
Go
actually
ahead.
curious about mine with you two because all 3 of you have been involved in sports gambling longer than I have, or know more about it, at least from what I can
We've
tell.
done everything longer than you have.
Thank
haven't
you,
we?
Mark.
It's just sorry about that. But, and this isn't about you, Goo, necessarily, but I
Psycho.
get a text last night from Goo about the Giants run line. And this is just a gripe that I kind of generally... and
it was close, dude.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Forever.
And God love you for winning. But the amount of times that this year, and I've dabbled a bit, it is a cardinal sin to bet the run line on the home team. You don't do it because there's one less set of at-bats. It's a mathematical disadvantage, and he does it all the time. So what's bugging me, Goo, is not necessarily you specifically, but the amount of people that feel like they can get away with just betting the run line on whatever team willy-nilly at home. The only time I've ever heard of it working is if you bet over 162 or I guess 81, some team that is, I don't know, just out of the world, like the Dodgers in 2019, where the run line, they won the run line
You're
like
talking
85%
about a
of the
team
time.
minus 1.5 runs.
Yes, minus
so they have to
1.5
win by
runs.
2.
Have to win by 2, which the Giants nearly did not last night.
Thank you, Wilmer.
But listen, I love that, and
Thank
he
you,
does
Wilmer.
it.
Good
but
pinch- good
here
pinch
you go,
hit,
the
Bob.
Goo computer. They had their ace. Webb, he did his job.
The computer.
He held them to the goose egg. He could have gave up 1.
He almost got Matt Cain.
Yeah, I was betting on the Giants offense. They're about to start something. Yeah, it was a little later, Willard, but it happened.
It happened.
But I get you, young fella. But it hit. Yeah,
It did hit.
Plus
but there's been a couple
160,
times this year in which a 3-2 walk-off. Oh, geez.
There's nothing like the run line and they win 1-0 or 3-2. Yeah, that is one.
Well, it feels like almost every game at Oracle Park is 3-2 or 2-1. I would have bet the under last night. That was what I liked, but I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to root against their offense, which leads to my what's bugging you.
Oh, bring it.
Here we
It's
go.
pretty simple. Okay, there have been 7 of these this year. 7 times. That building at 3rd and King has been filled up, at least partially, with human beings who would like to see the Giants. None of them.
He hits it high.
Not one of them.
He hits it far.
Have seen somebody hit the ball over the fence.
This is wow, man.
It is gone. But caught.
But caught.
That's a 4.
I've seen other teams.
So
what does that mean?
So I've had it up to here.
Tatis.
Tonight, hit the ball.
Hi, man.
Over the fence.
Over the fence.
Because I've kind of had it.
Oh.
You only got 74 more of these. Could somebody please hit the ball over the fence?
It's amazing.
Over the fence.
Like
they got these new lights that they're not being able to use.
Kuiper is sitting over there like I got material, and none of you. I mean,
it's crazy.
He's like Guru saving his voice.
What do you attribute that to? All of a sudden this year, now the park really is getting a bad rap early.
Yeah, JD Martinez is on the side.
I'm going to borrow from your normal partner and say, I'll say it, they stink.
I was like, why are we here? It's 211, but he's gone.
Yeah.
We love you.
Take this 211 to another level.
Well,
we got time.
Dr. Dre. No, you stay as long as you want, both of you.
Well, just
oh boy.
No, you need an all right, gents. Is what you need.
Oh yeah,
right,
gents. No, it starts
it's
with
been great.
Somebody put a bag on Evan's shoulder.
Totally.
I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get out of there.
I need something with leather.
Here, it starts starts with
I panicked.
what do you guys have today?
211. Oh, boy.
There you go. Give him a bag.
Yeah, give him a bag.
It's a major bag alert. There you go.
Well,
You look like
let's figure this thing out here. And,
look like Jordan Poole over there.
In mid-sentence.
They go to get a bag.
Dude,
boy.
I can't even. No, sit back down. This is too much
He's like,
fun.
all
I had to cross my legs and
like I'm not done.
All right, gents. You're not wrong, and I guess the answer is, and it's too easy to
No, but
say
it's
that.
early.
No, but
Yeah.
they've got more power than last year, so
allegedly.
In theory, yeah.
right,
Well,
right.
wow.
It just, I mean, I don't know. They face some really tough pitching.
So
You know,
he's strong enough to, put one off the knuckles into left field
right.
occasionally.
Right.
I am so glad we got the extended version of this because this is a random. #random.
Let's go.
I asked Evan this on air, and I'm going to ask you too. honest to God here. What do you think Bob Myers, and Happy's not one of them because I'm not going there to say he's happy, but how do you think a guy of his stature is feeling where he resigned and the year after the team did what it just did? Willard, how would you feel like I got, like, do you think he
Cue
saw
up the
some
Nick
of this
Friedel
coming?
laugh.
No, seriously, man. No, he ain't laughing.
No, like he's
Willard, I think about
he's
that
still
like,
as close
man.
as hell with all of these
no
people.
doubt.
He's not rooting
So
against
are you
them.
hurting or I'm glad I don't have to take on what they're facing.
Yeah, I don't. There's to me, there's an indirect line there, not a direct one. It's not Bob knew it was about to not be good, so I'm out. It's just this is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot on everybody's shoulders, and it's why so many people want either Clay or Draymond gone or Steve Kerr gone. Like I keep likening this to anybody who's ever been married and understanding
not
that,
you, Evan.
Yeah. No, not you.
Yeah.
As far as we know.
But you know, like even the greatest marriages, they change.
Give it time.
Right? And so you have to get to a different spot where it's not just because you're looking at this person going, oh my God, you're the sexiest thing ever. Like, okay, how about 20 years from now?
Yeah.
Like now, why are you still here? It has to change. And I just think it's a lot. It's a lot for the same people to do the same thing every year. And Bob, like, understandably got worn out because he was the one keeping all of them together and afloat mentally.
Just a thought I had.
Well, and also for Bob, like, he can now go to bed and turn his phone off.
right.
You know, you turn your phone off
he
instead
said
of
that.
like, hey, Bob, this is Joe. You got a minute? I got an idea. Hey, Bob, it's Joe. Hey, Bob, it's Joe. Hey, this is Peter Goober. And maybe
that's a 2.
It's actually a 4 when you listen to Peter Goober. My Goober is lightweight, elite, and I'll let you go ahead and marinate on that.
But a Dodger fan. I don't want to hear from him anyway.
But that, I think, is a lot of it because now Bob's life is what he wants it to be. And, you know, he's a consultant for the Commanders. Fine. His phone does not need to be on, and he works for ESPN. That's great. You can be a dad. You
How
can
much
be
is
this,
that worth, huh?
It's worth a lot, that peace of mind to not have to be, you know, fully on the grind where, you know, Joe Lacob and Mark and I talked about this earlier in the week. Joe is a demanding boss. And because he's demanding, he's turned this team from $450 million into $7 billion and 4 championships. Not alone, but that's part of what goes into it when you work for Joe Lacob.
Wow.
I mean, I think also, I did see they were working. A couple Saturdays, Bob was on the pre-pre, and then he was on the post-post.
Yeah.
So there's a couple ESPN days he's been doing double duty, more than Stephen A.
Right.
But you're right overall. I also think we got a hint of that from Dunleavy yesterday, speaking about the financials, and he almost made it sound like he'll make the suggestion or what they want to do basketball-wise, and then he'll hand it to Joe.
Yeah.
And Joe will tell him what they can and can't do. So that's the reality, whether it's Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy. I saw there was a member of the organization that just left today, I think, for the Hawks, who was hired as their VP of basketball strategy. Whoever it is, they're answering to the big fella.
That's always the way it is.
Right.
That's always the way it is.
And Mike said the phrase, I could be wrong.
I couldn't believe that.
And that, I think, is what you're talking about. Not to cut you off,
That
Mark,
is
but that, I
crazy.
think, is what plays into what you're saying
What do you
about
mean you could be wrong.
maybe Joe Lacob has the ultimate, and he should have the ultimate say he's
That's
the owner.
what
But,
that means.
you know, Draymond's going to be here, but I could be wrong. You know, ask Joe.
Well, somebody could, like, here's the other thing I think the Warriors are getting used to. They're not used to having these conversations in April.
Wow.
So we're so far away from knowing who's going to be available. And so
July 1st,
to me,
that's a long way.
I could be wrong. What if that, you know what I mean? Like half the people in this city are like, what if Giannis? Yeah. Well, what if? What if the Bucks get swept out and somebody's like, we'll give Giannis for whatever, and the package includes it. No, I don't think it could. But my point is you have to answer it that way. Under promise, over deliver. The Warriors are good at it.
Yeah, I just think that this, whatever happens this offseason is probably going to end up being unforeseen as of now because it's really hard. Also, the free agency class that is quote unquote available is pretty small. Like there's only maybe 9 or 10 starting players that are going to be verified free agents.
Free agency does not feel like, I'm not even paying attention to it. The Warriors are not major players in the free agent market.
Well, there's also just not major players out there that are available.
Right. DeRozan and some other.
Paul George might be the biggest one, but
I don't think Maxey even makes it out there. I think they give him the Maxey and they keep him.
But what do you want for that?
That's a 2.
Okay,
it's low hanging fruit.
2.5.
No, it's a Friday. I'm waiting until we get to the giggle hour, which is usually I don't know if you listen to it at 5 o'clock.
4:52.
Yeah, right in there. This guy, and I love my partner. I mean, my partner's a great guy, great host, and a lot of fun off the air. But we get to about 4:50. No, on the air too.
Okay,
but off the air, he's a great guy. On the air,
he never stops talking on the air,
and that's fine. But you get
he's
to
loud too.
The only time he stops talking is about 5:06 on Friday because the man will not stop laughing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Do you have a word count, by the way? Like, have you ever thought about that?
A word count?
Yeah, a word count.
Like
for
how
the
many
day.
shots you think you take?
Oh God.
You Westbrook?
1.8 million.
Like by Friday, I have reached the word count.
What?
That's great.
It's high. How about that?
Yeah. Okay.
It's
No,
very,
just
very
curious.
high.
Ask me about my nod count because between he and my lovely wife, there's a lot of mm-hms that go on.
As long as it's not a nod off count, then we're fine.
Well, I get home at 7 o'clock and it's just like being on the show because she's got
Like
takes. She's got takes, and I'm the audience, and I'm the co-host, and it's like, the only difference is at home I change diapers, and here I really don't.
This time next week, will Brandon Aiyuk still be a Niner? Because I told Evan this morning, I'm irritated that the internet, guys and gals can say he's always getting
Larry
traded,
Krueger.
and it's nothing. Do you think he really could? Like,
Yes,
you think there's some smoke there?
I think he's a Niner.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think he's a Niner.
But you can't.
I don't think the agent keeps doing what he's doing. For those of you who
Putting
don't
out
know,
the fire.
He's refuting every single report about Aiyuk's going to be traded. Aiyuk wants out. He's demanded a trade. He's going to the Steelers. He's almost there. He's halfway there. And the agent keeps coming out and he's going, you guys stink at journalism.
Is you can't afford to lose Aiyuk in a year that you're going to really judge your quarterback before you give him 30 to 40 or 50 M's.
For me, yes, this could still go either way. My chip goes to this plays out exactly like the Debo one did.
Okay, all right.
Everybody's mad. Then the draft happens, and they figure it out.
And think about what they do, and I'd love to go 21 personnel because then Mark's eyes will roll back in his head. But they run a ton of 21, which means 2 receivers, and they've got 2 receivers. So you want to take Brandon out, who can block, and you put Juwan in, who can also block. But Juwan's not 100 catches a year.
No doubt.
So you take a team that loves 2 receivers, and you take one of your 2 out for a pick.
Man.
Doesn't make sense, but our very own Larry Krueger actually intimated that he thought that Aiyuk would be traded before Thursday.
And really what it comes down to is artificial intelligence running social media accounts. That's what I think.
We had a deep conversation on AI this morning.
Yeah, we were getting into it. I don't know. It just feels like, whether it's a random sneak diss that doesn't actually exist or people putting out false rumors. Like social media is just...
It's out of control, man. It is.
It's a wrap.
They made Steph say things about his teammates, did he? But it sounded
Yeah, that was bad.
Who made that? The government?
Just before you guys get out of here.
They're trying to tear the Warriors down.
The same people who made the internet. It's
that's what he said,
the entrepreneurs, the techies.
He goes, but they can't control it. I'm like, where's its brain?
And I'm going to say this, hoping
it is a brain. That's the problem.
Hoping that our boss is not listening.
Look.
But in a matter of years...
behind you, isn't he?
Yeah.
Snap. Chat GPT is going to replace all of us. Like sports talk.
Oh my God.
Sports talk is going to become all like
Chat
just
GPT.
bots.
Dude, speaking of Chat GPT, the last wedding I went to, Sorry. The last wedding I went to, the best man wrote his speech with Chat GPT.
What is this? I don't know. I'm not fronting.
It's basically AI. It's artificial intelligence. It's artificial intelligence using, like, if you go to Chat GPT and say, help me craft an email to my boss so I can ask for a week off. It will craft an email.
You in schools, you literally have teachers who have gotten to the point now where they let the students do it because there's no way to fight it. There's no way to fight it. So now it's like
write me a paper on the
Well, AI does that. Yeah, right. Now.
So you just say that, you put that into your Google or whatever you want to do.
Googly.
And done. Poof.
So he had that for his
he prefaced it by saying, I'm not a great public speaker, so I decided to ask my best friend ChatGPT. It's like, well, did you also write a paper about the Inquisition with ChatGPT? Like, I don't know what these people are using it for now. You can use it for anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary, to be honest.
And if I was to ask you guys and not Chat GPT, sorry, I got
my fault.
3, 2, and 1.
We had a GP3
who wins the NBA championship? Let's make the predictions now because Steiny Mavericks in 5. We know that. But
I appreciate this too.
Just real quick before we let you go, who's your NBA champ?
I'm gonna go Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, back to back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Shout out Drake.
You Willard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll take the Boston Celtics over the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Wow.
The Thunder. Wow.
What about who you got, E?
I
wanted to say Lakers, but I just can't.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you?
Well, we got a bed.
Oh.
Or did we cancel them? We'll get to it. But go ahead.
No, it's not canceled.
We had one on the air in the first hour.
Yeah.
They have to win a series,
You got
right?
the Lakers.
Right, and they're in.
That's when they weren't playing Denver.
No, but the bet is on because they made it.
Yeah.
Right?
He's the best.
It was off if they didn't make the playoffs, but they made it.
We go live to the big room. El Jefe.
I was just going to say, it's Nahigian, by the way.
Look.
I was just going to say, I thought it was really important to point out what a great crossover this was today. And I was trying to think,
my God.
why was it such a great crossover?
Well, there are different characteristics.
Yeah.
A little longer.
It's younger. It's longer.
Yeah.
It's laughier.
It's younger. Yeah.
Wow.
Who's got swayed on?
There was a bag on the shoulder, which,
Steiny took a couple shots at me last week, so I got to kind of get it.
Man, all right.
Great crossover there, boys.
Thank you.
Chris Paul II. Enjoying it.
I love him.
That's my guy. Perfect time to put a bow in it, then.
You guys
we'll be listening.
You
All
want
right,
to stay?
gentlemen.
You want to stay for another hour? Yeah, we're sponsored by Safeway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And now you can do whatever the hell you want.
Coming up next, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
And we'll see you in the aisles.
Bye.
Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
I hope everybody's got that Friday feeling. Willard and Dibbs, let's have a good time. 888-957-9570. The Giants are going to hit a home run tonight. I can feel it. I can just feel it in my bones. Bet the over a half a home run. I don't even know if that's a line.
Right.
Brandon Aiyuk, we can get to that. Heidi Watney and Jeff Garcia are both on the show today.
Strong.
Yeah, so that's kind of fun. We will start to dabble and do something crazy. I don't know if you're all ready for this, but we're going to dip our toe into the water of not Warriors.
Pivot.
Okay? With that, let's talk Warriors.
Okay.
Okay, because Draymond Green said this on his podcast.
Right after the game in the Kings locker room, I said, I love you, bro. It's like, I love you too. We ain't done. You right. Got it. Noted. Cool. We ain't. You right. So to think that, like, we've done these things, I love it. And we're not done.
We're not done.
With what?
Well, okay.
With what, Draymond?
I wanted to ask how that hits you.
With playing basketball? You're not done. You're not done making tens of millions of dollars to choke opponents? No, you're probably not done with that either. Are you not done getting ejected from games where the team needs you to play?
So triggered.
You're probably not done with that either.
So triggered.
Not triggered at all.
Very triggered.
I've always been...
Be real with me.
I've always been activated by Draymond Green.
Different words, same smell.
Sure.
You're activated.
A little bit.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Let's talk about what they're done with or not done with. And I wonder what the people think that Draymond's referring to. We're not done winning championships? Okay. I think you are, but you know.
That's fine. I mean, that's an easy bet to make. Almost everybody in the NBA is probably not going to win any championships in the next 3 years.
Three teams will.
Yeah.
Or maybe one team.
Or maybe
two.
one or two.
Yep.
It's very, very hard. But
right.
To me, the question is bigger than that, because I have heard this now in multiple places when he said that on his podcast, by the way, Draymond Green Show.
Right.
When he said that, there were a lot of people that your response was with what? And I've heard from a few others who have been like, yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
Right.
And I'm fascinated by that because I think a lot of you have felt at one time or another. Hell, we did a summit a year ago where people were already, more than half the room, at least applauded for being done with Draymond Green. And it's not that any of us don't understand why you feel that way, but my argument would be it feels like you are running on emotion. And that's okay, but think about what you're saying. Last year's different. Punched a teammate. That was bad. Jordan had his own set of difficulties, I would argue. Take a look at the way he plays basketball now. At a certain point, that's not Draymond's fault, but whatever. That's last year's story. It's been talked out for months. But let's go to this year. Draymond ruined the season by getting suspended. Well, it kind of feels like you're arguing against yourself. He's ruined 2 seasons in a row. We got to get rid of him. Well, his ruining of the season this year, in theory, is his lack of availability. So you're arguing that he ruined the season by not being there. Another way to say it, the season would have been good if he had been there. So how would you argue that he needs to be gone? You're arguing that he's irreplaceable. You're arguing that the Warriors cannot function in a high level without him. And your response to that is, so he should be gone. I don't understand that.
Well, it depends on who you get for him, if he's going to be gone. So it's not like he's gone and you don't replace him. So that, to me, is not an equitable way to look at the calculation, because if you do trade Draymond, you're going to get something back.
But there's no other Draymonds. You know that. We've had this talk.
Right, but can you get a player who could help you in different ways? I would hope so if you traded Draymond. But the whole idea of we're not done is, to me, is open-ended. And yes, I go to the more of the negative and the cynical and the skeptical when it comes to Draymond Green because of who he's been of late and what he has become. And that's why, for me, if they did trade Draymond and they got something back that's different, I'd be excited for that.
Okay, and that's fine. But if we just put that comment in a vacuum, I don't think it's ridiculous. It all comes down to how
they're not done.
Right, because how do you translate that? In other words, do I think, and I've said it all week, do I think that these three can still have the same responsibility that they've had through the years and win at a high level? Probably not. No. But are they done? Can these two not still play at a high level and be part of a good team if surrounded by a perfect recalibration sensation, if you will?
Yeah.
Like, could the roster be recalibrated? And these two players are still core players? Of course. I mean, here's one thought that I had, and I find this interesting. And it is because, the Warriors and the Lakers and the Kings, they are close franchises. You've all got, at minimum, you've got friends or family members who root for those teams. That's the nature of California and sports, okay? And I used to work down there and all of that stuff on the flagship station for the Lakers. Thank God I got extracted back home. But the point is this. Their star's 39 years old. He's not 36. He's 39. He's still playing at a high level. So Steph, so's Draymond. Look at Draymond's numbers this year. They're over his career averages in almost every category.
Sure.
Look, you can't argue that he's not still playing well. He plays well.
He's not playing as well as he was a couple of years ago when they won the title.
I don't know if I agree with that. He was awful in one of those games against Boston, got mentally taken out of the game.
And I would argue that the Lakers' 39-year-old is playing better than your 36-year-old.
You could argue that, but I don't think it's all that different. I find it interesting that the 39-year-old, when you look at him, people go, man, look what he's doing at 39. And you still think he's viable. But Steph and Dre and Clay aren't. And the number one response I always hear is, dude, they're in the play-in tournament. So's LeBron.
It's not Steph and Clay and Dre.
And he was last year too.
It's the Clay and Dre part of it. Steph is still closer to where he was than Clay and Draymond were to where they were.
I don't know if I feel that that's the way a lot to people feel right now.
That's the way I feel.
Okay, that's fair.
And I look at LeBron, and he's still at 39, closer to where he was, and he has Anthony Davis.
Well, there you go.
So
he's got a younger teammate. Why can't you find these guys younger teammates?
You can find the Warriors and Anthony Davis. I don't know if that. I don't know how you find a guy to be.
Well, we talked about Karl Anthony Towns yesterday. That's not terribly different. He's not as good as Anthony Davis, I'd argue.
Right.
But I mean, he's in the same vein within the league.
Perhaps he's younger.
One of the all-star bigs.
Right. And, you would have to have a lot of things go your way to make that happen, including them flaming out Minnesota and Minnesota be willing to take back whoever you want to give them.
Who knows?
And, there's a lot that would have to go into that happening. But, yeah, if you brought him in and he's making like 48 next year and it goes up to 62 at the end of his time in Minnesota, that's going to be a big ask for Joe Lacob.
I'll tell you this right now, and there's no way around it. So you and I are going to talk about this all summer.
Yeah.
But as a fan, I kind of blow off the whole money thing. It's a huge piece of this puzzle. There's no doubting that. However, this is the way I look at it. None of us understand it at a high enough level to really, really speak on it. Plus, we're dealing in generalities. In other words, simply because people at press conferences said, oh, well, we're not spending that this year.
Right.
You might not be telling the truth. You said a year ago you were going to cut money and you didn't. So am I supposed to believe now that there's no chance that something gets presented to Joe Lacob that makes him go, ooh, that's exciting? Yes, I will spend for that. Even though they're saying they want to get below the apron and this, that, I don't know what they're going to do. So I'm not going to walk into the offseason with a Sharpie and say, Warriors under the apron, getting out of the tax.
Right.
Maybe not. What's available? We do have to almost recalibrate ourselves. We're having this conversation in April. We're not used to that.
Right, and we don't know what's going to happen in June.
There's a lot of story that still needs to be read.
For other teams,
yes,
too.
But that's the biggest piece. That affects the offseason.
For sure.
If the Suns beat the T-Wolves, what are we doing?
Right.
That
and
changes
if
things.
Joe Lacob has the ability to bring in a player that he really wants and be above the second apron, then maybe he does that if he thinks that gives them the chance to be competitive and still be a team that can go out there and win championships. So right now, on this day, when Draymond podcasts about, what happened after the Sacramento loss, and he and Steph talk and they agree that you're not done, right now I laugh because you are done. Now, if you bring in Karl Anthony Towns and LeBron on a veteran minimum, and now all of a sudden your team,
you're not done.
Now you're not done. But right now, when I hear that in your podcast, fresh off an embarrassing loss, I laugh. And it's my prerogative to do so.
Of course it is.
And I look at what Draymond says, and I look at what Draymond has done over the last couple of years, and I laugh because I don't think you're the same player. And I think that you've become a bit of a caricature of yourself.
And that's completely fair, and I guarantee you there's plenty of people listening to us right now nodding their head. Yeah, Dibs. Here's one thing I think
how I feel.
and that's totally fine.
And I've never been a huge Draymond fan.
Of course. And that's like, I got no issue with what you're saying, and you feel how you feel. But I also think this. When you're talking about someone like Steph Curry and Draymond Green, this goes through my head a lot. When they say things and people go, that's not realistic. Think about who you're talking about. Think about their story for a second. Think about who they've been. Think about how they became who they became. You've got a second-round draft pick who can't shoot, and you've got a tiny, wee little man who wouldn't get a look from Duke. And the two of them together became Hall of Fame level players. One of them became I think I might be able to count on two hands and get to you in the history of the league. That's who these two became. So I'm never going to laugh at them when they say, hey, we can do something that sounds ridiculous, because their whole lives have been just that.
Right.
They have always achieved the ridiculous.
You mentioned the phrase that I am completely agreeing with, which is who they've been, who they have been. Not who they are, not who they will be, but who they've been. And that's where I will always tip my cap to who they've been. Draymond as a second-round overlooked player out of Saginaw and Michigan State, and Steph Curry, as you call him, a wee little man who's become one of the fill-in-the-blank best players in the history of the game, and Klay Thompson as well. That's who they have been. Where I'm talking about who they will be, and Draymond says we're not done, and that to me is it's kind of funny, because I don't think that who you will be is anywhere close to who you have been.
I get that. I just will remind people that a lot of the same things I hear this week, a lot of them, I heard them in 2021. I heard the
exact different though, different time,
but not really. Not
2 years ago.
Yeah, it's different time, but it's not different statements. It's not different statements. So all I'm getting at, and again, we ain't done is so broad.
Right.
It doesn't mean we ain't done being the one and the two and carrying everybody on our back to do it by ourselves.
And I filled in the blank. I filled in the blanks with a lot of cynicism, and that's not really how I feel.
And that's not what they said.
I was playing it for effect.
Yeah,
we're not done.
We're not done.
Right.
Who knows?
I got other players I want to choke. I got more punches to throw. Right. I got more texts to get.
Listen, our effort over the last 2 months, and admittedly very difficult, is to stay in the moment and where the Warriors currently are, as opposed to getting overwhelmed by the luxury tax when the Warriors are chasing a playoff spot or whatever. I will freely sit here all summer and tell you that I know some of the things you're going to say to me, I know that you're probably right. I know this. And I can see all your comments.
Cut that, Grandy.
I can see all your comments right now. Oh, you won't accept it. They're cooked. Sipping Kool-Aid. I see all of the comments, and I get it.
Coming in.
Of course. They're predictable. I could have written them for you before you all sat down and started pounding away on your laptops. So I can freely admit that you're probably right, only if you acknowledge that sports does not live in the world of probably. So it doesn't matter what's probably right. Sports doesn't live there. Success in sports never lives in probably. It always, omnipresent, lives in the probably not. It always does. The Giants were never going to win a World Series. That was never going to happen. The 49ers were a dynasty, laughable. The Warriors were a dynasty, laughable. 2022, laughable. So I can sit here today and tell you, I know that you're very, very probably right, especially now because they're all 30-something years old. You're very, very probably right. Why would the Warriors walk into the offseason with probably? That's not how people operate. You walk into the same thing you do. Anybody goes on a job interview. There's 18 other people interviewing. Are you going to get the job? Probably not. Go to the interview. Go try to do what you might be able to do and stop saying no before it's even starting, because that is a horrible self-fulfilling prophecy. All I care about right now is that the Warriors don't act like so many of our listeners are. Everybody wants to give up. On April 19th, there's so much that we don't know.
Right.
Can we just operate in the who knows? Like, try.
Well, then why even talk about it until June 30th?
Well, because we're talking, because they're talking about it.
Exactly. And so part of the discussion is the reality of the opinion that, what Draymond is saying is laughable. And so, yeah, we can look at it and say, you know what, Draymond, you're right. You're not done. I'm going to already get my parade outfit ready for next June. Not this June, but next June, because darn it, you're not done.
Who's asking for that?
It's just...
do I have pom-poms right now?
No, but it's the idea of the reality of where they are and their situation and an aging core. It doesn't mean that I'm giving up on next year. Right, I'm girding myself for the reality of where this team most likely will be.
And you know what I think?
And is there a 1 in 100 chance that they can make a swing and change this roster and be good enough to really go on a run next year? Of course.
But you're hearing them say things they didn't say. That whole word reality.
He's saying we're not done.
We're not done.
Okay.
That's incredibly broad.
Yes, you're both under contract.
Yeah, it's not
put.
It's not laughable at all.
It depends on how you take it.
Forget the big picture and just go small. Is Steph still a good basketball player?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Is Draymond still a good basketball player?
He's all right.
So why is it laughable?
Well, they're not done because they're both going to play next year. Well, so there you go.
And they could be good, because as I reminded everybody yesterday, somehow, and it's not somehow, I know why. I know the history of the last 12 years and why our expectations are what they are.
Right.
But somehow a lot of Warriors fans came out of 46 and 36 and decided that this team flat stinks and can't beat a Piston. They're not awful.
They're not awful.
They're not a joke. They're not terrible. They're 5 games behind teams that you think are going to the finals this year, some of you.
Of those teams, they were unable to beat very many of them.
No doubt.
That's what I look at. And their 46 and 36 for me is built on the backs of beating bad teams and not beating good teams.
Of course, and they need to improve. No one's arguing that. I'm calling for a complete recalibration, as have they. Steve Kerr said it to us first.
Yeah.
He said there's no doubt that this offseason will be different. It needs change.
They need more shooting and they need more length.
I think that statement Draymond makes is based on that reality. We need change, but we're going to be a part of it. That's the way I read it.
Yeah.
That's all.
I read it as him being, a little bit Pollyannish about their chances to not be done, quote unquote. And yeah, you're not done. You've got 3 more years. How could you say that we're done? Of course, you're not going to say that you're done. As far as them being a top 4 team in the West or a top 4 seed next year, I don't see it. Now,
of course you don't see it. We don't know who's on the roster.
Right. Can they make dramatic moves to be good enough to be top 4? I would say that's about a 5% chance. But there's a chance.
I mean, and even if I acknowledged a 5% chance, personalities like Draymond Green and Steph Curry will look at one another and nod and go, we ain't done yet.
Of course.
So, right?
That's the nature of what they do. Absolutely. That's why they've been so great doing what they do.
Yeah. I just don't think when you say it that broadly, I don't think it sounds silly at all. Yeah, good God, the roster needs to change. I hope nobody heard me say otherwise.
Right.
There's no run it back here. I'm not wearing a dumb run it back t-shirt. No.
There is no run it back shirt.
They weren't good enough.
No.
They weren't good enough. So no one is saying that. I just happen to think that those two, and you notice how many I said two.
Right, not three.
Those two, in my opinion, can absolutely still be key pieces on a really good team. I have no issue with that whatsoever. Like, watch them play. Are they who they were? Maybe not. Are they still really good? Very capable? Completely. There were moments this year. In fact, if you do want to, and you know that I don't, the whole numbers game, if you want to play, Steph played better this year than he did 2 years ago when they did win a ring. And Draymond Green, you go through, you want to do the basketball reference thing, every number is above his career average. All of them. Not just his 3-point percentage, overall percentage.
Not games played.
Yeah, good point. Good point. It's hard to beat your career games played. But
well, it's hard to even sniff it when you're unable to be on the floor because you choke a guy and then you punch another guy.
And no one's excusing that.
Right.
But I do find it interesting when people go, he ruined our season by not being available, so get rid of him. Like, if you need him available, the one way to ensure he won't be available is to send him somewhere else. Then he's really, really not available.
And the other way to assure he's not available is to have him play again and have him do something else, and then this time he's gone for 30 games.
That's not an assure thing. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Let's get to your calls next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. You're probably right.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Quick note that's got nothing to do with nothing. But you guys were playfully talking during the changeover thingy.
Yep.
Is that what he calls it? Handoff thingy.
Handoff
The
thingy.
handoff
Yeah,
thing.
the handoff thingy.
Yeah, it's a little more salacious.
Yep.
What up, FP?
My guy.
Yeah. Giants have won 2 in a row.
They're hot.
Are they wearing the Orange Fridays tonight, or have the jerseys not arrived yet?
Good question.
We'll see. Blake Snell in the Orange Friday, we'll see.
Wasn't the report 2 weeks ago that it wasn't going to be until like May or something?
That's the City Connects.
Oh,
that's
that's
Tuesday
right.
night.
That's right.
It's Friday. Don't make me feel like it's Tuesday on a Friday, Grandy. That will get me in
My fault.
bad mood over here. No, you're making not making fun of me, but you were playfully talking about how I went to get the tux.
Yes.
For the lovely Christie's daughter's boyfriend.
You're just a good guy was the backdrop of all that.
I think it's actually kind of an obvious thing to do. Like, these are other people who I love who are going to drive into the city on their own time on a Friday afternoon to pick something up that was urgent, that is right next to where I'm already going. I'm like, oh, let me grab it for you.
You can downplay it if you want, but it's a backdrop of you in general being a good guy.
Well,
anyway.
All I wanted to say was, it is prom season. That is starting this weekend. I now know that, not only because there are high schoolers in my familia, but also because I walked in the men's warehouse and there's 28 signs that say, prom season, woo!
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody, and I don't know how big we are in the 18-year-old demographic, but we're trying. Everybody have a great time. Have a great time. Please don't drink and drive. Like, just please don't do that. Don't ruin your life. Have an unbelievable time. Listen, it can be a night that you never forget. And I mean that in multiple ways.
Right.
Make it a night that you never forget for all of the good reasons. If he or she is your one or whatever, go have a great time. Be with your people, because now it's not like when you and I were that age. You don't even need a date. Just go, be there with your friends, eat food, come into the city, do your thing, whatever. Do not just promise yourself right now, don't make a bad decision, and call your people if you end up in a spot where you need a ride.
Good public service.
Just
right
felt
there.
like saying that.
Good.
Just felt like saying that.
Yeah. And you said it at 3:04, where most of the kids are still in school, but I mean, maybe they have the Odyssey.
Shows what you know. Nobody goes to school anymore.
Seriously?
They just go to prom. 3:04 on a Friday? They've been out for 2 days.
I have no idea.
My God. Yeah. No, they show up at like 11 and they usually leave at lunch.
Both of my kids who are now in their 20s neither one of them went to prom. It's not something that you did in Oakland at Skyline High. I don't even know if they had a prom.
Yeah. They kind of went away for a while. COVID was a killer for a lot of these events.
And that was my younger son lost his whole senior year, half a junior and all of senior, based on COVID. So that was part of why he didn't have a prom.
Yeah. But they're back.
I probably could have saved myself a lot of money if I would have skipped the prom, quite frankly. Regrettable.
You didn't feel like it was a good investment?
It was all right. And I don't want to name the young ladies who I went to prom with, but junior year, it was a total friend situation.
No, that's okay.
She had no date. I had no date. It was a last minute.
You coaching?
Couple of gingers, yeah. 2 gingers, 1 prom.
Inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And senior year, I went with my then girlfriend, which she went to a different school, so it's always a bad move.
No, those are great.
It's awful. She doesn't know anyone, so I'm kind of tethered to her.
Yeah, no, just bring her into the group.
It's not that easy on a one-off.
You're Dan Dibley. You can totally.
I'm friends with everyone. Waka.
You bring people together. You tell us that every day. You started everyone's career.
Thanks.
I don't even know if radio exists in the Bay Area without
Look
you.
around the building.
Yeah.
And Grandy's just a couple shifts away from me claiming him. He's doing so well.
Yeah.
Not Lucas, though.
No.
I don't love Mark Grandy, but I respect him.
Yeah.
There you have
Stay
it.
away from that.
It's a fact.
Anyway. Yeah.
Be safe out there.
I'll never forget that night. That was a good night.
Prom night.
It was a good night. We ended up in a
touch them all.
No. No.
It is gone.
No.
Bud call.
Everybody having the stuff, huh?
There's so many drops you could play for this.
You have to stick it in there.
That works.
No, we ended up.
So we got sausage flying different places.
These are all true. So we ended up. We did, and I don't even know. Do people do this anymore? We all got a hotel room here in the city, but with like 40 people.
Right.
40 people. So like you can try some things, but good God, like you can barely even find the space, let alone the privacy.
Right.
So just be safe. Don't.
And I jiggle it often.
Yeah, thank you. Okay?
In front of 40 people.
Yeah, whoever you are out there, wherever you're going this weekend or next weekend or the weekend after, somebody loves you. Don't screw this up. Don't mess your own life up. Okay? These DUIs, they cost $1 bajillion. So unless you get a Mega Millions ticket on the way home and hit it, you're going to really mess your life up and potentially somebody else's. So just be cool.
Yeah.
Do all the other stuff you're not supposed to do, but don't do that. That's my PSA.
Okay. It's good PSA. And I'm not sure what else you're allowed to do that you're not supposed to do. But
do a couple things you're not supposed to do, but don't do that. Don't hurt anybody in the process. Sure. Okay? That's all I'm saying. All right. Let me go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Just doing a little bit of landscaping. Anyway, I listen to you guys and all the shows almost every time, and I keep hearing people just, let's looking at our squad, and rightfully so. Our squad needs to improve, and I totally agree with you, Dibs. It's going to take a LeBron James and a Cat to put us on par with who stands in the way, who's on the top of the hill, and it's Joker and his squad. I mean, look at that team, man. It's probably a dynasty in the making. You got Nikola Jokic, who's not just an all-star center, a generational center. I think it is his league, his era right now. We have the LeBron, the Steph era. I think right now we might be looking at the Nikola Jokic era. And look at their lineup, 1 to 5, the starting five. And I think I believe it's probably the best starting five in the NBA right now. You got a true center. You got a stretch four, 6'10" Porter Jr. sniper from the outside, a forward in Gordon. Their two guard is above average, and I haven't even gotten to Jamal Murray, who's a three-level scorer as a point guard. So yeah, it's gonna take a mountain to at least a couple of mountains to be in that game in the hunt. But it's not to say I'm not gonna watch Dubs Warriors basketball anymore. I'm a diehard fan, but I'm really realistic, man. It's going to take a whole bunch of really great moves.
Well, so here's the thing, Jonathan. I'm glad you brought this up. It's a really good call. The NBA often works like that. We all know that. It might be the Nikola Jokic era, and maybe no one's going to beat him for at least not consistently for the next few years. So that kind of helps me remake and reshape the point I'm trying to make. I hope no one heard everything that I said over the last hour and think that I'm talking about winning a ring next year. Like that to me is like when you get to the playoffs, see what the landscape is. Is there a path to that? Could things break your way? That kind of stuff. I'm not even, and I don't think the Warriors are of that mindset where it's like, okay, how can we build a ring favorite by October? Yeah, that's going to be really freaking hard. But I don't think that's the way you build a team. You build a team to be really good. That's it. Just be really good. And then it comes down to the cohesion of that group. How do they fit together? What's the landscape of the league that year? The year that the Warriors won a championship, Nikola Jokic was there and was fantastic and played the Warriors in the playoffs. But what happened? All of his teammates got hurt. I don't know. That might happen again next year. Like, I don't know what the specific, jaw with on Instagram or whatever. I don't know what's going to play out. That's why I feel maybe like this is more realistic than some of the voices that are coming back at us. All I'm saying is that I think the Warriors can be good next year. I think they can be really good. They're not that far off of being really good now.
I think that they're not that far off from being good or being okay and being maybe a 6 seed, but I don't think that they're close to being really good. And the teams that are around you or behind you, they're all younger and they're more likely to get better as opposed to your core, which is more likely to get worse. You have a 37-year-old superstar who relies on running around and getting shots off, and he's getting more tired than ever before. Yeah. And your other two core guys are closer to declining than they are to getting better. And so I look at the teams all around them, and those teams are younger, and they're trending up, whereas you're trending flat, barring any additions.
888-957-9570. Let's keep talking it out. Coming up next, what does Drew Holiday have to do with all this? You might say, nothing. Well, his name came up in a really important Warriors conversation recently. We'll play the sound for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
We'll get the Drew Holiday thing in a second. Giants need to go on a little run here sometime soon. I got a text from Mom last night. I guess the game was on maybe national TV.
Yeah.
Can you help me fix my phone? That's pretty much what happened. I get a text from Mom, who, by the way, turns 80 on Monday.
Okay.
Monday.
All right, Mom.
I'm going to effort having her on so she can give us her thoughts on the Warriors offseason.
And her thoughts on being 80.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this is a tougher booking than Scott Boris. She will not want to come on the show.
No?
She will not want to come on.
Even though you have an in with her?
I do.
In that
I do
you
know
are
her
her son?
I know her people. I have her number. I have a direct line. So, but
I would love to talk to your mom.
I know you would. That's
I
why
have
I
questions.
thought of it. I'll tell you what. Next break, I'll text her because it's going to take 3 days of arm
cajoling.
Twisting. Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Anyway, I got a text from her last night.
I'll text her if you want. I'll reach out.
Here, instead of me acting like I know exactly what she said, let me pull it up.
This is great. Mark,
where are all the fans at the Giants game?
Oh boy,
it's empty. That was the text at 7:59, and I didn't know. How would you have answered that?
It's a great question.
What was the attendance last night? The announced attendance of last night's
probably
Gigante
25,800 would be my guess.
Let me see if I can pull it up here.
The announced.
There's Thursday night game. Box score, baby. Shoot.
26,896.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good guess.
That's not on a chilly Thursday night. That's not that bad. It's not
Chilly.
great. No, it was.
It's not Candlestick chilly.
No. Not Chili Davis either, but it was chilly.
Right.
2 hours and 12 minutes long.
Yeah, that's not that bad. Like, I don't know if it was late arriving, whatnot. I mean, she texted me
It's a division rival. It's a pretty,
Logie's on the hill.
Exactly. It's a little weak.
It's the reigning NL champions.
Right.
Very exciting. It was a lower bowl game. It was. The lower bowl and the bleachers looked fine. They did not pan out, and I have a feeling I know why. But anyway, how would you have responded to that text?
To the text of,
where are all the fans at the Giants game? It's empty.
Well, if I got a text like that from my mom, I would believe in the afterlife first and foremost. I'd be like, how the hell did you get a phone into heaven, Mom? Mom, I didn't know they had service up there.
Mom, what are you doing?
Seriously, is this all you have to do in heaven? The response is, Mom, relax, period. It's April, period. That's the response. It's a Thursday night in April, Mom. Relax. RELAX. Relax.
Yeah.
I mean,
I say that to her a lot, though. I don't think she likes hearing that. People don't like you to tell them to relax.
Take a chill pill, Mom.
Like you might.
I can't afford it. Have you seen pharmaceuticals these days? Those chill pills are expensive.
I'm already taking too many pills.
Exactly.
I'm carrying around a bag of them. No,
Which one's the chill pill, Tom?
Telling people to relax is only a little bit better than telling people to calm down.
Totally.
They don't like it.
Well, honestly, she should know the answer.
Calm down. Yeah, she should. But she's 80, so I don't really do that to her.
So you could give her a more elaborate answer. Well, Mom, since the pandemic, there's been an exodus of people working in and about San Francisco, which has led to a slower and a lower number of walk-up fans for these Thursday night games.
I'm done with that answer. That answer's now.
It's a fact.
It's a bunch of BS.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's factual because...
No, it's not.
It is because if you work in the city and you're getting off work on a Thursday and you're feeling frisky and you want to go do something... You might go to a Giants game against the D-backs.
Understood.
But if you don't work in the city and you're feeling frisky, you're not going to drive in and pay $75 to park and have your car broken into just to go watch the Giants for 2 hours and 12 minutes.
There are certainly ways around that, but my point is, while the facts of what you're saying are right, I'm done with that's why the stadium is not full. Chase Center's full. Why is Chase Center full? It's even more expensive, and it's right next door.
They don't have a capacity of 40,000.
Right, but I bet it'd be pretty full. I bet it'd be pretty close to 40 if they did.
You don't think they could sell 40,000 tickets
Not
to it?
on a Thursday night against the equivalent of Arizona.
I disagree.
Which would be like
more than
OKC.
more than half the games are an equivalent of Arizona or worse.
Right, which is why they normally would get 26,000.
My point is there are plenty of people here to fill a building. Like if I'm a business like that, I'm not going to say all businesses, but if I'm a business like that, I am not going to be blaming COVID anymore for why things aren't going the way that we're going. Like Macy's can close at Union Square. Oh, COVID. No, Amazon. It's not COVID. There's enough people. There are enough people to fill your building.
Well, retail is over. So there's that.
Right.
And maybe baseball's the new retail.
Maybe. I don't know.
Honestly, that's a bigger issue it's baseball. It's not, the COVID and people not working here, but the reason why that's 26 and not 31, I do think a lot of that is people not working in the city, but a bigger issue is baseball. Because if you want to go out to your point, if you have an option of the Warriors at Chase, Steph, Clay, and Dre against whoever other star is coming to town, or go watch a Giant game, 2 hours and 12, it's entertaining. That game was 1-0 until the ninth inning or until the eighth.
Right, although
it was not a ton of entertainment in that game.
but going to a Giants game is a lot. I know it's expensive, but it's not as expensive as going to a Warrior game.
Right.
Nowhere near.
Well, depends on what you consider the cost of going to a Giant game or going to a Warrior game. It's tougher to go on mass transit to either one, so you're going to park. And if you're going to go to the Giants game and park, it's 50, 75.
Same for Chase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you park where I park.
Don't
keep
tell
that off
anybody.
the air. Yeah, exactly.
It's been getting tougher.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I haven't been in a while.
Well, they changed the signs. You got to go another block up.
Yeah,
now.
no worries.
Yeah,
I'm not afraid to go a block up or 2 blocks over. I'll get it done.
Yeah.
Get there early and start walking. Yeah, exactly.
You're going to ruin everything.
It's everything gets ruined. And I don't know if you saw the story, but San Francisco is now being more aggressive about enforcing parking violations.
Good.
This came out yesterday.
I guess. Okay.
Here's an idea. How about you enforce all the break-ins that happen to my vehicle while I park legally?
How about all the violations?
Yeah.
Any violations. All the crimes.
Yeah.
Anything.
But instead, go ahead and clamp down on those of us who try to park and pay for parking. But, somebody smashes my window. We won't worry about that.
Yep.
The city.
So why did Drew Holiday's name come up? Zach Lowe on the Low Post, which is the name of his podcast. Listen to this about the Warriors and Klay Thompson both taking note of Drew Holiday's extension.
I think different people in that organization, just as would be the case with any organization, any big organization, there's a lot of thinkers there, have different levels of sentimental attachment to Klay, who's a free agent, and Draymond, who has had a volatile last 24 months. Klay's going to draw interest around the league. He's going to want a fair salary. I can tell you for sure both sides took note of that Drew Holiday extension with the Celtics, 4 years, $135 million.
Okay, 4 years and $135 million. What's the math?
That would be 33, 34.
That's right, 33.75.
Yeah.
Okay, 33.75.
Oh, baby.
They took note of that extension, meaning Klay took note and went, and the Warriors took note and went, So how does that translate to the situation the Warriors are facing? With each passing day right now, and this is not sourced at all, this is not from a conversation, okay? This is from listening to everybody for the last 48 hours, understanding the situation financially a little bit better. Bobby Marks on our show yesterday was really helpful. Understanding everything where it sits. And then also reading these tea leaves that everyone I listen to seems to think that Klay Thompson is not incentivized to just be a Warrior. I just want to be a Warrior. That's not apparently where his head is. And I think when you combine his dad and himself, his dad on this show and Klay at the podium at Chase Center, both saying within the last 2 weeks, we haven't even thought about free agency. Hadn't even crossed our mind. And if it had, we wouldn't talk to each other about it. I barely even know that man. Who is that man using my last name? Get rid of him. All of that, to me, speaks to the same thing, which is, as Zach Lowe just said, Klay is going to demand a fair salary. And if he thinks that he is just Drew Holiday light, and Bobby Marks said this is still very much a $25 to $30 million a year player, and there will be offers around the league, the more I hear, I feel like right now every day, in my brain, the likelihood of Klay not being a Warrior goes up.
Right. Because if the market is like that for Drew Holiday, which Klay is not Drew Holiday anymore. He used to be Drew Holiday before Drew was Drew. And Klay is maybe, 20% lower on the valuation as Drew Holiday. Well, you take off $7 million from what Drew's getting, which is almost 34, and that puts Klay at 27, which is right about where Bobby Marks was saying that Klay would be 25 to 30. And I don't think that the Warriors want to pay him between 25 and 30 a year to come back and be, like you were saying, you need Klay to be your fifth best player. Maybe he's your sixth man. Maybe he's your seventh man. If he's your starting two again, you're probably the same kind of team you were this year.
Remember the call yesterday that was like, why doesn't Steph Curry just take half his salary?
Right.
Which, of course, he can't do for the next 2 years because he's already under contract. But I do think in the end, the rub right now for the big three and for the future of the Warriors organization in the near term is this. And it's that you're looking at these guys, quite frankly, all three of them, but two of them are already signed. You're looking at these three guys, all three of them are saying the same thing. We badly want to win, and we think we still can. Okay, so there's your premise. You want to win, and you think you still can. The Warriors are going to come back and say, there's literally no way for us to win if we just pay you what you want to be paid. We can't be good. So we'll pay you. It's almost like, dude, you pick your answer. You can take the money or you can allow us to try to be good. The problem is the player will rightfully look right back at ownership and say, yes, you can pay me what I want and be good. It's just a matter of who's going to take the haircut, me or you. And the employee is going to sit there and go, why should I take the haircut? I'm one man.
Right.
And you're a multi-billion-dollar organization.
The organization that paid you $68 million when you were in a hospital.
All true, but you heard what he said the other day. He is not as whimsical about that as we thought he was.
Yeah.
He was not as thankful about that as we thought he was. The whole idea of, wow, the Warriors paid me when I was in the hospital, that's amazing. Well, 2 days ago, he changed that and went, can you imagine them not paying me?
Exactly.
We had just gone to the finals 5 straight years. Of course they paid me.
Right.
That's very different.
You got the max. You tore your ACL, you got the max, and then you blew out your Achilles underneath the max. And the team never said a word about it. They paid you $68 million because they had to. You were under contract, and that's the way that went. And if I'm the team and I'm looking at the history of this player and this contract and where he is now, I'm thinking, all right, it might be time for you to make good. Not that he owes them. He doesn't owe them a thing. But if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm thinking about bringing him back or not bringing him back, I'm not going to say, oh, you know what, Klay, we're going to give you $30 million a year because, darn it, you've been great and we need you. And I'm going to go back in the luxury tax because I want to make sure that you're still here. I don't think that they're going to do that. I don't see that.
Yeah. I mean, the number I hear fans throw around a lot is 20. I'd pay Klay 20. You're not going to get Klay for 20.
No.
Like that is one decision. I shouldn't call it a decision. That is one opinion at which I have arrived. That is not going to get it done. And I mean that for 2 reasons. A, I think there will be offers at least 25. And B, if that is the final analysis, offers between 25 to 30 elsewhere and 20 from the Warriors, yes, I believe he'll leave.
Yeah, I mean, 25 to 20 is a big deal. And I wonder if years isn't more of the the factor, because the Warriors might offer 25 for 2 years, and another team might offer 25 for 3 years. And at that point, if you're Clay, you'll probably take 3 and 75 elsewhere as opposed to 2 and 50 here.
I don't know about that. You know what I mean? And I know that he will, and this is not fair, but he will take criticism. Even when you said 20 to 25 is a lot, well, you're not wrong. That's 25% more. That's a lot of money, especially if it's over 2 to 3 years. Right. You're talking about, fans will sit here and be like, wow, it's only $15 million. You've made $250 million in your career. Right. And I know that rich people don't look at it that way. They're like, yeah, that's $15 million. And maybe more importantly, it is a respect thing that we know Clay, is this the right word, struggles with. It matters to him.
Right.
So I don't want to call it a weakness. That matters to him, and that's fair. Like, you get to decide what your value is and what you want to demand. But he will take criticism because people will look at this and go, come on, man, $200 some odd million in your career. What's a few $1 million to stay part of the big three? And I just am starting to get the sense that carries some weight, but not the weight that we think it should or could.
Yeah, it shouldn't carry any weight for any player. You ultimately have to make your own decision based on what you think's important. And if it comes down to respect, and if the Warriors offer him 20 and, Wiggins is making more and Draymond's making more, we know Steph is making more, and Clay's thinking, I don't want to be the fourth highest paid player. I don't want to make less than Andrew Wiggins. I mean, do you really fault him for that from an ego standpoint? I don't.
I don't fault him for anything.
Right.
Like, you wouldn't take any criticism from me.
Yeah.
You have to. He has said this now twice just in the last week. I want to spend time figuring out what I prioritize.
The mentals. Yeah.
Right. So what is going to make me feel good? And there's essentially two things. What's going to make you feel good? Staying with Steph or making the most money? I fault you for neither. You get to come to that decision. It just feels to me like if you would ask anybody that at any other point in his career, most people would have been like, stay with Steph. They're good. There is even financial value in wearing the same jersey for your entire career, right? You obviously love the water and the here and all. So there's all that other stuff. It just feels like there are some things that have happened this year that have set the table for Klay Thompson to prioritize the money and the respect, if you will,
right,
rather than the branding and the big three of it all.
Yeah, one of those things is the reported offer of 2 years and $48 million that he turned down. So if that is the baseline of his rejection, 2 years and $48 million, and it's a sourced report, we don't know if it's completely factual, but it seems like it is something that happened, and that was reported to have happened back in November or December. And so he says no to that. And the team's going to come back now with more than that, considering their...
Wouldn't think.
Right. So do they come back with that same offer? If they come back with an offer that is less than what was reported, well, that's a big middle finger to Klay Thompson.
No,
I would take that
not
as disrespectful.
Not necessarily, because what if that's all the market will bear as well?
Right, but we think that the market will bear more than that.
Maybe,
Bobby Marks, the expert from ESPN who joined us yesterday, seemed to indicate that the market will be more between 25 and 30 per.
Right, which 24 is obviously not that far off from that. So, it would not be crazy, even for Bobby Marks' prediction, if nobody goes over 24. That's possible. That's plausible.
If he signs elsewhere for 2 years and $48 million, then that would be a very telling development.
That would be interesting.
If he took less than $25 million a year to go elsewhere, that to me would be...
What if the Warriors aren't even offering that anymore?
Right. Well, and based on where they are with the second apron and all the rest of it, the luxury tax.
They knew that at the beginning of the year. What they didn't know is how the season played out.
Right.
And I do think there is a healthy chance, and even though the Warriors have been very clear, they all said, we want Klay back. Like, that was practiced, clearly. Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, Joe Lacob, everybody,
Steph Curry,
Raymond Ritter,
yeah.
they all sat down. Okay, we're going to handle the press tomorrow. What are we saying about Clay? Yeah, we're comfortable. We want Clay back. We've told him that. All right, that's fine. One thing in Clay's press conference that stood out to me was his consistent reminder to the press that he played 77 games. Didn't necessarily matter to Clay, or it wasn't the highlight of how he played. It was just that he played. That was value to him. After what I've been through, I played 77 games. So he's sitting there going, you offered me 2-48 at the beginning of the year, and then I went and did the darn thing. I played in almost all the games. And the Warriors might be sitting here going, right. And not all of them were up to snuff, particularly the last one.
Wow.
/ most important one. Now, Mike Dunleavy said that doesn't factor into any of this.
Yeah.
And I largely believe him. But that, to me, does set a table for some strife in negotiations, which Clay seems prouder of his season than maybe the external eyes do.
Yeah, and I could see why he would be prouder of that. He was 54th in the association in games played. Only 53 guys played more games than he did, and he played more games than any other player on the Golden State Warriors. Klay Thompson was fourth in the league in three-pointers made and fourth in the league in three-pointers attempted. But he made the fourth most threes. So you're talking about a guy who, even though 0 for 10 in the last game is on everyone's mind, he shot the ball fairly well.
That's why I still think he fits. Steve Kerr is out here going, we need more shooting.
They need more shooting.
And we need Clay. And I'm like, yeah, there's no way around that he is your second best shooter. He is your second best shooter.
He's your only other shooter. You only had two shooters.
Right.
You had Steph, you had Clay, and end of list.
I think that's a very important point for the Warriors this season. People look at them, and they have plenty of people who can shoot, but they don't have a lot of shooters. Those are different things in basketball. They got people who can knock down a three. They need three-point shooters.
Right.
And Clay is clearly one of, you're right, probably two. Probably two on the roster who you're like, that's a pure three-point shooter. And so to move off of him would be, I think, counterproductive. The problem is yes, there's the money side of it, and that has to fit. I don't care what they pay him, but they do, and he does.
Right.
So we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right, Chris, Mike, you'll start us off. 888-957-9570, the number. Heidi Watney of the Apple Plus broadcast for the Giants and Diamondbacks tonight is a half hour away. This is Willard and Dibs.
3 years? Probably not. But if the Magic fall, I'm going to just give an example. If the Magic fall short and, they need shooting desperately, would you pay Clay 2 for 60, 2 for, 50, somewhere in that range? And I think he's still, a north of $20 million guy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh,
I'm
goodness.
sorry, Thompson. We didn't mean to pay you.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
It's Friday.
Shout out my good friend, Wookie, Michael Anthony, who's no longer with us. Yeah, this was one of Wookie's favorite songs. Wook left us about 6 years ago. Whenever I hear this song, I think about Wook.
Yeah. May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man. What a guy.
Is it R.I.P. to the big three? Is what we've been playing with. I keep looking at ways to sort of remove the money from my brain. It's funny to me. I find this funny. It's funny.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, not funny like haha.
Okay. Like a clown?
No, not funny like a clown. Funny like interesting. You know what I mean?
Quirky.
Right.
Strange.
It's interesting how many people, because I've gotten this email, I've gotten this text, I've been in this conversation out of the building from Warrior fans all over the city. No way in hell I'm paying Clay $25 a year. I pay him $20. I'm like, you don't need to pay him anything.
Right.
Why does that matter to you so much? And I know the number one answer. The answer is, well, that would prevent him from doing something else.
Cost prohibitive.
But what if it doesn't? You don't know what it would or would not prevent them from doing. $5 million total on next year's number is not going to make or break the Warriors from being the 2 seed versus the 11 seed. It's not.
It might.
It's not.
It might if it keeps them from going above the luxury tax and getting another player.
Bobby said to us, if you're signing Klay Thompson back, you are filling in the rest of the roster with very low level, mostly minimum guys.
Right.
That's true whether he gets 25 or 20. That's just true, period. So if that's the case, I do wonder why are so many of you seemingly playing mock GM and doing the whole, I'd give him this, but I wouldn't give him that. It is largely, for me, it's the same smell. It's all the same thing. That's why I asked Bobby Marks, if they re-sign Clay, can they also afford to go on the open market and make a trade for a big-time player? And he firmly stated no. No, they cannot. Okay, fine. So now I know. It's either to Clay or not to Clay.
Right.
That's the question. It's not micromanaging how many dollars it is. It's either just a yes or a no. 20, 25, 26, 24, whatever. Not my money. You either are committing to him and filling in with other little people, or you're not committing to him and you're going to then have the ability for some maneuverability to totally change the roster.
Right. And if you don't commit to him and you take that salary slot and you spend it on other players, I wonder if you can get a free agent to come in here for whatever that would be. And it's still the same amount of money, 20 or 25 or whatever the number is, to keep you below the tax threshold, unless Joe Lacob decides after all of his ruminations and he takes time away and he says, you know what, I am doing $400 million again. Let's bring Clay back and let's take Chris Paul's salary slot and let's bring in another $30 million a year guy and let's just go way over the tax again. I don't see that happening.
Doubtful. No, I think
for a 10 seed.
Yeah, the willingness to. Well, but that was this year. That's over.
Yeah,
you got to project. You got to project forward. And so, if there's a big move, it's a trade. It's not free agency. We'll see who comes available. And I do think that Joe Lacob could be wooed into saying yes to some things that, as of now, we're assuming he won't. That's on the table, if you ask me. Chris in San Jose with Willard and Dibbs. Heidi Watney coming up in about 20 minutes. Apple TV Plus, Giants, Diamondbacks, Friday night. Hey, Chris, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? Happy Friday. Willard, Dibbers.
Before, I know you guys like to use your doctorate in playing devil's advocate occasionally, but if you'll give me a second, just rock with me here.
Okay.
We're talking about Clay. I mean, you could talk about Wiggins, Draymond, but while we're on the topic of Clay, I'll just stick to that. It's a nuanced situation, in my opinion, but it's also a very clear situation. To me, the clear situation is that if you're going to bring Clay back right off into the sunset with the big three, you're simply not going to do anything as a team. Whether, like you said, it's not our money, 2 for 40, 2 for 48, whatever it is. Either way, if he's a guy who you're counting on to be your number 2 or number 3 scorer in today's NBA while not playing defense, you're going to struggle, especially in the Western Conference. I can take it a little further. His ego, even though he went to the bench, that first game he went to the bench, he had about 6 shots in 3 minutes. So he's never going to get rid of that chip on his shoulder. And regardless of what you pay him, he's not going to be able to slide into that role and be an effective 2 or 3 anymore if the goal is to compete for a title. And you want to talk about other teams. I've heard people throw around the Mavericks a lot. They're paying, I think, Tim Hardaway $16 million a year. He's giving them 15 points a game with better defense than Clay plays at times, even though it's not great. So you think another team who is on the edge of contention is going to give him 2 for $48 million? I don't think so. I mean, unless a team is desperate or, like in Orlando, who's trying to maybe win a playoff series.
That's the deal, though, Chris. Yeah, there are desperate teams out there. And I'll just defer to what Bobby Marks says and every other NBA voice, by the way, that I hear, that these offers apparently are being prepared. Everyone expects it. You could be right. Maybe they won't come. Maybe we'll be surprised. But I do think those offers are going to be out there. The rest of what you have to say, Chris, I largely agree with most of what you're saying. And I know that Klay Thompson is in a completely, thank you so much, Chris, in a completely different stratosphere when it comes to the emotional connection with the organization.
Right.
I get that. But I think it's important to remember the Warriors are very, very willing, this front office, this ownership group, they are willing to be cutthroat. They absolutely are. Like, do you know who at that time, again, not in the same stratosphere as Clay because that's a career thing, but in the moment, the Warriors were recent champions, and there were players on the team who fans loved. Their names were Harrison Barnes and Andrew Bogut, and they were champions. And they had also just been a part of a 73-win basketball team. I'm telling you, that was the deal. Those were our guys. And the Warriors kicked them in the rear end as fast as they could. A bunch of them got on a plane together and flew across the country to woo in their replacement. And they did. I think that's important to remember. The Warriors, like Mike Dunleavy said yesterday, there's never a wrong time to make the right decision. I totally believe that they are willing to let Clay walk if these conversations don't go right.
Yes, but that's not the same as, making a hard trade and trying to upgrade your roster with Kevin Durant. This would be, I think, a cost-cutting move. It would be a situation where Clay is going to get more on the open market than they're willing to pay. And it comes down to me to a little bit of a pay the piper conversation because if you don't want to be over the tax anymore, if you don't want to be a repeater, you don't want to be in that second apron, maybe you're okay being in the first apron, but you still want to have a team that's somewhat competitive, then hard choices must be made. And that's partly why you're going to make a decision on Kevon Looney, and we don't talk a lot about that, but it seems like they're not going to have Kevon around anymore. His guarantee is only partial. It's $3 million, so Kevon is probably going to be one of those hard decisions, and a guy you love, a 3-time champ, and you're just going to probably end up cutting him June 30th and give him $3 million guaranteed and let him go out there and go where he goes.
I think the Clay thing is comparable. I really, really do. I know that he is right there alongside Steph and Dre with the emotional connect. But if people think about what I just said and go, but that was for Durant, This is what I'm talking about. Play this out in your head. Just imagine, because these things can happen. And we've already talked about it a little bit. I've heard it from multiple places that there's something going on with the Timberwolves and Karl Anthony Towns. There just is. And if they don't have a great playoff run in them, then Minnesota is going to be taking and making calls. Doesn't mean he's going to be traded. I don't know. But it's possible. So just let's say the Warriors have the package that Minnesota wants. They're able to put this together. They're able to acquire Karl Anthony Towns. That is on the table. Minnesota loses 2 weeks from now to the Suns, and those conversations all happen in the month of May. And the Warriors have sort of like, okay, here's the basis for what we'll do. So the Warriors know that by the time the month of June rolls around. Okay. You're willing to let Clay walk? You get Karl Anthony Towns in another trade, but it means that you cannot afford to even offer Clay 20 or 25 or whatever.
Of course you're willing to.
Are you letting him walk?
Of course.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I think you're letting him walk anyway, unless he's willing to.
Well, he might be doing the walking as it currently stands.
And if Bobby Marks is right, who joined us yesterday from ESPN, if he's getting 25 to 30, it's a no.
You know, what I'm talking about, like we're already at a spot where I don't know what Clay's going to demand, but at the same time, the Warriors could get. There are things that could happen out there that lead to the Warriors not even making him an offer at all.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, and I think that they would do it if they felt like there was a home run out there, unlikely though it may be. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend, open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Mike and Orinda. Hey, Mike, what's up? What you doing?
Hey, guys. Running errands, trying to pay my taxes late. So, but I'm here listening to you guys instead of getting work done.
Perfect. I heard. You know what? My lovely sent me a little video on Instagram last night about running errands, and actually said, like, I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but you know, all the just anxiety and depression that we have in our world right now. The guy was like, the reason so many people are anxious and depressed is because we're all so in touch with our feelings now, and everybody's talking about it all day long. How you feeling? How you feeling? Are you okay? How are you feeling? Tell me about your feelings. How would you describe your feelings? He goes, the best thing you can do when you're feeling some kind of way, go run errands. Just go do stuff and ignore it, because whatever you ignore dies. So good job, Mike. You're not depressed.
Yeah. Yeah, but now I've been stuck in my car listening to the discourse on Clay, and I'm depressed again.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. My fault.
So here, I was like, I came in with the call thinking like, who else are you going to get? Like, you know, the market for a valid second scorer is probably a price higher than we're talking about Clay here. But as you guys were talking about this, I mean, as much as I hate it and as much as I love the man, I think you got to let him go. And then, you know, maybe it's not the prototypical scorer that Clay was or has been, but I mean, shoot, like if Jonathan Kuminga had an entire season of just like everyone behind him and supporting him, I mean, we've seen where that ceiling can go. He was the second scorer for a while, and Pods is playing out of his mind too. And so I just keep going back to the, like, we're not young enough, we're not athletic enough, we need a big. And as much as I want Clay, I think the way you guys are talking about, whether it's 20 or 25 or 30, I think we have to let him go, because otherwise we can't develop the team that I think we can develop.
Well, here's what I don't know, Dibs, how you feel about this. Mike, thanks. For me, there's no way to get to a definitive opinion yet. We should let him walk. You should keep him. We're going to do this for a couple of months without knowing what the other options are. Now, I heard Evan say this earlier, where he's like, that's the linchpin. You got to keep Clay or let him walk, and then that leads to everything else. Then you can decide what else you're going to do. I disagree. I don't think Clay is your first order of business. Your first order of business is finding out what else is available.
Of course.
And if there's something special available, then you're willing to move on from Klay Thompson. If there isn't something special available, then you absolutely want to keep Clay, because
you have no choice at that point.
It's like, I feel like a lot of you are like, get rid of Clay. And it's like, but what if no one else is is available, then you're literally moving on from someone whose skill set is exactly what you need, and you're moving on from him just because of a concept. Like, we'd like to get younger. Well, and if that person doesn't exist out there, then you're just going to still let Clay walk for no good reason.
Well, it's also for a contract as well as it is a concept. So if none of these special things come to pass and you wind up in the end of June and early July and you don't have any other option and Clay is going to get 28 or 30 from someone else, well, then you can't do that. You got to move off it.
I guess, but again, this is going to be likely going to be a 2-year deal. Therefore, it can't be an albatross contract. You would play next year, become an expiring deal. No big deal. It's something that you can move out of if it comes to that down the road. Just doesn't bother me that much how much you pay the guy. It's a matter of what else is available, and if something else is available, and Clay's presence would prevent that, okay. But if that's not available, I'm not moving off of him just because I'm annoyed, and I don't buy that he's blocking Jonathan Kuminga. Like, that's going to, until we get those answers, I will simply say, for the moment, I'd rather have Clay on the team than not, but the responsibility's got to go down. The pressure on their shoulders, the ask on a nightly basis has to go down, and Jonathan Kuminga's has got to go up, and that can happen together, I believe.
It can, but if that's all you have, then you're probably going to wind up in the same spot next year that you were this year.
You might, yeah.
And that
might be the best they can do.
Well, if that's the case, then I'd rather move off him knowing that the second year of that deal, which would be next year, is going to put you in more of a tight spot as far as adding players, because it absolutely would.
I don't know that it would.
Steph's contract goes up, and Andrew's still here, and Draymond's goes up, and Clay's still here.
No, Wiggins is not still here.
Well, yeah, because you weren't able to do anything with Wiggins, anything special this offseason.
Oh, that's likely. That's likely. I don't like Wiggins. I believe is very, very likely done. And that may not mean a special acquisition.
But what are you going to get back for him?
I don't know. It might not be great. My point is, a special acquisition, I've given you sort of what I think is something.
A really impactful player, a guy who can be your number two. But might also be your number one.
But in terms of what the Warriors can offer for that, like, it would be great if they could package Wiggins along with a Moody and a bunch of picks, and that somehow wooed a team to get off of a big-time player. That would be wonderful. But that might not be available. If that's not available, I still think Wiggins is getting moved for something that's not sexy. Might just be Andrew for your $22 million guy that you don't like. It might be that. But I do believe that if you just kind of read and listen to what everyone said over the last couple of days, the Warriors would like to trade Andrew Wiggins. I think they think he's the one who's in Kuminga's way, not Clay.
Of course, Clay's not in Kuminga's way at all, I don't think. Even if you look at it in terms of him being the number 2 scorer, Kuminga can supplant him by getting better. The biggest issue with replacing Clay is what you talked about and what Steve mentioned is you already don't have enough shooting. You've got Steph and Clay and nobody else who can really shoot the three. Andrew shot the next most threes on your team, and Andrew Wiggins is not a great three-point shooter. And Kuminga's three ball is one that you wouldn't want to see very often.
Not ready.
Draymond's great in the first quarter, but that's it. And Pods was good early, and then he became pretty erratic, and Moses Moody can't shoot the three. And don't even get me started about Kevon Looney. And
he can.
Moses is fine.
Moses can shoot the three. If on this team,
he's all right. Well, on this team, he's not a great three-point shooter.
None of them are.
That's the point.
And the problem. Yes, I'm in total agreement. John in the city. Hey, John, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Hey, this sounds ridiculous, and I know. But how about the Warriors draft or sign as a free agent, Bronny James, then bring in his dad for the league minimum for $1.6 million.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Sounds wonderful. Is everybody on the same page?
Well, LeBron is. He says money's not the issue if I can play with my son.
Right. Right. I mean, I know he said that. I don't know if that means the minimum. I don't know.
Well, the guy's worth $1 billion. The guy's worth $1 billion.
I know, but we do that to these rich people all the time. You've already got money. You don't need more. We could say the same to Klay Thompson.
Well, true. If I did, and if that happened, I would say so long to Klay, and unfortunately say so long to Draymond, because you don't need Draymond and LeBron. And then you have, you've cleared your salary cap, and, hey, you never know.
How are you going about saying goodbye to Draymond?
You're going to trade him.
Yeah. I mean, again.
Trade him!
So, John, thanks. Fun call, fun idea.
Love it.
Trade him! You got to get a lot of people to agree to a lot of different things.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Let's trade Draymond. Okay, to who? Are they okay with
Orlando?
Or are we just allowed, because we're the Warriors, are we just allowed to be like, so we've traded Draymond Green to you, and you're not allowed to say no. You know what I mean? LeBron's got to agree to this. I would think half the reason, maybe Bronny is most of the reason, but if LeBron, let's play this fantasy land, if LeBron wanted to come to the Warriors for the minimum, you think he wants Draymond gone?
Probably not.
No, he doesn't.
And, I mean, as much as the Warriors would love to have LeBron here, even on that minimum deal, do you really want to have Bronny with him? Because Bronny, and I apologize to Lucas, who is a USC guy.
Fight on.
Bronny's not very good at basketball. And you'd be asking him to come in and play basketball.
You set that up as if it was a controversial statement. It's an obvious one.
I'm just apologizing to the USC member of our show.
Don't apologize to me. He didn't do anything good for us.
He's not ready to be in the NBA.
He'll never be ready to be in the NBA.
He's in the portal now anyway, so.
But also.
Trails USC.
He's not as good as his little brother, who's a junior in high school.
Right. But.
Who's worried about the prom right now.
But does that matter to LeBron? Nor would it matter to an NBA team. Will you stick Bronny on your bench to have LeBron? Of course you would. Of course you would.
Much like Thanasis. He's a Bucks, right?
Yeah.
Is he not?
Yes, he is.
Missed a dunk a couple weeks ago. Thanasis with one of the worst dunks of the year. I don't know if you saw that clip.
I mean.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah. Sure. You draft you for a non-guarantee in the second round and put you on the bench and play next to your dad. Let's do it. Why not?
Boy.
But
Bronny, get me my baby powder.
That sounds like complete fantasy land. But it will be interesting to see if LeBron is more sort of like, I don't want to just say true to his word. I don't know exactly what he has said, but he has intimated a number of times that that's his priority. Is there a way to make it happen? Would the Warriors be the only one interested? Doubtful. If the Lakers get swept by the Nuggets, is it time to give up and move on? I don't know. I got no idea the way that one's going to play out.
Right.
That one's at a big fork in the road. So, fun idea though.
Yeah. Always a fun idea. As fun as the Milwaukee Flames out and the Warriors get Giannis idea.
I actually think
equally whimsical.
I think the LeBron one is a touch more likely.
For sure.
Than the Giannis
for
one.
Sure.
Yeah. But I hear you. All right. We'll get back to your calls shortly. 888-957-9570. But as mentioned earlier, still on the show, both Heidi Watney and Jeff Garcia. Wait till you hear what Jeff's got to talk about. There's a really fun thing that not only he's doing, but we're going to do it with him. So we'll tell you about that coming up. Thank you. Within the next 45 minutes or so. But coming up next, it's Orange Friday. ... We think. The Giants have the D-backs in town. The game is on Apple TV Plus, which means reporting on it is Heidi Watney. Great matchup tonight. Blake Snell versus Jordan Montgomery. Did Scott Boris ruin the offseason? We will ask Heidi Watney that next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. It is Friday. We've been hacking things out all week long, specifically about the Golden State Warrior departure. This gives us an opportunity to start transitioning a little bit to Giants baseball, which
Thank
has got
God.
yeah, right.
God.
It is a sound for sore ears. And tonight's game a little bit different than a normal one. A, you got a great pitching matchup. B, you got a special broadcast. Apple TV Plus has got the game. Heidi Watney is the reporter for the game. Heidi joins us now. Hello, Heidi. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good. Are you already ready for tomorrow, which is when Giants and Diamondbacks fans start like attacking everybody, going, I don't know how to find Apple TV Plus. Does that still happen after these broadcasts?
A little bit, not as bad as the first year. I think over the last 3 years since we launched this, people are starting to realize that if you're not getting on board with streaming, you're going to be left behind because that's where the world is going. But I do have a little tip for anyone out there who doesn't have Apple TV Plus yet. You can get it on anywhere you can get the internet or even a cell phone signal. And if you go to my handle on X, or formerly known as Twitter, I have a free 2-month trial for you. Just click on the link. So go to @Heidi Watney on X, and you get a free 2-month trial. You can watch the game tonight. And as I like to say, come for the game, stay for Ted Lasso in the morning show.
There you go.
I love it because I've already done that because I need to get my Apple TV going again. And I'm wondering if Scott Boris will give me an additional year on top, considering tonight is the Boris Bowl with Jordan Montgomery going up against Blake Snell.
Well, Jordan Montgomery has since relieved Scott Boris of his duties as his agent. So he's no longer a Boris client. But yeah, Snell and Montgomery were two of the Boris Four with Matt Chapman. You know, the Giants also got lucky, I guess, with getting that one done as well. Because, I mean, gosh, talk about a great third baseman, offensively, defensively, everything. He's awesome for the team. But yeah, so we'll have three of the Boris Four on the field tonight. And I think both of those pitchers didn't get what they wanted, obviously. And I think it's showing up early in the season, at least for Snell. We'll see what we see from Jordan Montgomery tonight. The Diamondbacks did play it a little safer with him, had him do a couple of more outings at extended spring before coming up. Blake Snell obviously, must have convinced the Giants he was good to go and ready to go. And he's always a guy that kind of starts a little bit slow. So, turns the corner, late April, early May. That's what he did last year. It takes a little bit for him to get the feel of his breaking pitches, especially. And that's really been his problem, is location with his pitches. So I expect a great matchup tonight. I think Blake Snell is going to go back to being Blake Snell any day now. Hopefully it's tonight for our great broadcast. And Jordan Montgomery, man, he's been one of the best, sneaky, quietly, one of the best pitchers in the league the last couple of years.
Heidi Watney, who will be reporting on the Giants D-backs game tonight, Apple TV Plus broadcast, Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, joining us here, Willard and Dibbs. Heidi, what are your thoughts on the way Scott Boris played this offseason?
It's interesting. I think the market as a whole played out a little bit differently than Boris and really anyone realized. The last couple of years have been weird with free agents. I think a lot of teams, you're still getting the massive contract, Shohei Ohtani, $700 million. That's not nothing. But I think in terms of most teams aren't willing to go there. They don't want to do that, especially with arms. Blake Snell's been up and down, and they don't want to extend him that long. Jordan Montgomery's been one of the more durable pitchers in the league, but a lot of teams just shy away from those long-term contracts. It's bizarre. It's bizarre because we expected more out of a lot of these guys, and especially the year Blake Snell coming off of. But you kind of don't know what version of Blake Snell you're going to get year to year. He's won the Cy Young twice. He's also had other years that weren't so great. So I guess I'm not that surprised, but definitely I wouldn't. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you it wasn't somewhat surprising.
If Blake Snell has a Snellian, as I make up a term, a Snellian year, much like he did last year, where does that put the Giants in the overall NL landscape?
Well, I like the moves that the Giants made. They weren't one player away from being a real contender. Instead, they addressed a number of concerns: the rotation, the power. I thought it was crazy in prepping for this game. The Giants haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds in 2004. They have not had a single position player hit 30 home runs.
We know.
I mean,
we know.
I do know I'm preaching to the choir, but that is crazy. I mean, Brandon Belt got close in 2021 with 29, but in the last 5 years, every single other team in the league, even the Kansas City Royals, for everyone who likes to say, they don't have offense there, they've all done it. So Jorge Soler can kind of spark that, hopefully bring some power here. Juggo Lee is, we've seen his bat-to-ball skills already. He's a great player, more contact-oriented than power, but he addresses another just kind of lack of hitting in the outfield that the Giants had last year, and they addressed the rotation. And you've got Logan Webb and Blake Snell at the top. I think Blake Snell will come back into form. If you look at his career, if you look at his spring training numbers for the last couple of years, I just had them in front of me. They're not good. They're not good most years. He takes a while to warm up. So you're just seeing that now because he didn't get a full spring training. Everyone always tells me in the, 15, 17 years I've been covering baseball, that spring training is for the pitchers, not the hitters. The hitters can get their timing in a week or two. Some take a little bit longer, but it's the pitchers. They need to get stretched out. They need to get their arms sharp. They need to get their location down, and that's what you're seeing with Snell. So I expect him to come back into form, and I expect the Giants to compete this year. I like the moves they made.
Heidi, you mentioned the preparation you did for this game. Specifically, who did you talk to, and what impressions did you come away with?
Well, I'm about to head to the field as soon as that was the phone call you just heard in the background a little bit ago. It's probably someone waiting to take me over to the field. So I get a lot more inside information once I get there and talk to the players. I do talk to some of the beat writers that cover the team beforehand, and we have a great research department that gives us a lot of information and stats. And so I kind of, prior to heading to the field, since I haven't covered either one of these teams this year, it's mostly a lot of reading and research, and then I go to the field and kind of confirm everything that I've read about and follow up on some questions I have. So that's kind of mostly the way I prepare.
And through your reading and research, what does it tell you about the Giants in terms of where they compete against Arizona and San Diego and the Dodgers? Can they really be a player in this NL West, or is it basically just pitcher reliant and they need Snell to have a great year and Robbie Ray to come back and be good and Logan Webb to still be great?
Well, all of those things help, but if you look at the Diamondbacks last year, they just barely squeaked into the postseason and they went all the way to the World Series. They were 84-78 last year. The Giants weren't far off. I think they were 79 wins last year, so 5 wins less. The moves they made, I think, definitely can get them 5 wins and get them to that mark. And when the Giants teams won their championships in 10, 12, and 14, I think every single year they entered as a wild card team. So it's one of those things, make the postseason and go on a run. But in terms of competing in the NL West, it's really interesting. You see the notable spenders in the offseason, the NL West. It's pretty much everyone from the NL West for the most money spent in free agency. Obviously, we know what the Dodgers did in Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Shohei Ohtani. They're big ones. They also got Glasnow, traded for him and signed him to an extension. The Giants spent over $300 million in free agency. The D-backs are also up there in the top 5. It's Dodgers, Giants, Phillies, D-backs, and Cubs spent the most money this offseason. The D-backs got a taste of going to the World Series, and they wanted to put themselves over the top. So this is going to be a tough division, and you can't ever count out the Padres and A.J. Preller. It seemed like it was going to be more of a step back, but they're not taking a step back. They're not letting them foot off the gas, and that offense is just phenomenal out there if their pitching can keep up. So, the Giants are building it a little bit different way, but you start with starting pitching and defense, and the Giants' defense has been strong. It's been a strong suit for them this year. I expect that to continue.
Heidi Watney on the broadcast, Apple TV Plus, Giants and Diamondbacks coming up later on this evening. Heidi, we love being there. It's a beautiful place. I'm sure you've been there many times. However, we're 7 home games into the season. The Giants have a sum total of, let me count them up, 0 home runs.
Are you sure?
Do they have a ballpark problem?
Bob Melvin was surprised last night in the post game when they asked him about that. He said, "Really? You haven't hit one at home?" Look, they don't. Okay. Full disclosure, I grew up as a Giants fan. This is one of my favorite ballparks in the entire league. I may be slightly biased, but it is beautiful. It sits right there on the water. You've got the bridge in the background. It's an experience coming to this ballpark. So no, I don't think we have a ballpark problem. But in terms of power, yeah, it's a place that isn't great for power hitters, and so you may have a little bit more trouble signing some free agents who are worried about their power being sapped in this ballpark. But hey, the pitchers must love it. And it's a beautiful ballpark. I know I was listening to Sports Talk Radio on the way in, and everyone's making a fuss over having not seen the new LED lights and the spotlights and all of that stuff. And, give it time. It's still early. We're only, 3 weeks into the season? It's, and now they're going to have more power than they did last year. They are, just with the lineup they've got.
Yes, but on pace to hit 0 home runs at home. If we can be fair about pacing, Heidi.
Those on-pace stats are a little tricky early in the season. I mean, do I think Blake Snell's going to finish with a 12 ERA? No, but so far he's on pace for that. So,
well, if they do, then I don't like their chances to make the wild card.
No, those two stats combined would not be good.
Heidi, looking at the way this whole thing has started, the Diamondbacks and Giants both just kind of with blah, sort of 500-ish records, but the Dodgers are not running away. This is supposed to be maybe the toughest division in baseball. What are your early impressions?
I think this is going to be one of the toughest divisions in baseball. I think the AL East is going to be tough again. I mean, the Yankees, man, they look back, and the Baltimore Orioles were the fun surprise team of last year, and they just they have youth coming out of every different place they have. They are good. They are good. In terms of best divisions, though, I would stack up the NL West against anyone. It's just, you've got the Dodgers out here, and the Dodgers have become the old Yankees of the West. They're good. They have a front office that is not only analytics minded, but also has the money to spend. And I mean, they've been dominant. If you watch baseball for the last decade, they've been one of the best teams in baseball. They're not going anywhere. The San Diego Padres have been also great. They have, like I said, great offense. The Diamondbacks surprised a lot of people. In fact, I remember, and I can't wait to talk to Torey Lovullo today, because I remember sitting in his office early last season and saying, man, you have to compete in one of the toughest divisions in baseball. What do you go out there and tell these guys to motivate them to go out against these behemoth teams? And he said, you watch. This team is good. They're more talented than we're getting credit for. And sure enough, they ended up in the World Series. The Rockies maybe are the team that would be the easiest of the bunch, but and any given night, that's the thing about baseball, is that any team can beat any team. So I would put the NL West up with anyone, but I definitely think the Giants are improved. We're going to see a better year than we saw last year, and it starts at the top with Bob Melvin. I love him as a manager. I think he's a great guy, and I think the fresh perspective brought in is going to be good for this squad.
Well, Heidi, I was going to say welcome to town, but I guess I should say welcome home. And thanks so much for coming on. Have a great broadcast tonight.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Heidi Watney, Apple TV Plus. Giants, maybe wearing orange tonight. Maybe hitting a home run tonight. Maybe getting Blake Snell's first W in a Giants uniform, going up against Jordan Montgomery. It's a 12.86 ERA against a 0.00 ERA.
Yeah, doesn't look good. You can throw the records out, though, when these two Boris clients collide.
Former Boris client.
Yeah, exactly.
One of them.
Montgomery no longer a Boris, but you mentioned Blake Snell in a 12.86 ERA. Yikes. 0-2, 2 starts so far, 2 bad starts. Is it too early to call this a big game for Blake Snell? It's not a must-win. I would never say that in April.
Is it too early to call it a big game? Probably, but I get where you're coming from.
7 innings so far,
yeah,
and 10 earned runs.
It would be good if he looked different.
If he got somebody out?
Yeah, it would be good if he could start to I don't know, build a little confidence with the fan base. Yeah, that would be good. I mean, the Giants right now are in that spot where I think that you do have to look down the road a little bit in terms of what you think they will be, but you also need to hang in there long enough to allow the team to become that. So, I mean, it largely over the last 3 or 4 days, I've suddenly kind of gone, okay, this is not that bad of a start.
Yeah.
A, they've won a couple ball games in a row, but B, the Dodgers are only 12-9. So, like, that's all you want right now while the whole Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray and Blake Snell figures himself out. You just want things to not get away from you, and they haven't. So that's a net win.
Yes, it is, but I guess I think about it in terms of just Blake Snell and 2 starts right now, and we know he's a slow starter, and we also know that he didn't have a camp, so he comes in, and this is kind of his spring training. First outing, 3 innings, 3 earned runs. Okay, you're just kind of shaking off the cobwebs. Then 4 innings and 7 earned runs. That was a little bit more alarming to me. Like, you were able to throw more pitches. You went a little bit deeper, but you were getting touched up. It wasn't just a case of a little bit wild and, you couldn't go that deep and you were on a pitch count. And I know you're still limiting exactly what he's going to do, but so far 2 starts and he hasn't really gone that deep into games. He's gone deep into counts with just about every batter.
Well, that's what he does.
Right.
That's what he does.
Exactly. So how about tonight you get 5 innings and maybe you allow just 1 or 2 runs and you start to show signs of being the Cy Young pitcher.
I mean, that'd be good. They are concerned about it enough. I was on KPIX this morning, and you know how that works on Game Time.
Yep.
And they're like, okay, here's what we want to talk about. And this was one of those, I'm like, sure, they're going to talk about the end of the Warriors season and the outlook there, and that's where we started. Could Klay Thompson really be gone, Mark? He might. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Question 2, are we concerned about Blake Snell?
Question 2.
What do you think my answer was?
No. We're not getting.
Not concerned.
Talk to me on June 1st is probably about what you said. And maybe sooner than that because.
But you do want it to be like, there's one thing to be a slow starter. It's another thing for ERA to be 12.
Right, 0.86. 12.
Yeah.
0.86.
That's very, very beefy. And so, you need to at least mix in some like keep your guys in the ball game.
Yeah,
kind of a situation. The other thing that's interesting, I think, with Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell facing off against one another tonight, no 2 ways about it in my mind. Scott Boris done screwed up. I mean, big time. You went from having a nickname of 4 different clients to getting a sum total of none of them the long-term deal they thought they were about to get, and one of them firing you, not even being your client anymore. Can't call him the Boris Four. One of them left, and that's Jordan Montgomery. He was the last one to sign.
And he signed a 1-year deal, right?
I think he might have been the only one that got an extra year or 2 or something, but it was not the deal that he wanted or expected. And then it was 1+1s for Bellinger and Snell and Chapman, as we know, because 2 of them came here.
Yeah, Montgomery was a 1 year with a player option.
It was?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
all 4 of them get a 1+1, and he gets fired by one of them. So, like, I know that, Farhan was like, call the White House. I'm dealing with Boris on multiple. and right, that didn't go over well. Yeah. But the other side to it is maybe it did go over well. Like maybe you got over on Boris. I know that fans are hesitant to be excited about the 1+1s because if the guys are really good, then they're gone. And I totally get that. But by the same token, the Giants do not get Blake Snell and Matt Chapman if better offers were out there. And Scott Boris really, really misplayed the hands of his clients this offseason.
Well, the market, I think, is different than what he was banking on because he was holding all the cards late into free agency, and free agency was mostly over, but he had the Boris Four, and he thought that teams were going to go well over their skis to get these guys at the end in February and in March, and it just wasn't that way. And you can say it's collusion, or you can say it's just the changing of the times in Major League Baseball. I think it's becoming a little bit more of I think maybe a team market when it comes to free agency because, these deals, these monster deals, especially for pitchers who are over the age of 30, it's just not there anymore.
Well, I also think this, like the whole idea, and Boris is famous for this. Boris outweights you. He's just going to be like, great, I'm glad you're excited it's November and December. No, we're waiting. And we're going to do mystery teams. It's going to be January. And we're going to do mystery teams. It's going to be February, and pitchers and catchers are going to report. We're going to look at you and go, nope, not blinking. And that, through the years, you don't build the empire he has without it working a lot. But I think there was a tipping point. And we reached the spot where at least 3 of the 4, I guess you could argue Bellinger too, like the secrets were not kept. Bellinger and the Cubs was like, duh.
Right.
Chapman and the Giants, duh. Like everybody knew. Blake Snell was like, maybe Giants, couple other teams. Montgomery, that one was a little bit more mysterious. But everybody knew where these guys were likely to end up, and Boris kept waiting for them to blink, and he played all of his games. Oh, Blake Snell, Giants, Yankees.
Mystery team.
Yankees,
Right.
Yankees.
Totally.
And to Farhan and the Giants' credit, they looked at him and went, yeah, call us back again next week if you want to talk. Because, no, we're not
upping the offer.
We're not doing it. And you can see by what these guys took, the whole league looked at him and went, calling your bluff.
Yeah. And that's probably where we are now.
Yeah. Then they looked at him at the very end and went, you want to play baseball this year or not?
Yeah. And Snell still got $32 million, and he has an option for $30 next year.
Right. But that's not
8 and 240.
Yeah. It's not a lot to commit, and it's not going to kill you down the road. Like,
right.
Kind of what we were talking about with Clay. It's like, it's just a 2-year deal. If something doesn't go right, you just boogie right out of that thing. No big deal.
It's a little different there with the cap and the luxury tax and the second apron and all the rest of that nonsense.
And the second year is not going to be an option. It's going to be guaranteed.
Right. And in this one, it's, he should be better than 12.86 ERA.
I will predict that he will be.
And if he continues to be this pitcher, then Farhan got fleeced again.
Well,
Thank you.
But if he continues to be this pitcher, I got good news for you. He'll be back next year.
He will.
Yeah. He can try it again.
Yeah, he'll opt in.
Super Bowler, try again.
30
million. Try again.
30 million player opt. Dude, 30 million. You can stink and just opt in for 30.
30 mil. Yeah. But then he can come back and be amazing. But he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Well, he better start tonight.
No,
it's a must win for Blakey.
You just said it's not.
I know.
No, he'll be fine.
For the fans, it would be nice. It would be nice win tonight.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you looked like the kind of pitcher that we thought you are.
And it would be nice if someone hit the ball over the fence. That's my other thing. I'm just like kind of a stupid point, but it's like, what is happening?
You caught Heidi off guard with that one.
Yeah.
No home runs at home.
We have a ballpark problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the guess on the attendance number tonight? How many fans do you think are at the yard?
I think it'll be a little higher than last night.
I'm going to say 32.
Yeah.
It'll be a good crowd.
Nearly 27 last night.
Yeah. I'm going to put it at 32 paid.
32.
You go over under 32. Magic Johnson, 32. I like my number.
Friday night. It's a half hour later.
Friday night, good weather. Nice weather.
I'll go
good
over.
pitching matchup.
I'll go over.
Over 32.
I'll go over.
Okay.
I think it's going to be 32,004.
And 4.
Yeah.
4.
That's a good guess. I think it's going to be right around in there. All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. If you still want to talk about the Dubs, we'll reset the Draymond comments that got us going early. Plus, within a half hour, you'll be hearing from Niners great Jeff Garcia. We'll tell you why we're talking to him and why he is going to simply be the first of many former and current 49er quarterbacks about to be joining Willard and Dips. 95-7 the game.
That's a tease right there. And the payoff for me is Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they are deeply committed to contributing to my goals and empowering our community. Fremont Bank is celebrating 60th anniversary. 60 years ago, Fremont Bank set out to build not just a bank, but a great local ecosystem that is built on relationships. And those relationships benefit our Bay Area communities. They're proudly independent, and they're active members of our communities, and they do such a great job of serving us, and they're a top local corporate philanthropist. They keep the money local, and they reinvest it into the businesses, organizations, and activities that make the Bay Area better. My favorite part about Fremont Bank, other than the fact that there's no ATM fees whenever you want to withdraw your money like I did earlier today, but it's the fact that when you go in there, you're a person. They know you at Fremont Bank. You're not just a number. They don't see dollar signs. They see the person behind the bank account. It's Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Is this the end of the Dynasty?
If they do.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Chess, not checkers. I'm Mark Willard,
Yeah, exactly.
chess master.
Although, if I were really playing chess, I would know why the camera on YouTube just zoomed in on me. Y'all looking at this?
No, I missed
That's
it.
way too close. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Like,
I gotta see
you
this
can
now.
see nose hairs.
Oh,
this
my
is
God.
very uncomfortable. This is unsettling.
Look at your eyebrows.
Yeah, remember?
Well shapen.
Remember Wayne's World? Extreme close.
Maybe you should zoom in, Dibs, to match.
Nah,
Yeah, what happened, dude?
Freaking loser.
I didn't do that. I didn't touch anything.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. No one's
There
ever.
you go. All right, for the YouTube audience,
Yeah.
I will zoom it in.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Look at my.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
but where'd the
Yeah.
internet go? What are you doing, Lucas?
What are you doing?
Why do you always do things the hard way? Oh my God, Dibs, your beard is very unsettling.
It's
that
robust.
close. Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah.
That's way too much. I like pan out for skinny Dibs.
All right.
I need more skinny Dibs.
And we'll pan down to the where the gut used to be.
You down 21 yet?
It's 20.
Just
Holding
20.
20.
You didn't
Yeah.
lose another pound yesterday?
Didn't weigh myself today.
Oh, so
Try not
maybe
to
you
weigh
did.
every day because, as you know, when you weigh yourself, it can be a bit of a fluctuation sensation. And so I don't want to weigh in and see, oh, I'm 2 pounds heavier than yesterday and get all mad, you know?
Do you ever do the thing where you get on the scale and then you're like, nope, and you get off? No, you get off and you're like, what's the matter with you, scale? That's not right. I actually did that. So sometimes, you ever put the scale on the bathroom, like the little slats in the tile, and so it's uneven?
Yeah.
And that will give you a false reading. I did it the other day where I got on the scale, and I know pretty much, I don't even know why the hell I get on the scale, but I'm like, I hopped on the thing, and I know pretty much, I'm like, I think I know exactly about what it's going to be, and it was like 3 or 4 pounds hot. And I go, try again, scale. So I shook it, and I stuck it on. I shook it, and I put it back on the spot on the tile where it was not on a slat. And I'm like, you better get it right this time. And I stepped back on.
And it was right.
And I had lost 4 pounds.
Okay. There you go.
That's better, scale. Good listening. You listen better than my kids.
You have one of those scales where the thing actually moves physically and like the needle will.
No, it's digital.
I have a digital. Okay.
Yeah, you step on it hard and then,
Yeah.
there you go. It's there for you.
Yeah, I've got the scale too that'll measure your fat content. And
that's too much.
Your body mass.
I don't want to know that stuff.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
It's good for me.
I just ate a brownie. I don't want to know that stuff.
Yeah.
Just straight weight, baby. That's it. That's all I want to know.
My scale has an app too, so I actually track it on my phone, and I'm able to see where I've been and where I'm at.
Yeah, you're doing a thing.
Doing the thing. Yeah,
you're on a journey.
Yeah,
that's
no
what
doubt.
they call it.
Didn't weigh in today though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll wait until tomorrow.
Do you just like let it rip on the weekend? What happens?
Try not to.
What's the rule though?
The rule is basically you get a day.
One day.
One day where you get
1 day.
You can cheat, but
cheat day, sure.
Right. Again, the cheat day is not going to be 4 slices of pizza and 7 IPAs. Try to keep it somewhat between the lines.
Which day is your cheat day?
It'll probably be tomorrow.
Okay.
My
you
lovely.
don't just have the same day
It
every
depends
week?
on the schedule. If the lovely supper and I are going to do a dinner where we're going to go out and maybe get sushi, for example, that would be the day. Because then there's going to be some rice involved.
Oh,
and,
boy, you're really, you're like, I'm going to let it rip. I'm going to have some rice.
Yeah. Well, it's as much as this program, AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com, it's a great program and it's easy to follow. It still is a little bit of work.
Of
when
course.
it comes to not like eating everything in sight.
Willpower is a thing. Willpower is not easy.
You see me, you and I both eat during the show, during breaks.
Yep.
And
I'm going to eat it.
I'm eating salad now. It's been, now
you're eating nothing but salad.
I'm wrapping up the tail end of a fruit salad over here.
Oh, what do you get? Some blueberries in there?
And strawberries.
I don't know, Bowie. Those are good for
30
you.
blueberries and 6 strawberries.
Blueberries are one of the best things you can eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cheat days are crazy. Our buddy Ornberger, who's come on before.
Yeah.
You ever hear about a cheat day for an offensive lineman?
Like a cheat day where it's like 4 large pizzas or
brother, this guy This guy was, and this is true often in the NFL, there's kind of a thing. The offensive linemen lose weight, the running backs gain weight, and everybody meets in the middle. Everybody meets at 230 pounds. So he's an offensive lineman, was up at about, and now he's retired. He's up 270 something, 280, whatever. And he's like, this is enough. I need to lose a solid 50 pounds. So, okay, how are you going to do it? Well, we're going to do maybe some intermittent fasting. We're going to whatever. Okay. But one day a week, we let that sucker rip, and I let the offensive lineman in me come back out. And I'm like, all right, what does that entail? I am telling you right now, it will take your breath away.
Shout out Berlin.
To know what these dudes can put away in one sitting. He would go to In-N-Out, and it was like 7 double-doubles.
What?
I am not
7.
I am not exaggerating. And
not 5?
And he'd be over
not
there
6?
washing it down with a milkshake.
Oh.
All the fries are just laying all over the car. I mean, it is intense. It is absolutely intense what they can put away.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Woo.
And whatever, I can do whatever I want. I'm a grown man, but if I have a cheat day and have, let's just say, a double-double and fries and a shake, that's going to probably cost me 5 pounds.
That's going to be a no from you, dog.
That's going to be about a 4-day recovery.
Did you say you can do whatever you want?
I'm a grown man.
I thought you were married.
Well, jeez, I mean.
Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show.
Right after the game in the Kings locker room, I said, I love you, bro. It's like, I love you too. We ain't done. You right. Got it. Noted. Cool. We ain't. You right. So to think that, like, we've done these things, I love it. And we're not done.
I wish that everyone...
Why do you keep playing that?
Because it is
you're just
so
trying to piss me
amazing.
Off. You're right. We're not.
Here's the thing.
Noted.
There are a lot of people with you, and I wish every one of you to be on Twitch and YouTube right now.
I'm gonna throw up.
I wish every one of you to be on Twitch and YouTube right now to see what happens to Dib's face when I play this cut. Here it comes again.
Right after the game in the Kings locker room, I said, I love you, bro. It's like, I love you too. We ain't done. You right. Got it. Noted. Cool. We ain't. You right. So to think that, like, we've done these things, I love it. And we're not done.
All the man is doing is talking. And I know there are thousands of people out there just like you right now, Dibs. They can't, like, your whole body tenses up.
Got it. Do it.
You're
noted.
Your sheepish grin, your shaking head. You are completely uncomfortable listening to Draymond Green speak about anything that is positive and looking forward. Why?
Because he's full of it. And he's talking about what they have done. And I love what they have done. And he's an unbelievable player. He's a Hall of Famer. No one will ever wear 23 again with the Golden State Warriors. But the idea of we're not done, well, you're not done what? Getting ejected, throwing punches, choking opponents, getting ill-timed tees, punching teammates.
Noted.
Yeah, what are we not done with?
I won't say triggered because you used the word activated, but that's my point. Steve Kerr came on this show 3 days ago and essentially said, watch your fork.
Sorry.
Essentially said, hey, Dub Nation, you better thank Draymond Green. That's 0 championships without him.
I thank him.
No, but you don't.
No, I do.
No, but you don't.
I do, and we're talking about going forward.
I understand that, but I will forever be fascinated by this dynamic that we're talking about because it is intense and all over the place. You are not alone. Dib, look at me. You are not alone.
I know I'm not alone.
You're not alone. I'm telling you, man, it's so fascinating to me how many people have such pronounced sides of their mouth to where they can use both of them to go, Draymond, you're a legend. Draymond, we love you. Draymond, thank you for the championships. But you've also reached a point where you cannot even listen to him talk without your whole body becoming a complete ball of tension and anger and wanting him gone, yet also in the same breath acknowledging that the Warriors could not win this year without him. And all I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're wrong about anything. You feel how you feel, but I think that dynamic is, boy, layered, complex, impossible. Like, so much of the Warrior fan base, the love-hate relationship with Draymond is so intense that I don't know what you do with it.
Well, it's unlike any relationship ever in the history of Bay Area sports. And, I'm going to ask you how you feel about Aubrey Huff. Because Aubrey Huff is a World Series champ.
Yeah.
And what Aubrey Huff did for the 2010 team was significant.
I don't feel anything good about Aubrey Huff.
Exactly.
No, but like even looking back, it's like, sure.
You look back and you look back at the baseball player.
But I'm not going to give back the championship. There's no way to do that anyway. But
I think you'd be disingenuous if you didn't look back at his on-field contributions and at least acknowledge that they were good and meaningful and they led to a championship.
Yeah, but those are less important to me than somebody who is bad to other people. Draymond Green might, you know what I mean?
He's not necessarily good to all people. Ask Jordan Poole if he's good to Jordan Poole.
Fair enough, but I'm gonna put those on two very, very different planes.
They are different, but I'm trying to
hate speech and somebody who is a little emotionally off his rocker in a basketball game. Two very different things to me.
I'm just putting it in the context of people who you have rooted for and people who you saw win a championship for your favorite team, and now you can feel differently about them for whatever reason you want.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Oh, see, I thought that's what you were setting up for, but I surprised you, Grandy. Come on. I love that sound. Yeah, because it's Friday, and it is 5 o'clock, and the 5 o'clock pop is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, join us as we get ready for this sports weekend, which features playoff basketball and no Warriors. We're going to be sipping on their premium light lager called Farmer's Light. I want to work out its name. Just 99 calories per 12 fluid ounces. Go grab a six-pack from Farmers Brewing at your nearest grocery store and enjoy the game with us and the beer right here on 95.7 The Game.
Playoffs tomorrow, 10 a.m. Magic and Cavs, will you get up and put that baby straight on? Where are you with the NBA playoffs knowing the Warriors aren't in it?
Yeah, literally in a little bit of a moment. It's only a moment. I'll get back to it, but I don't want to watch the Kings and Pelicans tonight.
No.
I don't want to watch it.
Who are you rooting for, though? Do you want to see the little beamers make it in?
I kind of do. I poke at the Sacramento Kings fan base so much that people will not believe this. If the Warriors didn't exist, that's who I'd root for. I love Sacramento. I love De'Aaron Fox. Sabonis is completely annoying. But outside of that, Mike Brown, a lot of the things about the Kings, I love. Golden One Center's a ton of fun. We've gone up there to see games and shows. And, I got absolutely, other than Sabonis, nothing bothers me about the Sacramento Kings. And I hope they win. And with Zion out, maybe they will.
There's another, just getting back to Draymond Green, there's another person who probably would not say Draymond's necessarily the greatest guy. Sabonis, who got outwardly stomped on by Draymond last year.
Yeah, but Sabonis is an instigator too. He's a complete,
not on the same level as Draymond Green.
No, but he's completely out of pocket on the court. He thinks that the other person is wrong all the time.
That's a large majority of players in the association.
I think it's maybe a majority of the stars that we talk about, but I don't feel like the energy around that is not the same for every player. There's only a few who really, it feels like you're really unnecessarily complaining and your facial expressions are in the wrong on almost every play. There's Luka, There's Sabonis.
Draymond.
No, I don't feel that way.
Wow.
I just feel when he argues too much. I don't think he argues on every single play at all. I don't feel that way.
Okay. I mean, I feel, and that's one reason why watching Draymond Green play basketball is tough for me. And, you use the word triggering, and for me, it's more of an activation when you watch him play, and it's even plays that he's not involved in where he gets involved with the officials, and that, maybe it's because I'm an official on my own little low, pathetic level, but watching how much he gets involved in everything, it's not something I enjoy watching.
Oh, there's no. I can't.
Got it. Noted.
I can't argue that.
Yeah.
I can't argue that Draymond rubs a lot of people a certain way. That's always been the case. But I just sometimes I wonder why fans don't take, or not all of them, some fans don't take what the Warriors front office says about Draymond at face value. Like, the Warriors front office's job is not to be likable.
Right.
Their job's to win. And so when they look at Draymond Green, for them, it's an easy answer. Are we better with him or without him? Well, with him. Done. Great. Then he's on.
Right.
But
even when his actions are unforgivable.
Right.
And then they become forgivable.
And then you forgive him.
Right.
Exactly. So I get that some fans have reached the point where you're like, I don't care if we're worse if he's gone. I want him gone. But I also think there's a handful of fans, a good percentage of the fan base, that has fooled themselves into thinking that the Warriors could replace him and still be just as good. And I think that's a fool's errand.
Well, I don't know about the idea of just as good, because for me, you're not that good. And you can hide behind 46 and 36 if you want. I look at the way they played this year against the really good teams, and you didn't do well against the really good teams. So we can say, would they be any good with Draymond or any good without Draymond? I don't think that it's going to matter. I don't think that if Draymond's back or Draymond gets traded, I don't think that you're going to be appreciably better or worse either way. You're still going to be, in my opinion, in the middle of the pack in the Western Conference. You're going to be fighting for that 6 or 7 or 8 seed like you were this year. Evan had a great stat earlier with Guru that they spent more time in the 12th seed than they did in the 8th seed this year in the Western Conference. And you can look at whatever reason you want to look at, but even when Draymond played, you weren't appreciably a great team. You were a little bit better when Draymond played.
Oh.
And so if you have Draymond or you don't have Draymond, I still don't think you're going to be a real threat in the Western Conference.
You talked about the record with and without him. They are clearly a better team with him.
Right.
Clearly.
Right. And we could look at the opponents that they played when he played, and we can split hairs all the way through.
Let's go to Cliff in Vallejo. Hey, Cliff, what are you doing?
What's going on, guys? What's happening with you, man?
What's
Top of the
good,
day to
Cliffy?
you, brother. Hey, man, what's going on, man? The main thing going on is it's 420 weekend. That's the main point right there.
So you're gonna have a day tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, and you know that Cliff rhymes with spliff. Am I right? Yeah.
Put the plants in the ground. That's all I can tell you. And October is coming, baby. You know what time it is.
Oh, yeah,
That's
harvest
what it is
season.
right there.
Let's go.
Yes,
Dibs smokes kush.
Man, talk to him, Spliffy.
Y'all crazy. Hey, but what's going on? Yeah, man, the rat on the table is, ever since that punch, the Warriors have not been the same team. And that's just the way it is. I'm going to put it to you like this, bro. If I was on the team, if you was on your high school team, and your player attacked one of your other players, whether he was good or bad or whatever he was, would you want to play with that guy again? And that's where I think where Wiggins is coming from, with all this time that he took off and all of that. He didn't want to play with Draymond Green no more.
No, come on, Cliff. That's not why Andrew Wiggins was out. Can you imagine if that's why? And Cliff, I can't argue that act didn't change the course of some things. It almost certainly did. And we've also, we've talked that thing out 1,000 different ways for 1,000 hours. So I think it's time we move on from that. But when you get to the point of saying that is still in the locker room this year and that certain players are making decisions because they don't want to be around Draymond Green, if Andrew Wiggins were doing that, they would have kicked his butt to the curb a long time ago.
Look at Wiggins' number pre-punch versus his numbers post-punch. He has not been the same player.
Stop it.
He was clearly emotionally
the same player
affected.
last year that he was every other year except for 2 months when they won the title. Exact same player.
Emotional ramifications.
Well, then you're weak.
Well,
if you can't play because you don't like a coworker, I got a word for that. It's called unprofessional.
Well, there's other words that could be used, but I mean,
damn right it
bottom line, you look at this offseason, and I don't know if whatever you do with Klay Thompson, fine. Steph's back and Draymond's back. I can't imagine if they bring back Andrew Wiggins that the veterans are going to be that open to another year of playing with Andrew Wiggins and suffering through his inconsistencies.
Want to transition a little bit to tell everybody about the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. This is something that this show is getting knee-deep into, and we're very, very excited about it. The Dwight Clark Legacy Series event this year is going to be held in San Jose on May 16th, next month, California Theater in San Jose at 7 o'clock. Fun event. We'll be there. We're doing our show that day there, and then we're hanging out for the event, which is going to be hosted by our friends Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area. A roundtable discussion will be involved in that event. 4 former 49er great quarterbacks, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Steve Young. Actually, I shouldn't have said 4 former and 1 current. 3 former and a current. This guy, Brock Purdy, is going to be in there, a roundtable discussion about natural-born leaders. John Lynch is going to speak at the event as well. You can be at this event with us.
Brock
okay?
Charity.
There you go. It all benefits the Golden Heart Fund, which essentially is a player-led group, former 49ers, supporting one another as they navigate challenges in retirement after playing football. Tickets are $87. If you're a 49er fan, you get that. That's Dwight Clark's old number. And they are available now at DwightClarkAward.com. DwightClarkAward.com. So with that, these 4 quarterbacking greats, these natural-born leaders, have agreed to talk to Willie and Dibby.
Nice.
Leading up to the event on May 16th. The first of the 4, none other than the great Jeff Garcia, who joins us now. It is wonderful to have you, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Just getting ready to coach my daughter's basketball game this afternoon. So just getting ready for pickup of the kids and all that stuff. Dad duty.
Awesome. We know exactly how that's like. How's the team doing this year?
So far, so good when my daughter plays.
Dominant.
She helps the team. She helps the team out quite a bit. This is a 12-year-old squad. It's a 5th and 6th grade team, but we're having fun. There's a lot of girls that are new to the game, and then there's Faith, my girl. She kind of takes it to another level. So fortunate to have her when we have her. But she had eye surgery a couple weeks ago, so we'll see how her shot is today.
Man, all the best.
Well, good luck. Good luck with that. And you know, it's funny. I was thinking about, okay, this time of year for the 49ers and Jeff Garcia. And here's something I wanted to ask you, especially after the famous 39-38 win, but you know, followed up with a disappointing loss in the playoffs. And I wanted to ask you this: how long does it take to get over a disappointing playoff loss?
It's tough. And I know the 49ers, wow, the last, 2 Super Bowls, it's got to be really tough for those guys that have been a part of both those teams. But even if it's your first experience, I mean, there are teams in the National Football League that never make the playoffs, that just struggle to get there. And then there are teams that have that consistency of getting back there. I mean, obviously Kansas City Chiefs are that team that New England was for 2 decades, that the 49ers were for the 80s and 90s. but not everybody gets that opportunity. And so for what the guys are feeling, what I had felt at times going through it, making it to the playoffs, making it to the second round, and then losing out, whether it was to Tampa the year with the 49ers in 2002 or in 2007, I was with the Eagles. We made it to the second round and lost to New Orleans. It's devastating. It's disappointing. It's discouraging. You think a lot about what you could have done differently. How could I have made a play here or there? How could I have changed a couple decisions? How could I have been a little bit more effective at certain points of the game? Those type of things will eat you up. And I think for competitors, for guys who expect a lot out of themselves, for guys that expect to be champions, that's what motivates them. It's not so much the wins that they have under their belt, but it's the tough losses that they've experienced and what they learn from those losses and how they grow from those losses and how they turn things around going into the next year. And it's tough to make the Super Bowl. I never made it there. For some of these 49ers, it's been their second trip, but both times they've been on the downside, the negative side. And so, I'm sure there's a lot of will to get back there again. You have to have luck on your side. You have to stay healthy. You have to have the right pieces in place, the draft, the free agency, the keeping the nucleus of the team together. All those things come into play, keeping solidarity amongst the coaching staff, the system that they run. That's important. That's why certain teams continue to struggle year in and year out, because there's always changes taking place. But those teams that find consistency, that from the top down are able to stay together, are able to grow together, those are the teams that are able to battle and make it into the playoffs. Once you make it into the playoffs, anything can happen. The 49ers have been so close. Hopefully they can get back there again.
Former Niner quarterback Jeff Garcia here on 95.7 The Game. What advice would you give to Brock Purdy after such a disappointment, or what advice did you give him if you had a chance to talk to him after being so close in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to really communicate with Brock, but the kid has been awesome. The young man has been awesome. I mean, going into really his first full-time year as a starter, what we saw in the first year toward the second half of the season, what he was able to do, step on the field and perform the magic that he did. Everybody was questioning, was this a fluke? Can he continue it? Can he build on that? Well, he did. He had a great second year in the league, led the team to the Super Bowl, played a relatively good game in the Super Bowl. Didn't really have major mistakes, led drives. Unfortunately, they just didn't come out with the win against a really good football team, and it took overtime to give that up. And so I think he's just going to look at this offseason as, continue to build on himself, continue to build on his physicality, whether it's continuing to build up his arm strength, his strength just on the field, his speed, all his locker room intangibles, leadership, how he affects his teammates, how he encourages his teammates, how he gets his teammates together during the off season for some unsupervised workouts, all the film study that he does. I know he's a student of the game. I know that he takes a very serious approach to his craft. I know that the fuel to his fire is still there. I mean, even after being considered an MVP candidate last year, people still want to knock him. They want to doubt him. They want to call him a system quarterback. They want to call him a game manager, all those things. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. He manages his game as well as anybody in the National Football League. He does exactly what he's supposed to do and then some. He's able to be creative when he has to be, but when he's playing within the pocket, he utilizes his weapons around him. He runs Coach Kyle Shanahan's offense to a T, and that's another thing with Kyle now having this quarterback 2 years under his belt. He's going to continue to grow with him within this system, add more things, allow him to handle more things at the line of scrimmage from the standpoint of audibles or check with me's, all those things that come with maturity, development, experience on the field. He's going to be able to do with Brock, and Brock's going to take it on. Brock is is just a great young quarterback to have in your system to continue to grow with, build with, and surround him with great talent, which they have there in San Francisco.
Jeff, does that make sense to you that after the way he's looked the last couple of years, that people are still, I mean, quite frankly, questioning whether or not he's good?
I mean, we heard it from whether it was media or people just want to chime in, but he is good. When I watch him play, he has great rhythm and timing. He gets the ball. He has great accuracy, anticipation. He sees the defense well. He went through a stretch of 2 to 3 games in the middle of the season where he had some struggles, threw some picks, those sort of things, but he cleaned it up, went back out on the field, didn't get discouraged by any of it, didn't tank himself. Hey, he rebounded, he overcame it. The guy just plays the game like a 10-year vet. He plays the game with poise, with calmness, collectiveness. You don't see him ever frazzled, so to speak. He doesn't get. It doesn't seem like the game is too big for him at any point, and he's just a battler. He's a warrior, and you love having a guy like that. And not to say he reminds me of him myself, but we were the smaller in stature kind of guys, but we were resilient. We fought through difficult times, fought through adversity, fought through physical or mental pain, and overcame it. And that was like the fuel. That was just like what drove us, gave us that grit, gave us that determination to prove people wrong. And not that it matters outside of the locker room, and that's where I stopped drinking the poison and not worrying about what everybody else was saying, but really just concerned with what my teammates and my coaches thought or believed about me. And that was the most important thing to me. And I know that's what he does. Hey, he's very focused on his craft and focused on being the best that he can be for the team.
Jeff Garcia here on 95.7 The Game, and you answered what I was going to ask you about the kinship that you feel between yourself and Brock, and I can kind of see a lot of you in him when I watch him. And I want to ask you, though, about the system that he runs and how much you'd like to be running that same system with 2 running backs and a couple of tight ends and a lot of that play action and boot action that you were so good at.
Absolutely. There's a lot of variation with what Kyle does from the standpoint of personnel on the field. He's always changing it up. He's creating different looks, running similar plays. I mean, the screen game, how many screen passes behind the line of scrimmage do they complete in a game or during a season that convert to 9+ yard gains? I think the average for the 49ers catching a ball behind the line of scrimmage was 9 yards of positive yards. I mean, to do that consistently is amazing. And a lot of that has to do with how Kyle creates, making everything look like another play that they may have in their game plan, a run play that looks exactly like what they would do for a screen, for a bootleg, for a naked. All those things create questions within a defense, and forcing a defense to not just cover vertically, but also cover all 52 yards of sideline to sideline. That's important. That's what Kansas City does. They force you to cover the entire field, and that makes it very difficult on defenses. But, there was a time where I had a chance to sign with Denver, and I kicked myself because Kyle Shanahan's dad, Mike, was the head coach there in Denver. We had a talk. I really wanted to go there because I loved his system. I loved how they utilized the run game. No matter who was running the football, they always had a 1,000-yard rusher.
Yep.
And then they built off of that run game, that zone run with their bootlegs, their nakeds, their play action, all of that stuff. And Kyle is just taking it to another level. He does such a great job of scheming and creating opportunities for his weapons to make plays, for his quarterback to be decisive, to make good decisions, to get outside the pocket. You're never just setting up 3 or 5 or 7 yards deep in the pocket. You're always moving the pocket. That creates a lot of pressure on defenses and forces them to cover a lot of ground. And that's where it benefits Brock. It benefits all the weapons that he has at his disposal.
All right, Jeff, we want to let our listeners all know also that as part of the Dwight Clark Legacy Series that happens every year, you're teaming up with Steve Young, Alex Smith, and the aforementioned Brock Purdy to be a part of an event that's coming up to benefit the Golden Heart Fund. We'll let our listeners know more about it, but basically it allows former 49ers to help other former 49ers with their life after the NFL. And so people can buy tickets and come see the four of you with a Natural Born Leaders conversation. Tickets are $87. That's Dwight's number. Of course, you can get them at dwightclarkaward.com, and all of the proceeds are going to go to the Golden Heart Fund. This is happening on May 16th at 7 o'clock. And so Natural Born Leaders, how would you describe your leadership style?
I think I led with just toughness, heart, a mindset that I was going to will my way to make a positive happen. And it was all through doing it myself. It wasn't the words that were coming out of my mouth. It wasn't walking in with a certain arrogance or an overconfident type of mentality. It was really just being gritty. It was getting dirty with the guys. Hey, being that guy that was in the weight room, that was in the classroom studying, that was on the field doing the extra things, really focused on how I could continue to critique myself and to better myself, and how I can encourage my teammates to rise above the level of what they may have thought that they were already at, but to reach higher, to be bigger, to be better, all those things. And it comes from just your own approach. It comes from your mentality. It comes from your will to not be denied. And, that's, I think, a lot of what describes me is that kid from Gilroy growing up, watching my dad coach at the junior college level, watching him inspire and motivate young people to be the best that they can be in their own lives. And I just carried that torch on, and hopefully people saw that in me as a player for the 49ers and throughout my NFL career.
Well, it's going to be a great night. We can't wait to see you there. California Theater in San Jose, May 16th. Roundtable discussion. Yourself, Steve Young, Alex Smith, Brock Purdy, General Manager John Lynch is going to be there as well. The annual Dwight Clark Award will be presented to a current 49er player. And again, all of the proceeds go to the Golden Heart Fund, and all of this available at dwightclarkaward.com. Sounds fun, Jeff. We're looking forward to it. You looking forward to it?
I am. It's going to be a great night. It'll be great to be there with Steve and Alex and Brock and just have that conversation. And then also just what it benefits. The Golden Heart Fund really goes back to supporting players of the past, 49er players of the past. Hey, not everybody was making the salaries that they're making today.
Right.
You look back 20, 30, 40 years, guys weren't making those dollars, but they came out with a lot of pain, a lot of their own personal struggles. And I think that's what this is so great. You have a chance as a fan, as a player, to give back, to really help support and create or provide resources for these ex-Niners to help their own rehabilitation, help their own lives to be better.
Yeah, now that you're seeing quarterbacks are about to get $60 million a year, do you talk to your parents maybe about, you were born a little too early maybe?
I mean, from my size standpoint, that was the knock of me coming out of college in 1994. I didn't look like Troy Aikman, so I wasn't drafted. But gosh, things have changed. I probably would have been drafted. Yeah. I would have had a $50+ million contract. No, but you know what? At the end of the day, I was very blessed to be able to do what I loved doing, what I grew up doing as a kid and dreaming about doing, and I had a good career, and I was able to do some things on that field that are memorable and support my family and be in a financial position to where I'm living a good life. And if I can help out others, if I can do things for others, because that's what it all comes down to, being able to bring awareness and help guide people to helping others in need. And this is one of those opportunities for me to be a part of it. It's the 4th year of it. Dwight was one of my heroes growing up, watching the catch and all the great things that he did and his suffering toward the end of his life. But now he's giving back and his legacy lives on. And for me to be a part of that is just a tremendous experience and opportunity for me.
That's awesome, Jeff.
Yeah, we love it, man. We love it. We love talking to you, so we appreciate this, and we very much look forward to seeing you on May 16th. Thank you, Jeff.
You got it, guys. Great time, and we'll see you on the 16th. Take care.
Yep, you too. We look forward to it. Jeff Garcia. Dude, that's going to be a big-time night.
I'm already nervous.
You better bring your phone.
Seriously.
We get a picture or something.
Yeah, pictures of all these QBs, and maybe if Brock's lucky, we'll let him in the photo.
I'd like a photo of you and Brock both with your backpacks on.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
that's
thinking
what I
about
want.
me and Jeff, a couple of former gingers who are both currently somewhat bald. That's the picture I want. Jeff, did we lose you?
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, come take a picture with my friend Dibs since neither of you have any hair.
Well, we both were redhead at one point.
You were.
And now neither one of us really...
but you both got red beards.
Mine's a little bit more salt. Little paprika in there.
Little
paprika.
Little Lowry's seasoned salt.
A little bit of that Lowry's. We got the Kinders working right now, that all seasoning.
No, man, that'll be fun. It was announced actually just this week that Dre Greenlaw is going to be the recipient of the award. Maybe that adds a little extra juice and emotion to the whole thing because Dre, who of course was lost to the injury in the Super Bowl, is going to be there receiving the award. Recent winners Fred Warner, Eric Armstead, George Kittle. And again, all of it goes to that Golden Heart Fund. So just one more time, if you want to join us and them and everyone there, tickets are $87. DwightClarkAward.com. May 16th in San Jose.
The Dwight Clark Legacy Series. And, I mean, there's no greater legacy that you could probably pinpoint for the Niners than Dwight Clark.
Oh, you said for the Niners. I thought you were just going to say there's no greater legacy, and I was going to say, I mean, what about Draymond Green?
Yeah, it's quite a legacy that he's left. And, boy. Yeah,
got it. Noted.
I mean, noted. You had to bring it back to that. I was just...
Well, I did because Robin wants to get loose, and it's Friday, so we should let Robin get loose. Don't you think?
Sugar? Of course.
Yeah.
As long as she opens it up with a, hey, how you doing, Sugar?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Robin time right here on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Robin.
Hi, you guys. I'm glad you didn't hear what we were just talking about in the car.
Why?
Where I work, I'm going to tell you. Because where I work for a senior citizen building, and Japanese and Russian. A lot of times we're playing Russian. How you got to understand one another? So the lady kept pointing at the door like something there. We thought she was just complaining, and I went to the door later and found a crack pipe and some cigarette butts. But then I told my manager, now this is inside a senior citizen building, okay, guys? And so I told her, I said, oh, that's not a crack pipe, that's a meth pipe. But she was like, as if it makes any difference.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm glad I asked. But anyway, yeah, I imagine you had something that was not meth pipe related.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
We were in the middle of a conversation when I heard my name. I was like, be quiet, be quiet. So anyway, I just want to say about the Draymond Green situation. Okay, I've been on the station. You guys know I can't stand him. I do not like Draymond Green. Nothing about him. Okay? And I hate when people say things that I have to defend him. I can't be fair, but I do not like Draymond Green. And I'm feeling a little indifferent. First of all, when I hear people say, oh, we wouldn't have won a championship without him. Well, what about KD? We wouldn't have won a championship without KD.
Well, you did, but Robin, you did win 2 championships without KD.
But he wasn't always the focal point. Just think about it. I mean, we had players that knew the system, that knew that could play motion ball. So he was an integral part when we first won, but he wasn't the only part. It's only until we lost players that we only had 3 players left, and one was injured, maybe 4, Looney, that knew the offense. And then he became the focal point. The dynamic of the team changed, and I felt like that's when Draymond really became more of a focal focal point. So it's not to take away from him, but I say that to say this. I kind of lost respect for the Warriors organization because, you know, it's like you can't let a 3-year-old get away with stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know what you look like letting somebody run you, and to the point where they feel like they're not replaceable, that they are needed. And you know, I have much more respect for like the Pat Rileys, the Bill Walsh, who got rid of Haley and you know, because he messed with the wrong person, which was Jerry Rice. So you know, I just feel like they let him get away with stuff like you would let your 3-year-old get away with, like a 3-year-old. And I kind of lost a little respect for that. How far can you go? And I think it was until Curry finally threw up his hands those last 3 months. And so when you hear Kerr talk, when you hear Dunleavy talk, it's like, stop with these damn excuses about this boy. It's like they're enabling and justifying him. And yes, he's good. Yes, he's vital right now. But, you know, I just feel indifferent about him. The only thing I'm certain about is that I can't stand him.
Yeah,
Bye,
but
guys.
I mean, yeah,
Thank you, Robin.
Robin, thanks. I mean, here's the crazy thing. She's not wrong. You can accuse the Warriors of enabling. So many people agree with Robin. They feel exactly like she just described. And you know what I'm going to say next.
And the Warriors gave him a 4-year deal, and they want to keep him around.
But they're also right to do that. Like, you can accuse them of enabling. You can't accuse them of being wrong. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, they were wrong this year.
No, they weren't.
They were wrong last year. I mean, you could say.
Last year that was already a previous contract. But my point is that when they say exactly what Steve Kerr said earlier this week. Do you want the 4 championships or not? So you can get mad at them for enabling. You might be right, but I feel like you can only go so far with that point unless you're willing to say, and the championships don't matter. I'd have given them back. Like, I'm so mad at Draymond Green, and they enabled him, which I didn't hear a lot of people say until he punched Jordan Poole, which was literally only a few months after they had a parade.
Literally,
yeah, just a few months after a parade. So you can't have one without the other.
You can have the opinion that this latest contract and the fact that they didn't suspend him, which was after the championship, that was enabling and they shouldn't have signed him. That has nothing to do with the 4 championships. And you don't have to give those championships back if you're of the mind of Robin and myself that enough is enough. He was great, and you won 4 championships. And forget the fact that he cost you 1, because if he didn't cost you the 1, you wouldn't have gotten KD, and without KD, you don't get the other 2. So I don't play that game of what he cost you versus what he netted you. Well, I know this. He's won 4 championships with the Warriors, and he also, what he did to Jordan Poole and what the team did and not punishing him, I thought was a mistake. I said it then. I stand by it, and then they went out and gave him an extension, and I'm not in favor of that either.
And that's all completely fair.
It doesn't mean I have to give back the 4 championships.
No, but you have to give back the opinion that he ruined this season.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Absolutely not.
Because that opinion is based on you being not able to function without him. So
I don't think they can function with him. So that's my point.
Okay,
it has nothing to do with him ruining the season.
Well, then he didn't ruin this season.
This season was this season no matter what.
Well, no, that's not true at all.
If he would have played, if he wouldn't have gotten suspended, I don't think that they would have been a team that would have advanced deep in the playoffs, or maybe they don't even make the playoffs.
But that's a hypothetical.
Right, and we'll never know because he couldn't control himself.
But so many have said that this is definitely a 50-win team if he doesn't get suspended. And if you feel that way, then I'm confused. That's my only point.
Right. I don't feel that way.
I'm not here to tell you what your emotions are. I can't tell you what they are. You can hate Draymond Green with every fiber of your being. That's not even my business. But what I can do is say you have to pick one or the other if your eventual point is that Draymond either should be traded now or they should not have re-signed him at the end of last season. You cannot say he ruined this year too in the framework of those other opinions, because he ruined this year too the premise of that is the Warriors can't function without him and he was unavailable. So if they can't function without him, you can't request that he's gone.
They
that
can't
doesn't make any
function
sense.
with him, and they can't function without him. And by function, we're talking about being a winning team.
But what's your evidence that they can't function with him this year? What's your evidence of that?
They couldn't beat the good teams when he played, when he didn't play.
The record is very good when he played.
Right, and I'll go through and look at every team that they played, but the teams that they played who were good when they had Draymond or they didn't have Draymond, they usually didn't win those games. So I look at a team that was 46-36, and they were a 10 seed. So the functionality with him and without him, for me, largely the same.
We're sponsored by Safeway, and we're about to put a bow on this darn thing and then set up Grandy. And Grandy's got something you'll really enjoy. When do you hear about that? It's all coming up. Still time for your calls. Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals.
Great. Let's drink.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You agree with what I said earlier, that Brandon Aiyuk is more likely to be a 49er this fall than Klay Thompson is a Warrior?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But neither one I would put at 100%. And the idea of Brandon Aiyuk getting traded, it's something I said a couple of months ago that if I were the Niners, I'd take definitely a hard look at it if I could get a first-round pick back, get a rookie receiver in there and reset the clock and start the clock over as opposed to pay 2 wide receivers $25 million a year.
Dangerous game.
It's very dangerous, and I was laughed at, and it was seemingly...
Who laughed at you?
Well, you kind of did.
I did?
I mean, you'd laugh at me, but you thought that it was something that wouldn't happen, and I don't think a lot of people thought that it would happen, but it seems now, as we sit here 6 days away from the first round of the draft, it's still out there.
Oh, it's possible. Of course, anything's possible. I don't think by any stretch it's a crazy concept. I do think people are maybe overstating a little bit the financial stuff that's in play here, which in other words, it's like, oh my God, how are you going to pay 2 receivers at once with the Brock Purdy deal? Well, again, you don't even have to think about what Purdy's going to make until after this season, and then you don't have to pay him until the season after that. He is only halfway through that 4-year deal for $7 that they got him for. He's only halfway through. So what that means is the way I would look at it, I almost feel like it's more likely. How many more years are left on Debo's deal that he got? What's Debo's?
I think he's got 3 more years.
3 more?
Yeah, I thought so.
Debo Samuel contract. Let me pull this up for a sec, okay? Debo Samuel signed a new deal and will be you are correct. Okay. So, no. Hold on.
Yeah, 24?
Got 24, 25, and then no, because then they move into like option years, basically. Is that right?
Well, the dead cap after 25.
That's what it is. You got it out after 2025.
Well, after 2024, you have an out, and it's only $15 million in dead cap.
Right, but you have a full out of after 2025. In 2025, yes. So after this coming year, I think it's way more likely that they exercise that.
And have a dead cap of $15 million.
Way more likely that they re-sign Brandon Aiyuk, play them together for 1 more year, and then move on from Debo.
That's the most likely thing.
Before Brandon's extension kicks in and before Brock Purdy and his extension kick in. I think that's the way I would play it if I were the 49ers.
And Brandon's number would go down for this year because the extension wouldn't start until the year after.
Yeah, and then you could get out from Debo if you wanted to.